Breaking news. A catastrophic volcanic accident occurred in the shelter of the city of Ningcheng. Flows of hot lava broke through the territory of the survival base. The death toll has reached 35,623 people. Over 80,000 are missing, and over 130,000 are injured. All surviving bases are called for urgent humanitarian aid. Guicheng's refuge has been attacked by mutated creatures. The northern protective wall has been destroyed. The death toll has risen to 3,453. The Yuecheng survival base was hit by an extreme cold front. 2,263 people died. Su Yuan drove the truck along the bumpy road, listening to the radio reports, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Why did I end up in the era of a global catastrophe? A week ago, Su Yuan entered a parallel world similar to the Blue Planet, where the era of great disasters began a year ago. The conditions for survival are extremely harsh. Resources are running out, and the entire population has taken refuge in protected bases. Of course, the rich could afford to build private shelters and enjoy the royal life. But those like Su Yuan had to risk their lives, delivering supplies between survival bases every day just to avoid starvation. Inside the shelters themselves, even for the grueling 12-hour work, 6 days a week, you literally had to fight to get a place. Otherwise, one had to be content with the social ration, a bowl of porridge on a day when death seemed preferable to such an existence. Su Wen finished the delivery and hurried back to tea company, not daring to drive fast. Yesterday's ice storm had covered the broken road with a layer of ice 5 to 6 centimeters thick. The usual 3-hour route had already stretched to 5 hours, with no end in sight. If he didn't get to the tea company base before dark, he'd have to freeze outside all night. "Oh Lord, please don't let the car break down." Su Yuan prayed. He remembered his colleague who had gone out with him in the morning the day before yesterday, but hadn't returned in the evening. It later turned out that the poor guy was caught in the extreme cold of the day. The truck was speeding at 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, but the sudden cold instantly froze both the car and the driver right on the road. When the rescue team arrived, there were no signs of life. They had to bury him on the spot. And in the dark, the probability of getting caught in an ice storm increases many times over. Su Yuan drove tensely, looking ahead, carefully avoiding the numerous potholes on the road. This 4-lane highway had never been repaired since the beginning of the disaster era. We had to drive extremely carefully. The huge trees along the sides of the road could fall at any moment, and the road surface could suddenly collapse. If it weren't for the need to earn a living and the opportunity to rest one day a week, Su Yuan would never have agreed to work as a truck driver. After driving for another half hour, Su Yuan felt relieved. Today, the journey was relatively calm. There were no dangers along the way, the car worked properly, and there was not much left to the base. But it was too early to rejoice. There was a fallen tree on the road ahead. Such obstacles were encountered on almost every trip. Su Wen was prepared for such situations. The car had the necessary equipment. He stopped, put on a mechanical exoskeleton, took a chainsaw, and headed towards the tree. First, he sawed off the branches, then he cut the trunk into pieces. Having picked up the 200 to 300 kilogram stumps, he dragged them to the side of the road. Thanks to the exoskeleton, Su Yuan could easily lift loads weighing over 500 kilograms, so the work was not difficult. After a few approaches, the road was cleared. Returning to the cabin, he heard a wolf howl. Su Yuan suddenly raised his head and saw 2 large fox wolves outside the windshield, blocking the truck's path and baring their teeth at it. Mutants? Su Yuan was amazed. These creatures had the body of a wolf and the face of a fox. For the first time, he saw wolves larger than tigers. And for the first time since the displacement, he encountered mutated animals. Mutants are the result of rapid evolution of normal animals under the influence of extreme weather conditions, and the process continues. These 2 fox wolves were obviously hungry and wanted to have a snack. One of the predators jumped on the windshield, hitting it with great force. Even the reinforced bulletproof glass was covered with cracks from the mutant's impact. Su Wen quickly started the engine and aimed the car at the animals. The cunning fox wolves dodged the truck, found a convenient moment, and jumped 5 meters high, ending up on the roof of the cabin. They tried to break through the steel plating with their sharp claws. Su Yuan panicked and pressed the gas pedal to the floor, hoping to shake off the predators. The truck raced along the uneven road, bouncing like on a trampoline. It seemed like the car was about to fall apart. The mutants released claws sharper than knife blades, tore through the roof paneling, and grabbed onto it with a death grip, not wanting to let go of their prey. Su Yuan didn't expect the beasts to be so stubborn. He grabbed the hunting rifle provided by the company and fired 2 shots at the ceiling. Bang! Bang! One fox wolf howled and fell. Su Yuan served in the army, so he was agile and accurate. Continuing to drive, he determined the location of the second predator by the sound and fired 2 more shots. And the mutant fell. Finally free of his pursuers, Su Yuan laughed with relief. Seeing a sharp turn ahead, he quickly pressed the brakes. But the speed was too great. The brakes did not work. The wheels skidded on the ice. The truck skidded, went off the road, and crashed into a roadside tree. The enormous force of the impact knocked down the tree, and the truck flipped over. The airbag saved Su Yuan's life. When he got out of the cockpit, he found that he had gotten off easy. Only a skin rash on his left palm, which bled slightly. He had a birthmark on his palm in the shape of a golden star nebula. When blood hit it, the mark began to burn and pulsate. The sun was setting, and Su Yuan, ignoring the strange sensation in his hand, grabbed the radio to call for help. But the radio was broken and useless. "It's all over. It'll be dark soon, and if I don't get to the base, I'll freeze." Su Yuan had no intention of giving up. He returned to the cabin to get his exoskeleton and gun, and then ran to the shelter. In the mechanical suit, he developed the speed of a bicycle. But after a few minutes, the wolf howl was heard again. Turning around, Su Yuan saw that the 2 fox wolves were not dead. One was wounded in the leg, the other in the stomach, but they were catching up with him and running much faster. Realizing that he couldn't escape, Su Yuan turned to face the predators and took aim. The smart beasts immediately split up and attacked from both sides. When the distance was reduced to 15 meters, Su Yuan fired, aiming at the eye of one mutant. It fell dead. The second fox wolf took advantage of the moment, knocked Su Yuan down, and rushed towards his throat. Su Yuan managed to put the gun under the beast's mouth. Although the mutant's fangs were as sharp as razors, it was unable to gnaw through the gun barrel in a short time. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yuan pulled out the knife tied to his forearm and plunged the blade into the predator's eye, crushing its brain. After killing the mutant, Su Yuan was breathing heavily. After the transfer, his physical form left much to be desired. Even in an exoskeleton, fighting monsters was not easy. Fortunately, his army experience did not let him down. His shooting and hand-to-hand combat skills came in handy. After learning about the existence of mutants, Su Yuan always took knives with him on the road, tying them to his hands and feet. Otherwise, one gun issued by the company would not have been enough to defeat 2 foxwolves. Su Yuan stood up and prepared to continue his journey to the base. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his head. "Congratulations! The host has successfully survived the Great Disaster Era for 7 days and destroyed 2 mutants. The survival base system has been activated. The starting gift set is opening." The system announced, "Congratulations! The host has received 10 billion survival points. Congratulations! The host has received 1,000 mu survival base. Congratulations! The host has received a personal survival assistant." A series of system rewards sounded in Su Yuan's mind. At the same time, the golden star nebula pattern on his left palm began to glow even hotter. He involuntarily raised his hand, and a ray of golden light burst out from the symbol, falling 3 meters away from him. Looking closely, he saw a cute little robot about 30 centimeters tall in a white dress, indistinguishable from a living person. Su Yuan looked at the machine in amazement as it spoke. "Master, I am your personal assistant Xiao Yu. Do you wish to begin building the survival base?" "Of course, immediately," Su Yuan responded enthusiastically. Having his own shelter, he no longer wanted to return to company tea, sleeping in shared barracks and eating government food. "Master, you urgently need to choose a territory for your survival base." "How should I do this?" Su Yuan looked at Xiao Yu with confusion. The little helper poked his finger forward slightly, and a projection of the planet appeared, marked with red, yellow, and green zones. Master, you can select a site on the map for your possessions. The red areas are areas of increased danger of extreme weather events. The yellow ones are relatively safer, and the green ones are the most protected areas. There are already many survival bases in the green zones, so choosing such a location may lead to conflicts with other shelters, Xiao Yu warned. Su Yuan glanced at the virtual map and, without thinking for too long, said, Xiao Yu, choose yourself. Okay, Master, I chose this area. There are 5 private bases around it, but the probability of disasters is minimal here. Xiao Yu drew a golden circle on the map, indicating the chosen location. Outside the circle, 5 red dots were visible, the other private shelters. Su Yuan glanced at him and, finding no objections, nodded. Congratulations to the host on choosing a location for the base. Get ready, the system will immediately teleport you to the shelter. Countdown 5 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Su Yuan's vision blurred and his head began to spin, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in the middle of a snow-white plain. The icy wind made him shiver from the cold. Su Yuan looked around in confusion. Xiao Yu, why is it so cold here? The smart assistant explained seriously. Master, this is a high mountain glacier. Of course it's cool here, but at least there is no risk of tsunami or flooding. Besides, the area is rich in resources. Building a base here will increase your chances of survival by at least 10%. Achoo, then the cold is not scary. What should I do now? Su Yuan sneezed, shivering from the cold so much that his teeth chattered. Master, the golden symbol on your left hand is connected to the survival base system. It contains a starter kit that will allow you to build a shelter. Su Yuan focused on the golden pattern and it immediately released a virtual screen. The golden display hovered over the palm, showing the main sections: base, store, processing, laboratory, development, lottery, inventory. Su Yuan clicked on base, and a description appeared. Survival base level 0 owner. Su Yuan. Name, unspecified area. 1000 MU of land equipment. Level 0 hut. Level 0 water supply system. Level 0 heating device. Wooden fence. Multifunctional radio. Multi-purpose stove. Wooden bed. Table. And other items. Does the host wish to build a survival base now? Build, Su Yuan ordered mentally. Instantly a straw hut, a hand pump, an electric heater, a multifunctional radio, a universal stove, as well as a bed, a table, and other household items materialized in front of him. A wooden fence enclosed an area of 1000 MU. Su Yuan stared at the pitiful shed made of a few planks and covered with straw in shock. Damn it, what is this crap? The tea company dorms were better. And this hand pump? In the highlands, in such frost? Where does the water come from? And the electric heating pad? Should I feed it with love? Su Yuan looked at Xiao Yu with a dark expression. Xiao Yu, what kind of survival base is this? This is the slums. Master, don't worry. You can spend your survival points to upgrade all your equipment. Su Yuan pointed at the hut and mentally ordered, Improve. Straw hut, level 0. Area, 5 square meters. Upgrade to level 1. 10 survival points or 10 bundles of straw plus 5 units of wood. With 10 billion points, Su Yuan didn't spare a dozen. Improve. Improve even more. And more. Straw hut, level 9. Area, 120 square meters. Upgrade to brick house. Level 1. 10,000 survival points or 1,000 bricks. In the blink of an eye, the miserable shed turned into a brick house with a kitchen, bathroom and bedroom. But this was not enough for Su Yuan. He continued improving it to a concrete fortress. Concrete fortress, level 9. Area, 360 square meters. Wall thickness, 1 meter. Features: protection from cold fronts, earthquake resistance, ability to withstand attacks from regular mutants. Upgrade to multifunctional dwelling level 1. 200 million survival points. Looking at the white concrete fortress, Su Yuan felt relieved. Entering inside, he felt a pleasant warmth. The fortress consisted of 3 floors, 1 above ground and 2 underground. The only drawback is the complete lack of equipment and empty premises. Su Yuan then upgraded the wooden fence to a log fence and then to a 20-centimeter thick, 3-meter high steel wall. By moving wooden furniture and other household items into the fortress, he created a cozy home. After checking his balance, Su Yuan found that he had spent 50 million points on upgrading his home and fence. He still had to install electricity, water circulation, improve the water supply and heating. Most importantly, he was hungry and needed food. Xiaoyu, how do you earn survival points? Just spending them isn't the answer. Master, for every day you live, at noon you get 10,000 points. You can also process various resources into points. You can attack other survival bases, mine minerals, or grow food to get resources. Su Wen had not yet decided to attack other people's bases. He did not have enough strength. Developing the deposits was also not convenient. There were no people. The only thing left was agriculture. Su Yuan opened the system, went to the store, and tried to find food. But the result was 0. The system store did not sell food. It was already dark outside. Su Yuan had placed his bedroom on the second underground level, where it was warmer, the temperature hovering around -30. Damn, no food. What, should I go hungry all night again? He muttered, sitting down on a wooden bench. Xiaoyu stood on his shoulder and reminded him, the owner must grow food himself or take it from other bases. With such cold outside, nothing will grow there. You can buy frost-resistant seeds and a growth accelerator. Then the harvest will appear in 3 or 4 hours, she suggested calmly. Su Wen immediately opened a shop and began searching for suitable seeds. I typed in corn and a multitude of options appeared. Images of an adult plant and descriptions of different varieties. He quickly realized that seeds came in 4 levels: normal, improved, rare, and super high. Prices popped up on the holographic screen. Regular corn seeds, 5 survival points per kilogram. Regular frost-resistant, already 5,000. Radiation resistant, 10,000. Improved frost-resistant, 10,000. Su Wen had no experience in farming and asked Xiaoyu, which option should I choose? She thought, start with the usual frost-resistant ones. We'll see how they go. He chose 10 kilograms of such seeds for 50,000 points. Then he found growth accelerators. The list appeared on the screen again. Small bottle, 200,000 points. Medium, 500,000. Large, 1,000,000. Su Wen was amazed. With the help of this liquid, it is possible to accelerate the growth of plants and animals by 1,000 times. The crop, which usually takes 4 months to mature, will now be ready in 3 hours. Unbelievable! I'll have corn tomorrow, he exclaimed joyfully and bought a large bottle. Despite the warm clothes, it was still chilly in the underground dwelling. He quickly upgraded the heater to a space heater and then to a regular air conditioner. But without electricity, all this is useless. So he bought a set of equipment, a wind turbine, batteries, and wiring. The installation took place without his participation. He simply gave the command to the system. He placed the wind generator near the bunker and the rest of the equipment on the first underground level. He ran electricity downstairs, turning on the air conditioner. Warmth enveloped his body, and he sighed with relief. Before I fell asleep from hunger, I decided to take care of the water supply. I bought a pump, a boiler, a filter, pipes for cold and hot water, and also a sewer system. I installed everything and updated the well to a depth of 500 meters. Not forgetting about ventilation, he modernized the bunker's air system. Suddenly, a system message popped up. The conditions for upgrading have been met. Do you wish to upgrade the shelter to a multi-functional living module? Su Wen was delighted. He spent 1.2 billion points on all the equipment. Now I could save 700 million just by upgrading. I confirm. Multifunctional dwelling, level 1. Area, 480 square meters. Walls, 1 meter of titanium alloy. Automatic door, 2 tons. Characteristics, resistant to frost, earthquakes, lava, attacks of medium monsters. The next level is 3 billion points. Can be linked to the survival base system. He mentally gave a command, and a 3-dimensional model appeared before his eyes. The layout remained 3-story. Ground floor, warehouse. First underground, technical level. Second underground, living space. There was more space. Separate kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living room, and recreation room appeared. His shabby bed and bench had turned into a large double bed and a soft sofa. Everything looked like a luxury hotel. Even a change of clean clothes was available. Su Yuan took off his dirty clothes, took a hot shower, and happily fell into bed. In the morning, he was awakened by a growling stomach. After washing, He put on a warm suit and went outside. He was immediately enveloped in a snowstorm. There was a thick layer of snow in front of the door. Xiao Yu sleepily said, "To plant corn, you need to buy robots for planting and harvesting." Looking at the knee-deep snow, he sighed. "If I take up the shovel myself, it will take all day just to clear the snow. How many points do I have left?" "Enough for robots. You have 820 million left. That's enough to buy 2 smart robots." Su Yuan opened the store again and introduced Robot Farmer. A list of 7 classes of technology has appeared. Normal, multifunctional, automatic, intelligent, super, super intelligent, and divine. Normal, 6 million. Multifunctional, 12 million. Automatic, 50 million. Intelligent, 300 million. Super, 10 billion. He immediately bought an intellectual. "Congratulations! The robot has been successfully purchased." A golden light flashed in front of him, and a huge robot appeared, resembling a village dog. "Woof, woof! Master, I am Farmer 1. I cultivate up to 10,000 mu of land per day." 10,000? Su Yuan was surprised, not believing that this 1.5-meter machine was capable of such a thing, especially since the ground outside was like stone. "Woof, woof! It's true, Master." "Excellent! I'll call you Erhuang. Erhuang, get started. I want corn." "Woof, woof! But I need to charge up." The robot responded. Su Yuan frowned, his stomach already demanding food. "How much do you need?" 5 minutes of charging, and I work for half an hour." Delighted, he led Erhuang into the house and put it on charge. Later, Su Yuan acquired another intelligent robot, this time for harvesting. He had given away 600 million survival points for just 2 of these robots. Now, he had only 220 million left. The robot collector looked like a fluffy ginger cat. It was small in size, but moved incredibly dexterously. Lying in front of Su Yuan, it happily meowed, "Meow, meow." "Master, I am Harvester 1. I can harvest up to 1,000,000 kilograms of crops per day." Su Yuan looked at the robot carefully and smiled. "From today on, you will be called Bag. Bag, how long do you need to charge?" "Meow, meow. 5 minutes of charging, and I work for half an hour." Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Although both the packet and Erhuang charged quickly, one wind turbine was clearly not enough for them. He bought another one, a regular one, for 10 million points. Now, with 2 turbines, there was enough electricity to operate around the clock, with any excess stored in an underground power room on the first level. This level was now divided into several functional rooms: a water supply center, a ventilation system, a wastewater treatment plant, a battery compartment, and a power distribution point. Within half an hour, both robots were fully charged. Su Yuan took out 10 kilograms of frost-resistant corn seeds and a large bottle of growth stimulant. "Erhuang, it's up to you whether we'll have a hearty lunch today." "Woof, woof! I promise to give it my all," the robot responded happily, wagging its tail. Su Yuan patted its head warmly. It was really more fun with such an assistant, at least some communication. Master, do you want to mark out the fields in advance, or will you let Erhuang plant at his own discretion?" Xiao Yu reminded. Su Yuan inspected the area. His base, surrounded by a steel fence, occupied 1,000 mu. Almost the entire area was covered in snow. He decided that the main thing now was to earn points. With them, you can buy everything, except, perhaps, fresh air. Erhuang, sow everything that is free. If you don't have enough seeds or stimulator, contact us. Woof! With a loud bark, the robot rushed into the snow, transforming into a multifunctional machine 20 meters long and 8 meters wide. The roar of mechanisms could be heard. First, it raked the snow toward the fence, exposing the frozen ground. Then, its legs transformed into harrows and plowed the soil. The frozen earth lumps soon became soft lumps. The robot swallowed the seeds and part of the stimulant. Its tail dug into the ground. Through it, the precise distribution of the composition to a depth of about 4 centimeters took place. In just a couple of minutes, the entire contents of the first bag went into the ground. Huang returned, wagging his tail, asking for more. Su Yuan calculated. 2 kilograms of corn is enough for 1 mu of land, 10 kilograms for 5 mu. Out of 1,000 mu, he had 990 suitable for processing left. This meant he needed another 1,870 kilograms of seeds and 10 bottles of stimulant, 1 for 100 mu. He spent another 14.35 million points to buy the rest and sent Huang to work again. An hour and a half later, most of the field was already covered with green shoots and the recently sown areas were just beginning to sprout. Huang finished his work and ran up to his master. "Woof, woof!" Su Yuan patted his head, happy. He was in no hurry to return home. Wrapped in a warm jacket, he watched the ears of corn grow rapidly before his eyes. "Damn it, this is real magic," he muttered. Another 2 hours passed, and ears of corn were already visible on each stalk. 3 hours after the first plantings, the harvest was fully ripe. The bag harvest. The robot cat rushed into the cornfield. A splash of noise, a rustle of leaves, and soon his rapid leaps began to flash across the field. He carefully picked each cob and placed it in a container on his back, inside which the corn was compressed to a miniature size of 1 centimeter. The container held a huge volume, enough for the entire plot. After more than an hour, Pakatik finished cleaning and returned. Meow, meow, meow. He meowed contentedly, asking for praise. Su Yuan gave him nothing, but stroked the fur on the robot's back with a smile. He looked at the sun. A little more than 5 hours had passed from the beginning of the planting to the end of the harvest. "So, if you do it right, you can do 2 full cycles in a day," he muttered. 1 mu brings in about 500 kilograms of corn. Multiply by 990 mu, and that's over 495,000 kilograms. Xiao Yu, how much will the system give you for a kilo of corn? Normal, 100 points. Improved, 1,000. 100 points? So, I just harvested 49.5 million points and spent only 14.35, a plus of 35 million. Su Yuan jumped up with joy. What a business! At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have survived the 8th day in the era of disasters. Reward, 10,000 survival points." He grinned. A trifling reward, but as a reminder, it was already noon. He had been working since 6 in the morning. It was time to eat. Opening the container at bags, he took out about 10 ears of corn. They would be fried for lunch. "Xiao Yu, sell the rest." She jumped on the robot's back, touched the container, and a flash of golden light carried everything into the system. Congratulations! 495,000 kilograms of corn sold. 49.5 million points received. Su Yuan had 240 million again. He spent another 14 million on new seeds and stimulants and sent his assistants out into the field again. And he himself, with corn in his hands, returned to the second underground floor to the kitchen. There was a large Chinese-type stove there, 5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. It could work on both wood and electricity. Su Yuan unfolded the grill, activated the multifunction stove, and began roasting corn. To pass the time, he brought a radio from the living room and turned it on right there in the kitchen. He received this device with his beginner's kit, and it received signals from all over the world. He picked a radio station at random and immediately heard a familiar voice. "Welcome to T Radio Daytime, broadcasting from the surviving base. There was a frost front last night. During the emergency work to restore the power supply, 6 employees died. Another 30 suffered frostbite." Su Yuan frowned. "Frost? I didn't notice." He really didn't feel the cold. The air conditioner was working, and he himself was wrapped in a warm blanket. It was even a bit hot. He felt sad. Although he didn't know these people personally, he had lived at the tea company base at one time and must have crossed paths with some of them. The host listed the names of the dead and then announced the rewards. All victims will be given treatment and compensation. 30 pounds of corn each. Su Yuan glanced at the corn sizzling on the grill. At T-Base, such a delicacy was considered a luxury, but here he could eat a whole bag. So much food. It's a shame there's no one to share with, he sighed. 10 minutes later, the corn was fried. Su Yuan, without waiting for it to cool down, began to gnaw the hot cobs with gusto. Then he boiled the kettle, but realized that he didn't even have tea leaves. After a hearty lunch, he took a short nap. Previously, when he was at the base, he could only dream of such a day. Returning to the surface and looking at the almost ripe crops, he smiled broadly. Damn it, I'm finally living for real. Bag the bag, get to work, it's time to harvest, he said, pointing to the first wave of ripe corn. Meow, the robot responded and rushed towards the field. While Bag was picking the ears of corn, Su Yuan was wondering whether he should try planting something else the next day. Potatoes, for example, or even raise fish, chickens, or ducks. After all, surviving is one thing, but living well is quite another. Suddenly, a strange bird croak was heard. He raised his head. A flock of large mutated birds was flying over the base. They were twice as big as eagles, and their claws could tear a sheep apart in one blow. Master, these are ordinary second-class mutants, harpies. They are omnivorous. Quickly back to the shelter. Zhao Yu panicked. Su Yuan realized that they were in danger now. The harpies were much more terrifying than the fox wolves from yesterday, and there were about 10 of them. He didn't have any weapons, so he grabbed Xiao Yu and rushed back into the house. He barely had time to slam the 2-ton titanium door shut when he heard dull thuds outside. The harpies furiously attacked the entrance. Bang! 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 Although the door barely vibrated, Su Yuan's heart sank. Those bastards. We need to arm ourselves. Xiao Yu, what's the best way to fight off mutants? The most effective way is to buy a combat robot with artificial intelligence. He immediately opened the shop. AI combat robot, runs on electricity, has a laser weapon, operates on land, water, and air. Cost 1.5 billion points. Oh, I can't afford it, he cursed. Then he decided to assemble the equipment manually. He bought a laser rifle for 10 million and an exoskeleton for 15 million. Laser rifle. A full charge gives 150 shots. Mechanical exoskeleton. Titanium armor, resistant to mutant attacks. Weight, only 10 kilograms. He loaded the weapon for 30 shots. Put on the armor. A black suit with a protective glass helmet. Visibility in it was perfect. Moreover, the helmet screen displayed the distance to the targets, wind speed, and other parameters. Ideal for a sniper. He opened the door. In the field, harpies were tearing up corn, and Erhuang and Bag were pretending to be dead, having no protective functions. As soon as the door clicked, the harpies froze and stared at Su Yuan, then rushed to attack. He aimed at one and fired. A golden beam pierced the monster's head. It fell dead. The other harpies were frightened and began to rush about. Su Yuan didn't give them a chance. A few more shots and 5 of them fell to the ground. The rest fled. Su Yuan walked up to the bodies. Their claws were sharp as razors, and their feathers were like metal blades. He shuddered at the thought of what would happen if he got to them without protection. Woof woof. Meow. Erhuang and Baggy ran up to him. Their fur was torn out in places. Underneath it, a metal body was shining. It looked like the harpies had managed to batter them too, but realizing that they were inedible, they simply abandoned them. Xiao Yu, how can I repair them? You can buy a repair machine. Su Wen gave 60 million points and installed a mobile repair station. The robots went inside and the station began to repair them. Automatic repair station, capable of repairing minor damage to equipment. He wanted to buy an advanced model with AI, but it cost 300 million. Too expensive. After the repair, Pakitik went to collect corn again. Despite the fact that the harpies ate several hundred kilograms, the harvest still amounted to 490,000 kilograms. He put some aside for dinner and tomorrow's breakfast, and handed the rest over to the system, earning 49 million points. Even after taking into account the costs of seeds, stimulants, and repairs, he still had almost 190 million left. Xiao Yu, can the harpies be handed over to the system? He asked, looking at the 6 dead carcasses. Mutant meat is dangerous. It causes mutations. He didn't want to risk it. Normal second-class mutants are handed in for 20,000 points per specimen. And if you don't hand them in, what, can you use them somehow? If you're lucky, the owner can draw out the harpy's power through the Chou-Jiang function, a special prize system. Su Wen thought, maybe they really do have some use other than skin and claws. Hearing the word lottery, Su Wen's eyes immediately lit up. He had never tried this function before. Raising his left hand, he opened the system menu and went to the raffle section. On the screen with a large button and the number 1 next to it, he had one try. Above the button was a transparent rectangle in which the results would appear. Without thinking, Su Yuan pressed the button. The text in the window began to change rapidly. Security Robot Mini Reconnaissance Satellite Nuclear Supercar, Earth Speed. Su Yuan watched with excitement as the lines flashed before his eyes until they finally stopped at Earth speed. The button dimmed and a message appeared next to it. Next try in 4 days. Congratulations. You have received 1 mu of Earth speed. Added to inventory. Not so bad, he muttered with a smile, opening the backpack. Inside, there really was an icon in the form of a red patch of Earth. Su Yuan mentally gave the system a command to place a plot behind the house. A crash was heard from somewhere behind. A piece of crimson earth the size of 1 mu crashed into the stone ground behind the shelter. Master, everything is set. If you bury the corpses of harpies there and water it with a stimulant, you can grow fruits of speed, Xiao Yu said with delight. Su Yuan, intrigued, called out to Erhuang. Woof, woof! The robot dog understood him at a glance, picked up one of the harpies' bodies, and carried it to a new site. After digging a hole, he carefully laid the carcass down, then poured growth accelerator over it. Thus, in 15 minutes, he buried all 6 harpies. Passed, but there was no sign of sprouting. It was getting dark, and the air was getting colder. Xiao Yu, when will this fruit of speed grow? It's impossible to say for sure, Master. It all depends on the type and class of the mutant. I think it's best to check in the morning. Su Wen nodded. He didn't want to stand around in the cold. He called Erhuang and Baggy, and they all went back into the house. The door automatically closed, recognizing the owner's biometric data: eyes, voice, fingerprints. Returning to the second underground level, he roasted corn again, cooked soup, and had dinner. It was a pity that there was no entertainment equipment in the house, only a radio with gloomy news. He lay down on his bed and opened the system interface. He decided to pick out something new to plant for tomorrow or get a pet. The search returned results for potatoes. Regular seeds, 5 points per kilogram. Frost resistant, 5,000 points per kilogram. Radio resistant, 10,000 points per kilogram. Improved, 500 points per kilogram. Improved frost resistant, 10,000 points per kilogram, he thought. Xiao Yu, do potatoes have the same prices and yields as corn? Yes, Master. All regular products have the same price when handed over. But if you want to earn more, plant improved varieties. He perked up. Regular products gave 100 points per kilogram, and improved ones, 1,000. 10 times more profit for the same volume. And the yield of improved crops is the same? No, Master. To get an improved harvest, you need to improve the land. Normal land gives only 50 kilograms of improved product per mu. Improve the land? He was surprised. Your current land is normal level 1. Improving each unit costs 10 points. He calculated in his mind, 1,000 mu is only 10,000 points. Nothing. He could try tomorrow. He also looked through the list of other crops. For tomorrow, he decided to sow corn, potatoes, peppers, and soybeans. If he had enough resources, he would get a couple of chickens. The next day, he got up before 6. Army habit. Sleeping late is no fun. Erhuang, bag, time to get up. Woof, woof, meow. The robots happily ran up, rubbing against his legs. Full of energy, they looked cheerful and happy. After patting their backs, Su Yuan went outside. The weather was a little warmer today, but he still put on his padded jacket, walked around the house and headed for the plot of Speedland. 5 tall stalks, like octopus tentacles, grew on the crimson soil. They had no leaves, but bright red fruits on top, each the size of a fist. "Master, Master, these are the fruits of speed. Eat one and your reactions will improve," Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly. He walked closer and picked one. He took a bite. Juicy, cool, crunchy, like a cross between an apple and a winter date. It was the first time he had eaten fruit since coming to this world. He had already snacked on corn this morning, so he ate all 5 with gusto. Later, warmth spread throughout his body. He felt refreshed. "Xiao Yu, how can I tell how much faster I've become?" "Check the stats through the system." He called up the interface. Name, Su Yuan, height, 180 centimeters. Strength, 7 normal to 10. Endurance, 6 normal to 10. Speed, 12 normal minus 10. Survival points, 190 million. He decided to run around the house. The result was astonishing. His speed increased by almost 60%. He ran 100 meters in just over 8 seconds. "Wow, this is what I call lightness," he exclaimed with delight. The robots ran happily after him, happily wagging their tails. Sweating a little, he stopped and glanced at the land of speed. "Xiao Yu, Huang buried 6 harpies. Why did only 5 fruits grow? Not every mutant grows into a fruit. The probability is 60 to 70%. So 5 fruits is still very lucky." Su Yuan nodded. "Well, maybe today we will be able to find a couple more harpies." Later, Su Yuan acquired new seeds and growth accelerators. He instructed Huang to sow 800 mu of corn, 100 of potatoes, and 90 of pepper. Soybeans came next. The potato seeds were ordinary tubers that had to be cut before planting. Huang, having transformed into a multifunctional agricultural robot, swallowed the tubers and released them already neatly sliced. Each slice contained a sprout. Then the slices were buried, watered with an accelerator, and began to sprout rapidly. As soon as the first wave of corn ripened, Baggy immediately began to collect. Su Yuan looked up at the sky, expecting the harpies to come again. The laser rifle was already loaded and ready, with 150 shots in reserve. But the harpies never showed up. Perhaps yesterday's massacre had scared them off. Disappointed, he returned to the shelter. The first ground level, 160 square meters, was almost empty. Only the repair bay took up part of the space. Su Yuan decided to keep chickens. He opened the system catalog and began searching for a chicken coop. Results: regular wooden, 500 points. Iron, 5,000. Multifunctional, 10,000. Fully automated, 100,000. The simple version required constant care. Feed, temperature, humidity. Multifunctional, only periodic refilling of the feeders. But a fully automated chicken coop could be linked to the system. Then Xiao Yu would take care of everything. He chose the latter. Automatic chicken coop 1 level. Area, 36 square meters. Holds 2 chickens. Provides their comfortable development and excellent meat quality. There is a function of automatic slaughter and separate processing of carcasses. The owner himself chooses which parts to use. For level 2, 200,000 points, capacity, up to 10 chickens. The main thing is automatic slaughter and a system of odor neutralization. The house will be clean, no smell of manure. System: chicken coop purchase detected. Link to database? Confirm. After binding, he opened the base interface. Base level: 0 owner. Su Yuan, base name. Not set area. 1,000 mu objects. Shelter, Speedland, Control AI, Farming Robot, Harvester, Chicken Coop. Wow, this is just a 0 base. What will happen at level 1? He walked outside. Xiao Yu ran up happily. "Master, I told Huang to follow Baggy. Baggy collects. Huang immediately sows again. It's much more efficient this way. Well done, Su Yuan praised. He looked around. Baggy had already finished with the corn and moved on to the pepper and potatoes. Huang, the giant cultivator, followed behind him, sowing soybeans. They worked in perfect tandem. Harvesting and planting went on without pause. In a day, 2 waves of harvest could be achieved. This brought in more than 70 million points per day. Better than before, he chuckled. No traveling, no fear of disasters. When the gathering was over, he put aside some corn, peppers and potatoes for lunch, leaving a sack of corn to feed the chickens. Congratulations. Day 9 of survival. Reward, 10,000 points. It may be a small thing, but free stuff is always nice. Back in the kitchen on the 2nd underground level, he cooked fried potatoes with peppers, roasted 3 ears of corn, and poured himself a glass of cold water. It was a simple but tasty meal. Too bad there was no juice or alcohol. In an apocalypse, alcohol is a luxury item. Even the richest with their own private retreats rarely drink it. Su Yuan thought, maybe he should start making rice wine. He had a harvest to spare, a little grain, and he would have enough wine for a year. After lunch, he went upstairs. The weather was surprisingly calm. No hail, no hurricane. Otherwise, even the frost-resistant soybeans would have died. The early plantings had already begun to bloom. In an hour, there would be fruit. The late ones had just sprouted. Suddenly he noticed there were almost no shoots left in a large area of soybeans. Everything seemed to have been devoured. He immediately put on an exoskeleton, grabbed a laser rifle, and rushed there. At the site, he was met by pig rats. They were the size of a small pig, but had 30-centimeter fangs capable of gnawing concrete. These creatures had clearly chewed a hole in the steel wall and made their way inside. The devils. He muttered through his teeth, looking at 30 to 40 animals that were not afraid of humans at all, but, on the contrary, rushed to attack with a growl. He shot at the fastest one. Only with the second bullet he finished it off. The Pororats were only Class 1 mutants, weaker than harpies, but dangerous due to their numbers. Su Yuan dodged, shooting back. His speed was above average, but his endurance was failing him. After a minute, he was already out of breath. Fortunately, after losing 7 or 8 individuals, the pack wavered and scattered. He caught his breath and looked at the destroyed crops with alarm. About 50 mu of soybeans had been completely devoured. What gluttonous bastards, he muttered. He called Huang and ordered the carcasses to be buried in the ground with speed. Maybe a couple of fruits would grow, and then the loss would not be so terrible. But before he could relax, 3 drones flew overhead. Master! This is reconnaissance from the nearest surviving base. Shoot them down before they can transmit the video, Xiao Yu exclaimed. The drones were flying low, about 150 meters. A laser rifle could easily get them. One of them was equipped with a camera. So, he was already recording footage of his crops. And that meant he would soon be visited. They would want food, or buy frost-resistant seeds from him. And while other bases were struggling with greenhouses and slow growth, his system allowed him to harvest in a day. If the enemies found out too much, there would be trouble. Su Yuan raised his hand and fired a laser rifle at the camera drone. He fired 4 or 5 shots in a row. The drone dodged several times, but was eventually hit and fell down. At the same time, the remaining 2 drones opened fire. They turned out to be modified. They had miniature automatic turrets with 100 rounds each. The bullets hit the exoskeleton's armor, showering sparks, and although they did not penetrate the protection, each shot literally pushed Su Yuan back. He did not lose his head and fired a volley back. Later, both hostile drones were destroyed. However, his armor was damaged and needed repairs. He collected the remains of all 3 drones. One of them survived relatively well. The hull was intact. Master, such a drone can be repaired, Xiao Yu said, and then improve it. Su Yuan decided to try. He placed the drone in the automatic repair station, closed the door behind it, and it immediately came to life. Dozens of manipulators got to work. Little energy consumption, No survival points required. All he had to do was voice his idea. Xiao Yu relayed his wishes to the system. Half an hour later, the drone was restored. The same standard scout. Detected. The owner now has a drone. Possible actions: rework, improve. How much will they give for reworking? He asked. 30,000 points. No, we're upgrading. Upgrade to a multifunctional reconnaissance drone. 300,000 points. Confirm? Confirm. Successfully upgraded. Multifunctional drone. Patrol radius. 100 kilometers. Altitude. Up to 1,000 meters. Tracking area. 10 square kilometers. Is available. Autonomous drone level. 1 to 5 million points. We're upgrading further. Autonomous drone level 1. 200 kilometer patrol. 1,100 meters altitude. 15 square kilometer zone. The next upgrade is level 2-10 million points. Adds a radar function. Radar? That's serious? Such a drone will be able to track signals from other bases. Su Yuan decides to improve. An autonomous second-level drone is created and connected to the system. Xiao Yu, from now on, every morning when landing begins, let the drone patrol the territory. If there is any threat, report it immediately. Of course, Master. Everything will be under control. While the drone was flying, Su Yuan brought the fragments of the other two. He did not expect a miracle, but decided to check. Maybe he could assemble another one. Xiao Yu soon received a report from the station. We can assemble an attack drone, but there are not enough weapons. Will a laser rifle do? Quite. Against mutants and enemy drones. Just what you need. He spent another 10 million points, bought a laser rifle, and installed it on a new drone. After which, he also pumped it up to level 2. Attack drone level. Patrol, 200 kilometers. Altitude, 1,100 meters. Attack zone, 500 meters. Charge, 300 shots. To his delight, the rifle also improved along with the drone. The number of shots increased. Meanwhile, Packet finished harvesting the soybeans. Despite the losses due to rats, the day turned out to be profitable. 60 million points. After subtracting the cost of the chicken coop, laser weapon, and drone upgrade, he was left with 210 million. But by evening, the temperature had dropped sharply. Su Yuan approached the part of the wall damaged by rats. Repair, he commanded mentally. Repair the wall. 30,000 points. Successful. Upgradable to level 2. 500,000 points. Upgrading. The wall has been reinforced. He continued upgrading until he reached the maximum for today. 35 million points. Level. Steel fortress level. 1 height, 10 meters. Thickness, 3 meters. 3 meters underground, 7 meters above ground. Can withstand attacks from mutants up to rank 9. The next level is 20 million. With the addition of titanium alloys. Can withstand attacks from mutants of the invasive class, Su Yuan thought. He had heard about these monsters at the tea company base. They said that even shells couldn't take them down, and 7 or 8 of these creatures could destroy an entire base. But for now, the first level of the wall would be enough. What was really important was protection from above. After the drone incident, he realized he needed a roof. And not just any dome, but an automated dome. He spent 150 million and bought a titanium crystalline dome. The frame is made of titanium. The glazing is armored glass. It lets in light, retains heat. From the air, his base now looked like a black mirror. You can't see anything. The dome was attached to a steel wall, with 9 massive titanium alloy supports running along the perimeter. Everything was tied to the system. Temperature, humidity, and atmosphere were regulated. The dome allowed the difference inside to be maintained at up to 20 degrees. If it was minus 60 outside, it was minus 40 inside, which was quite comfortable. The remaining 25 million points for tomorrow. He needed to buy seeds for something. He also moved the windmills to the wall. There was more than enough space on the 3-meter fortress for a whole row. The work for today was finished. Night was coming. And Su Yuan felt for the first time in a long time that he had truly strengthened himself. In the evening, Su Yuan finally allowed himself to relax. He fried corn, potatoes, fried pepper pods, fried soybeans, and potato sticks. From all of this, his imagination did not fail him. During dinner, he turned on the multifunctional radio. Although all the channels broadcast only alarming reports and disaster reports, this was the only connection with the outside world. If only I could go online, watch whatever I want, he sighed. Master, if you want, you can buy a microsatellite and build a base antenna. Then there will be a connection with other surviving bases, Xiao Yu responded. I don't want to do it for the connection, I just want to do it out of boredom, Su Yuan muttered. He knew the satellite was expensive, so he didn't rush. Instead, he bought a simple phone for 30,000 points. The internet and calls were unavailable, but at least he could play Tetris and Match 3. The next morning, he collected 6 fruits of speed. His speed parameter increased to 18. He rushed like a hurricane, almost like a harpy in flight. But his endurance remained at the same level. After 30 seconds of running, he was already out of breath. He decided to run for half an hour every day and do push-ups. It was time to strengthen his body. In this world, it was a matter of survival. Previously, in his world, the previous Su Yuan died from overwork. He inherited a weak body. Now that he had everything he needed, he could focus on physical training. After buying seeds and stimulants, he went for a run and entrusted the management of the farm to Xiao Yu, who coordinated the actions of Huang and Bag. That day, he added cabbage and radish to the crops, scheduling them for the second wave along with soybeans. The morning passed calmly. After lunch, freezing rain began, and the temperature outside dropped to -70 degrees Celsius. Thanks to the dome, the base remained at about -55 degrees Celsius, which was good for growing. Before planting, Su Yuan decided to improve the soil. He looked at the ground and mentally gave a command. Normal soil, level 0. Yield -500 kilograms per mu. Upgrade. Soil upgraded to level 1. Yield 600 kilograms per mu. Cost, 10,000 points. Next level, 100,000 points. Next, he spent 10 million points, bringing the soil to level 4, increasing the yield to 900 kilograms per mu. With his 990 mu, he could now harvest over 89 tons of produce, equivalent to 89 million points. After subtracting the cost of seeds and stimulants, there was a net profit of about 75 million. He smiled. What a business. Deciding to improve his life, he looked for chickens in the store. Common meat breed. 200 points, improved. 2,000 points. Rare, 20,000 points. He bought 2 common ones, as he had not yet grown feed for the improved breeds. He also bought a small bottle of stimulant. He placed the chicks, grain, and stimulant in the automatic chicken coop. According to calculations, in 10 hours the chicks will grow up. By morning, he will be able to get fresh meat. He stood by the transparent wall of the chicken coop and watched the chicks chirping, running in search of food. An automatic system scattered grains in different areas, making them move. This makes the meat tastier. Immersed in this peaceful picture, he did not notice how half an hour flew by. Suddenly, Xiao Yu ran in a panic. Master, the reconnaissance drone has detected 3 armored SUVs moving in our direction. She brought up a holographic image. On the screen were 3 machines modified for cold and shelling. One even had a machine gun mount, a total of 12 armed men. Su Yuan frowned. Did they come with bad intentions? Xiao Yu, give the drone a warning shot. Let them find out what they want. Accepted! The combat drone descended and fired 2 laser shots in front of the front vehicle. The vehicle stopped. A man in an exoskeleton emerged from the cabin, raised his hands up and shouted loudly, "Don't shoot! We are not enemies! We want to exchange food!" This is how Su Yuan learned that these were people from the Licheng survivor base. It was located in the west, privately owned, and had 2,600 people housed in a 500-meter underground complex on 5,000 mu. They had suffered from a snake ant attack, lost their food supply, and sent out drones to find those with surplus. The speaker was Li An, Li Cheng's deputy security commander. Yesterday's footage from their reconnaissance drone showed that Su Yuan was harvesting a large soybean crop. Now they had come to see if they could come to an agreement. We propose a 10-to-1 exchange. For every unit of food, 10 units of other resources. Su Yuan thought about it. Has enough food, but equipment, machinery, and metals would not be superfluous. Xiao Yu, how many points is 1 kilogram of ordinary steel worth? 100 points, master, as well as all ordinary materials and products. Improved ones, 1,000, rare ones, 10,000. Su Yuan estimated 100 kilograms of food, 10,000 points, and 1,000 kilograms of steel is 100,000 points. The difference is a net profit of 90,000. Profitable. Very. He decided not to limit himself to steel. He also wanted to get mutant corpses, broken weapons, and equipment. All of this can be repaired cheaper than buying new ones. Donned an exoskeleton and grabbed a laser rifle and climbed up the wall to speak with Li An in person. Li An looked up at the sky with concern. The drone above his head continued to circle without giving any signals. His face was filled with despair. In Licheng, the situation was critical. Food supplies were running low. Even guards like him ate 2 bowls of thin porridge a day. The other survivors had to make do with 1. Even the base commander himself, Li Changcheng, began eating only twice a day. Their base tried to contact all the nearby shelters, but the answer was always the same. Not subject to exchange. The reason was simple. A few days ago, just before Su Yuan built his base, all the other shelters were attacked by snake ants. These creatures ate through concrete, destroyed walls at depths of up to 500 meters. There was no escape from them. They devoured everything. Licheng did not even have any reserve food storage left. They were swallowed up by the black seething mass of insects. Li An and his men were on the verge of exhaustion when they reached Su Yuan's base after many hours of travel. A massive, bald-headed guard stood next to Li An. He couldn't take it anymore. Li, should we just attack? Otherwise, we'll all die of hunger. Li An angrily slapped him on the bald head. Are you crazy, Tiger? Do you see these walls? Such a fortification cannot be penetrated even by shells. Do you think that an ordinary person built this base? If we try by force, we will all die immediately. But what to do? Tiger said pleadingly. The brothers are dying. We wait, Li An said dully, not knowing what their visit would lead to. Base seemed to appear out of nowhere, like a mirage. Commander Li Changcheng gave clear instructions before leaving. Even if they couldn't get food, there would be no conflict. A man in an exoskeleton climbed to the top of the steel wall. His face was hidden by a mask. It was impossible to tell who he was. Xiao Yu, let them through, he ordered curtly. Understood, master. The drone changed its trajectory, giving way. The 2 drones hovered in the sky, watching from above. Li An saw Su Yuan and approached the wall, raising his head. We came with good intentions. We need food. We are willing to exchange fairly. Okay, Su Yuan responded. The exchange is 10-to-1 as you proposed. Plus, if you bring whole mutant corpses, any, even the smallest ones, for each specimen, I'll give you 10 kilograms of food. Li An's eyes lit up. For them, mutants were useless. It was dangerous to eat them. Only in research bases they were used to create genetic drugs. We have steel, fuel, fabrics, equipment. What do you need? Everything. Everything you listed for business. Even broken equipment. Rusty metal. I will accept everything. Then here it is. To confirm our intentions, we give you an advance payment of 100 kilograms of gold. We will bring the main batch tomorrow. Su Yuan was surprised. Xiao Yu, how much is this in survival points? 1,000 points, master. Gold is an ordinary metal. Su Yuan frowned in disappointment. In this system, even gold was useless. But his gaze caught on the heavy machine gun mounted on the SUV. He perked up. Leave the machine gun. No need for gold. In exchange, 1,000 kilograms of soybeans. Free of charge. This is my first treat. Lian ate in amazement. Refusing gold for food? This is against all the rules in the post-apocalyptic world. He bowed respectfully. My name is Lian. From this day forward, you are Li Cheng's friend. If we ever need help, we will give everything to repay you. Su Yuan nodded. He didn't expect that a ton of soybeans would secure him an alliance with an entire surviving base. Su Yuan spent 100 points and bought 10 bags. With the help of the bag, he loaded the first 1,000 kilograms of soybeans into them. Meanwhile, Lian dismantled the machine gun from the car, carefully placed it next to it, took the bags, and left for Li Cheng. Su Yuan installed the trophy above the entrance to the base. The massive titanium steel gate, 15 by 10 meters, was now protected by a heavy weapon. System: new weapon discovered. A machine gun. Upgrade to a multifunctional one. Price: 300,000 points. Upgrade: multifunctional machine gun, capable of destroying a normal mutant of level 2. To move to the next level, you need 5 million points. Another upgrade. Automatic machine gun, level 1. Works on electricity, destroys mutants of level 3, can be linked to the system and set up automatic target acquisition. Next, level 2. Range of destruction is 500 meters. The price was 6 million. Su Yuan stopped at this. The ammunition was limited. 3,000 rounds left by Lian. When they ran out, the cannon would be useless. So it was time to build an armory. In the morning, Su Yuan sowed, harvested, and earned 35 million. After upgrading the land and accounting for the given soybeans, the net income was 74 million. The account has 134 million points. He realized that the 2 old wind turbines were no longer coping. The base was expanding. There was more electronics. He spent 50 million to improve the wind turbines. Improved wind turbines, resistant to extreme cold and heat. Produced 2,000 kilowatt hours. The next step, automatic generators of 10,000 kilowatts per hour, cost 5 billion. It's too early. He also bought an automated warehouse on 10 acres, with temperature control and a 3-level structure. There he began to store products for exchange with Li Cheng. Level 1 holds up to 100,000 kilograms of provisions or equivalent resources. 1 floor above ground, 2 below. In the evening, having eaten his fill, Su Yuan settled down with his phone and began to play Tetris. The next day, all is quiet, not a single mutant. But the temperature rose sharply. By midday, it was already plus 40 degrees Celsius outside. In the era of disasters, such fluctuations were the norm. Inside the base, everything was stable, a comfortable plus 25 degrees Celsius. System: congratulations, you have lived in the world of disasters for 11 days. Reward: 10,000 points. Wu Yuan put his phone down. It's time for lunch. The 2 chickens I raised yesterday have turned into chicks and are in the refrigerator. Today, Su Yuan raised 2 more ducks. He simply cooked some spicy chicken and roasted 2 corns, and Su Yuan was full. After a short rest, Xiao Yu reminded him that Lian was here. This time, Lian brought 15 trucks with various supplies, 100,000 kilograms of various steels, 50,000 kilograms of used equipment, and 500 corpses of alien creatures. Friend, I brought everything we need. Come down and take a look. Lian waved to Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded, put on the protective mechanical exoskeleton, climbed down the steel wall, opened the titanium alloy automatic door, and walked towards Lian and the others' column. Lian saw that Su Yuan's protective mechanical exoskeleton was at least 2 generations more advanced than the one they were using. The laser gun in Su Yuan's hand was the size of a normal gun, but its power was 10 times greater. On the steel wall, aimed at Liang and the others when Su Yuan walked out of the gate. Liang felt that none of them could withstand the bullets from the machine gun. They did not dare to act recklessly, nor did they think about being reckless. Su Yuan was prepared for any turn of events. He could only count on himself. Su Yuan looked at the goods. He was not interested in steel, since the system would recycle it anyway. Instead, he was interested in the bodies of alien creatures and used equipment. Su Yuan discovered that the bodies of the alien creatures were snake-like ants that were the size of a chicken and could easily bite through reinforced concrete with their pincer-like mouths. Snake-like ants were very strong and could develop a strength 10 times greater than their own. They are called snake ants because they have the venom of poisonous snakes, and even a small number of them can kill a person. Moreover, they are no longer single-colored like ordinary ants. Their bodies are multicolored, and they are obviously poisonous. Li An and the others were still afraid of snake ants. They put on 3 layers of gloves before they dared to open the bag for Su Yuan to check. Su Yuan found that Li An and the others had not lied to him. Most of the bodies were relatively intact and had the ability to grow speed fruits. Among the scraps, there were also a few that interested Su Yuan, such as 2 machine tools, a radio device, and a stamping machine. If he could modify them, Su Yuan could build his own weapons workshop. Then agreed to an exchange of 100,000 kilograms of steel for 10,000 kilograms of corn, 50,000 kilograms of scrap metal for 5,000 kilograms of potatoes, and 500 alien animal corpses for 5,000 kilograms of soybeans. Li Feng was very satisfied with the 20,000 kilograms of food, which was enough for Li Cheng to last for a while. Su Yuan spent another 20 million survival points to buy 2 multifunctional transport robots and transported the 20,000 kilograms of food collected in the morning and handed it over to Li Feng. 20,000 kilograms of food processing is 2 million survival points. After Li Feng left, Su Yuan directly processed 100,000 kilograms of steel and got 10 million survival points. Not only did he recover his investment, but he also earned 8 million survival points. Su Yuan ordered the transport robots to transport 50,000 tons of scrap metal to the base, preparing to select equipment that could still be repaired and used after repair and transformation. Huang buried 500 alien beast corpses right in the land of speed. How many speed fruits grow depends on luck. In the afternoon, Su Yuan asked Huang and the instant noodles to continue planting. He instructed the transport robot to first transport the radio equipment to the automated repair center for repair and transformation. The automatic repair center disassembled and assembled parts from 50,000 tons of scrap metal and finally repaired the radio equipment. Dean, and it turned out that the presenter repaired the radio communication equipment. After collecting 300,000 survival points, it can be upgraded to a multifunctional wireless communication device. Want to upgrade? 69's HUX. COM Improve. Multifunctional wireless communication device. Can send and receive radio signals. The maximum communication range is 1,000 kilometers. Upgrade to a Level 1 automatic wireless communication device, 5 million survival points, can autonomously receive and intercept surrounding radio signals. Continue upgrading. Su Yuan switched to upgrading without hesitation. He wanted to know how things were with the other survival bases around him. With the wireless communication device, he can communicate with other survival bases over a long distance. Ding, the upgrade was successful. Level 1 automatic wireless communication device, maximum communication range of 1,500 kilometers, can intercept any radio signals. Upgrade to Level 2 automatic wireless communication device, 20 million survival points, can actively monitor surrounding radio signals. Continue upgrading. Ding, upgrade successful. Automatic Level 2 wireless communication device, maximum communication range of 2,000 kilometers, can connect to the system. Upgrade to automatic wireless communication device Level 3, 50 million survival points, communication range increased to 2,500 kilometers. Communication device size reduced by 5%. Su Yuan stopped the upgrade, installed an automatic wireless communication device in the corner of the first floor, created a communication room and linked the system, allowing Xiaoyu to monitor the situation of the 5 neighboring survival bases in real time. After that, Su Yuan used a tool machine, a stamping machine, and some equipment for transformation and practice, and built a weapons and equipment room with an area of 80 square meters. Dean, it turns out the owner built a normal weapon and equipment room, 50 million survival points, which can be upgraded to a multifunctional weapon and equipment room. Want to upgrade? Upgrade. Dean, the upgrade failed. The owner did not have enough survival points. Su Yuan was stunned and found that he only had 48 million survival points. Yesterday, Su Yuan had 34 million survival points. After harvesting this morning, plus deducting part of the harvest left in the warehouse and exchanged with Lian, he had earned more than 60 million survival points. In addition, he earned 10 million survival points for refining 10 steels, for a total of over 100 million survival points. However, after purchasing ordinary transport robots, upgrading automatic wireless communication devices, and purchasing seeds and accelerated growth potions, Su Yuan had few survival points left. After the transformation, Su Yuan was left with 40,000 kilograms of scrap metal, all useless things that he directly recycled in exchange for 4 million survival points. Su Yuan again upgraded the weapon and equipment room. Ding! The upgrade was successful. Multifunctional weapon and equipment room can produce various types of conventional weapons. Upgrade to Level 1 automatic weapons and equipment room. 200 million survival points can link the system and produce automatic conventional weapons. Has 2 million survival points, and he does not plan to upgrade the weapon. The main thing is that the machine gun has enough bullets, and everything is fine. After the second wave of food processing, Su Yuan filled the warehouse. After processing the food, he still had 72 million survival points left. But now, the space in the multifunctional survival house is not enough. The 2 underground floors have been fully equipped. The first floor now also has a smart chicken coop, a multifunctional weapons and equipment room, and a smart service house. In addition, 2 normal transport robots and 2 drones need to be charged on the first floor. Therefore, the first floor seems relatively narrow and can no longer accommodate other things. To advance to the next level of the multifunctional survival house, 300 million points are required. Su Yuan must grow food for at least 2 days to earn enough survival points. In the morning, Su Yuan ran to the speed field to check the harvest, and a total of 332 speed fruits were produced. Su Yuan laughed happily. Oh my God, so many speed fruits. If I eat them all, won't I be able to run faster than a rocket? Teacher, you'd better not eat them all. Your strength and stamina can't keep up with the level. If you eat so many speed fruits, you probably won't be able to run for a second and will fall. Su Yuan was shocked. Then how much can I eat at most? The maximum difference between speed, strength, and endurance should not exceed 30, otherwise the host's body will not withstand and will fall apart. Su Yuan checked his stat table. Host Su Yuan, height 180, strength 7, normal human 10, endurance 6, normal human 10, speed 18, normal human 10, survival points 74 million, minimum endurance is 6, which means maximum speed is 36. Su Yuan thought about it and finally decided to keep the speed at 35, not wanting to reach the limit. What if he ran with all his might, was exhausted and unable to do anything else? Wouldn't he lie on the ground and wait for death? Su Yuan ate another 17 speed fruits and increased his speed value to 35. Su Yuan tried it and ran 100 meters in 3 seconds. At this speed, others wouldn't be able to reach him even if they wanted to shoot. Xiao Yu, what should I do with the remaining speed fruits? The owner can recycle them or put them in the fridge and eat them later. How many survival points do I get for recycled speed fruit? Owner, 10,000 survival points. Su Yuan thought the refining price was good, so he refined 300 speed fruits and earned 3 million survival points. He put the remaining 15 in the refrigerator. After all this, Su Yuan started the new day by planting. It was very hot today. In the morning, the temperature reached 50 degrees and continued to rise. By midday, the temperature outside reached 60 degrees. It seemed like there was a huge hole in the sky and the sun was shining directly on the earth. Inside the automatic dome also reached 40 degrees, which was no longer suitable for planting ordinary frost-resistant seeds. Su Yuan bought ordinary heat-resistant seeds to plant. But try planting corn first. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for surviving 12 days in the Great Disaster Era and obtaining 10,000 survival points. Hearing the familiar voice about the reward, Su Yuan knew it was time to eat. However, he also remembered that today he could participate in the lottery. After activating the basic survival system, you can win a prize once on the same day, and then you will have a chance to win a prize every 5 days, and the chances of winning can be accumulated. He won the prize on the 8th day ago and won the Speedland. The lottery button will only display 4 days. Open the lottery page and press the golden virtual button. Su Yuan hopes to obtain a piece of Stamina Land. Only when his stamina improves can he continue to use the speed fruits. Then, lines of text flashed on the empty golden frame of the display. Smart flying car, micro-communication, satellite energy country nuclear power plant. Su Yuan looked at the golden frame of the display expectantly, and the text that finally stopped was micro-communication satellite. Ding! Congratulations to the owner on receiving the micro-communication satellite that was given to him in a backpack. Micro-communications satellite. Wow, not bad. Su Yuan opened the backpack and saw a black satellite icon. Micro-communications satellite. Can communicate around the world in real time and use the internet. Upgraded multifunctional satellite, 2 billion survival points, can communicate and detect in one, monitor weather changes, prevent extreme weather disasters, and can be invisible. Su Yuan jumped up happily. Finally, he could use the internet directly using the microsatellite. Suddenly, a black satellite the size of a fist appeared outside the atmosphere. Master, we still need to buy a satellite receiver. Otherwise, we can't do anything. Su Yuan searched for an automatic satellite receiver in the shopping mall. The cheapest one cost 150 million survival points. He could only give up for now and wait for the second wave of food to be processed during the day before buying it. Su Yuan hurriedly collected the food and waited for the second wave of food to mature. When the food was mature, Su Yuan immediately asked the instant noodles to collect it. It took the instant noodles more than an hour to collect all the food. After Su Yuan processed the food, he had 220 million survival points in his hands. Su Yuan immediately bought a satellite receiver. Satellite receiver can receive and transmit satellite signals, connect mobile phones, computers and systems. Su Yuan placed the satellite receiver's external unit on the steel wall and the internal unit on the first floor of the multifunctional survival house. Upgrade to level 1. Want to upgrade? Upgrade! Ding! Upgrade completed successfully. Base level 1. Host, Su Yuan. Name, nameless area. 1,100 acres of land equipment. Multifunctional survival house. High-speed land plot. Survival housekeeper. Intelligent robot farmer Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the survival base to level 1 and the ability to upgrade all equipment once, and an additional reward of a disaster warning machine which was distributed to the owner's backpack. Su Yuan was overjoyed and did not expect such luck. He won a communication satellite in the lottery. After purchasing the satellite receiver, the survival base met the upgrade conditions. After the upgrade, all equipment could be upgraded. It was simply better than pie in the sky. Su Yuan first upgraded the multifunctional survival house. Multifunctional survival house. Level 2. Area, 960 square meters. Wall thickness, 2 meters titanium alloy. Automatic door titanium alloy, 2.5 tons. Features, protection against cold currents, earthquakes, lava, and the ability to withstand attacks from ordinary. Alien beasts. Upgrade to multifunctional survival house level 3 requires 400 million survival points. The multifunctional survival house has changed from 3 floors to 4. Su Yuan's bedroom has been moved from the second underground floor to the third underground floor. The original staircase has been converted into an elevator, and you can take the elevator directly to the third basement floor. The second basement floor has become an equipment floor, including a satellite receiver. The first underground floor became the breeding floor, and Su Yuan moved the fully automatic chicken coop to this floor. On the first floor above ground, there are automatic maintenance rooms and multifunctional rooms for weapons and equipment. Then Su Yuan improved one after another, and the opportunity for free improvement would be wasted if it was not used. First, the machine well was upgraded to a multifunctional deep-sea well capable of extracting groundwater from a depth of 1,500 meters. Erhuang and instant noodles were also upgraded to level 2 intelligence, and the planting and harvesting speed became faster and more intelligent. They could plant and harvest autonomously without Xiaoyu's commands. The two multifunctional wind turbines have been upgraded to automatic level 1, and the electricity generated every day is currently not enough for Su Yuan. The steel wall, automatic service room, automatic warehouse, automatic dome, and fully automatic chicken house have been upgraded to automatic level 2. The automatic wireless communication machine, 2 automatic drones, and fully automatic machine guns have been upgraded to automatic level 3. The multifunctional weapons and equipment room has been upgraded to level 1, and the system has been linked. As long as Su Yuan had enough raw materials, he could produce various firearms and bullets. The multifunctional transport robot was also upgraded to a level 1 automatic transport robot, which could be connected to the system and transport cargo at any time. The most was that the micro-satellite communication and satellite signal receiver could be upgraded to a multifunctional satellite and a multifunctional satellite signal receiver. After upgrading all the equipment, Su Yuan still had 75 million survival points left. He immediately spent 20 million survival points to buy a multifunctional computer and connected to the internet. The internet in the era of disaster is difficult for ordinary people to access. If Su Yuan's satellite signal wants to be connected to the internet, he needs to give the survival base a name and connect to the internet on behalf of the survival base. Su Yuan thought about it and named the survival base Dragon City, and the descendants of the dragon lived in Dragon City. After the name was successfully assigned, the multifunctional satellite was integrated into the global satellite network. At the same time, the hidden function of the multifunctional satellite was turned on so that other satellites could not detect its existence. After connecting to the global network, Su Yuan discovered that there were more than 1 million survival bases in the world, and the number of people with internet access at each survival base did not exceed 1 million. Most people can only browse the regional network inside the survival base and cannot understand the information from the outside world. The strongest survival base is Midu, which brings together the world's best experts and has the most advanced technology. Currently, there are more than 5 million people living there. The second is Huadu, which has the most highly trained and steadfast security and currently has more than 11 million people living there. Su Yuan looked through the information and found that all the survival bases were experiencing food shortages, and the gap was huge. Less than 1,000th of the population could eat to their fill. The debate on this issue is still ongoing. Some experts believe that the disaster will end soon, while others believe that this is a precursor to its beginning. After the appearance of an invasion-level alien beast, the appearance of a higher-level alien beast is inevitable. Experts who believe the disaster will soon end suggest that the base will be able to return to normal life on Earth thanks to fluctuations in sunspots and changes in the global magnetic field. Opposing experts insist on the need to go deeper underground and build underground cities to avoid the impending disaster and alien beasts. Su Yuan frowned and suddenly remembered that he had obtained an early warning aircraft for disasters. Take the early warning aircraft out of the backpack. It is a white, honeycomb-shaped device, 2 meters long and 1 meter high. When the disaster warning machine was turned on, a voice rang out in my ears. Disaster warning machine. Starting up, please stay on. Do not turn off the power. Then there was a sharp, mechanical roar. The whirring mechanical hum continued for over a minute before the disaster warning machine successfully started. Then there was no sound. On the top of the disaster warning machine is a display measuring 60 centimeters in length and 40 centimeters in width. The display continuously displays the outside temperature, humidity, wind speed, and solar radiation intensity. At the same time, the indoor temperature, humidity, and other conditions are displayed. Su Yuan pressed the display of the disaster warning machine and selected the inquiry about the disaster warning situation for the next 7 days. On the screen, and after a while, Su Yuan saw the situation for the next 7 days. In one day, there would be no natural disasters within a 100-mile radius, and there would be light rain. In 2 days, there would be no natural disasters within a 100-mile radius, and there would be heavy rain. In 3 days, a cold wave could hit within a 100-mile radius, with minimum temperatures dropping to -95 degrees. In 4 days, a wave of alien beasts will descend upon the entire world, and fierce Lord-level alien beasts will emerge from the ground. In 5 days, the wave of alien beasts will continue. In 6 days, the wave of alien beasts will continue. In 7 days, if you don't die, today will be a sunny day. Level ? Damn, what is a Lord level? Su Yuan clicked on the description of the Lord-level alien beasts on the disaster warning plane. Lord-level alien beasts have the intelligence of ordinary people. They are called moving hills, 20 to 50 meters high. They ignore attacks from conventional weapons and can organize alien beasts to attack survival bases in an orderly manner. Su Yuan only learned about the existence of the violent alien beasts when he went online. No one in the world should know about the Lord-level alien beasts. If a large number of Lord-level alien beasts really appear on the 4th day, it will deal a devastating blow to humanity, and most of the private and corporate survival bases will be destroyed. As a representative of the human race, Su Yuan couldn't help but post an anonymous post online, stating that in 4 days, a Lord-level alien beast would appear and there would be a global influx of alien beasts. In less than half an hour, Su Yuan's post caused a huge sensation on the internet with more than 100,000 comments and over 1 million views. Su Yuan checked the comments and found that almost all of them were ridicule, and few believed him. This is just scaremongering. The catastrophe will pass, and the future will become better and better. According to statistics, over the past 3 days, the number of global catastrophes has decreased significantly, by 60%, and the number of attacks by alien creatures on people by 30%. This is simply absurd. Alien creatures are ordinary creatures that quickly mutate in the conditions of serious catastrophes. Where could underground alien creatures come from? It must be an expert who is afraid of catastrophes, deliberately distorting our vision and preventing us from returning to Earth. Su Yuan looked through the answers for a while. He was too lazy to pay attention to these people, and he regarded their kindness as the liver and lungs of a donkey. 4 days left? Su Yuan was worried about how to upgrade the base faster. Currently lacks a large number of defensive weapons. One fully automatic machine gun is not enough. He needs more machine guns and ammo, drones, and intelligent combat robots. Unfortunately, he does not have enough points. The points earned from landing alone are still too few. Su Yuan came up with the idea of selling food in exchange for more food, which would increase the income from selling food by 10 times. Thinking about this, Su Yuan immediately asked Xiaoyu to use the walkie-talkie to transmit a message to the nearby survival bases, and those who wanted to exchange food could come to exchange. At the same time, Su Yuan was also studying the system. In the system, such as base, trade center, refining, experiment, development, lottery, backpack, etc. Su Yuan clicked on experiment and found that he needed to build a laboratory, which would require 100 million survival points. After successful construction, the laboratory will be able to develop seeds and various machines. For example, normal seeds can create high-quality seeds, and super seeds can even create God-level seeds. Intelligent machines can develop super machines, and super-intelligent machines can develop God-level machines. Su Yuan doesn't have many survival points for research and development right now, so he turned to the development menu. The host can develop new system functions. The first development of new functions is free. Using the developed new functions requires 100 million survival points. Su Yuan only saw the hint, without explanation. Xiaoyu, how do I develop a new system function? Master, tell the system your idea. After the system approves it, you can spend your survival points and successfully develop it. Su Yuan was stunned. My God, what magic is this? After recovering from the shock, Su Yuan instantly calmed down. What he needed most now was trading in exchange for supplies and survival points. In his hands was the most important food that no survival base had enough of. Su Yuan closed his eyes and imagined the trading function he needed. The first time, failure. The system did not recognize it. The second time, failure again. The third, failure. The 16th, failure. The 17th, success. Su Yuan didn't expect such a success. The system recognized his trading concept. Ding! Congratulations to the host for developing the trading function. To use it, you need to pay 100 million survival points. Unfortunately, Su Yuan doesn't have many survival points. He can only use the trading function after earning survival points by planting tomorrow. After a busy night, Su Yuan lay down on the velvet bed and fell asleep. Huang and Paomian lay on their sides, charging. Xiaoyu didn't need to charge, so she also went to bed and lay down next to Su Yuan. The next day, it was indeed drizzling. The temperature was about -3 degrees. In the automatic dome, the temperature was about 16 degrees, which was very comfortable. After buying the seeds and the accelerated growth potion, Su Yuan asked Huang to plant the plants. In the morning, nothing happened, and there were no radio signals from the neighboring survival bases to exchange food. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for surviving 13 days in the Great Disaster era and earning 10,000 survival points. 10,000 survival points are earned every day. After Su Yuan processed the food he planted this morning, he earned another 75 million survival points. Now he has 130 million survival points. Turn on the trading function directly. Ding! And the trading function is activated, and the owner can click to view and use it. When you open the survival base system, the main menu of the system changes to Base, Shopping Center, Transaction, Processing, Experiment, Development, Lottery, Backpack, etc. Click on the transaction. The dialog box for setting up goods for the transaction will immediately appear and Su Yuan can choose the goods to sell. Now he has corn, potatoes, cabbage, soybeans, and peppers. During the day, he can also plant rice, wheat, tomatoes, and other grains and vegetables. After choosing the goods, Su Yuan also needs to specify the place of sale and the price at. Trading points are located all over the world and are open to all people. If a person wants to exchange materials, a virtual shopping center will appear in front of him. In the virtual shopping center, you can choose the food you need and exchange it for the materials you have. If the exchange is successful, the system will take away 1/10,000th of the products in the hands of the exchanger as an exchange fee. For each transaction, Su Yuan can receive 1,000 survival points from the system in addition to the usual materials. Moreover, the system does not charge Su Yuan any commission, allowing him to make a profit. The goods are then placed on the shelves, and all products must be delivered to the system's virtual shopping center. Su Yuan and Xiaoyu came to the automated warehouse. The automatic warehouse has been upgraded to the second level and can hold 150,000 kilograms of grain. Currently, it can only hold 100,000 kilograms of grain. Entering the automated warehouse control room, Su Yuan entered the potato control screen and clicked All from Warehouse. Suddenly, bags of potatoes began to be taken out on a conveyor belt. The automatic warehouse is equipped with an automatic storage function which allows for autonomous storage of grain in accordance with the specified temperature and humidity, which allows for maximum space savings in the warehouse. Su Yuan instructed 2 robotic arms to carry the potatoes in front of him. The automatic robotic arms are like 2 huge trucks. The cabin is located in the place of 2 huge mechanical arms. If you need to transport any cargo, you can directly use the mechanical arms. The mechanical arms can grasp, lift, pick up, and perform other functions, and can be extended up to 50 meters. The automated robotic arm can automatically scan the cargo being transported and determine the handling method depending on its size, volume, and weight. Moreover, the 2 robotic arms can also carry and interact with each other. Carrying hundreds of millions of kilograms of cargo every day is not a problem. In the blink of an eye, the automatic transport robot carrying 30,000 kilograms of potatoes arrived at Su Yuan's place. Su Yuan raised his left hand and pressed the galaxy-shaped totem into his palm. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from it, covering all the potatoes. Then, the golden light pulled the bags of potatoes, and they flew into the galaxy-shaped totem in Su Yuan's palm. Su Yuan realized that the totem in the palm of his left hand was actually a basic survival system. He couldn't understand this high technology yet, but maybe he would someday. When all the potatoes disappeared, Su Yuan clicked on the transaction function and checked the virtual shopping mall. He saw that 30,000 kilograms of potatoes appeared on the shelf. If someone exchanged the potatoes, their quantity would decrease. There is a virtual warehouse in the virtual shopping mall. The virtual warehouse can store various exchangeable materials. Su Yuan can choose to collect the materials in the future or exchange them directly for survival points. Su Yuan quickly put all 100,000 kilograms of food stored in the warehouse on the shelves and put them on display in the virtual shopping mall. He was just waiting for someone to learn about and use the trading system first. Su Yuan even set a special 20% discount for the first user. Immediately after Su Yuan put the potatoes on the shelves, Locke, who was far away in the Midu survival base, was the first to exchange 1 kilogram of potatoes in the virtual shopping mall. The conditions in the Midu survival base were even worse. There was freedom, had their own survival bases, and slightly weaker private bosses also had their own super large apartments in Midu. Like many unemployed drifters, Locke left the survival base every day during the day to scavenge resources from the city ruins and sell them to private bosses or companies in exchange for food. If they did not have food, they risked eating the corpses of strange animals when they were very hungry. Although most people died eating the corpses of strange beasts, very few survived. And Locke is one of the lucky ones who survived. Not only did he not die, but he became several times stronger than before, and his appetite was also several times greater than that of an ordinary person. If he did not eat for a day, he would pass out from hunger. Since the weather in Midu had recently improved, the alien creatures did not attack Midu. Locke and the other wanderers were unable to find the bodies of the alien creatures killed by the guards, and the resources they risked their lives to collect were not bought by private owners or companies. Because private owners or companies believe in experts, they think that the disaster will soon be over and the future will be better. Longer a need to gather materials to build a base for survival. This has left wanderers like Locke with nowhere to get food. Locke urgently needs to exchange the supplies in his hand for food, and he also saw a virtual shopping mall as soon as possible. Locke initially didn't believe the virtual shopping mall that opened up before him and tried to exchange 16 kilograms of scrap metal for 1 kilogram of potatoes, receiving a 20% discount. When Locke got a kilogram of potatoes in his hands, he couldn't believe his eyes, then exchanged it for more food and told the other travelers about the virtual shopping mall. After that, the number of transactions in the virtual shopping mall in Midu increased sharply. Su Yuan didn't expect that someone would exchange supplies so quickly and jumped up in joy. Ha 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 ha, what a great idea. Only I could come up with something like this. With the virtual shopping mall, Su Yuan no longer had to worry about the supply problem. He set an exchange rate of 20-1 for all Midu residents, meaning 20 kilograms of supplies for 1 kilogram of food. This is the highest price in the world. Su Yuan did not want to embarrass the travelers, but the shopkeepers in Midu were too rich. Su Yuan was afraid that they would start hoarding goods and exchange all his food at once. If the price for everyone is not set at 20-1, then the private traders will be able to fully utilize the hands of the wanderers to accumulate goods. On the Huadu side, the transaction price is set at 10-1 according to market conditions. Su Yuan found that everyone who exchanged food in the virtual shopping mall left their personal information, and he could view the merchant's information. Su Yuan could view Locke's information. Locke, 26 years old. Height, 188. Strength 1510 for a normal person. Stamina 1210 for a normal person. Speed 1010 for a normal person. Body has mutated with a tendency to develop superpowers. Superpowers? Teacher. In the era of catastrophes, humans will also rapidly develop and gain special abilities, such as running speed, strength, and the ability to eat more. These characteristics will continue to strengthen and turn into special abilities. In the eyes of ordinary people, these are called superpowers, Xiao Yu explained as he stood on Su Yuan's shoulder. Su Yuan nodded. He ate the speed fruit, which made him faster. If he continued to cultivate, he would become lightning fast, which could be called a superpower. If Locke continued to develop, he might soon become a superpower. Then Su Yuan discovered that he could not only view the information of merchants, but also block them. If Su Yuan blocked someone, that person would never be able to trade in the virtual shopping mall. Su Yuan is the owner of a virtual shopping mall. He can do whatever he wants without fear of punishment from the system. However, Su Yuan does not block anyone for no reason. He wants more people to exchange food in the virtual shopping mall. After Locke's successful trade, Midu made dozens of trades in a row, although the number of trades for each trade is small. But for each trade, Su Yuan can get a reward of 1,000 survival points. After dozens of trades, he can get tens of thousands of survival points. And this is only Midu. In the world, if someone discovers the existence of a virtual trading center in each survival base, he will start trading. Then the number of transactions will increase linearly. If the transaction reaches 1 million, he will receive a reward of 1 billion survival points. Coming out of the automatic warehouse, Su Yuan saw the food ready to ripen and laughed happily. Ha 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 ha, there is enough food, so there is no need to panic. Su Yuan whistled happily. Woof woof. Huang thought that Su Yuan was whistling to call him and excitedly ran up to him, wagging his tail. Huang, you worked hard. If you work hard on the farm, I promise to make you the smartest robot. Su Yuan stroked Huang's back fur. Woof woof, Huang barked twice in pleasure. The instant noodles also began to flow. Su Yuan asked Xiao Yu not to process this wave of food after harvesting, but to wait for him to stock it up and send it to the virtual shopping mall first. The virtual shopping mall can increase the profit of food sales in Su Yuan's hands by at least 10 times. Su Yuan went down to the underground floor. The fully automated chicken coop here has been upgraded to level 2 and can raise 10 chickens. The last time I tried to use it to raise ducks, the effect was much worse than when I raised them to level 0.5. Su Yuan upgraded the fully automated chicken coop to level 3, where he can raise 100 chickens. Raise them during the day, and they will be ready for sale the next morning. Raise another wave in the morning, and they will be ready for sale again at 6 or 7 in the evening. Per day. Su Yuan can't eat them all himself, so he plans to exchange them at a virtual shopping mall. 10 chickens for a drone. At the same time, Su Yuan bought a duck house and upgraded it to a fully automated level 3 duck house, which can also raise 100 ducks in exchange for equipment or drones. For a private base boss, exchanging a drone for 10 chickens or 10 ducks is not a big deal. The renovation of the chicken coop and duck house cost more than 3 million, which is not that expensive. Then Su Yuan returned to the ground. Instant noodles gathered the second wave of food. Su Yuan asked Xiao Yu to divide several hundred kilograms to feed the chickens and ducks, put some aside for dinner and breakfast tomorrow morning, and put the rest on the shelves and display them in the virtual shopping mall. In the evening, after dinner, Su Yuan checked his harvest. The virtual shopping mall has made over 20,000 transactions in total, exchanged over 100,000 kilograms of food, and received over 1.5 million kilograms of supplies. Reward was over 20 million survival points, and after processing over 1.5 million kilograms of materials, they could be exchanged for 150 million survival points. Su Yuan suddenly had 220 million survival points in his hands. But this was still not enough to buy a smart combat robot. However, this was only the beginning. The food harvest was collected during the day, and more than 900,000 kilograms of food were not exchanged. After exchanging this wave of food, he could make a lot of money. Su Yuan opened a shopping mall to find smart combat robots. Smart Combat Robot Level 1. 1.5 billion survival points, can kill brute-level monsters and resist lord-level monsters. How to resist Lord-level monsters? Damn it, it seems like one smart combat robot isn't enough. It can't kill a Lord-level monster. If 2 more Lord-level monsters appear, it will die. Su Yuan was a little disappointed and started looking for a weapon that could fight Lord-level monsters. Laser chariot, 50 billion each. Ion cannon, 80 billion each. Nuclear super pistol, 100 billion each. My God, none of them can afford that. Master, in fact, most Lord-level alien beasts can be destroyed with 3 intelligent combat robots and laser cannons, Xiao Yu reminded. Really? Lord-level alien beasts are also divided into strong and weak. The Master can upgrade the intelligent combat robots or buy even more intelligent combat robots that can completely destroy the Lord-level alien beasts. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. There are still 3 days left. If he works hard, he can earn enough survival points. Next, Su Yuan plans to install fully automatic machine guns on the steel walls. Now he has a room with automatic weapons, and he can use the materials he gets to make machine guns and ammo, and then upgrade them all to deal with the beast invasion. He also wants to install laser cannons on the automated dome to remotely attack the Lord-level violent alien beasts. After thinking about the situation, Su Yuan went to sleep, wrapped in a velvet blanket. Today, the temperature was normal, and it was not cold at all on the 3rd floor, so there was no need to turn on the air conditioner at night. At dawn, Su Yuan opened his eyes, clicked on the virtual shopping mall, and checked his harvest. From last night to this morning, more than 30,000 transactions were made, in which more than 300,000 caddies of grain were exchanged. Some of them were private bases exchanging tens of thousands of caddies of grain at a time, while some traded only half a caddy of grain at a time. With more than 30,000 trades, Su Yuan was able to obtain more than 30 million survival points, and the trading volume exceeded 4.5 million kilograms. Among other things, Su Yuan planned to select the equipment, repair it, and upgrade it for further use. Currently has 1,100 acres of land, of which 1,000 acres are 4th-level ordinary land, with an annual yield of over 900 catties. After the harvest wave, the yield has exceeded 900,000 catties. Based on the current market conditions of virtual shopping malls, morning seeding is sufficient to ensure the daily turnover of virtual shopping malls. Su Yuan has no plans to cultivate the remaining 100 acres of land for now and will save it for building various equipment factories. Su Yuan smiled as he got out of bed, turned on the multifunctional computer again, and went online to see people's reactions. Open the Global Survival Forum. Does anyone know what a virtual shopping mall is? It's a high-tech thing. Have aliens come to our aid? The virtual shopping mall has given us hope. From now on, we will have enough food, and humans will be the masters of the world again. God opened his eyes and finally gave ordinary people like us food. Su Yuan took a quick look, and everyone resigned themselves to the existence of the virtual shopping mall. Whether they thought it was high technology from aliens or a miracle, everyone thought that the virtual shopping mall was helping people. But there are still some dissatisfied people. Many are unhappy with the price. Why is it that in Huadu, food is exchanged at a ratio of 10 to 1, but rice is exchanged at a ratio of 20 to 1? For this reason, many people complained, including Su Yuan. The system also transferred all those who complained to Su Yuan. Damn it, if you are unhappy, don't trade. Su Yuan directly blocked everyone who complained to him, and these people could no longer exchange food in the virtual shopping mall. Su Yuan also found that the most dissatisfied were the rich people of Midu. With the advent of the virtual shopping mall, they could not arbitrarily control the vagrants and ordinary workers. The vagrants, risking their lives, wandered through the ruins of the city in search of supplies. Having found them, they exchanged them for food on the spot and returned to the survival base. Some brave wanderers in Midu secretly dismantled the public facilities at the Midu survival base in exchange for food. Midu security also turned a blind eye. However, experts said that the disaster would soon end, people would soon return to the city, and the survival base would become a thing of the past. According to experts' observations, the global magnetic field has returned to normal. Experts suggest that in a few days, the number of sunspots should also return to normal, and it will be possible to determine whether the disaster has passed. Su Yuan doesn't care how crazy the people of Midu are. He doesn't believe in experts, he only believes in airplanes warning of disasters. Let them be free in a free place. He just wants to use food to exchange resources and build a survival base. Every time food is exchanged, one less person dies of hunger, which can be considered a good deed. Finally, Su Yuan anonymously sent a warning to the Huadu survival base leadership, reminding them of the approaching wave of alien beasts and warning that a Lord-level alien beast would appear. After breakfast, Huang began farming. Su Yuan was surprised to find that Xiao Yu had grown by 20 centimeters and was already over 50 centimeters. Xiao Yu, why have you grown taller? Hey, master. Every time you develop a system function, I will grow a little taller. When I grow up, I will be very strong. Xiao Yu laughed. Su Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Yu was also attached to the survival system and could continue to develop with her. After arriving at the automatic weapons equipment room, Su Yuan asked Xiao Yu to manage the automatic weapons equipment room and produce weapons. Master, once you enter the command center, the automatic weapons and equipment room will be able to operate automatically. But the production of machine guns requires sufficient resources. Su Yuan smirked and said, "These are all small things. If you need resources, just take them from the virtual mall warehouse. If there are no resources in the warehouse, just tell me and I will go to the system mall to get them." Xiao Yu is a life manager. As long as she receives instructions from Su Yuan, she can manage him. In the morning, Huang and Pao Mian did their farming in an orderly manner and collected more than 900,000 kilograms of grain. 150,000 kilograms of grain was sent to the automatic warehouse, and the remaining 750,000 kilograms of grain were processed, bringing in more than 75 million survival points. After deducting the cost of the seeds and growth acceleration potions, Su Yuan also earned more than 60 million survival points. Thus, Su Yuan's survival points accumulated to 310 million. In the afternoon, Su Yuan began to install machine guns. Room produced 100 machine guns and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Su Yuan installed all the machine guns on a 4-meter-thick steel wall. After upgrading to multifunction machine guns, the machine gun rows can rotate 360 degrees to attack monsters. Upgrading 100 machine guns cost 30 million survival points. To upgrade the machine guns to fully automatic, each one costs 5 million, which is 500 million. In order to buy intelligent combat robots, Su Yuan does not plan to upgrade all machine guns to fully automatic ones yet. After that, Su Yuan discovered that 100 chickens and 100 ducks placed in the virtual shopping mall in the morning were exchanged. Su Yuan received 20 combat drones, and each drone was equipped with a bomb. Su Yuan was overjoyed. He did not expect the local tyrant to be so generous. He immediately opened the system and found that the person he exchanged with was Shalibi from the Shadow Survival Base. All the people at the Shadow Survival Base had pieces of cloth on their heads. They were the richest in the world. They didn't care about these small amounts of money. For such a generous customer, Su Yuan also generously provided Shalibi with an exclusive 20% discount, which can be used to purchase any product in the virtual mall with a 20% discount. More than 900,000 kilograms of grain harvested during the day were placed in the virtual trading center. Su Yuan found that the number of transactions during the day increased very quickly. In total, more than 100,000 transactions were made, and more than 100 million survival points were rewarded. More than 550,000 kilograms of grain were exchanged, and more than 6.5 million kilograms of supplies were obtained. Together with the previous supplies, Su Yuan had more than 11 million kilograms of supplies. Su Yuan selected 500,000 kilograms of equipment and materials that could be repaired, converted, and upgraded, and recycled all the remaining materials, earning 1.05 billion survival points. Thus, Su Yuan had 1.43 billion survival points, and there were still 950,000 kilograms of grain in the virtual trading center that had not been exchanged, and 150,000 kilograms of grain in the automatic warehouse that had not been put on the shelves. After that, Su Yuan put 100 adult chickens and 100 ducks into the virtual shopping mall and placed them on the shelves. This time, he wanted to exchange them for 2 tanks. He hoped that the local tyrants in Shadu would appreciate the chickens and ducks he raised. As long as there was enough food and growth-boosting potions for the fully automated chicken coops and ducks, Su Yuan had nothing to worry about. He only had to take out the adult chickens and ducks and put them on the shelves at a certain time every day, and then buy new chickens and ducks, left or more than one day to be exact. He didn't know when the animal tide would come, in the morning, afternoon, or evening of the 4th day. Points were just enough to buy a sentient combat robot, but he still had a long way to go to achieve his goal of at least 3 sentient combat robots. If you exchange all 950,000 kilograms of food that will be brought today, plus 2 waves tomorrow, then the survival points should be almost enough. After dinner, Su Yuan opened the virtual shopping mall to check the status of the transactions. In the evening, the number of transactions at the Midu survival base increased significantly. Since it was the working hours of the Midu production base, it was morning and time to get up and eat. In less than 2 hours, the number of transactions exceeded 100,000, and the transaction volume reached 150,000 kilograms of food. As the number of transactions increases, more and more ordinary people become aware of the existence of the virtual shopping mall. But the number of transactions decreases, and almost all the people who participate in the transaction are ordinary people. Unlike when transactions first started, people still wanted to stock up on large amounts of food, fearing that there would be no chance for the next transaction. Now, most people just want to use the resources they have to trade them for proper food, hoping that tomorrow will be better and they can leave the survival base and return to normal life. Looking at the surge in the number of transactions, Su Yuan smiled and turned on the multifunctional computer. The multifunctional computer was placed in front of the sofa by Su Yuan. The large screen of more than 40 inches can be operated while sitting on the sofa. You can put on an electronic helmet and use your consciousness to access the internet directly, or use a keyboard and mouse to access the internet normally. When Su Yuan is not playing games, he prefers the traditional way of surfing the internet. Opening the Global Survival Forum, Su Yuan looked at the topics that people were most concerned about. Most of the posts were about how to survive after escaping from the survival base and how people should be more environmentally friendly. Almost everyone believes that changes in the global magnetic field and the transformation of animals into strange beasts are caused by people's inattention to the environment and extreme catastrophic weather events. However, some people believe that the changes in the global magnetic field are natural changes that have nothing to do with human production and life. Some also believe that survival-based life has missed the opportunity for rapid evolution. And this view is supported by most people. Bases such as Midu and Fudu are preparing to form advance teams to return to the city. In survival bases such as Huadu, perhaps due to Su Yuan's warning, there are very few reports of people eager to return to city life, and there is no sign of returning to the city yet. Then played a few wilderness survival games and checked the transaction status in the virtual shopping mall. At 11:30 p.m., the number of transactions increased from over 100,000 to over 330,000, and the cumulative grain transaction volume was over 420,000 kilograms. Su Yuan received 330 million survival points as a reward, as well as more than 6.3 million kilograms of supplies. After processing more than 6 million kilograms of supplies, he received more than 600 million survival points. Points have accumulated to 2.36 billion, and the virtual shopping mall also has 530,000 kilograms of food, which should be enough for the shopping needs in the second half of the night. If that's not enough, Su Yuan can also store 150,000 kilograms of food on the shelves of the automatic warehouse. In addition, Su Yuan has accumulated 800,000 kilograms of equipment and materials that can be repaired and restored. Su Yuan has not yet taken out this old equipment for upgrade. With enough points, Su Yuan directly clicked on the system shopping mall to buy intelligent attack robots. Su Yuan discovered that intelligent attack robots are also divided into several types, including speed type, wisdom type, and strength type. Intelligent attack robot, old yellow ox, super attack power, equipped with 2 laser cannons, a laser bullet, and a laser sword. Intelligent attack. Robot, Little White Mouse, has the ability to command battles, equipped with a laser gun and laser cannon. Intelligent attack robot. Big Ears Rabbit comes and goes like lightning, equipped with a laser machine gun and laser sword. Su Yuan, without even thinking, bought a powerful intelligent combat robot, Old Yellow Ox. Suddenly, an old yellow cow, more than 5 meters long and 3 meters high, appeared in Su Yuan's living room. "Moo, master, I am the #1 fighter." The old yellow cow lay on the ground, its huge body unable to stand. Su Yuan discovered that the intelligent combat robot was as lifelike as Erhuang and instant noodles, and every hair on its body was exactly like a real cow. "God, you're too big. Can you shrink a little? My living room can't hold you anymore. From now on, your name will be New Dali." "Moo, no problem, master." New Dali shouted twice, and his body began to shrink, becoming the same size as Erhuang, obediently stepping aside. "Dali, do you need to charge it?" "Moo, master. Dali charges in 5 minutes and works for half an hour." Su Yuan felt a little sad. Alas, it would be great if all intelligent robots ran on atomic energy. Then he asked New Dali to quickly charge himself because he had an important matter to do tomorrow that New Dali had to do. Su Yuan felt a little sleepy, so he returned to the bedroom and went to bed. The next morning was very cold, and the temperature outside dropped to about -53 degrees. There was a possibility of a severe cold snap today. The temperature inside the automatic dome also dropped to about -36 degrees. Su Yuan asked Erhuang to sow the seeds as soon as possible. If a cold snap comes, the temperature will be too low, below -60 degrees, and the cold-resistant seeds will not survive. Su Yuan checked the system and found that the chickens and ducks had been exchanged, and he received 2 light tanks and 15 shells. The person who exchanged with Su Yuan was Shalibi from the Shadu survival base. Shalibi still disdained discounts, and every transaction was exchanged at the original price. The trading situation in the second half of yesterday evening was also very hot, with 380,000 transactions and more than 520,000 kilograms of food sold. There is not much food left in the entire virtual shopping mall. Su Yuan received a reward of 380 million survival points and 6.7 million kilograms of supplies, all of which were converted into 670 million survival points, bringing Su Yuan's survival points to 1.91 billion. Su Yuan did not hesitate to buy another intelligent attack robot. Suddenly, a large tiger appeared in front of Su Yuan. "Roar, master, I am fighter number 2 factorial. Just call me Big Cat." Intelligent combat robot. Big Cat, armed with 2 laser cannons, a laser machine gun, and a laser machete. After breakfast, Su Yuan asked New Dali to start work, and Big Cat still needs to be charged. Su Yuan always wanted to collect various resources in the city ruins, but he himself could not risk leaving the survival base. And Xiao Yu, Erhuang, and instant noodles are not suitable for resource hunting. Now that New Dali has him, he can go out and search. Su Yuan asked Xiao Yu to command an automatic reconnaissance drone to find a way for New Dali. Let New Dali take 2 transport robots to the ruins of the city to collect scrap metal and various equipment. After all, New Dali and the transport robots do not have the function of systematic recycling. Even Xiao Yu can only recycle resources in the survival base with Su Yuan's permission. So the materials found must be returned to the survival base before they can be recycled. Su Yuan sees the scene in front of New Dali and the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft on the multifunctional computer screen. The sky was covered with snow, and everything around was frozen. New Dali transformed into a giant 15-meter-tall robot with 2 laser cannons on his back, a laser machine gun strapped to his right hip, and a laser sword in his hand that could cut through iron like dirt. Every step he took was like an earthquake. All the strange beasts did not dare to approach. A flock of hawks screamed in the sky. Not far away, dozens of foxes and wolves with glowing eyes looked at New Dali and did not dare to approach. Two transport robots followed closely behind New Dali. The transport robots used special tracks to move and, like tanks, could move on any surface. Even on smooth ice, walking was as smooth as on level ground. Soon, Su Yuan saw the ruins of a city. This city, which had once been home to millions of people, no longer had any traces of man. It was completely covered in ice and snow, and looked like a huge tomb from afar. It was difficult to find an intact building. After being baptized by various extreme weather conditions such as cold currents, acid rain, high temperatures, storms, radiation, etc. Remember the domain name of the first website TWKAN. The buildings in the ruins of the city are the same as they were hundreds of years ago. In fact, a year ago, it was still a paradise for people. Now, only strange animals live in the ruins of the city. An automatic unmanned reconnaissance aircraft discovered a factory. There are many abandoned machines in the factory. This place used to make cars, and there are many large stamping machines. The weight of a large machine ranges from several tons to tens of tons. That is, from tens of thousands of kilograms to hundreds of thousands of kilograms. New Dali chased the strange beasts out of the factory, and two automated robotic arms began to cooperate, transporting machines and various waste disposal equipment. The transport robot is very efficient, but it can only transport 100,000 kilograms of materials to the survival base at a time. The round trip takes about 2 hours. If it is transported 5 times a day, two transport robots can transport 1 million kilograms of materials and exchange them for survival points, which is 1 billion. This income is also quite significant. In the morning, Su Yuan sent more than 900,000 kilograms of harvested grain to the virtual trading center to exchange for materials. 150,000 kilograms of grain originally in the automatic warehouse were sent to the virtual trading center by Su Yuan in the morning, and the exchange took place at more than 10 a.m. A total of more than 6,000 exchanges were made, and more than 2 million kilograms of materials were exchanged. Since there had been no exchange of products in the entire virtual shopping mall for 2 or 3 hours before, everyone realized that the stock of products in the virtual shopping mall was limited. As soon as new products appeared on the shelves, they were immediately snapped up. To prevent food from piling up, Su Yuan had to set up the system so that each transaction could only exchange 2 kilograms of food. More than 900,000 kilograms of food could be exchanged more than 450,000 times. This can ensure maximum load and more system rewards. During the day, the temperature was even lower, around minus 75 degrees. Inside the automatic dome, the temperature also reached around minus 50 degrees. It was also possible to plant corn, soybeans, and other grains. Su Yuan chid on the 3rd floor underground and rarely came out, allowing Erhuang and Pao Mian to grow and harvest. At night, the second wave of more than 900,000 kilograms of grain was loaded into the virtual shopping mall. Of the more than 900,000 kilograms of grain in the morning, only more than 100,000 kilograms of grain remained, which had been exchanged more than 400,000 times and exchanged for more than 13 million kilograms of supplies. Su Yuan checked the system that all the survival bases around the world were using the virtual shopping mall to exchange supplies. After he processed the supplies in the virtual shopping mall warehouse, the survival points in his hands had accumulated to 2.31 billion. After processing the supplies carried by New Dali and the two transport robots, he obtained another 1 billion survival points. In this way, Su Yuan can also buy 2 intelligent attack robots. I don't know when tomorrow's wave of alien beasts will come. Su Yuan hoped to have at least 5 attack robots so that he would not be afraid of attacks from Lord-level monsters. Su Yuan immediately bought another smart combat robot with high intelligence and speed. A small white mouse and a long-eared rabbit the size of instant noodles appeared in front of Su Yuan. Red cat. Squeal. Master, I am fighter number 3. Squeal. Master, I am fighter number 4. The eyes of the small white mouse were very intelligent, and its long tail swung from side to side. Su Yuan bought a small white mouse and a long-eared rabbit because one of them was used to control the battle, and the other was used to attract firepower. In the future, your name will be Mouseman. Squeal. Master, I like the name Mouseman. Man transformed into a 2-meter-tall robot with a laser cannon on his back and a laser pistol in his hand and saluted Su Yuan. Su Yuan was very surprised and happily reached out and patted Mouseman on the chest. The golden vibranium body was smooth as a mirror and incredibly durable. Work hard and follow me so that you can enjoy delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future. Squeak, where is my master? Where am I? The long-eared rabbit jumped towards Su Yuan. Just be a lightning rabbit. Squeak, lightning rabbit? Okay, that sounds much better than fight number 4 factorial. Su Yuan ordered Mouseman and Lightning Rabbit to attack and New Dali to rest. He himself, wearing a protective mechanical exoskeleton and a big cat, went down to the first floor. There are more than 20 machine guns, more than 380 machine guns and 3 million rounds of ammunition, all stored in the warehouse. Machine guns and ammunition are produced in the Automatic Weapons and Equipment Workshop. Su Yuan plans to use machine guns and tanks to fight ordinary monsters. He now has 4 tanks in his hands, and all of them are exchanged for chickens and ducks. Every morning and evening, Su Yuan empties the fully automated chicken coop and duck pen, buys new chicks and ducklings, and arranges adult chickens and ducks on the shelves. And every time he exchanged with others, it was Salabé. He loved eating the chickens and ducks raised by Su Yuan and gave them 5 stars, calling them the best chickens and ducks he had ever eaten. For this purpose, Shalibi also specially equipped each tank with shells. Seeing Shalibi's generosity, Su Yuan opened a super discount of 25% for Shalibi. However, the local tyrant Shalibi despised the discounts. Su Yuan went into the automatic weapons room, manually changed the settings, added consumables, and then began producing tank shells. Now there were enough machine guns and cartridges. Then took advantage of the fact that the temperature was not particularly low, let the big cat transform into a robot, climb the steel wall, and set up 100 machine guns on it. He then spent 3,000 production points to upgrade all 100 machine guns to multifunctional ones, and he equipped each machine gun with enough bullets to kill the monster tomorrow. Su Yuan also brought 4 tanks out of the virtual shopping mall and placed them around the multifunctional survival house. Ding! It was verified that the owner has obtained 4 normal tanks, 100 million survival points, and can be upgraded to multifunctional. Do you want to upgrade? No. Su Yuan has not upgraded yet. He will wait until the evening, after exchanging food, to buy a combat robot. If he had any extra survival points, he would spend them on upgrading other equipment. There was still over 1 million kilograms of food left in the virtual shopping mall, and trading was in full swing. People who had supplies exchanged them for food, fearing that the food in the virtual mall would be empty again, and there would be no food to exchange. At the same time, the volume of food was relatively small and easier to store than a large amount of supplies in. Su Yuan returned to the 3rd underground floor, took off his mechanical exoskeleton, and turned on the air conditioner to maximum power. It would be very cold tonight, and even on the 3rd underground floor the room temperature was below 0. Turning on the multifunction computer, Su Yuan found that Huadu had issued a red alert for the cold in several survival bases around him. The minimum temperature was expected to be minus 89 degrees. Going outside will freeze to death, and ordinary steel will become as brittle as ice cream and will break at the touch. Su Yuan wrapped himself in a cotton coat, read the posts for a while, and then went to bed and played on his phone. After 10 o'clock in the evening, the temperature dropped significantly. Even with the warm air from the air conditioner, it was still cold. Only under the velvet blanket could one feel the warmth. Su Yuan checked the transaction statistics. The number of transactions exceeded 250,000. More than 500,000 kilograms of food were sold, and the volume of exchanged materials exceeded 7.2 million kilograms. This cold wave did not affect other survival bases. The situation in survival bases such as Midu and Fudu was still very good. The weather was clear. Some people were already planning not to return to the survival base, but to build new houses around the ruins of the city. Su Yuan processed the materials and got 720 million survival points. With 250 million survival points awarded by the system, he had another 1.28 billion survival points in his hands. The goal of buying another attack robot was getting closer and closer. Su Yuan did not sleep. He planned to buy an attack robot, let it charge, and then go to bed. Around midnight, the volume of trade increased dramatically. It was lunchtime for survival bases like Midu. Ordinary people needed to exchange food and eat. Su Yuan checked the trading situation and exchanged more than 300,000 kilograms of food more than 180,000 times and exchanged more than 4.3 million kilograms of materials. Su Yuan felt that the remaining 200,000 kilograms of food might not last until tomorrow morning before they had to be exchanged. Unfortunately, he now produces only about 1.8 million kilograms of food each day. If he wants to increase production, he needs to improve the land, which also costs survival points. After processing the materials and receiving the rewards of the system's survival points, Su Yuan's survival points accumulated to 1.89 billion. Su Yuan directly bought another intelligent combat robot of the power type. A cute black goat appeared in front of Su Yuan. "Me, master, I am the number 5 combat robot." Voice was unexpectedly the same as the lightning rabbits. Both voices were girlish, clear as silver bells. "From now on, you will be called a stupid sheep." "Me." The stupid sheep called several times and gently rubbed Su Yuan's head on the arm. Su Yuan asked Ben Benyon to find a place to charge and went to bed. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Su Yuan was woken up by the alarm on his mobile phone. Su Yuan got out of bed, called Erhuang and Instant Noodles to the first floor, and opened the titanium alloy automatic door. The cold wind blew in his face, making Su Yuan's whole body shiver. Damn, it was so cold. The temperature in the automatic dome was about minus 56 degrees. The cold winter had passed, and the temperature would get higher and higher every day. Su Yuan got up so early because he wanted Erhuang to plant the first wave of crops as soon as possible. It was hard to say when the alien beasts would invade, and perhaps by then there would be no chance to plant the second wave of crops. "Woof, woof," Erhuang shouted and excitedly threw himself into the snow and began to cultivate. As expected, the robots are reliable, hardworking, and loyal. Su Yuan laughed. Erhuang cultivated, and the instant noodles were waiting nearby. Su Yuan returned to the basement, put the chickens and ducks on the shelves, and exchanged the tanks again. The last batch of chickens and ducks, and as a result, 2 bins were obtained. The virtual shopping center ran out of food. The chickens and ducks had just been put on the shelves, and 5 minutes later, they were bought by another rich man from Shadu. Shalaby left a message with a complaint. Su Yuan still placed 4 newly assembled tanks around the multifunctional survival house. In this way, there is a tank in each of the 8 directions of the multifunctional survival house. Finally, last night, Su Yuan opened a virtual shopping mall to check the status of transactions. More than 200,000 kilograms of food had been exchanged before 2 a.m., more than 100,000 exchanges had been made, and more than 3.3 million kilograms of supplies had been received. After Su Yuan returned the supplies, plus the system rewards, he received 430 million survival points. His survival points again accumulated to 810 million. Su Yuan immediately spent 500 million to upgrade 100 machine guns to fully automatic machine guns. He spent another 200 million on upgrading 8 tanks to multifunctional ones. Multifunctional tank. Equipped with 125mm multifunctional tank gun, automatic reloading, can withstand 80 degrees to fire shells. The whole turret can rotate 360 degrees and is equipped with 7.62mm multifunctional machine gun. He can kill aggressive monsters and resist violent monsters. With the remaining 110 million, after deducting the cost of buying seeds and growth acceleration potions, Su Yuan spent several million survival points to buy some cameras, wires, and other control equipment. Using the control equipment, 8 tanks and 100 multifunctional machine guns were connected to the computer. The multifunctional tanks and multifunctional machine guns were to be controlled manually by Su Yuan to attack the monsters remotely. Fully automatic machine gun can attack monsters autonomously. On the steel wall, Su Yuan installed a total of 201 machine guns, each equipped with enough ammunition. 8 tanks were also loaded with ammunition, just waiting for the monster wave to arrive. 20 normal drones and 2 automatic drones were placed in the warehouse. If you encounter flying monsters such as hawks, you can control the drones to attack. Everything was fine in the morning. Su Yuan set aside a few hundred kilograms of the more than 900,000 kilograms of grain he had harvested to feed himself, his chickens and ducks for the next few days. The rest was put on shelves and placed in a virtual shopping mall. The virtual shopping mall was once again in a frenzy of buying. People were afraid that if they acted too slowly, they would not have time to exchange the products. After lunch, Su Yuan looked through the messages and found that the post he had kindly reminded me of earlier was full of ridicule. "The hell is this tide? It's sunny out here, the wind is light, and the clouds are clear. I think these are just rumors and they're just trying to sow chaos in the world. They should be arrested and shot." This morning, experts announced that the global magnetic field and sunspots had returned to normal and the weather was improving. How could there be such a tide? Su Yuan glanced at it and stopped reading the comments. He believed that the disaster warning machine would not make a mistake. Game overs will always have reasons to game over. He can't control it. Around 1 p.m., the tide started to come in. All survival bases around the world are experiencing beast tides. It's midnight at survival bases like Midu. The guards are all sleepy, and the tramps are gathering together and going crazy. After eating and drinking for the last few days, Locke and the other tramps have had time and energy to have fun. Arm wrestling, wrestling, singing. Nothing is impossible. Made the workers in the dorms want to go out and play, but the moles were drilling holes outside the Midu survival base, biting everything they could find. The unfortunate homeless man was drowned by the thick moles before he could scream. The sharp teeth of moles can bite through steel and easily gnaw through human bones. With the appearance of moles at the survival base, the alarm immediately went off. All the guards instantly woke up. Damn, where did so many moles come from? The guards wore standard mechanical exoskeletons and carried machine guns for scanning. The moles have thick skin and flesh, and often require 5 or 6 bullets to kill them. Locke and the other hobos also carried shotguns to shoot the moles. One by one, the moles fell, but more and more appeared. Behind the moles were huge wolf spiders. The alien wolf spiders were about 1.56 meters tall, with 8 black legs that looked like 8 sharp sickles. They walked on the frozen ground, making a cracking sound. Spiders were very fast, and regular shotguns couldn't hit them at all. Only if you shot them over a large area with a machine gun could you kill them. However, wolf spiders can not only run on flat surfaces, but also crawl on vertical walls at a 90-degree angle, and their movements are very flexible. Several wanderers have been stabbed in the heart by wolf spiders from behind. This alien beast invasion scene began to be staged in various survival bases around the world. Countless people were eaten by alien beasts in their sleep. The situation in survival bases like Huadu was relatively better, as it was daytime and the defense was up to par, so few people died in the initial onslaught of the beasts. Su Wen sat on a sofa on the 3rd floor underground wearing an electronic helmet, and in front of him was a picture from a camera installed on the dome. He was lucky. He met hundreds of ordinary alien animals, foxes and wolves. King among the foxes and wolves was an ordinary level 5 alien beast, and the rest were just level 2 or 3 alien beasts that posed no threat to him. Su Yuan held the game controller in his hand, operated the multifunctional device, and shot at the foxes and wolves. A volley of shots rang out, and more than a dozen foxes and wolves fell to the ground. Oh my God, this is so cool. Su Yuan felt like he was playing a real game. The foxes and wolves ran everywhere, but they never left the area around the steel wall and howled at Su Yuan's survival base. Su Yuan knew that this was just the beginning. The behavior of the foxes and wolves was very abnormal. If it was normal, the foxes and wolves would have run away long ago. The second wave of food outside was not yet ripe. Su Yuan sent new Dali and other intelligent attack robots. Let them guard the food and kill the beasts. Around 2 p.m., a large number of beasts began to appear. Tens of thousands of pig rats drilled a survival base from underground, followed by countless snake ants. At the same time, in the sky, tens of thousands of hawks swooped down on the automatic dome. The automatic dome is not like a steel wall that can withstand the attack of beasts. Su Yuan had to remove the automatic dome. The automatic dome was like an umbrella, one part of which was retracted onto the steel wall and the other part was retracted onto a huge column. At this time, the temperature outside rose above 30 degrees below zero, and all the planted crops did not have to worry about freezing. Hawks with a wingspan of more than a meter fell from the sky like a thick, dark cloud. On the steel wall, 100 fully automatic machine guns raised their barrels and opened fire on the hawks. With a crackling sound, all the machine guns spat out flames and thousands of bullets flew out in an instant. The hawks fell to the ground one by one, preparing to land on the cornstalks and potato shoots. If you crush a cornstalk, there will be one less corn cob. New Dali turned into a 15-meter robot with two 200mm laser barrels on his back. With a roar, he fired two blinding lasers. Wherever the laser passed, all the hawks, including those about to fall, were turned into ashes by the beam, and not a single feather fell to the ground. My God, this is simply amazing. Su Yuan happily jumped up from the sofa. New Dali really didn't allow him to waste his survival points. Man saw the earth slowly swell, and his two eyes discovered that there were many pig rats burrowing underground, trying to get in. Pig rats are even more vicious than hawks. If they were to dig the ground and bite off the roots of the cornstalks, the corn harvest would be greatly reduced. The mouse man began to give orders. He, Lightning Rabbit, and Silly Sheep turned into combat robots, drilled into the ground, and began to strangle the pig rats and snake ants. The intelligent combat robot acquired by Su Yuan can fight on land, sea, and air. It can go deep underground. The tail of the mouse man turns into a high-speed drill. The legs of the Lightning Rabbit easily scatter the earth, and the horns of the Silly Sheep easily crush stones. The difference between attacking underground and attacking on the ground is that laser guns cannot be used. We can only use weapons such as laser daggers and laser machine guns to kill alien beasts at close range. The first wave of alien beasts consisted mainly of normal alien beasts, which did not cause much harm to Su Yuan. Su Yuan's radio also received distress signals from the surrounding survival bases. However, survival bases around the world were under attack from alien beasts, and no one could help anyone. At the Huadu survival base, a group of young guards sat together, chewing corn cobs in their hands. They were ready to rush to the front lines to give the alien beasts a beating. For some, this may be their last meal. Brothers, remember that the food in your mouth is squeezed out of the teeth of ordinary people. Our mission is to protect them. We must protect the survival base with our lives, the middle-aged guard captain Zheng Feng said seriously. At the same time, all the survival bases in the Huadu lands were playing out the same scene. Countless escorts were setting up vehicles, cannons, tanks, operating drones, fighters, and other advanced weapons to resist the beast's onslaught. The beast's onslaught came in waves. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ordinary 9th-level beasts became the main force, and the invasion-level beasts began to appear. A wolverine appeared 100 meters away from Su Yuan's base. Its fur was white, and every hair sparkled like a diamond. The bullets from the machine gun hit the wolverine. Sparks flew in all directions, but the bullets could not penetrate its coarse fur. Roar! The wolverine was an aggressive beast. She growled, and tens of thousands of wolves around her responded by rushing towards the steel wall. Most of the wolves were killed by the machine gun. Several foxes and snow wolves stepped on the bodies of other animals and jumped onto the steel wall. Wolverine was over 3 meters tall. With a strong jump, she jumped more than 10 meters, easily overcame the 8-meter steel wall, and entered the base. Damn, you're just in time, new Dali. Big Cat, go and kill him, Su Yuan ordered through the system. Roar, give it to me. Big Cat didn't transform, but jumped off the ground and pounced on Wolverine. In front of the huge cat, Wolverine was like a weak chicken. Before he could resist, the big cat bit his throat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the aggressive beast and receiving 1,000 survival points as a reward. My God, what a good thing this is, Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Master, 1,000 survival points for aggressive beasts, 1,000,000 survival points for ferocious beasts, and 1,000,000,000 survival points for Lord-level beasts. Xiao Yu happily reminded. 1,000,000,000! Su Yuan was no longer afraid of the Lord-level beasts, but instead looked forward to the appearance of the Lord-level beasts, which were the mobile treasure trove of survival points. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan killed 37 aggressive beasts and received 37,000 survival points as a reward. Since the sowing was early today, the second wave of grain began to ripen. Su Yuan asked Pao Mian to harvest the crop as soon as possible and check the transaction situation on the virtual market. Due to the influx of animals, the number of transactions decreased. In total, more than 300,000 transactions were made. More than 600,000 kilograms of grain were sold, and more than 1.1 million kilograms of supplies were received in exchange. Su Yuan collected materials and received 1.1 billion survival points. With the system reward, he accumulated 1.51 billion survival points. He could have bought another intelligent attack robot, but Su Yuan did not buy it. He kept all his survival points. Since Shadu also suffered from the onslaught of alien beasts, the local tyrants no longer wanted to eat chickens and ducks, and the chickens and ducks on the shelves were not replaced. Su Yuan did not put the newly grown chickens and ducks on the shelves and continued to raise them in fully automated chicken and duck houses. The onslaught of alien beasts can be completely dealt with by intelligent attack robots such as New Dali. Su Yuan didn't care about it anymore. He took the corn cobs, potatoes, and other food and went to the kitchen to cook dinner. All the while, he heard the system reminder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the aggressive beast and getting 1,000 survival points. I don't know who killed him, New Dali or someone else, but the system gave the victory to Su Yuan. Su Yuan is the one who fights the beast invasion easier than anyone in the world. At the survival base, Midu Lok was covered in blood. In his hand had long since run out of bullets. He picked up a machete and struck the wolf spider. With his immense strength, he cut the wolf spider in half. Locke was so tired that he was out of breath. The animals around him looked at him bloodthirstily. After killing beasts all night, the guards of the Midu survival base numbered thousands, and all the friends who wandered with Locke were dead. Locke was so hungry that he cut off a piece of wolf spider meat and chewed it raw. That look was more terrifying than the beast itself. Body was constantly changing. This happened in all the survival bases in Miduland. After the instant noodles collected the food, Su Yuan asked Xiao Yu to put it on the shelves and put it on display in the virtual shopping mall. The food in the virtual shopping mall has exceeded 1.2 million kilograms, which may be enough to exchange tonight. After dinner, Su Yuan put on the electronic helmet and continued to remotely control the multifunctional machine gun to shoot the alien beasts. This feeling is even more captivating than the game itself. It was only after 10 o'clock that Su Yuan could not remember how many alien beasts he had killed. Su Yuan did not stop until the machine gun ran out of bullets. Damn, I was so tired. Su Yuan was lying directly on the sofa, still wearing the electronic helmet. Despite the night, the infrared camera still clearly recorded the appearance of alien beasts. Dozens of aggressive, ferocious monkeys appeared. The golden hair made the ferocious monkeys look like cyans from anime. Tall and was a ferocious level beast. His fist the size of a saucepan hit the steel wall, and one punch could punch a hole. The multi-function machine gun on the steel wall shook and shook. New Dali walked over, raised his laser sword, and directly cut the Monkey King in half. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the beast and receiving 1 million survival points as a reward. Su Yuan was no longer interested in 1 million survival points. He wanted 1 billion survival points. Later, Mouseman and Big Cat also killed one beast each. Around midnight, the beast invasion gradually subsided. Su Yuan knew that this was not the end. The beast invasion would last for 3 days, and it had just begun. The Lord-level beast had not yet appeared. Su Yuan yawned, ordered New Dali and the other robots to attack one by one, and went to sleep. At this time, Su Yuan was the only one in the world who could sleep. The people in all the survival bases, including Midu, Fudu, Hongdu near the Arctic Circle, and Dondu on the island, were desperately fighting the monsters. In the dormitory of the Huadu survival base, a little girl ate half a bowl of porridge and gave the remaining half to the captain of the security squad, Zheng Feng. "Daddy, drink! Eat more to kill monsters. When I grow up, I will kill monsters too." At the Dongdu survival base, a group of warriors wearing ordinary mechanical exoskeletons shot bullets, took out Japanese swords, and desperately fought against countless octopus monsters. Since all the survival bases in Dongdu are built on low-altitude islands, many of them are located deep underground, even below sea level, and the chances of encountering monsters are several times higher than in other survival bases. In the entire Dongdu country have been destroyed. The warriors are desperately protecting a wealthy second-generation man who just escaped from a private survival base. The eyes of the wealthy second-generation man were blue and luminous. His name was Tanaka. He fought in the survival base in Dongdu and secretly developed biological agents. His body also mutated, and his speed and strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. The sight of a samurai entangled in the tentacles of an octopus. Tanaka shouted, "Baka!" Zrenia grabbed a gun and shot the octopus. With the invasion of alien creatures, various survival bases around the world also armed themselves with their own secret weapons and a large number of biological agents. At this time, Su Yuan had a sweet dream. At dawn, Su Yuan reluctantly opened his eyes. "Damn it, it's not long. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Su Yuan, who had been a bachelor for 2 lifetimes, finally saw a girl in his dream. In his dream, he took a bath and was ready to act. Suddenly, he woke up, feeling very awkward. After washing his face, Su Yuan was surprised to find that New Dali and the other robots had killed 103 brutal alien beasts and tens of thousands of aggressive alien beasts in the second half of the night. He received more than 100 million survival points as a reward. In the virtual shopping mall, transactions continued to decline, with more than 530,000 kilograms sold, more than 250,000 transactions, and more than 7 million kilograms of materials exchanged. After processing all the materials, he received more than 700 million survival points. With the reward, his survival points have accumulated to 2.56 billion. The only bad news is that one of the automatic wind generators was destroyed. There are big problems with electricity. Su Wen wanted to buy a nuclear generator, but it was too expensive in the System shopping mall. He wanted to buy a used or decommissioned robot to upgrade and transform. After the invasion of alien creatures, he decided to go to the ruins of the city to find a nuclear generator. Since the automatic wind turbine is installed on the top of the support column of the automatic dome, it cannot be placed in the maintenance room. Su Yuan found it necessary to buy an intelligent robot for maintenance. It can be used not only to repair the automatic wind turbine, but also to repair intelligent robots such as New Dali. Su Yuan opened a shopping mall and began to look for intelligent robots for maintenance. Intelligent maintenance. Robot, 1.2 billion survival points, can repair any intelligent machinery. Su Yuan successfully bought it, and a big-headed parrot appeared in front of him. "Goo goo, master. I am number 1 in maintenance." The big-headed parrot was bigger than a husky and gently rubbed Su Yuan's legs with its neck. "In the future, you will be called melon seeds. Attack, attack, and go repair the automatic wind generator." "Goo goo, okay, master." Guazi nodded his big head vigorously. Su Yuan turned on the multifunctional computer to check the situation outside. More than 1 million survival bases were destroyed, and more than 200,000 survival bases were destroyed. Those that were destroyed were small survival bases of individuals and companies. Large survival bases had guards and various modern thermal weapons that had not been destroyed. The internet was full of messages asking for help. Almost all survival bases were short of food, then medicine, and then various weapons and ammunition. The warning message that Su Yuan sent out earlier has long been buried, and no one has remembered it. Due to the influx of alien beasts, many ordinary people and wanderers have no way to go out for supplies and can only eat the bare minimum of life rations on a survival basis. But after drinking a bowl of porridge, ordinary people and wanderers do not have much strength left to resist the alien beasts. To resist the invasion of alien beasts, you have to rely on guards. Therefore, each survival base reduced the size of the minimum life ration, a bowl of porridge became half a bowl of porridge, and even emptied its own inventory to prioritize the guard. One can imagine that after the influx of alien beasts, all survival bases will suffer from hunger. After breakfast, Su Yuan was still hiding on the 3rd floor underground and did not come out. According to the camera, it was drizzling outside, and the temperature on the disaster warning plane was about -10 degrees. It was also possible to land a wave at the berth. Su Yuan asked Huang to go out to land and instructed Mouseman to protect Huang. As long as the master beast did not appear, other beasts would not be able to break through the defense of robots like New Dali, and the grain production would not decrease. In the morning, he again devoted his time to killing beasts. Su Yuan tried to remotely control the multifunctional tank and blew up several invading beasts. By noon, the grain was ripe. After the instant noodles collected all the grain, Su Yuan placed more than 900,000 kilograms of grain in the virtual shopping mall. During the day, the sky suddenly turned red, and Su Yuan did not allow Huang to plant the second wave of grain. He felt the Lord beasts coming out. The ground around him began to shake violently, as if there was a magnitude 4 or 5 earthquake. Of thousands of meters away from Su Yuan's base, the ground collapsed, forming a bottomless pit. A 26-meter-long monster crawled out of the huge pit. It looked like an ancient Tyrannosaurus, but it was covered in grey-black scales, and every step it took shook the ground. Golden-backed Tyrannosaurus, the lord of beasts, tyrannical and bloodthirsty, with infinite strength. Roar! He roared deafeningly. Strong sound waves spread for thousands of miles around. All the strange beasts, hearing his roar, approached him. Su Yuan was shocked when he saw the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus through the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Oh my God, it's so big that it can crush a steel wall with this punch. Do I really need to summon Ultraman? Su Yuan exclaimed self-deprecatingly. Tyrannosaurus Rex is much more ferocious than the monsters in the Ultraman cartoon. Su Yuan directly asked New Dali and the other robots to take the initiative and intercept him. Only the stupid sheep remained to guard the survival base. He didn't want the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex to destroy the steel wall he worked so hard to improve. After the transformation, the stupid sheep ended up with a laser cannon on its back and a laser machine gun in each hand. The firepower was so great that even these ferocious beasts could not withstand several laser guns. New Dali and the other robots approached the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex even showed a very humane contempt. New Dali was not going to be left behind. He transformed into a 15-meter-long robot with 2 laser cannons on his back, shooting at the gold-backed Tyrannosaurus without hesitation. With a loud roar, the gold-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex was thrown back hundreds of meters. If it were any other exotic beast, it would have been reduced to slag under a laser cannon. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex had just lost a large chunk of scales and was reeking of barbecue. Su Yuan immediately ordered Mouseman and the other attack robots to rise up and beat up the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Mouseman and Lightning Rabbit transformed into intelligent attack robots and rushed to attract the attention of the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex. New Dali and Big Cat stood to the side and bombarded the golden-backed T-Rex with laser guns. Mouse and Lightning Rabbit were even shorter than the golden-backed T-Rex's calves. But one was smarter and the other was faster, so the golden-backed T-Rex couldn't catch up to them. Xiao Yu, what level is the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus among the Lord-level beasts? Master, Lord-level beasts are determined by size. The larger they are, the stronger they are. A powerful Lord-level beast can reach 50 meters in height. This golden-backed Tyrannosaurus has no other abilities, but it is thick-skinned and difficult to kill. Su Yuan simply watched from the side, allowing New Dali and the other combat robots to attack autonomously. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus roared continuously under the barrage of laser cannons. At first he thought he was crawling out of the ground to enjoy life, but he was attacked before he could get to his feet. Roar, 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 roared the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus, wanting to fight alone if he had the chance. Unfortunately, robots like Mouseman did not understand him at all and ignored him. At first, New Dali, Mouseman, and others still paid attention to strategy. Later they discovered that the golden-backed T-Rex had no other abilities, so they simply lined up and shot the T-Rex with laser guns and laser machine guns. Once the golden-backed T-Rex got up, it was shot again with the SB or laser gun. He had no chance to use his power. Roar! 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 The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus roared furiously. Su Yuan thought he would show his power, but he retreated. The Earth is too dangerous. I want to go back underground. Su Yuan didn't want to lose 1 billion survival points, so he asked New Dali, Mouseman, and other robots to stop the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. After more than half an hour of tossing and turning, the ill-fated golden-backed Tyrannosaurus fell to the ground and became the first Lord-level alien beast to be killed by humans. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killed a Lord-level alien beast and received 1 billion survival points reward. Aha! Su Yuan excitedly jumped up from the sofa. The other survival bases were less fortunate. The one that suffered the most was the Midu survival base. She was besieged by 3 Lord-level alien beasts over 40 meters long, and a huge hole was formed in the survival base. Countless alien beasts poured into the Midu survival base like a wave. A huge number of missiles had to be used. Thousands of missiles fell, and ordinary people, wanderers and guards were attacked indiscriminately, sacrificing a small group to save the majority. Afterwards, the top leadership of the Midu survival base declared these people heroes and honored their memory with a 3-minute silence. A similar situation with Midu was also observed in Fudu, Dongdu, Hundu, and other survival bases. Huadu survival base was in a better position. As soon as the Lord-level alien beast appeared, it was hit by fire before it approached the survival base. Many companies or private survival bases without heavy weapons could only be destroyed by Lord-level alien beasts. Su Yuan's automatic wireless communication device received hundreds of distress signals, all of which were sent from neighboring survival bases. Base where Lian was also attacked by Lord-level alien beasts. Most of the survival base was destroyed. Lian, Hu Zi, and the others protected Li Changjiang and his family and prepared to escape. Each of them was wearing a normal mechanical exoskeleton, holding a machine gun, bullets and grenades were strapped to their bodies, and they were firing furiously at the stream of alien beasts. The alien beast that attacked them at the level of the Lord turned out to be a 33-meter wolverine ape. Wolverine broke through the defense of the survival base with claws, and when he saw people, he grabbed them in his mouth like chewing candy, with a crunch. Other alien beasts did not dare to approach the Wolverine. They went around the Wolverine and attacked ordinary people with screams. Li Changjiang is a hidden rich man. When disaster struck, he spent all his money and resources building a survival base. At the same time, he also left an escape route, 2 fighter jets, 5 armored vehicles, and 2 tanks. However, these things obviously can't handle Wolverine. Before the 2 fighters could take off, they were torn to pieces by the wolverine's huge claws. Li An and the others protected Li Changjiang and finally boarded the tank. Not long after they left the survival base, the 3 armored vehicles that followed them were destroyed by the beast, and after Su Yuan killed the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex, he saw that there were no other Lord-level beasts, so he asked the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to scout the surrounding area. It was discovered that all 5 surrounding survival bases were attacked by Lord-level beasts. These Lord-level monsters had destroyed the survival bases around him, and the next target would definitely be his own survival base. Su Yuan didn't want to sit and wait for death. If these Lord-level monsters gathered together, Niu Dali and the others would definitely not be able to resist. Therefore, Su Yuan asked Niu Dali to take the initiative and choose the softest ones first. Niu Dali pounced on the 23-meter-long Tyrannosaurus. The golden web that this Tyrannosaurus spewed was stronger than steel ropes. Once entangled, it could not free itself. Man asked Lightning Rabbit to engage the T-Rex's firepower at close range. Niu Dali and Big Cat attacked the T-Rex with laser cannons from a distance. The T-Rex was not as durable as the golden-backed T-Rex. After a dozen shots, it fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host! He killed a Lord-level monster and received 1 billion survival points as a reward. After that, Su Yuan piloted an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to show Niu Dali and the others the way and continue hunting Lord-level monsters. Su Yuan wanted to clear the area of all Lord-level monsters before nightfall. At night, if he was besieged by Lord-level monsters, his survival base would likely be destroyed like other survival bases. Su Yuan had accumulated 3.36 billion survival points, 2 billion of which he got by hunting Lord-level monsters. Su Yuan was thinking about buying another intelligent combat robot. It was too difficult for a stupid sheep to guard the survival base alone. Su Yuan opened a system store and searched for intelligent combat robots. This time, he finally bought a power-type robot. A 3-meter-long painted pig appeared in front of Su Yuan. Hey, master, I am combat number 6. Just call Baji, find a place to recharge, and then come replace the stupid sheep. Hey. Baji shook his tail and left. Su Yuan switched the camera to assess the situation at the survival base. Monster corpses were scattered everywhere, and many monsters were desperately attacking the survival base. The machine guns on the city wall had long since run out. The shells in the 8 tanks had also run out. Although the automatic weapons and equipment room produced a lot of shells, Su Yuan did not dare to go out to get ammunition. Fortunately, it was easier for the stupid sheep to kill ordinary monsters than to drink water. Even invasion-grade and brutal-grade monsters could be destroyed with just a few laser cannons. After confirming that everything was fine, Su Yuan switched the camera again. Niu Dali and the others had killed another fierce fire ox. Su Yuan received another 1 billion survival points as a reward. This ferocious firebull was small, 21 meters tall, but could breathe out flames, which surprised Su Yuan. However, Niu Dali and the other intelligent combat robots were made of real gold, and the flames of several hundred degrees had no effect on them. Then Niu Dali and the others killed 2 more Lord-level beasts and finally rushed to Lian's base to hunt the wolverine. The wolverine is the strongest of the 5 Lord-level beasts. It walks upright like a werewolf, but is 1,000 times stronger than a werewolf, and the protruding muscles on its body are harder than steel. By this time, Lian's and the others' tanks had already turned over, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Su Yuan did not notice the overturned tank, but only saw a werewolf as tall as a hill sitting on the ruins of Lian's base. Xiao Yu, how long do you think it will take for Niu Dali and the others to kill the wolverine? Master, the wolverine is harder to kill than the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. It will take at least an hour and a half. After an hour and a half, it was already dark. Su Yuan did not want to waste so much time. Su Yuan has decided to upgrade Niu Dali and the Big Cat. Click on the system to check the amount of survival points needed to upgrade Niu Dali and the Big Cat. Smart attack robot, level 1 attack type, Upgrade to level 2 requires 1.8 billion survival points. 2 laser guns. Upgrade to giant laser gun. Destroy brutal alien beasts in seconds. New Dali and the others had previously killed 3 Lord-level alien beasts, and Su Yuan had obtained 3 billion survival points. With 1.86 billion survival points in hand, this was enough to upgrade. Su Yuan directly upgraded New Dali and the big cat to the level of level 2 intelligent attack robots. After New Dali's transformation, his 15-meter-long body grew to 20 meters, and the 2 laser cannons on his back turned into a giant large-caliber laser cannon. The transformed big cat was a head shorter than New Dali, but faster, and also carried a huge laser cannon. Moo! Roar! New Dali and the big cat shouted excitedly, celebrating the joy of improvement. The initially disdainful Wolverine monkey became more cautious and instinctively scared when he saw the huge laser gun behind New Dali. He wanted to run away, but New Dali and the big cat shot at him. There was a loud roar, and the dark barrel of the laser cannon flashed with light brighter than the sun. 2 laser beams more than 10 meters in diameter burst out from the backs of New Dali and Big Cat, hitting Wolverine. Wolverine fell to the ground, unable to escape. Wolverine was writhing on the ground in pain, trying to get up. Mouseman and Lightning Rabbit grabbed the laser machine gun and finished him off. Dean, congratulating his master, killed the Lord-level beast and received a reward of 1 billion survival points. Ha ha ha, finally cleared everything. Finally cleared. Su Yuan laughed happily and asked New Dali and the others to hurry back to the survival base so that he could sleep peacefully at night. Su Yuan then turned on the system. Today is the 17th day of his life in the Great Disaster Era, and he can win the lottery. Su Yuan hopes to win the land of stamina. This is what he wants most now. He has speed, but no stamina, and he is not durable. Isn't this a typical rapid fire? Su Yuan pressed the golden button. Then, lines of text flashed on the empty golden frame of the display. Nano-intelligent robot nuclear power generator. Intelligent flying car. Earth of energy. Su Yuan stared at the golden frame, and finally the text stopped at Earth of endurance. Then the golden button dimmed, and the number 5 appeared next to it. 5 days later, Su Yuan was able to win again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning an acre of endurance land, which was distributed into a backpack. Su Yuan immediately opened the backpack. Ha 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 ha, my God, this is great. This is really an endurance land. Su Yuan was looking forward to calling Erhuang and Bajie to protect him from leaving the multifunctional survival house. Wearing a protective mechanical exoskeleton, Su Yuan took Erhuang and Bajie and placed the land of endurance next to the land of speed. The soil in the land of speed is red, like rust. The soil in the land of endurance is green, like the green liquid that oozes from a crushed caterpillar. It looks a little disgusting, a little like rotting dirt. Su Yuan asked Baji to guard him and asked Ben Benyon to get the body of the alien beast and give it to Erhuang. Erhuang buried the body of the alien beast in the land of endurance. If he hurried, Su Yuan would be able to eat the fruit of endurance tomorrow morning. Su Yuan is looking forward to tasting the fruit of endurance. After that, Su Yuan asked Baji to replace Ben Benyon to protect the safety of the survival base and asked Ben Benyon to return with him to the multifunctional survival house to recharge and rest. The advantage of robots is that they never get tired. But Su Yuan is still more humane and asked New Dali and the others to come back and take turns to rest. To celebrate today's good fortune, Su Yuan roasted duck and braised chicken in the evening. The sweet taste of the corn-braised chicken reminded him of his hometown. After dinner, Su Yuan wiped his mouth and checked the status of the virtual shopping mall. Today, there were more than 370,000 transactions, 630,000 kilograms of grain, and more than 8.2 million materials sold. There were still 940,000 kilograms of grain left in the virtual trading center. Su Yuan found that although the transaction volume had dropped significantly, trading had not stopped. Behind many merchants, the shadow of the survival base loomed. base did not hesitate to give out materials in exchange for food so that the guards could eat well and fight monsters. After Su Yuan obtained the materials, he received 820 million survival points. With the system rewards, the survival points on his hands accumulated to 3.45 billion. After that, Su Yuan didn't worry about the survival base being breached. He put on an electronic helmet and played a few survival games in the wild. But at this time, Su Yuan was the only one in the world who was in the mood to play games. The people in the survival bases around the world desperately resisted the monsters. Lian was unconscious for a long time and woke up. The tank had been deformed by Wolverine's hammer, and Hu Zi, Li Changjiang, and the others were dead. Lian was covered in blood. He shook his head, and the heavy head seemed to have recovered a little. Him a long time to get out. It was more than 30 degrees below zero outside, but Lian did not feel the cold. He was terribly hungry. He searched around and found the corpse of a strange beast. He took a knife, cut off a piece of raw meat, and put it in his mouth. Crunch, Lian chewed the meat vigorously. He was so hungry that he wanted to eat until he was full, without caring about the taste. Li Changjiang was very kind to Lian. In order to save Li Changjiang, during the evacuation of the survival base, he took a biological agent secretly developed by Midu, and his body also mutated. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death on such a cold night. After eating a few pieces of meat from the strange beast, Lian put on a normal mechanical exoskeleton and ran to the ruins of the survival base, hoping to find some tools to escape from here. Because of this strange beast tide, more and more people like Lian mutated their bodies. Su Yuan played a few games and went to bed. The next day, Su Yuan slept until he woke up naturally. Although the strange beast tide has not ended yet, it does not pose a threat to Su Yuan. After breakfast, Su Yuan took the elevator down to the first floor, and Beng Ben Yang guarded him. He brought Xiao Yu, Huang, and instant noodles to the land of endurance. In front of him was a green field of grass as tall as cornstalks, and on each blade of grass was a green fruit, 213 in total. Su Yuan picked a fruit of endurance and ate it. It tasted like durian, but it was odorless but had a fresh aroma. Later, after eating the stamina fruit, I felt a warm stream from my stomach spreading throughout my body, which was indescribably pleasant. Then, Su Yuan ate more than a dozen fruits in a row. Su Yuan clicked on the property chart. Host Su Yuan height, 180. Strength 7, normal human. 10 endurance, 22. Normal human. 10 speed, 35. Normal human 10. Survival points, 3.45 billion. Su Yuan felt a little full, so he collected all the stamina fruits and prepared to put them in the refrigerator. Since his strength was 7, his speed and stamina could not exceed 37. Su Yuan decided to eat a few more stamina fruits at noon to maintain his stamina at 35. After that, Su Yuan bought seeds and growth potions, asked Huang to continue farming, and asked Niu Dali and others to protect the safety of the grain. The morning passed peacefully, and more than 900,000 kilograms of grain were collected and arranged on the shelves and sent to the virtual shopping mall. During the day, Su Yuan had nothing to do, so he asked Mouseman to load the 8 multifunctional tanks with shells, took out the cartridges from the automatic magazine, and loaded them into all 201 machine guns. Su Yuan sat on the 3rd floor underground, remotely controlling machine guns and tanks to shoot at the monsters. At night, Su Yuan put all 900,000 kilograms of grain collected during the day on the shelves. In one day and night, 930,000 kilograms of the original 940,000 kilograms of grain in the virtual trading center were exchanged, more than 420,000 exchanges were made, and more than 12.4 million materials were obtained as a result of the exchange. Thus, there are only 1.81 million kilograms of grain harvested today left in the virtual shopping mall. After processing the materials, Su Yuan received 1.24 billion survival points. With the system reward, Su Yuan's survival points reached 5.11 billion. Su Yuan has no plans to continue upgrading for now and will do so after the alien invasion is over. After dinner, Su Yuan logged on to the internet and found that the wave of beasts was much more brutal than the one he had experienced. After killing 6 Lord-level beasts, he no longer saw any Lord-level beasts in the surrounding area. Midu's survival base suffered 3 waves of Lord-level beast attacks in a row, and a third of the survival bases were destroyed. Fudu's survival base also suffered 2 waves. Base was the strongest and survived 5 waves of Lord-level beast attacks. The entire island was on the verge of being flooded. In addition to the Dundu survival base, there were 6 survival bases left in the Dundu territory, and all other survival bases were destroyed. In order to survive, all the guards of Dundu took biological drugs. The biological drug was developed by Midu and jointly developed by several survival bases. After using it, people will always be in an excited state, and their strength will increase more than tenfold. But after the drug wears off, the mortality rate exceeds 50%, and those who survive either experience physical changes or become disabled. The Dundu survival base is now in such a state, and it can no longer bear it, and is looking for help everywhere. As an ally, the Midu survival base replied that it relied on its own luck. The Fudu survival base said that it could not help. And the Huadu survival base, out of humanism, said that perseverance is the key to victory. Base has expressed its willingness to provide nuclear weapons to help it destroy the Lord-level monsters. But the Dundu survival base leadership did not dare to accept it. After the explosion, Dundu survival base will perish along with the monsters. Su Yuan discovered that the number of survival bases in the world, which exceeded 1 million, had been reduced to more than 740,000, and many of them were on the verge of destruction. According to expert statistics, there were 1,832 Lord-level beasts in the world, of which only a small part were killed, and most of the remaining Lord-level beasts began to look for new territories to live in. Therefore, there are many successful bases that have not been attacked by Lord-level beasts. People have struggled hard in the era of disasters. In order to encourage people, large survival bases have also released good news. Base announced that it had developed wheat seeds that could withstand extreme temperatures. They could grow normally at -10 degrees, and the growth cycle was shortened by 5 days. Base announced that it had developed more advanced biologicals that could help humans adapt to harsher weather. The Hundu survival base announced that it had found a way to eat the flesh of alien beasts. Although it is not known whether this is true or not, it also gives people confidence in survival. Various experts also stood up and said that the wave of alien beasts will pass and tomorrow will be better. Remember the domain name of the first website, twkan.com. Su Yuan yawned, feeling that the information on the internet was too boring, and climbed into bed to sleep. The next day, the weather was fine, and the outside temperature rose to 25 degrees. In the era of disasters, it is normal to have both hot and cold weather. Su Yuan lay in bed and used his mobile phone to check the situation outside. No alien beasts broke into the survival base. The alien beasts that appeared around were killed by intelligent robots like New Dali. The corpses of the alien beasts around the survival base piled up like a mountain. It's a pity that Su Yuan doesn't have a land of power in his hands. It's a waste of time to continue planting speed fruits and endurance fruits that can't be eaten. Su Yuan stayed in bed for a while, got up, had breakfast, and took Xiaoyu and the others to the ground. The temperature is suitable for farming. 2 streams of food per day. The harvest is more than 1.8 million kilograms. Su Yuan put all the products in a virtual shopping mall. Yesterday, the virtual mall saw a total of 520,000 transactions, 1.06 million kilograms of food, and 13.64 million kilograms of materials received as a result of transactions. With more than 1.8 million kilograms of food today, there are a total of 2.55 million kilograms of food on the shelves in the virtual shopping mall. After Su Yuan processed the materials, he accumulated 6.996 billion survival points. At night, the wave of beasts gradually retreated. Peace returned to the area around Su Yuan's survival base. There were heavy casualties at Midu's survival base. Locke gained superpowers and became extremely powerful in resisting the beast wave. He formed a superpower alliance with some people whose bodies had undergone mutations. Locke was known as S-Man, and he and his men took over a private survival base that served as a base for a superpower alliance. The Dundu survival base was not saved, and the bodies of the guards who were lucky enough to survive were mutated. They reorganized the Samurai Alliance and rebuilt the Dundu survival base. Tanaka was fortunate to become the leader of the Samurai Alliance. Tanaka used the resources at his disposal to reintegrate the resources in the Dundu lands and unite the 3 remaining survival bases. Many gentlemen who escaped from private survival bases in Fudu gathered together. They survived and were hungry for power, so they secretly concentrated all their efforts on developing more advanced biological agents. They realized that only by having power could they survive. The leader of this research organization is called Jack. Jack has already taken the biological agent, and his body has begun to mutate. Unlike other people, he had fangs, but he was a little afraid of light, but his strength and speed were also higher. Huadu Survival Base. Although Zheng Feng was wearing a mechanical exoskeleton, he was still exhausted. After destroying the last batch of alien creatures, he leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. There was no sadness or luck in his eyes. He was simply happy that he survived and fulfilled the promise he made to his daughter. He took out a pill from his pocket and chewed it. The pill was a natural medicine, a good medicine developed by Huadu Survival Base for rapid recovery of physical strength, which strengthens the foundation. Like other survival bases, Huadu also develops ways to make people quickly evolve and adapt to today's extreme conditions. Pattu ஒன்று சாதாரண மாதிரி. Calm. But Huadu's methods are more gentle and effective. These are methods found in ancient medicine. Otherwise, even if Zheng Feng and the other guards were wearing mechanical exoskeletons, they would not have been able to withstand the fierce attacks of the alien beast for 3 days and nights in a row. At dawn, things got better. As predicted by the disaster warning machine, today is a good day. After Su Yuan had breakfast, he clicked on the screen of the disaster warning machine and selected the disaster warning situation for the next 7 days. The screen flashed red and the sound of a machine buzzed. In an instant, Su Yuan saw the situation for the next 7 days. After 1 day, there were no disasters within a 100-mile radius, and the temperature was suitable. After 2 days, there were no disasters within a 100-mile radius, and it was hot. 3 days later, the global magnetic field was disordered again. 4 days later, sunspots became active, temperatures rose, and solar radiation increased. 5 days later, radiation increased sharply. Please wear protective clothing before going outside. 6 days later, the sunspots have weakened. A large number of meteorites are expected to fall in 7 days. If nothing happens, there will be a meteor shower in the next few days. Don't go outside. A meteor shower. Su Yuan was surprised. Damn it, it will kill humanity. Su Yuan didn't know how big the meteorites in the meteor shower were. If the meteorites were small, it wouldn't matter. But if the meteorites were big, it would be a disaster. Su Yuan then went online to check the news about the meteor shower. Unfortunately, there was no news on the internet. Almost everyone was celebrating the end of the onslaught of alien creatures. Su Yuan thought about it and decided to remind everyone and send another anonymous warning about the meteor shower. If you pay attention, you can get news and know how big and small the meteorites approaching the blue planet are, and how many there are. As soon as Su Yuan's post was published, it was immediately picked up, and almost everyone began to ask whether it was true or false. Later, the experts from the Midu survival base came forward and said that indeed, hundreds of meteorites would fly near the blue planet. But according to the analysis of the meteorite trajectory, they would not hit the blue planet. Su Yuan watched the news released by the Midu survival base. It was found to be over 10,000 meters in diameter, while the smallest was 500 meters. Damn it, will we survive or not? Su Yuan did not believe the experts' words and only believed in the plane's warning signal about the disaster. Hundreds of thousands of meteorites. It's hard to say which one will fall on his head and destroy his survival base. Su Yuan needs to upgrade the steel wall's defense equipment. After the steel wall is upgraded to level 9, the next upgrade will be a titanium alloy fortress. Fortress can expand the thick titanium alloy walls on all sides to protect the entire survival base, including the automatic dome. Su Yuan went down to the ground, bought seeds and accelerated growth potions, and asked Huang to continue growing the products. Pao Mian stood obediently by, waiting for the harvest to ripen. Su Yuan walked up to the steel wall and checked its properties. Steel wall is 12 meters high, 4 meters thick, buried 4 meters deep in the ground, rises 8 meters above the ground, contains 10% titanium alloy to withstand the onslaught of aggressive monsters. Upgrade to steel wall. Level 3, 30 million survival points, 15 meters high, 5 meters thick, buried 5 meters underground, contains 15% titanium alloy. Improvement! Improvement again! Su Yuan immediately upgraded the steel wall to level 9, spending 420 million survival points. The steel wall is level 9, 33 meters high, 11 meters thick, 11 meters deep underground, contains 35% titanium alloy. Upgraded to Tier 1. Titanium alloy fortress, 1.5 billion survival points, 55 meters high, 3 meters thick, 22 meters underground, can withstand the onslaught of fierce monsters. Upgraded. Su Yuan did not hesitate to transform the steel wall into a titanium alloy fortress. Fortress, like a steel wall, surrounds the edge of Su Yuan's 1,100-acre survival base. From a distance, a titanium alloy fortress only looks shinier and more magnificent than a steel wall, because titanium alloy is very similar to stainless steel and is more likely to reflect sunlight. However, once the titanium alloy fortress is deployed, petal-like titanium alloy plates will extend from the surrounding walls. The titanium alloy plates will rise into the sky and wrap around the automatic dome, forming a sealed flower bud. The disadvantage is that the alien beast can still drill a hole into the survival base from underground. And once the titanium alloy fortress is closed, the automatic wind generator on the automatic dome will not be able to generate electricity. If the meteor shower continues for several days, the survival base will probably be without power. Once the power is out, robots like New Dali will be unable to protect the survival base. Huang and Pao Mian will also be unable to farm or gather food. Electricity was the top priority. Su Yuan wanted to get a better nuclear generator, but it was very expensive. Then Su Yuan checked his harvest. Transactions in the virtual mall gradually recovered, with more than 330,000 transactions completed, 650,000 kilograms of food, and more than 7.6 million kilograms of materials sold. After refining the materials, Su Yuan received 1.09 billion survival points as a system reward. After deducting the survival points spent on upgrading, Su Yuan accumulated 6.1 billion survival points. There were more than 1.9 million kilograms of food left in the virtual shopping mall. Was still plenty of food, and it looked like it would be enough for today's transactions. However, there was no place to store the harvested crop, and it would be uneconomical to process it directly. So, after lunch, Su Yuan took out 100,000 kilograms of the more than 900,000 kilograms of harvest that Pao Mian had collected and put them in the automated warehouse as a reserve, and put the remaining 800,000 kilograms on the shelves. During the day, Huang continued to farm. He gave Guazi more than 800,000 kilograms of repaired and repairable equipment. If this equipment was not used, it would be a waste. Guazi, disassemble all the usable parts, repair them, and turn them into usable equipment. Gugu, master, no problem. I can repair this ordinary equipment in 2 or 3 days. Guazi shook his head and shouted. Su Yuan shot him a stern look. Among the equipment were tank engines, several water treatment plants, key components of central air conditioners, transformers, and other machine tools. He asked Guazi to refit the chariot for his journey, as well as to build a set of water purification equipment, increase the water storage capacity, upgrade the energy storage equipment, improve the energy conversion performance, and upgrade the ventilation and ventilation equipment. Circulation Point Su Yuan thought that at least he needed to ensure that he could breathe fresh air and drink clean water during the meteor shower. Now that he had more robots at his disposal, the need for electricity was also growing. But the robots were charged at night. 2 automatic wind turbines generate electricity every minute and every second. If the electricity generated during the day is not used, it will be wasted. Only by upgrading the energy storage function and increasing its reserves can we avoid energy loss. This will also ensure a stable supply of electricity when the robot is charging at night. At the same time, Su Yuan is preparing to purchase a nuclear power generator. Nuclear power generators have more powerful power generation functions and require more powerful energy conversion and storage equipment. Su Yuan wants to take all measures before the meteor shower. Su Yuan opens a system store and searches for nuclear power generators. Regular nuclear generators, 20 billion survival points, multifunctional nuclear generators, 65 billion survival points, automatic nuclear generator, 100 billion survival points. Damn, that's too expensive. Su Yuan also discovered that nuclear power generators alone cannot generate electricity. Nuclear power, as well as power generation equipment and control systems, must be purchased. This requires a large number of survival points. Su Yuan needs a lot of resources in exchange for survival points. Survival points obtained only from growing food are not enough. Su Yuan thought about the ruins of the city and the 5 destroyed survival bases around it. These survival bases should have a lot of supplies and equipment. Su Yuan decided to try his luck. Before leaving the base, Su Yuan prepared everything he needed. He used an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to locate the alien creatures and upgraded the normal protective mechanical exoskeleton. Ordinary protective mechanical exoskeleton. Upgraded to multifunctional protective mechanical exoskeleton. 80 million survival points. Titanium alloy structure. Electric drive. 3,000 kilogram force, 100 horsepower speed. Improvement. Multifunctional protective mechanical exoskeleton. Upgraded to automatic auxiliary mech. 300 million survival points. Continue upgrading. Automatic auxiliary mech level 1. Electric drive. Force 30,000 kilograms force. Speed 120 horsepower. Contains 10% vibranium. Can withstand the impact of alien beasts of the ferocious level. Upgraded to level 2 automatic auxiliary mech. 500 million survival points. Electric drive. Develops a force of 40,000 kilogram force. Speed 150 horsepower. Contains 15% vibranium. Can withstand strong blows from alien creatures. Su Yuan directly upgraded the mechanical exoskeleton into an automatic auxiliary mech. After confirming that there were no Lord-level beasts nearby, he took the laser gun, mounted the big cat, and walked out of the survival base for the first time with New Dali and the others. Sheep Bangben and Bajie stayed behind to guard the survival base. Xiao Yu also stayed at the survival base to supervise its operation. Su Yuan rode on the big cat and walked in the middle. New Dali walked in front, and Mouseman and Lightning Rabbit walked behind. Within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, all the beasts were within the range of the automatic unmanned reconnaissance aircraft above his head. Su Yuan's first target was the ruins of the survival base in the northeast. The automatic auxiliary fur that Su Yuan wore had the function of maintaining a constant temperature and humidity. Even with the fur's protective mask, he could breathe fresh air from outside without any discomfort. He excitedly exclaimed, "Big cat, run faster! Roar!" The big cat shouted and jumped out. Big cats can not only run, but also fly. All intelligent combat robots can fight on land, water, and in the air. "Wow, ha ha ha, cool," Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Riding a big cat is much easier than riding a sports car. Before he could play enough, Su Yuan reached the ruins of the survival base. After that, he asked New Dali and the others to take away all the materials from the ruins of the survival base, as long as it was recyclable steel machinery, cotton fabric, rubber, and so on. New Dali instantly transformed into a sentient combat robot, extended a huge mechanical arm, and easily pulled out 2 seriously damaged machines from the ruins. Su Yuan immediately used the recycling function to recycle the machines. "Recycling!" Ding! Congratulations to the host for processing 20,000 kilograms of materials and getting 2 million survival points. Right after the processing was completed, the big cat dug up several broken trucks and placed them in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan only needs to refine, and refine some more to get a constant supply of survival points. Although this private base is small, it stores a lot of materials, more than 30 million kilograms. Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to dig up the materials that were easy to dig up and discarded the ones that were difficult to dig up, not wanting to waste too much time. In less than an hour, Su Yuan collected 23.7 million kilograms of materials and obtained 2.3 billion survival points. In total, he had accumulated 7.52 billion survival points. My God, collecting things for free is a quick way to make money. If we dig another survival base, we can earn 10 billion survival points. Su Yuan rode the big cat to the ruins of the next survival base. Even though Su Yuan had asked New Dali and the others to exterminate all the beast lords around, these private survival bases still wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught of the monstrous torrent. Remember the domain name of the first site TWKAN. Many people died in the survival base, and only a few lucky people managed to escape to other survival bases. The second private survival base was larger, and Su Yuan received 3.3 billion survival points. The third private survival base received 2.7 billion survival points. At the fourth base, Su Yuan met his old friend Liang. Liang was lucky to survive, and he met several lucky people at this survival base. In total, and their bodies had undergone mutations, their strength had become stronger, and their bodies were more adapted to the harsh conditions. The outside of this survival base was still in ruins, but there was still a small place where people could temporarily live. Liang and the others obtained some corpses of strange beasts and were eating their meat when they felt the ground shaking and thought it was an earthquake. In fact, it was New Dali who was digging equipment in the ruins. Liang and the others ran out and stared at New Dali and the other robots in shock. Su Yuan was also shocked. Oh my God, there are still some living beings here. Although Su Yuan was wearing an automatic support mech, Lian still recognized his voice. He asked hesitantly, "Friend, is that you? Friend, how did you get to this state?" Su Yuan and Lian once exchanged supplies and met one day. Lian smiled bitterly and said, "I'm lucky to be alive. I advise you to hurry to the Huadu survival base. A big disaster will happen in a few days." Although Su Yuan sympathized with Lian and the others, he was not familiar enough with them to hurriedly take Lian and the others back to their survival base. Lian nodded. "Friend, you can dig up supplies here. Can you give us some food?" Lian and the others had already repaired the armored vehicles and were ready to gather some food before heading to other survival bases. Su Yuan had no food at the time, so he asked New Dali to dig up the device and let Lian and the others exchange the supplies for food in the virtual shopping mall. Lian and the others who exchanged for food left in an armored car. After Lian left, Su Yuan continued to dig. The ruins of this private survival base were larger than the previous ones. Su Yuan dug them out and got 4.3 billion survival points. There was still the last one, the survival base where Lian originally lived, and it had not been dug out yet, because it was almost dark. Su Yuan planned to come back tomorrow. After he digs up the survival base, he also plans to dig up the city ruins, hoping to accumulate enough survival points before the meteor shower. Riding a big cat, Su Yuan returned to the survival base more than 10 minutes later. Everything is fine at the survival base. Guazi modified the chariot, installing a tank engine and 2 machine guns. Guazi installed everything he could find. Su Yuan is quite pleased, but has no plans to drive the thing yet. Even if he wanted to operate it, he would need to upgrade the system, install a laser gun, and fully arm himself before he left. Su Yuan then checked the transaction status in the virtual shopping mall. Today, over 610,000 transactions were made. 1.43 million kilograms of food and 17.3 million kilograms of materials were sold. Since all survival bases are running low on food and materials, the number of transactions is gradually increasing. To reduce the burden, Each survival base also supports ordinary people and wanderers who find scraps in exchange for food. After Su Yuan processed materials in the virtual shopping center plus system rewards, he received a total of 2.33 billion survival points. Thus, Su Wen had 20.15 billion survival points. Finally, Su Wen put 900,000 kilograms of food that he had recently collected during the day on the shelves. The weight of the food in the virtual shopping mall reached 2.17 million kilograms. After dinner, Su Yuan logged on to the internet to check the information. The first thing he saw was Locke's post. People must evolve, face challenges head-on, don't live in a survival base cage, procrastinate. Come out and meet freedom. Develop, become our superpowers, become new people, and become the masters of the future blue planet. Su Yuan found that Locke's post was very popular and was promoted to the first place. Freedom has always been what people in survival bases like Midu and Fudu strive for, making Locke and other superpowered people stars in their eyes. Instead of stopping this, the Midu survival base actively responded and encouraged people to use more biological agents. And ordinary people and wanderers who want to obtain biological agents must work non-stop and collect supplies. Gentlemen also use public opinion to get more people to use biological agents to experiment with more advanced biological agents. Hongdu directly supplies animal meat that can be bought and eaten by adult animals. If the animals are alive, their numbers can be gradually increased. The Huadu Ark plan has surfaced, in which all the forces and power of this infrastructure maniac were concentrated on the construction of 12 mobile arks on the lands of Huadu. According to the information on the internet, Su Yuan learned that the ark is powered by atomic energy and can dive into the sea, move on land, and in the future, fly in the sky, and in the future, even fly to the star sea. Damn it, this is a mobile survival base. Su Yuan was surprised, then studied the ark's blueprints that were circulating on the internet. Inside the ark, half the area is dedicated to growing food, and the rest is divided into warehouses, production areas, defense zones, and so on, leaving less than 1/10 of the area for people to live in. That's right, disasters make people grow. Or Su Yuan sighed. Su Yuan decided that his future survival base should be mobile. Then, Su Yuan played games for a while and went to bed. The next morning, the temperature began to rise. After breakfast, Su Yuan ordered Guasi to continue repairing and upgrading the equipment. Equipment for air purification, water storage, and so on. All of this was to speed up the process. Zhao Yu stayed at the survival base to manage everything for Su Yuan. Su Yuan rode out on the big cat and let the big cat run at full speed. Roar! The big cat roared and jumped out furiously. A strong wind rushed past Su Yuan like a bullet. The automatic auxiliary mechanism held back all the force of the wind. Su Yuan did not feel any discomfort. A moment later, Su Yuan arrived at Lian's previous survival base, which was the most damaged. Wolverine had almost destroyed the entire survival base. Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to gather supplies. Smart attack robots not only have high attack power, but also quickly collect supplies. The Mouse Man directly took Su Yuan to a large area of ruins that was full of broken machinery and equipment. No need to dig, just recycle them directly. Su Yuan opened the system and silently chanted refining in his heart. A large area of supplies disappeared in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining 1.14 million kilograms of supplies and receiving 114 million survival points as a reward. It's nice to receive money. Su Yuan smiled and patted Mouseman. More than half an hour later, Su Yuan had processed most of the supplies in this survival base. Su Yuan had obtained 3.7 billion survival points. Su Yuan then rushed to the ruins of the city. Su Yuan instructed the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to automatically search for the most supplies in the city ruins. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft quickly confirmed that the place with the most supplies was the industrial zone. More than 20 minutes later, Su Yuan arrived at the industrial zone of the city ruins. He began recycling the waste from the car factory. New Dali and Da Mao were transformed into giant-bodied robots that dug through useless concrete debris, uncovering machine tools, car parts, engines, and even cars that had been built but not yet shipped. Although they were all in tatters, they could be recycled. Recycle! Recycle! Recycle everything! Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. The supplies buried in the ground were survival points that were more useful than money. After recycling the ruins of the automobile factory, they also recycled the ruins of the equipment factory, the ruins of the air conditioner factory, and other places where a large amount of supplies were collected. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and my stomach began to rumble. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving 20 days in the Great Disaster Era, and 10,000 survival points. The system reward arrived, reminding Su Yuan that it was time to go back to dinner. After checking the harvest, Su Yuan was so happy that he almost jumped. Wow, 5.1 billion survival points. That's faster than collecting money. Su Yuan whistled happily. Roar! The big cat growled excitedly. New Dali, Mouse Man, and Lightning Rabbit also shouted. Su Yuan rode the big cat back to the survival base. He had accumulated 28.95 billion survival points, enough to buy a nuclear power generator. 10 minutes later, back at the survival base, Su Yuan first cooked food. He fried some corn cobs with potatoes and cooked spicy chicken. After eating and drinking, Su Yuan went down to the ground. By midday, the temperature outside had reached 53 degrees and was getting hotter and hotter. In the automatic dome, the temperature was around 32 degrees, not too hot. The instant noodles ran up to Su Yuan and rubbed his paws. Meow. Su Yuan realized that it was time to put the food he had picked that morning on the shelves. Su Yuan squatted down, rubbed the back of the instant noodles, and put all 900,000 kilograms of food he had picked that morning on the shelves of the virtual shopping mall. Then he stood up, pressed the system button, and bought a nuclear power generator. After the successful purchase, there was a roar, the earth shook, and a huge nuclear power generator appeared in front of Su Yuan. Ordinary nuclear power generator can generate 50,000 degrees per hour. Conventional nuclear power generators, if they have enough nuclear energy, can continue to generate electricity in a confined space, unlike automatic wind turbines, which are exposed to the outside world. The nuclear power generator also needs to purchase power generation equipment and control systems, and upgrade energy storage and conversion equipment. Su Yuan was looking for nuclear power generation equipment and control systems. Conventional nuclear power generation equipment and control systems, 3 billion survival points. Semi-automatic nuclear power generation equipment and control systems, 5 billion survival points. Fully automatic nuclear power plant equipment and control system, 8 billion survival points. It seems cheap, I agree. Su Yuan directly bought the fully automatic nuclear power plant equipment and control system and commissioned Guazi to assemble it. Goo goo. Guazi shouted twice, turning into a 2-meter intelligent robot serviceman, and began to assemble a nuclear power plant. Guazi's memory contains high-tech knowledge about various mechanical devices. His hands can transform into screwdrivers and welding pliers, and he can intelligently disassemble and assemble various machines. In short, Guazi knows everything that Su Yuan does not. While Guazi was assembling the nuclear power plant, Su Yuan went up to the second underground floor, the equipment floor. It houses the water circulation control room, the air circulation control room, the wastewater treatment room, the energy storage room, and the power supply control room. After the modification of Guazi, a substation room, air purification room, and water purification room were added. However, all of them were converted from equipment used as waste. Su Yuan spent survival points to upgrade all of the equipment. Upgraded to fully automated water circulation control room, fully automated air circulation control room, fully automated wastewater treatment room, fully automated energy storage room, fully automated power supply control room, fully automated substation room, fully automated air purification equipment room, and fully automated water purification equipment room. In addition, a 20,000-litre water tank was purchased. All the wires and pipes were upgraded. A total of 830 million survival points were spent. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan only had 120 million survival points left. Ding! The multifunctional survival house has been checked. It meets the upgrade conditions. Is it worth upgrading? Su Yuan did not expect an unexpected win and happily exclaimed, "Upgrade!" Ding! Congratulations to the host. The upgrade was successful. Multifunctional survival house. Level 3 area, 1,500 square meters. Wall thickness, 3 meters titanium alloy. Automatic door titanium alloy, 3 tons. Performance, cold current resistance, earthquake resistance, lava resistance, and water resistance. Normal attacks of alien beasts. Upgrade to level 4 multifunctional survival house requires 500 million survival points. Su Yuan discovered that the multifunctional survival house had become 5-story. Each floor is 3 meters high and covers an area of 300 square meters. 1 floor above ground and 4 floors underground, buried 16 meters underground. After the renovation, Su Yuan can adjust the layout. The dormitory is still on the 4th floor underground. The 3rd floor underground is the water and air equipment floor, which houses the fully automatic water circulation control room, fully automatic air circulation control room, fully automatic wastewater treatment room, fully automatic room, equipment and fully automatic water purification equipment room. The 2nd floor underground is the power equipment floor, which houses a fully automated energy storage facility, a fully automated power control room, a fully automated substation, and a dedicated charging room for the robot. Tank is located on the roof of the multifunctional survival house. The 1st floor underground and the 1st floor above the ground are unchanged. After finishing all this, Su Yuan returned to the ground. Looking around, he saw a large area of green corn shoots. After the erhuang was grown, it lay on the ground with the instant noodles, waiting to ripen. Su Yuan came to the nuclear power plant, and Guazi was busy. The assembled nuclear power plant covers an area of over 20 acres and is a cylindrical building with a height of 30 meters. More than half an hour later, the nuclear power plant was successfully assembled. Gugu! Guazi shook his head excitedly and ran to Su Yuan. Guazi, you have worked so hard, but you can't eat. If you could eat, I would give you a basket of melon seeds. Gugu, master, Guazi doesn't eat, just charge it. Guazi rubbed Su Yuan's body with his big head. Ding, the nuclear equipment has been detected, and the survival base meets the upgrade conditions. Ding, master, please choose the upgrade direction. First, choose a mobile survival base, and you will also need a large ion engine. Second, choose a stationary survival base that can be directly upgraded. Mobile survival base. Su Yuan was surprised. Isn't this what he wanted? He chose the mobile survival base without hesitation. Then he eagerly searched for large ion engines in the system trade center. Regular large ion engines, 60 billion survival points. Semi-automatic large ion engines, 120 billion survival points. Fully automatic large ion engines, 240 billion survival points. My God, it's more expensive than a nuclear power generator. However, despite all the cost, Su Yuan decided to save up survival points to buy one. Has 120 million survival points left, and there are still 2.17 million kilograms of supplies on the shelves of the virtual shopping mall. 60 billion survival points are simply out of reach. Damn it, I'll have to fight for my life to process the supplies soon. Looking at the sun in the sky, I see that there are more than 3 hours until darkness. Su Yuan is going to go to the city ruins to recycle the supplies. After recycled most of the supplies in the ruins, he should collect 60 billion survival points. Su Yuan, wearing an automatic support mech and riding a large cat, takes New Dali and the others to the ruins of the city. The temperature outside has reached 60 degrees and the ground is cracked like a spider web. You can bake eggs on the exposed stone surface. Su Yuan wears the automatic auxiliary fur and does not feel any discomfort. After reaching the ruins of the city, New Dali, the big cat and the mouse man went to search for supplies. After the transformation, the lightning rabbit was not very big and could not carry weight. Su Yuan asked him to guard him to prevent the beast from attacking. Then Su Yuan did only one thing: refine, refine, and refine again. The survival points continued to increase. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft discovered a large steel factory. Su Yuan rushed there with New Dali and others and found mountains of steel and ore. Su Yuan laughed in delight. Just by refining the steel that was produced but not sold in time, he earned more than 6 billion survival points, not to mention the equipment and ore of the steel mill. Su Yuan then enthusiastically processed the materials. There were mountains of survival points all over the ground. 3.5 hours later, the sun set, and there was still some afterglow. Su Yuan reluctantly stopped. Ha 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 ha, we'll be back tomorrow and have to empty the ruins of this city. In these 3 hours, Su Yuan has collected several times more than before. It seems that New Dali and the others have gained experience in digging materials from the ruins, and their extraction speed has also increased. Su Yuan had earned more than 11 billion survival points. He was so thirsty that he kept shouting the word recycling. But he was very happy and excited. When he returned to the survival base, it was completely dark. Xiao Yu had already left some fresh food and vegetables for Su Yuan to cook dinner according to his instructions. The remaining 900,000 kilograms of food were placed on the shelves of the virtual shopping mall. There were 3.07 million kilograms of food in the virtual shopping mall. Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to attack in turn, leaving at least 2 intelligent attack robots each time to guard the survival base. He ran to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Su Yuan felt the need to buy a life support robot to cook and clean the house for him. But after thinking about saving up survival points and buying engines, he held back. Wait until the survival points are too much to spend and then buy it. After dinner, Su Yuan checked the sales of the virtual shopping mall. He exchanged another 430,000 times, exchanging 760,000 kilograms of food for 9.1 million kilograms of materials. After refining the materials, he received a total of 1.67 billion survival points, plus system rewards. In this way, Su Yuan has accumulated 12.79 billion survival points. Tomorrow, the global magnetic field will be disturbed, which will not be a major disaster for Su Yuan, and he can still go out. If you want to quickly get a lot of survival points, you can only rely on recycling materials and exchanging food, or Su Yuan can develop new system functions. Su Yuan has no inspiration. Turn on the computer to see if the information on the internet can inspire him and generate new ideas. First, Su Yuan found the warning message he sent last time. The message about the meteor shower has long been buried under the comments of various experts. 5 leading astronomers from the Midu survival base came forward and presented hundreds of data points that Su Yuan couldn't understand, explaining that these meteorites floating in the universe would fly past the blue planet and not hit it. My God, I really think I'm right, since I'm talking so much. Su Yuan complained. Each expert submitted a report consisting of tens of thousands of words with examples. Below is a group of ordinary people who do not understand anything, but strongly support and believe the experts. In addition to Midu, experts from the Fudu survival base also went out to search for traffic. They claimed that even if a few meteorites fell on the blue planet, it would not cause serious damage. In fact, meteorites fall on the blue planet almost every day, but they are too small to attract human attention. They burn up before they hit the ground. Hundu even said that there was nothing to worry about. Even if meteorites were a threat to humanity, they could be destroyed with nuclear weapons. So everyone turned their attention to the future development of humanity. Ordinary people are mostly concerned with life's problems, hoping to be well-fed and not die of hunger. However, there are differences in the future development directions of the basic bases of survival. Almost all the major survival bases, such as Midu, Fudu, and Hongdu, advocate the rapid development of mankind, and the survival base is only a temporary shelter. Huadu advocates people-oriented, building arcs and allowing people to transform the environment. It seems that everyone has their own reasons. There are also arguments on the internet. Su Yuan could not figure out who was right and who was wrong, so he continued searching. It turned out that the need for food was growing, and more people in survival bases like Midu were complaining about unfair prices in the virtual shopping mall. However, some also noted that the prices of products in private supply transactions were higher than in the virtual shopping mall. The demand for private barter was also high. People not only need food, but also basic necessities such as clothes, shoes, toothpaste, various tools, etc. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. My God, I can do this too. Su Yuan clicked the Develop button in the system. The host can develop new functions for the system. Please try to come up with ideas for new functions. Each idea will consume 10 million survival points. After the system recognizes the concept, it will automatically update and configure the new functions. The host must have 200 million survival points to use the new functions after development. Damn, this time it's not free. Su Yuan closed his eyes and began to plot. This time, he did not plot blindly, but based on the virtual shopping mall, he began to think of the store function. Su Yuan wants to develop a store function in a virtual shopping mall. In the future, anyone can sell their excess inventory in the virtual shopping mall in exchange for needed goods. First time, fail. Second time, fail again. The system did not recognize period. Third time, fail. 11th time, failure. 12th time, success. Ding. Congratulations to the host for developing the store function. To use the store function, you need to pay 200 million survival points. Su Yuan immediately opened the store function. Function is enabled and the host can click to view and use it. Remember the domain name of the first website, twkan.com. Open the survival base system. You will see that the main menu of the system has become Base, Shopping Center, Transaction, Store, Processing, Experiment, Development, Lottery, Backpack, etc. Click on the store. Immediately Su Yuan can set the shop size, transaction weight, transaction material type, exchange rate, etc. At the same time, the system will automatically adjust the system commission ratio according to the size of the store or the monthly rent that needs to be paid to the system every month. Su Yuan began to adjust it. Small stores are allowed to place one product per shelf, and the total weight of goods on the shelf must not exceed 1,000 kilograms. Each time, the system takes 1/10,000th of the transaction amount as rent, or pays a monthly rent of 1,000 kilograms of materials every month. Medium-sized stores are allowed to place 3 products on the shelves, and the total weight of the products on the shelves should not exceed 10,000 kilograms. Each time, the system takes 0.02% of the transaction amount as a rent or pays a monthly rent of 3,000 kilograms of materials. Large stores are allowed to place 5 products on the shelves, and the total weight of the products on the shelves should not exceed 50,000 kilograms. Each time, the system takes 0.03% of the transaction amount as a rent or pays a monthly rent of 5,000 kilograms of materials. Super large shops. For transactions made in shops, the system will extract materials or monthly rent from users, and Su Yuan will receive a system reward. For each transaction, Su Yuan will receive a reward of 1,000 survival points. As the manager of the store, Su Yuan has the right to block anyone from entering the store and confiscate the materials displayed on the shelves. Moreover, for special materials, Su Yuan has priority in exchange. All special materials, such as high-grade metals and rare minerals, must be approved by Su Yuan. If Su Yuan finds the special materials he needs, he can exchange them directly. Shops are different from virtual shopping malls. They can be rented not only by individuals, but also by organizations and used on behalf of organizations or survival bases. When Su Yuan finished the setup, all users of the virtual shopping mall received a system notification that they could rent and use stores on their own. A minute after the store opened, Shalibi from Shadu rented a super large store. He wanted to sell the oil and wanted to exchange it for various daily necessities such as clothes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, etc. However, Su Yuan determined that the maximum amount of kilograms the store could exchange at one time was no more than 100 kilograms. Shalibi traded this batch of oil at least hundreds of times. Within 10 minutes of opening, all the major survival bases had rented super large stores. Half an hour after opening, the number of stores reached 500, and the number of transactions exceeded 2,000. Su Yuan hoped that the deal would quickly become popular so that he could get more system rewards. After that, Su Yuan played games for a while and went to sleep. Perhaps because he was too tired from processing materials during the day, Su Yuan slept very well. The next day, Su Yuan opened his eyes and checked the transaction status of the stores. The number of stores had exceeded 310,000, with more than 110,000 transactions and 110 million survival points accumulated. The number of transactions had increased sharply, but none of the goods contained food, because there was not enough food for anyone except Su Yuan. This did not affect the transaction status of the virtual shopping mall. Su Yuan then checked the virtual shopping mall. Last night, the number of transactions exceeded 830,000, with more than 1.59 million kilograms of food sold and more than 18.9 million kilograms of materials exchanged. After refining materials and receiving system rewards, Su Yuan had obtained a total of 2.72 billion survival points, and there were still 820,000 kilograms of food left on the shelves of the virtual shopping mall. Thus, Su Yuan's survival points, after deducting the development of the store function, amounted to 13.63 billion. After breakfast, the survival base was handed over to Xiao Yu's management, and Su Yuan took New Dali and the other robots to the ruins of the city. With yesterday's experience, Su Yuan directly instructed the automatic unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to search for the places with the richest materials in the ruins of the city. The industrial zone is the first choice, followed by large shopping centers such as hardware and building materials wholesale markets, automobile markets, etc. Su Yuan saddled the big cat and arrived at yesterday's industrial zone, where there was still a large unexcavated area left. Soon, New Dali and the others dug up another bearing processing plant. The various large machines, raw materials, and processed bearings were enough for Su Yuan to process for a while. The morning was fast and busy. Su Yuan earned 8.3 billion survival points through refining. At noon, Su Yuan did not return to the survival base. When he came earlier, he took his lunch with him and spent 1,000 survival points in the system shopping center on a thermos. He planned to have lunch in the city ruins. Su Yuan asked the big cat to lie down on the ground and put rice, 2 fried chicken legs, 2 fried corn cobs, and spinach soup on it. While eating, a system message sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving 22 days in the Great Disaster Era and getting 10,000 survival points. Oh my God, I forgot that I could win the lottery today. Su Yuan opened the lottery while eating. Pressing the golden button, lines of text flashed on the empty golden display. Large Intelligent Ion Engine, Intelligent Robot Earth Force, Gravity Balance System. Oh my God, that's all I need. 1 for each. Su Yuan looked excitedly at the golden frame of the display, and finally the text stopped on Intelligent Robot of Life. The Intelligent Robot of Life. Isn't that what he wants? Ding! Congratulations to the owner for receiving the Intelligent Robot of Life, which was placed in the backpack. Su Yuan opened the backpack, took out the Intelligent Robot of Life, and a white fox appeared in front of him. Squeal, Master! I am life number 1. Providing the master with the best and healthiest life. The white fox shook its tail and rubbed Su Yuan's paws like a husky. I will call you Dubai. From now on, you will make me a menu once a week, and I will choose what to eat every day. Su Yuan smiled happily. Squeal, okay, master. Dubai nodded. After dinner, Su Yuan felt a little strange, bored and uneasy. This was due to the changes in the global magnetic field, causing his heart rate and the frequency of information transmission along the nerves of the brain to change accordingly. If the body can't adapt to such minor changes, it will feel uncomfortable. Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to speed up their actions. If the situation becomes serious tomorrow, he won't be able to go out. New Dali and the other intelligent combat robots continued to dig up the ruins, digging up recyclables and laying them out in front of Su Yuan. The ruins of the factories in the industrial zone were completely dug up by them. Only when the sun had completely set and it was getting dark did Su Yuan ask New Dali and the others to stop. Su Yuan then checked today's earnings, as well as the 8.3 billion survival points earned in the morning, a total of 21.7 billion survival points. Wow, I'm rich today. I'm happily saddled the big cat and hurried back. Dabai is a robot reviver that can't run or fly. Su Yuan asked New Dali to carry it and returned to the survival base together. Inside the survival base. When Su Yuan left, he bought enough seeds and accelerated growth potions. Thanks to the efforts of Huang and Paomian, a total of 1.8 million kilograms of food was collected. Xiao Yu followed Su Yuan's instructions and placed each wave of food in the virtual shopping mall. After returning to the survival base, Su Yuan checked the transaction status in the virtual shopping mall. More than 800,000 kilograms of food were sold in the morning, and another 870,000 kilograms of food in the afternoon. Slowly, transactions returned to normal, with more and more people coming out to buy supplies and exchange food. In total, 820,000 transactions were made, and 18.9 million kilograms of supplies were received. After Su Yuan restored all the supplies, he received 2.71 billion in acceleration system rewards. Thus, Su Yuan's accumulated survival points reached 38.04 billion. There are still 950,000 kilograms of food left in the virtual shopping mall. According to the current trading situation, the food in the virtual mall will be sold out in the second half of the night. Su Yuan thought that it would be great if he could grow food at night. But Huang and instant noodles need to be charged at night, unless he buys another robot to farm and harvest. Also, there is no sunlight at night, so he needs to buy fluorescent lamps that simulate sunlight. It is not difficult, but it takes time. It is definitely impossible to do today. Let's see what happens tomorrow. If the global magnetic field changes seriously and solar radiation becomes too strong, Su Yuan plans to stay at the survival base and install fluorescent lamps that simulate sunlight. Returning to the fourth floor underground, Su Yuan asked Dabai to cook dinner and turned on the computer to surf the internet. At first, he still looked at the information on the internet. The appearance of the store caused a sensation on the internet. Each survival base will export surplus supplies for sale or exchange for other necessary ones. The store significantly accelerated the exchange of supplies between survival bases and reduced transportation risks and costs. Among them, the happiest were the residents of the Shadu survival base. Oil is cheaper than water. Come and exchange it. Toothpaste, a towel, a pack of paper can be exchanged for a barrel of oil. The Kwandu survival base was not going to lag behind. My friends, the best iron ore and the best coal, toothpaste and a towel, all this can be exchanged for a lot. Business elites seized the opportunity to propose a reorganization of the World Trade Organization to determine the price of market exchange. Kwandu, Midu's lackey, expressed his approval. Fudu, Dongdu and others followed suit. Huadu and Hundu did not react. Su Yuan did not take this seriously. Anyone who dared to interfere and use the stores created by the system to make huge profits was immediately blocked and all the goods on the shelves were confiscated. Su Yuan then checked the transaction status of the stores. The number of transactions exceeded the number of transactions in the virtual shopping mall. The number of transactions soared to 910,000, and he received 910 million survival points as a reward. My God, how popular! Su Yuan was a little surprised. He found that the number of shops had exceeded 720,000, and most of the survival bases in the world rented their own shops. And the number of shops continued to grow. More and more resourceful ordinary people began renting out shops and selling the supplies they had. After that, Su Yuan had dinner, played some games, and went to bed. He slept until dawn. As soon as he opened his eyes, Dabai, who had turned into a living robot, came to him. "Pee-pee, master. Breakfast is ready. You can get up and enjoy." Su Yuan rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Dabai, you're good. Now go and make me some toothpaste." "Pee-pee, okay, master." Dabai turned into a living robot, 1.68 meters tall, a beautiful, handsome robot. Su Yuan felt that this day was a little like life. After dinner, Su Yuan went down to the ground. Today, there are active sunspots and the temperature is high. It exceeded 42 degrees early in the morning and the temperature continues to rise. Moreover, the radiation level has reached level 6. If you don't wear the automatic assist mechanism to go out, your body cells will be killed by radiation and you will feel a burning sensation. Your body will become cancerous and you will have difficulty breathing, disability, or even death. Su Yuan doesn't want to go out and take the risk. Base has an automatic dome to resist radiation, and by wearing the automatic auxiliary gear, Su Yuan does not need to worry about radiation at all. Therefore, Su Yuan plans to install fluorescent lamps that simulate sunlight. Su Yuan is looking for fluorescent lamps that promote plant growth. Ordinary large fluorescent lamps that promote plant growth, 10,000 survival points. Multifunctional large fluorescent lamps that promote plant growth, 100,000 survival points. Fully automatic adjustment of large fluorescent lamps that promote plant growth, 1 million survival points. Su Yuan's current planting area is 1,000 acres. On average, 10 acres of land requires one large fluorescent lamp, so he needs to buy 100 large fluorescent lamps. After thinking about it, he decided to spend 100 million survival points to buy 100 large fluorescent lamps with fully automatic regulation. Fully automatic adjustment of large fluorescent lamps. According to the needs of each stage of plant development, the amount of sunlight required for plant growth is adjusted, which can increase grain yield per acre. Su Yuan asked Guazi to install all the large fluorescent lamps with fully automatic adjustment on the automatic dome and connect them to the power supply. In this way, at night, when the temperature is not lower than negative 60 degrees, Huang can do farming. After all these works were completed, it was noon. Su Yuan put the newly harvested 900,000 kilograms of grain on the shelves. The remaining 950,000 kilograms of grain from yesterday were exchanged in the second half of the night. From the afternoon of the night until noon today, there was no grain in the entire virtual shopping mall. Therefore, the newly harvested grain was sold out as soon as it was put on the shelves. Su Yuan checked the harvest. Last night, the stores exchanged 870,000 times, and the virtual shopping mall exchanged 430,000 times, and exchanged 13.3 million kilograms of materials. After processing materials and system rewards, it received 2.63 billion survival points. After subtracting the survival points spent on buying fluorescent lamps, the number reached 41.48 billion. There was still a lot of money left to buy ordinary large ion engines. Su Yuan looked at the sun in the sky. He probably wouldn't be able to go outside today. Level is higher than the disaster warning system predicted. Tomorrow, the radiation will increase, and the day after tomorrow, the sunspot will weaken, and the radiation level will decrease. But the day after tomorrow, there will be a meteor shower. Su Yuan thought about how to earn more survival points. Dabai came up wagging his tail and called out, "PP Master, it's time for you to have lunch." Su Yuan came up and stroked Dabai's drooping fur. "Dabai, what are you cooking?" "PP Master, I cook spicy chicken stew, duck corn soup and stir-fried vegetables, but the types of dishes are too few, and many dishes cannot be prepared for Master." Su Yuan raised his gaze and looked around. His survival base covers an area of 1,100 acres, of which the cultivated area is only 1,000 acres. Su Yuan decided to reclaim 10 acres of land for vegetable crops as his special ration, and also raise fish, cattle, sheep, pigs, and other livestock. He ate chicken and duck and didn't want to eat anymore. Now only Su Yuan is subjected to such treatment in the whole world. For ordinary people, eating meat is more difficult than going to heaven. After dinner, Su Yuan sat on the sofa and bought a robot farmer and a robot harvester. The two robots cost a total of 600 million survival points. This time, it was a husky and a civet. The husky shook his head, looked at Su Yuan blankly, and exclaimed, "Woof, Master, I am the number 2 farmer." Su Yuan grinned and said, "From now on, your name will be Ursha, and you will be in charge of harvesting at night." "Woof. Okay, master." Ursha shook his tail and went to look for a place to recharge. Then the raccoon shouted, "Meow, master, where am I? Your name is Crispy Noodles, and you are in charge of harvesting at night." "Meow." The raccoon cried out happily and caught up with Urshu. In this way, Su Yuan can collect food day and night, 4 waves a day, which is more than 3.6 million kilograms. Then Su Yuan began to look for breeding robots. Breeding requires not only a special breeding place, but also the management of breeding robots. The price of intelligent breeding robots is low, only 300 million. Su Yuan did not buy them right away. He was considering whether to build a pond and farm outside or in a multi-purpose survival house. The multi-purpose survival house is currently too small and not suitable for breeding. And outside, in extreme weather conditions, whether it's fish, cattle, sheep or pigs, it's easy to freeze to death. After some hesitation, Su Yuan decided to wait until the space in the multifunctional survival house was a little larger before trying to raise livestock. So he spent 100,000 survival points and bought a fully automatic fish pond that was on the same floor as the chickens and ducks. Fully automatic fish breeding pond. Level 1, 36 square meters, can accommodate 10 fish. Provide them with a life similar to swimming in the river. Ensure the quality of meat, have the function of automatic slaughter, can be cut into fillets, blocks, etc., according to the needs of the owner. Fish like chickens and ducks can be fed with growth potions and can produce 2 waves a day. During the day, everything was calm. At night, the temperature began to drop to -11 degrees, and it was possible to plant plants without any problems. Turn on the fluorescent lights, and the entire survival base was shining like daylight. Ursha and Ganquamian also charged up and began to work. Xiaoyu assigned Ursha and Ganquamian, the 2 acolytes, to work. Su Yuan stayed on the 4th floor underground to play. He did not check the harvest until he was tired of playing. In the virtual trading center, more than 1.8 million kilograms of grain harvested per day were exchanged for more than 1.36 million kilograms. More than 620,000 exchanges were made, and 15.3 million kilograms of materials were received in exchange. Transactions were very active, with 740,000 transactions and 740 million survival points paid out. After Su Yuan collected all the materials, system rewards, and subtracted the cost of purchasing robots, he had 41.14 billion survival points left. That night, Su Yuan slept well. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Dabai ran to Su Yuan's bed and called out, "Right, master, master, it's time to get up." Su Yuan opened his eyes as if he was stunned, as if he had just fallen asleep. Seeing Dabai, he remembered that he had asked him to wake him up early the previous day. Su Yuan planned to go to the city ruins in the morning before sunrise, get some materials and exchange them for survival points. Armed with an automatic auxiliary mech, Su Yuan mounted the big cat and left the survival base. The industrial area had been almost completely dug up by Su Yuan, and today he would first head to the hardware and building materials market. After receiving instructions from Su Yuan, the automatic drone sent the material distribution map of the hardware and building materials market to New Dali and other robots. Su Yuan only had to step aside and collect the materials. Su Yuan continued collecting materials until almost 9 o'clock. The weather became unbearably hot, and the radiation intensity reached 4 degrees. Only then did he decide to return. During this wave, Su Yuan earned 3.53 billion survival points. Returning to the base, Su Yuan found that Huang and Pao Mian had taken over Urshi and Nak Noodle's work and were cultivating the crops. Xiao Yu ran up to Su Yuan, jumping up and down. "Master! Master, last night we harvested and placed 1.8 million kilograms of crops on the shelves of the virtual shopping mall." Height was just above Su Yuan's knees, and she looked like she was asking for a reward. Thanks to Su Yuan's development of the store system, Xiao Yu grew another 10 centimeters, reaching 70 centimeters. At the same time, Xiao Yu's character became more humane. Su Yuan leaned over and picked up Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you've done a good job, but unfortunately, I don't know how to reward you. Ursha and Gangkwamian are already familiar with the planting process, so you don't need to look after them tonight. Hehe, Xiao Yu doesn't want a reward. Xiao Yu just wants to grow up quickly. The owner needs to develop more system functions so that Xiao Yu can grow. Su Yuan took Xiao Yu back to the fourth underground floor and started washing the dishes. After eating the breakfast prepared by Dubai, he checked the revenue from last night. The grain harvested last night, and the remaining 440,000 kilograms of grain, a total of 1.48 million kilograms of grain, were exchanged. There are still 760,000 kilograms of grain left in the virtual trading center, which should be enough for the morning deal. There were 730,000 exchanges and 17.2 million kilograms of materials were obtained. Shops also exchanged 860,000 times and received 860 million survival points as a reward. After Su Yuan collected all the materials, his survival points reached 47.98 billion. Then Su Yuan played a survival game in the wild and did not plan to go out. The disaster warning plane showed that the radiation intensity outside had risen to level 6, and it should reach level 7 or even 8 by noon. It is assumed that by then, the alien beasts will not dare to wander nearby. The day passed peacefully, and 1.8 million kilograms of food were collected. Ursha and Gangkwamian began to capture erhuang and instant noodles. After Su Yuan finished dinner, he went online to check the news. A sunspot had flared up, causing many people to die from radiation. Since it was morning in Midu, the radiation was not strong and the temperature was not too high, so few people died. Many still responded to Locke's call, bravely accepted the challenge and faced difficulties. They always believed that only through suffering could they become stronger and their bodies evolve. Brothers, do not be afraid. If you feel dizzy and dazed, this is your body's reaction to evolution. As long as you don't die, you can become stronger. For the sake of freedom, to become a new person, let's go out boldly. Guys, I just tried it. Fighting poison with poison will be more effective. Eating alien meat under the sun will instantly make you strong. Friends, I suddenly had an idea. What do you think? First take a biological agent, then try eating alien meat, and then irradiate yourself for 3 hours? There are various ways to make people evolve on the internet. I don't know if the author of the post has tried it himself, but there will always be those who believe. Damn it, Midu is going to kill himself. Su Yuan laughed. Master, in fact, this is not called evolution, but alienation. If a master wants to evolve, he must only eat high-quality food or food of a higher level, Xiao Yu explained, sitting next to Su Yuan. Can I evolve too? What will I evolve into? Su Yuan asked in surprise. Teacher, if you take the fruit of speed or the fruit of endurance, your speed or endurance will not exceed 100, which is 10 times that of an ordinary person. If you want to surpass the limit of an ordinary person, you need to evolve and become a superhuman. God, superhuman. Can I become superhuman? Or super saiyan? Su Yuan originally thought that once he had accumulated enough power Earth, he could continue to increase his strength, speed, and endurance by eating the power fruit, speed fruit, and endurance fruit. Now he knows that human limits still exist. I don't know what Master will eventually evolve into. Xiao Yu pouted and added, however, I know that Master will become more and more powerful. As long as he continued to cultivate, he would definitely be able to kill a ferocious level monster, or even a lord-level monster, with his bare hands. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he decided to cultivate a separate plot of land, refine it into high-quality land, and grow high-quality food for his daily meals. The next day, Su Yuan had a wonderful dream. When he opened his eyes, he found that Xiao Yu had unknowingly crawled into bed. Su Yuan thought that when there were enough rooms, he could arrange a separate living room for each robot. That way, Xiao Yu wouldn't have to fight him for the blanket. After breakfast, Su Yuan checked the income for the entire day yesterday. In the virtual mall, The 3.6 million kilograms of food collected yesterday, plus the 760,000 kilograms of food left over from before, made a total of 4.36 million kilograms of food. There were 2.03 million exchanges. 4.12 million kilograms of food and 45.6 million kilograms of materials were exchanged. The store made 1.15 million exchanges and was rewarded with 1.15 billion survival points. After Su Yuan collected all the materials, his survival points reached 52.41 billion. My God, how could so much food be exchanged yesterday? Su Yuan checked the transaction details in confusion. It turned out that all the survival bases were secretly stockpiling food by using reserve resources and exchanging it piecemeal. Since Su Yuan had set an upper limit, no more than 2 kilograms of food could be exchanged at a time. All survival bases allowed guards to continuously exchange food on their behalf. As a result, the food remaining in the virtual shopping mall was not enough for the exchange this morning. Su Yuan could do nothing but take out the 100,000 kilograms of food stored in the warehouse and put it on the shelves. In this way, the food in the virtual shopping mall should last until the first wave of deliveries, which will begin today. Today, the sunspots have weakened and the radiation level has dropped to 3 degrees. Su Yuan decided to go to the second wave. There are still many unexcavated supplies in the city ruins. Su Yuan took the lunch prepared by Dabai, mounted the big cat, and went to the ruins of the city with Neo Dali, Mouseman, and Bajie. Lightning Rabbit and Foolish Sheep stayed behind to guard the survival base. Su Yuan felt that Bajie was also a powerful robot and could help get more supplies. In terms of safety, Su Yuan believed that with the auxiliary mech, he would be safe until he encountered a Lord-level monster. This time, the target was still the large shopping malls, then the subway station and the train station. Many abandoned wagons and locomotives are waste suitable for recycling. Moreover, the railway station still has a lot of ore and other materials that were not delivered on time. The unmanned surveillance aircraft quickly zeroed in on the automobile city, where dozens of showrooms are filled with a variety of unsold vehicles. Although passenger cars are not heavy, they weigh 1 to 2 tons. Large trucks and heavy-duty semis weigh 7 to 8 tons. Su Yuan only needs to stand still and recycle, recycle, and recycle again. New Dali, Big Cat, and Baji will constantly transport materials. Although Mouseman is a little smaller, he is smarter. Shin from Bar 69 always finds a place where a large amount of materials accumulates and immediately drags Su Yuan there to be processed. In the end, Su Yuan earned more than 6.3 billion survival points. In the evening, Su Yuan finished washing the dishes and was about to play when the automatic wireless communicator rang. Xiaoyu hurried to Su Yuan and said anxiously, "Master, the Huadu survival base has declared the highest level of danger for all survival bases on Huadu. Meteor showers are coming." "Ah, this is a devastating disaster. Damn it, I knew it was inevitable." Su Yuan complained, turned on the computer, and checked the information on the internet. The internet was full of warnings from large survival bases. First, the Medu survival base sent out a warning to all of humanity. A super meteor shower was about to hit the blue planet. The largest of them would be over 10,000 meters in diameter, which would deal a devastating blow to humanity. Medu, together with Hongdu and Huadu, solemnly decided to destroy all meteorites with a diameter of more than 5,000 meters with nuclear weapons at any cost. Then Huadu and Hongdu made statements. This important news took everyone by surprise. Damn, where are the experts who spoke before? Didn't they say that Blue Planet wouldn't be harmed? Damn it, what do they need experts for? Why did they only find out now? My God, what's wrong with the world? Is this really the end of the world? Su Yuan found that the posts where the experts had so confidently promised and had disappeared, and there was nowhere for people to complain. The warning message he sent out was long buried and forgotten. So, to keep people from losing control of their emotions, a group of experts stepped in. Actually, you have nothing to worry about. Missiles are world-class. Hongdu has the world's most powerful nuclear weapons, and Medu has the best navigation system. The three companies work together, and there is no meteorite that cannot be destroyed. If we wanted, we could even destroy the moon. This group of weapons experts collected hundreds of thousands of words of professional information and analyzed all possible options and contingencies. In the end, all the results showed that all the meteorites with a larger diameter would be destroyed before entering the atmosphere of the blue planet. So people believed the experts again. Then Su Yuan checked the plan circulating on the internet. Midu and Hongdu are willing to destroy all nuclear warheads in the nuclear arsenal to destroy the meteorites. Huadu is willing to provide the required 10,000 missiles. All missiles and nuclear warheads are exchanged through stores. After the exchange, all nuclear-armed missiles will be prepared for launch from 109 launch sites around the world. There is a backup plan. According to the meteor shower order, 3,000 nuclear-armed missiles will be launched tomorrow. God, this time it's really big! Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He opened the store and saw thousands of applications for approval to exchange special materials. These materials are either missiles or nuclear warheads. Su Yuan lightly tapped his finger and approved these applications. The three main survival bases worked quickly. Tonight, the missiles and nuclear warheads that will be launched tomorrow will be assembled together. Tomorrow morning, 109 launch sites around the world will launch simultaneously. Destroy the meteorite before it enters the atmosphere of the blue planet. People are destined to spend a sleepless night today. Although there are guarantees from experts, no one is sure that nuclear weapons can accurately destroy meteorites. Deals in the virtual shopping mall are in full swing again. People took out everything they had in their hands and exchanged it for food, preparing for a family dinner. No one knows if this is the last dinner. Su Yuan turned off the computer and checked the day's earnings. Collected 1.8 million kilograms of food in one day, all of which were put on the shelves of Xiaoyu, plus the remaining 340,000 kilograms of food, all of which were sold out by this time. 1.04 million exchanges were made, and 23.3 million kilograms of materials were received from the exchanges. The shop made 750,000 exchanges and received 750 million survival points as a reward. After Su Yuan collected all the materials and survival points earned in the city ruins for the day, he had 62.83 billion survival points in his hands. Then spent 60 billion survival points to buy a normal large ion engine from the system shopping mall. Ding! Normal large ion engines and nuclear generators have been verified, meeting the conditions for upgrading the survival base. Want to upgrade? Upgrade! Ding! The system is being upgraded, resources are being integrated, the current progress is 10%. Su Yuan waited patiently, and it seemed that this upgrade would take a long time. A roar sounded in his ears, and the entire survival base seemed to be undergoing a radical change. Ding! The upgrade was successful. Su Yuan pressed the database button to check the data. Base Master. Su Yuan name. Dragon City area. 1,200 acres. Power. Ordinary large ion engines. Speed. Mach 1. Flight altitude. 15,000 meters equipment. 1 intelligent survival cabin. 1 high-speed landing. 1 long-term. Landing. 1 survival butler. 2 intelligent farming robots. Su Yuan was stunned. According to the data, only the multifunctional survival house has become intelligent. The rest are unchanged. Xiaoyu, help me show the 3-dimensional projection of the survival base. Good, Master. Xiaoyu's finger gently moved forward, and a 3-dimensional projection of the survival base appeared in front of Su Yuan. From a general perspective, Su Yuan's survival base looked like a giant flying saucer. Covering an area of 1,200 acres, the titanium alloy fortress has evolved into a fully automated titanium alloy armor that extends up to 40 meters and down to 60 meters. The petal-shaped titanium alloy plates can then be pushed outward from top to bottom, forming a fully enclosed bud. In this way, the upper and lower parts of the survival base are protected by fully automated titanium alloy armor. The height from the center of the upper bud to the center of the lower bud is 130 meters. The titanium alloy plate extends outward by 15 meters, making a total of 30 meters. The interior of the survival base is divided into 3 layers. The ground is 9 meters deep, and at the 10th meter, there is a 1 meter thick layer of vibranium steel. This layer of steel plates is equal to the entire survival base and supports all its equipment. Below is the energy layer, which is equipped with conventional large ion engines and prefabricated nuclear power plants. The conventional large ion engines are installed in the very center of the entire survival base. 10 fins, 15 meters thick and 20 meters wide, are connected to a conventional large ion engine. 8 of them are located in the horizontal plane and integrated with a meter-thick layer of vibranium. 2 are located in a vertical plane, extending to the center of the bud formed after the fully automatic titanium alloy armor is closed. All keels are made of vibranium to ensure the stability of the survival base when moving. Next to the conventional large ion engine installed, the system is also equipped with a fully automatic control cabin. Su Yuan can give commands through the system or enter the fully automatic control cabin and control manually. Behind the regular large ion engine is a nuclear power plant built by Gwazi. It includes equipment for monitoring the temperature of the active zone of the power plant, equipment for monitoring the air environment, equipment for ensuring safety, etc., as well as a room for the automatic control system for electricity generation. Room can also switch to manual control. From 11 to 40 meters is the energy layer, but the large ion engine and the assembled nuclear power plant occupy an area of less than 500 acres. The remaining space can be used by Su Yuan to install other equipment in the future. At 41 meters, there is another layer of vibranium steel plate 1 meter thick, which is connected to the survival base as a whole through a keel on the vertical surface. From 42 meters to 60 meters. In the future, Su Yuan will be able to hang various weapons on a layer of vibranium steel plate. And 25 meters above the ground, there is an automatic dome, and there is nothing above the automatic dome. The space that Su Yuan can use is the space above the ground, the energy layer, and the space below the energy layer. Later, Su Yuan also discovered that there is a super large elevator that runs through the entire production base. You can take the elevator down from the ground to the energy layer, go through the energy layer, then go through the bottom vibranium steel plate and exit the survival base below. Moreover, the large elevator can transport not only people, but also cargo, and it can be driven by automated transport robots. The intelligent survival capsule where he lives is located right next to the large elevator. It is like an airship embedded between the Earth and the energy layer, with the upper layer of the Earth open. There are only 9 floors inside the intelligent survival capsule. If the survival base is hit by a devastating blow, the intelligent survival capsule can break away from the survival base and escape alone. However, the intelligent survival capsule is currently an empty shell, belonging to level 0. Su Yuan pressed the intelligent survival capsule to check its characteristics. Intelligent survival capsule. Level 0 area. 9,000 square meters. Wall thickness. 3 meters vibranium steel plate. Automatic vibranium door. 3 tons power. None. Su Yuan found that each floor was 1,000 square meters and the layout remained. Previous point. The 5th to 8th basement floors were empty. Su Yuan still lived on the 4th basement floor, but the area was larger and there were many more rooms. My God, this improvement is simply amazing. Dean, congratulations to the owner on successfully upgrading the survival base to level 2 and the ability to upgrade any 2 devices to 2 levels in a row. In addition, an additional reward was added to the owner's backpack: an intelligent giant laser cannon and an intelligent giant extreme freezing cannon. Su Yuan jumped happily and opened the backpack to see a giant laser cannon and a giant extreme freezing cannon. Smart giant laser cannon. Level 1. After accumulating energy, it can shoot every 15 minutes and can emit laser beams with a temperature of over 30,000 degrees, which can kill Lord-level alien beasts. Smart giant laser cannon. Level 1. After accumulating energy, It can shoot every 15 minutes and can emit ultra-low temperature cold blasts with temperatures over -255 degrees, which can kill Lord-level alien beasts. Su Yuan discovered that the barrel of the intelligent giant laser cannon was 5 times thicker than the laser cannon equipped with New Dali, and one shot was equivalent to 5 consecutive shots from New Dali. The disadvantage was that the cooling time reached 15 minutes. If one shot can't kill, you can only turn and run. Su Yuan installed 2 cannons under the force layer and suspended them from a meter-thick vibranium steel plate. When it's time to launch an attack, simply stow the fully automatic titanium alloy armor under the survival base and reveal the barrels of the 2 cannons. The turrets of the 2 cannons can rotate 360 degrees to attack the enemy without any blind spots. Then took advantage of the free upgrade opportunity and upgraded the regular large ion engine twice to a fully automatic large ion engine, allowing the survival base to move at Mach 2. Then upgraded the conventional nuclear power generator twice to an automatic nuclear power generator that could produce 2 million degrees of electricity per hour. Now, as long as the nuclear power is fully charged, the nuclear power plant can provide enough electricity, and then the fully automatic large ion engine can be launched to drive the entire survival base. Su Yuan opened the system and searched for nuclear power. Regular nuclear energy, 1 million survival points per kilogram. High-grade nuclear energy, 10 million survival points per kilogram. Highly concentrated nuclear energy, 100 million survival points per kilogram. Had 2.83 billion survival points, and he directly spent 2 billion to buy 20 kilograms of highly concentrated nuclear energy, enough to run a nuclear power plant for 20 days. Ha 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 ha, I finally don't have to worry about the meteor shower. After the upgrade was completed, Su Yuan's tense mood that had accumulated over the past few days instantly relaxed. He collapsed on the sofa and smiled stupidly. Xiao Yu also chuckled. By the way, Master, meteor showers not only bring disasters, but also high-quality metals. Master can collect high-grade metals in exchange for survival points. High-grade metals? Yes, Master. There are many high-grade metals in the universe that are not found on the blue star, such as vibranium, which is not found on the blue star. Su Yuan decided that this was normal. While others were rushing to avoid meteorites, he could move the survival base to collect meteorites and possibly get a lot of high-quality metals. He only had 830 million survival points, which was not enough to continue improving it. For example, the automatic dome was a bit outdated and needed to be replaced with an automatic solar dome. The 2 automatic wind generators needed to be moved or simply recycled. In addition, the water tank was too small. If the survival base is moved, the multi-purpose deep well will become unusable and a large volume of water will need to be stored. Also, an intelligent survival hut that needed to be equipped with power, otherwise it would be impossible to escape in case of danger. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, and Crispy Noodles had collected the first wave of food and escaped to the 4th floor underground. Meow. Shh. Gan Kuai Mian wagged his tail and walked towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan stroked the fur on Gan Kuai Mian's back and put more than 900,000 kilograms of food on the virtual shopping mall. This caused a stir again. Now it's time to prepare lunch in Midu. Almost everyone exchanged all the supplies they had in their hands for food, hoping to have a full meal with their family at the last moment. Su Yuan yawned, felt a little sleepy, and went to bed. The next day, Su Yuan got out of bed before 5 o'clock, wanting to check if the meteorite had split. Su Yuan turned on the multifunction computer and instructed the multifunction satellite to display images of rockets launched from global launch pads. There were still 10 minutes left before the launch, all the launch equipment was ready, and the final check was being carried out before the launch. People in all the survival bases around the world, such as Huadu, Midu, Hundu, etc., were awake. Those who had access to the internet learned about the launch through the internet. As for the wanderers, most ordinary people who did not have access to the internet learned about the situation through communication means such as radio and telephone. The computer screen in front of Su Yuan was switched to 10 small screens corresponding to the 10 main launch sites. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and all the launch pads were activated in unison. Missiles with nuclear warheads took off into the sky, carrying with them the hope of all, and flew into the sky to shoot at the meteorite that was about to crash into the blue planet. Outside the blue planet, dense meteorite flesh flew past. These meteorites gathered together, like a huge split planet hitting the blue planet. The largest meteorite had a diameter of over 10,000 meters, and the smallest was smaller than a fist. This was a rare astronomical miracle in countless years, and this was only the first wave of meteor showers. According to the latest data obtained by Huadu Tianyang, there were at least 4 more waves of meteorites after this wave of meteor showers. The number of meteorites in each wave exceeded tens of thousands. The blue planet had never experienced such a number of meteorite strikes. Dozens of missiles carrying hundreds of nuclear warheads struck a meteorite with a diameter of more than 5,000 meters. The fireball of the explosion rose and lit up the sky, shining 1,000 times brighter than the brightest North Star. The meteorite had been successfully destroyed. Suddenly, the whole world rejoiced and cheered. Then another powerful explosion followed, and the meteorite, more than 5,300 meters in diameter, exploded. Su Wen saw meteorites exploding one after another through a multifunctional satellite. Almost instantly, more than a dozen meteorites exploded. Within a minute, most of the meteorites threatening humanity were destroyed. However, the crisis was not resolved. The largest meteorite, over 10,000 meters in diameter, failed to explode completely after being bombarded by hundreds of nuclear missiles. The 3 main survival bases quickly launched a backup plan. A second wave of 100 nuclear missiles was launched urgently. The meteorite entered the atmosphere quickly, its speed was increasing, and its current diameter remained over 4,800 meters, which was enough to destroy humanity. It was followed by dozens of meteorites over 1,000 meters in diameter. Humans have only one chance. If the nuclear warheads of these 100 missiles cannot destroy these meteorites, humanity will be doomed. At this time, many people came out of the survival base and looked up at the sky with their families. "Daddy, do we still have tomorrow?" little Duodu asked Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng hugged his daughter Duodo and didn't know what to say. He clenched his fists and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, can't you give people more time?" He knew that along with the Huadu Ark project, the Xinhuo project had also been launched. Project involves selecting outstanding Huadu tribesmen from all the survival bases in Huadu land as fire seeds and settling them in the Ark. But the construction of the Ark, or the Xinhuo project, takes time, at least 3 months. Leadership adjusted the Ark project and focused all efforts on building the Ark. After the first Ark is completed, the second Ark will be built. Millions of people working around the clock will build the first Ark in more than 2 months. In Midu, Locke looked up at the sky and roared like a beast. His body can now reach a height of over 5 meters, which is even more terrifying than an invasion-level alien beast. His entire body is covered in green scales, like a monster. Come on, before I die, I will become stronger." Locke has always believed that humans are capable of evolution. The black woman standing next to Locke, named Lena, is not afraid of him, but on the contrary, admires him. She also has superpowers. She looks like a normal human, but she has a scorpion-like tail growing from her buttocks, which she can use to kill invasive creatures. In Dundu, Tanaka became angry and knocked over the table in front of him. "Bugger! God, are you going to destroy my Dundu clan?" According to the supercomputer's calculations, several meteorites will fall into the East China Sea, causing huge waves, and the entire land of Dongdu will be flooded. Tanaka knew that the Dundu survival base would likely be lost, so he quickly concentrated his forces and mobilized 15 submarines to prepare to advance on the Hundu lands near the North Pole. Su Wen also launched the fully automatic large ion engine, ready to avoid the meteorite strike at any time. A shocking nuclear explosion erupted in the sky. The dazzling light of the explosion burned the eyes of some people and instantly blinded them. The people hid in the survival base. The largest meteorites were also destroyed in the nuclear explosion. Countless meteorite fragments fell like fireballs. The impact in the sea caused huge waves that crashed onto the land, causing volcanic eruptions and landslides. Various survival bases organized personnel to resist the disaster. Su Yuan discovered through a multifunctional satellite that black rain fell all over the world after the nuclear explosion. The black rain invaded the land, flowed into the rivers, and fell into the sea, causing global nuclear pollution that will lead to further mutations of the alien beasts. In addition, many meteorites fall outside the blue planet. For the next few days, people will spend time under a meteor shower. Huadu, Midu, and Hongdu, the world's largest survival bases, announced that they would work together to overcome the difficulties. Suddenly, with a roar, the entire survival base shook violently. Damn, what's going on? Su Yuan stood up from the sofa. Master, you can use the multifunctional satellite to check the situation outside. Su Yuan immediately tapped the keyboard and switched the pictures taken by the multifunctional satellite. I saw a huge meteorite with a diameter of over 50 meters fall thousands of meters away from the survival base. The meteorite fell to the ground, forming a large crater with a diameter of over 10,000 meters and a depth of over 300 meters. Your uncle, fortunately, it did not hit my survival base. Su Yuan complained. The nuclear blast destroyed several of the larger meteorites, but there were still many meteorites. Even after friction and atmospheric combustion, the meteorites that fell to the ground were more than 100 meters in diameter. Several meteorites over 300 meters in diameter fell into the East China Sea. Teacher, we can move the survival base above the meteorite. Judging by the probability, it is unlikely that the same place will hit twice. Xiao Yu bit her finger and thought. Su Yuan looked at the meteorite in the crater with shining eyes. Even after the violent impact, the meteorite's diameter was still over 30 meters. It looked extremely hard and probably contained high-grade metal. Su Yuan immediately commanded the survival base to move. Fully automatic large ion engine was running, throwing out enormous power, slowly lifting itself up along with the entire survival base. At this moment, the fully automatic titanium alloy armor above and below the survival base was in a closed state, and from a distance, it resembled a giant round flying saucer. The distinguishing feature from the flying saucer was that the buds formed by the titanium alloy plates on the top and bottom made the entire survival base look like a large gyroscope. Base moved slowly, and countless pieces of soil and gravel slid off the fully automatic titanium armor. The pipeline of the multifunctional deep well was completely disconnected from the survival base, and a column of water several meters high erupted from there. Su Yuan could clearly see the position of the entire survival base thanks to the photos taken periodically by the multifunctional satellite. Wow, this is so impressive. The survival base, covering an area of over 1,200 acres, had soared hundreds of meters, like a city. Moreover, Su Wen did not feel any unstable vibrations in the bedroom. In his first attempt to fly, Su Wen only let the survival base rise 1,000 meters before landing on the meteorite crater. The titanium alloy plate under the survival base was removed. The thickness of the wall reached 6 meters, and the fully automatic titanium alloy armor fell to the ground above the meteorite crater, supporting the entire survival base. The fully automatic titanium alloy armor is different from the steel wall. The surface is like fish scales, glittering with a dazzling metallic luster, and can withstand attacks from Lord-level monsters. Su Yuan then asked New Dali to use the elevator from underneath the survival base, pass through the force layer, and move the meteorite back to the survival base. However, New Dali could not move the meteorite with a diameter of more than 30 meters. The weight of this meteorite exceeded 3 million kilograms. Su Yuan had to ask Da Mao and Bajie for help. New Dali, Da Mao, and Bajie together lifted the meteorite to the survival base and put it on the ground. Although the survival base is divided into 3 floors, separated by 2-meter-thick vibranium steel plates in the middle, they are connected by an elevator. The elevator is more like a large elevator. Even if 2 automated transport robots are standing side by side, they can enter the elevator. Su Yuan landed on the ground and looked at the meteorite in front of him. The meteorite still emitted a scorching heat, making people hesitant to approach. Xiaoyu, can this meteorite be recycled? Xiaoyu jumped around the meteorite and shouted excitedly, "Master! This is a piece of high-quality meteorite iron. The density is 100 times that of ordinary iron. This is a high-quality metal that can be recycled. Recycle it!" Dean, congratulations to the host for recycling 4.26 million kilograms of high-grade metal and obtaining 4.26 billion survival points. The cost of recycling high-grade materials is 1,000 survival points per kilogram, which is 10 times more than that of ordinary materials. Damn, this money is so easy to pick up. Su Yuan immediately used the multifunctional satellite to find the meteorite impact site nearby. Then Su Yuan went down to the electric floor and sat in the fully automated control cabin. Su Yuan wanted to manually drive the survival base for fun. After wearing the electronic driving helmet, Su Wen saw the scene outside the survival base and switched to manual control mode. Su Wen could drive the survival base at will. With a whoosh, the survival base flew out like a cannonball. The maximum speed of the survival base is Mach 2, which is faster than all the combat aircraft in the world. If you are not careful, it will exceed the range of the multifunctional satellite search that Su Yuan requested. Su Yuan was not worried. After the wave of waves, he switched back to automatic control mode and continued to collect supplies. This meteor shower wave continued until 10 a.m. In total, more than 110 meteorites fell near Su Yuan. The largest was more than 200 meters, and the smallest was less than 1 meter. Nothing was left when it fell to the ground. Su Yuan moved the survival base, avoiding the meteorite strike and collecting high-quality metals. After working all morning, he mined over 31.2 million kilograms of high-grade metals and earned 31.2 billion. Thus, Su Yuan's survival points accumulated to 36.29 billion. The next wave of meteor shower will not come until 7 o'clock in the evening. This wave of meteor shower is comparatively easier to overcome, and the diameter of the largest meteorite is less than 6,000 meters. The three major survival bases, Huadu and Midu, issued a joint statement saying that they are fully confident that they can withstand the second wave of meteor shower. After lunch, Su Yuan checked the harvest. In the virtual trading center, the transaction was not joyful. Of the 900,000 kilograms of grain harvested in the afternoon last night, 750,000 kilograms were exchanged, and this morning, only 80,000 kilograms of grain were exchanged. A total of 380,000 exchanges were made, and 9.5 million kilograms of materials were obtained. People had no supplies, and the survival bases were busy fighting the disaster. Among all the people in the world, Su Yuan must be the only one who can and wants to eat lunch. The number of transactions in the shops did not decrease much due to the transfer of materials between different survival bases. There were more than 930,000 transactions in total. After Su Yuan restored all the materials and system rewards, he received 2.26 billion survival points. During the day, Su Yuan asked Huang to continue planting. Pao Mian waited aside until the food ripened and the harvest began. Su Yuan knew that after the meteor shower, the demand for food would rise again, and every survival base would find ways to prepare it. Food is the hard currency of this era, and there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Su Yuan, armed with an automatic auxiliary mech, inspected the entire survival base on the ground. The survival base is 1,200 acres in size and is arranged in a circle. The intelligent survival cabin is 50 meters away from the wall of fully automatic titanium alloy armor. The first floor above the ground is like an inverted bowl resting on the ground, 5 meters high. Behind the first floor of the survival cabin are the crust zone and the endurance zone. On the right, 10 acres of land were specially cultivated. Dabai told Huang what vegetables he wanted and let Huang plant them. Su Yuan prepared various vegetable seeds in advance and put them in the automatic warehouse. Su Yuan planned while looking at the land. Of the 1,200 acres of land, he planned to cultivate only 1,000 acres and set aside an additional 10 acres for vegetable crops and 10 acres for high-quality grain for his own needs. The remaining land was occupied by a small warehouse area, and the rest was unused. At first, Su Yuan prepared to buy a giant water storage device. He recycled the original 20,000-litre water storage tank. The new giant water storage tank surrounding the wall of the fully automatic titanium alloy armor was supposed to hold at least enough drinking water to last him a year. Su Yuan opened the system to find the water storage equipment. A normal water storage equipment costs 20,000 survival points. A large normal water storage equipment costs 200,000 survival points. A giant normal water storage equipment costs 2 million survival points. Semi-automatic small reservoir. Su Yuan spent 2 billion survival points to purchase a fully automatic large reservoir. Fully automatic large water reservoir can store up to 1 million litres with automatic sterilisation and constant temperature filtration function to ensure the quality of stored drinking water. Su Yuan calculated that he would consume about 100,000 litres of water per year, which is 100 tonnes of water. If the reservoir is full, it would last for 10 years. To store that much water, he would need to find a river or dig more wells. After the nuclear explosion, there are no sources of clean water in the world. If you want to drink clean water, you need to go through the evolution of water purification equipment. Su Yuan still has 20,000 litres of water in his hand, which will last him for a while. He plans to find a place to replenish supplies after the meteor shower. Then Su Yuan looked at the automatic dome again. The automatic dome cannot exist without it. It is equipped with fluorescent lights. Now that the fully automatic titanium alloy armor above is disabled and the fluorescent lights won't turn on, all crops will be unable to grow. Su Yuan plans to install an automatic solar dome as one of the backup power sources for the production base. The survival base cannot have only one power generation equipment. If the nuclear generator is damaged, without a backup power source, it will be very dangerous. The automatic solar dome needs to install the solar panel on the original automatic dome. Su Yuan turned on the system and began to look for the automatic panel. Regular solar panels cost 1,000 survival points. Multifunctional solar panels, 10,000 survival points per panel. Adjustable solar panels, 100,000 survival points per panel. Automatically adjustable solar panels, 300,000 survival points per panel. Su Yuan calculated that a solar panel is about 10 square meters in size, and 1 acre of land requires about 67 panels. 1,200 acres of land requires more than 80,000 solar panels. 69 adds HUX. Moreover, it cannot have regular solar panels, but it also needs adjustable solar panels to let in some sunlight to stimulate plant growth. Su Yuan directly spent more than 24 billion to buy more than 80,000 automatically adjustable solar panels and installed them on the automatic dome. The automatically adjustable solar panel can generate 10 degrees of electricity per hour under sufficient sunlight. This automatic solar dome can generate about 800,000 degrees of electricity per hour. Su Yuan did not understand how to use the 2 automatic wind turbines, so they were temporarily placed on the automatic solar dome. The machine guns that were originally located on the steel wall are now located on a 6-meter wall of titanium alloy automatic armor. Outside the survival base, they are easily damaged by meteorites. Because the titanium alloy plate, which looks like a petal, extends from the inside to the outside and does not cover the machine gun. And the thickness is only 3 meters, which is the weakest part of the survival base. Su Yuan plans to add laser cannons to the vertical keel above the survival base in the future to increase attack power. Su Yuan does not plan to rework the machine guns outside. Automatic machine guns are still very useful against normal monsters. Finally, Su Yuan began to improve the land. First, upgrade your 20 acres of exclusive land. Common land, level 0, 500 kilograms of common grain per acre, and each level will increase the yield by 100 kilograms of common grain. Previously, Su Yuan spent 10,000 survival points to upgrade 1,000 acres of land from level 0 to level 1. In other words, upgrading 1 acre of land required 10 survival points. Upgrading to Level 2 required 100 survival points per mu. Level 3 required 1,000 survival points per mu. Level 4 required 10,000 survival points per mu. Therefore, for each level of ordinary soil, all required survival points are increased by 10 times. To upgrade 20 mu of soil to ordinary soil level 9, Su Yuan spent nearly 2.3 billion survival points. Ding! The upgrade was successful. Normal land, level 9, 1,400 kilograms. Normal grain per mu. Upgrading to high-quality land requires 1 billion survival points per mu, and each mu can produce 1,500 kilograms. Normal grain and 500 kilograms high-quality grain. Su Yuan didn't expect that upgrading to high-grade earth would be so expensive. He still had 10.25 billion survival points left, which was only enough to upgrade 10 mu of earth. If all 1,000 mu of land were converted into high-quality land, wouldn't it cost 1 trillion survival points? Su Yuan rubbed his head and asked, "Damn it, is there a way to save money on land improvement?" "Master, yes. The owner can use the laboratory to independently develop and improve the soil so as to achieve the goal of improving the land," Xiao Yu reminded. Su Yuan suddenly realized that he always forgot to build a laboratory. Therefore, Su Yuan spent 100 million survival points to build a laboratory. The laboratory was built next to the warehouse. It was a hexagonal building, 6 meters high. Laboratory, Level 1, 600 square meters, equipped with a fully automated research machine that can develop ordinary-level multifunctional projects. The first R&D is free, and each subsequent one requires 100 million survival points. Upgrade to level 2.5 billion survival points. Teacher, to develop the soil needed to obtain high-quality land, a laboratory of at least level 2 is required. Update. Dean, the update was successful. Laboratory. Level 2, 700 square meters, equipped with an intelligent R&D robot that can fully automatically develop projects at the level of conventional technology. The first development is free, and each subsequent one requires 1 billion survival points. Upgrade to level 3, 50 billion survival points. Su Yuan entered the laboratory, which was a milky white building equipped with various experimental equipment and supercomputers for calculations and data analysis. Su Yuan had no more improvements, and he only had 5.05 billion survival points left. Only researcher was a maroon pony, barely reaching Su Yuan's waist. It ran excitedly towards Su Yuan and shouted, "Phew, Master, I am the #1 researcher and developer." Su Yuan happily touched the fur on the pony's back, and an interesting name popped into his head. "I'll call you Mosaic. How long will it take you to cultivate the soil to get high-quality land?" "Phew, Master, it'll take about 15 to 20 days, Mosaic shouted. Although the research and development period was short, and Su Yuan was prepared for it, he wanted to taste the high-quality grain as soon as possible. So Su Yuan asked Mosaic to charge the battery, and then, after spending some time studying, he used the remaining 5 billion to upgrade 5 acres of land to high-quality land. Another 50 million survival points were spent on purchasing high-quality seeds, and Erhuang was tasked with planting 2 mu of high-quality potatoes and 3 mu of high-quality corn. High-quality grains grow more slowly than regular grains. If they were planted today, the harvest would not be collected until tomorrow afternoon. Thus, Su Yuan's survival points were exhausted. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the second wave of meteor shower arrived. 2,500 missiles prepared by the 3 major survival bases, including Huadu, shot into the sky and collided with the meteorites before they entered the atmosphere. Then, a powerful nuclear explosion occurred, illuminating the night like day. Su Yuan sat on the sofa and watched this exciting spectacle through the multifunctional satellite screen. During the second wave of meteor shower, the larger meteorites were destroyed, which gave people confidence. Afterwards, in order to resist the disaster, each survival base used the spare materials in exchange for food so that most people would not die of starvation. There were also many meteorite fragments that hit the titanium plate, but they did not have any effect on the survival base. The 3-meter titanium plate has a memory effect, and even if a small hole is broken, it will slowly recover on its own. In comparison, the place where Suyuan is located is relatively safe, and no large meteorites have fallen there. However, the Fudu survival base where Jack is located is less fortunate. It was hit by 2 meteorites over 50 meters long in a row, and a tenth of the survival base collapsed. Meteorites can not only directly destroy the Earth, but also cause chain reactions such as volcanic eruptions, underground magma eruptions, and tsunamis. Many private or corporate survival bases cannot withstand such devastating disasters, so they simply abandon their bases and decide to flee to larger bases like Huadu. Lian and the others ran all the way, not only to avoid attacks from alien creatures, but also to avoid meteorites. There was no food or gas in the armored vehicles, so they had to stop to replenish supplies and exchange them at virtual shopping malls or stores. But today, they were unlucky. There were no city ruins or normal alien beasts along the way. Because of their physical mutations, Lian and the others ate more than normal people, and were now so hungry that their chests were pressed against their backs, which was very unpleasant. "Boss, we can't leave. We need to find food. Otherwise we will starve to death," said the man with the beer belly. Liang frowned. "Zhang Lei, there are only rocks and dirt here, not a single blade of grass. Where can I get you food?" "But boss, we are all so hungry." They followed Liang, believing that he could save them. At this moment, a meteorite with a diameter of over 20 meters fell in front of the armored vehicle, more than 1,000 meters away. The meteorite hit the ground with a roar, and the powerful force of the collision turned their armored vehicle over. Lian and the others hurriedly climbed out. "Damn, this mother is so unlucky," Zhang Lei complained. This was the 3rd time. Then, several people, relying on the enormous strength gained from the transformation of their bodies, turned over the armored vehicle. Lian looked from afar. The unbroken meteorite looked like a large piece of red-hot iron. His eyes lit up. "Aren't these supplies?" Lian and the others boarded the armored vehicle and slowly approached the meteorite. They were very lucky. It was a piece of high-grade meteorite copper, the density of which was 10 times that of ordinary copper. This piece of meteorite copper weighed more than 1.2 million kilograms. According to the exchange price of high-grade materials, in Huadu it is 5 to 1, and 5 high-grade materials are exchanged for 1 ordinary grain. After the exchange in the virtual trading center, Lian received 240,000 kilograms of grain, then got some food from the virtual shopping mall and exchanged some for gasoline. Most of the rest was left in the virtual shopping mall's personal virtual warehouse. The virtual shopping mall's personal virtual warehouse is not wasted. Be stored for long-term storage, you need to pay rent to the system. And from this deal, Su Yuan received 50 times more profit, because the 240,000 kilograms of ordinary grain he exchanged can only yield 24 million survival points after refining. By refining more than 1.2 million kilograms of meteorite copper, Su Yuan can obtain 1.2 billion survival points. If he moves to a survival base, such as Midu, the exchange rate for high-quality materials will be 10 to 1. 10 high-quality materials are exchanged for 1 common grain, and the profit can reach 100 times. However, there is no need to worry about selling, as each survival base is short of food. Soon after, more and more people discovered that the high-quality metals contained in meteorites could be exchanged for food. After the second wave of meteor showers ended, large survival bases also began using unmanned vehicles to collect meteorite fragments in exchange for food. Around midnight, Su Yuan checked the income and found, since today, 930,000 transactions have been completed, 1.85 million kilograms of grain have been sold, 12.6 million kilograms of common materials, and 4.5 million kilograms of high-grade materials have been exchanged. All the grain collected during the day was exchanged. Now, the virtual shopping mall has just collected 900,000 kilograms of grain, plus the 20,000 kilograms of grain left over. The store has made 1.13 million transactions, and the system has awarded 1.13 billion survival points. After Su Yuan collected all the materials and rewards, he obtained 7.82 billion survival points. The third wave of meteor shower will not arrive until noon tomorrow. Although there will be sporadic meteorite falls during this period, it will not cause much harm to people. Give people a chance to breathe. Even though it was 12 o'clock at night, all the guards at the survival base were busy eating in turn. After eating, the guards had to continue to strengthen and repair the damaged survival base and treat the wounded. Su Yuan slept for a while and went to bed. The next day, the global ecological situation was bad, and it was impossible to go out without protective clothing. Due to the meteor shower and the nuclear explosion, the temperature was also rising. Now, Su Yuan can grow food using ordinary seeds. After eating the breakfast prepared by Dabai, Su Yuan asked the multifunctional satellite to search for the meteorite crash site nearby. Su Yuan usually does not run too far and only searches within a radius of 5,000 miles. It can be reached in almost the blink of an eye. Soon discovered that 117 meteorites and thousands of meteorite fragments had fallen nearby. Because the meteorite fragments were too small, Su Yuan immediately gave up, then operated the survival base and landed in the crater, instructing New Dali and the other robots to go down and pick up the meteorites. Su Yuan could only wait for the survival base to be recycled. In less than 2 hours, Su Yuan had mined over 32.3 million kilograms of high-grade metals and obtained 32.3 billion survival points. After finishing the work, Su Yuan returned to the energy level again, wanting to make an extreme flight before the third wave of meteor shower began. Entering the cockpit, putting on the electronic control helmet, he switched to manual control. Su Yuan pulled the joystick and the survival base suddenly flew out with a roar, like a stream of light. Like most people, he likes extreme speed. Flying at a speed of Mach 2, the survival base is no different from a real flying saucer. The titanium alloy armor outside the survival base flashed brightly under the friction of the air, and in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it looked like silver lightning. "Haha, hurry up, faster!" Su Yuan shouted excitedly. Suddenly, a faster cone-shaped flying machine flew past the moving survival base, causing Su Yuan to shudder. Damn, did I imagine it? Su Yuan thought he was blinded and quickly looked at the screen. It was indeed a cone-shaped flying machine. The black flying machine was 60 meters long and much smaller than Su Yuan's survival base, but it was faster. Su Yuan immediately calmed down, switched to automatic control, and let the survival base return to its original location. Really aliens in this world? Su Yuan decided not to be too arrogant, so he returned to the escape capsule and checked the alien news on the internet. As a result, he came across many errors related to aliens. However, Su Yuan also came across something interesting. 8 years ago, a meteorite suddenly fell at high speed in the city of Cheli in Hongdu. Although the meteorite was small, it fell at a very high speed. No matter how fast the rocket was, it could not intercept the meteorite. Seeing that the city of Cheli, where hundreds of thousands of people lived, was about to be destroyed, a cone-shaped object flew out of nowhere at great speed and crashed into the meteorite at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. At that moment, a powerful collision occurred, causing an explosion with the force equivalent to more than 100 atomic bombs. The enormous shockwave destroyed houses, cars, and other buildings on the ground, causing many injuries. Although the news was published, it did not cause a sensation. After that, no expert came forward to explain. Su Yuan continued to search for information about the incident and found that it was true, but ordinary people did not know what happened behind the scenes. Su Yuan could not understand the reason for some time and was too lazy to double-check it. At this moment, the automatic wireless intercom received a strange radio signal. The radio signal was also converted into a voice by the automatic wireless intercom and transmitted by radio. Foolish man, I am the elder dinosaur living in the center of the earth. Happy. From now on, you all must obey my orders. Better not be foolish and throw away your pathetic self-esteem. Happy is a noble representative of the dinosaur race who treats humans like animals. He brought a team of dinosaurs from the center of the Earth, mainly to destroy the meteor shower and then to improve the level of human technology to deal with larger disasters in the future. After all, even though they live in the center of the Earth, disasters on Earth will affect them too. Team has 9 conical planes that can reach a maximum speed of Mach 10, 5 times the speed of Su Yuan's survival base. The conical plane Su Yuan encountered earlier was one of them. They scattered and flew away from the blue planet, colliding with the third wave of meteorites from all sides. Happy flew and spoke at the same time. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when we dinosaurs built cities on Earth, you were no different from today's apes and gorillas. So, if you want to survive the 5th disaster, you must obey my orders like cattle. Damn it! Who are you looking down on? Su Yuan exclaimed angrily. Soon, Su Yuan discovered that the internet had exploded, and there were still many survival bases that were ready to become dogs. Tanaka, who had already evacuated the survival base in Dundu, was also not calm on the submarine. The submarine where Tanaka was located surfaced and publicly declared via satellite internet that it was ready to obey all orders from Happiness. Unfortunately, Happiness was unable to obtain any information from Tanaka. Happiness had already flown out of the celestial planet and led the team into the third wave of the meteor shower. The 3 major survival bases, including Huadu, used various equipment to observe Happy, and the others falling onto the meteorite. It was like a nail hitting an egg flying at high speed. The meteorite shattered into countless fragments with a roar. After the third wave of meteor shower, Happy's team encountered the 4th wave. This wave contained more than a dozen meteorites over 5,000 meters in diameter. Happy crashed into it first. Captain, according to the High Priest's orders, we must return to rest and then destroy the next wave of meteor shower. One of the crew members who was following Happy shouted anxiously. Outer shell of the flying ship they were flying in was made of a superalloy that was more than 10,000 times harder than diamond. It was the embodiment of dinosaur technology and was called Dinosaur Superalloy. Not only was this dinosaur superalloy lighter than regular steel, it could also hold its shape at high temperatures and pressures, as well as at extremely low temperatures. Only then could they risk flying the ship straight into the meteorite. However, after the collision, spiderweb cracks appeared on the surface of the dinosaur superalloy, which needed to be repaired in time. Happy D did not want to go back. The dinosaur tribe did not appreciate him. He wanted to prove his courage and wisdom as a high-level dinosaur man with this act. Zari, shut up! Don't forget that you are a low-level dinosaur man. I have the last word. Dinosaurs have a strict hierarchy. Low-level dinosaurs must obey high-level dinosaurs without question. So Happy D's team continued to fight the 4th wave of meteor shower. A meteorite with a diameter of over 6,000 meters was literally blown to pieces by Happy D. Ha 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 ha, I told you. How can a meteorite stop my great Happy D? At that moment, the siren sounded. Attention! Attention! Hull is more than 40% damaged and it needs to slow down immediately. Slow down immediately. Shut up. Happy D turned off the siren and continued to rush towards the 5th wave of the meteor shower. The 5th wave of the meteor shower was still a long way from the blue planet. Team flew for over half an hour before encountering the 5th wave of the meteor shower. All meteorites that could threaten the blue planet were destroyed by Happy D's team. Flying ship also suffered serious damage, with the degree of damage to the outer shell exceeding 70%. This forced them to reduce their speed upon re-entry. After entering the atmosphere of the blue planet, the speed dropped to Mach 2.5. Happy D said to the ship behind him in the flying ship, Zari, you guys go back first. I will train these people and show them the greatness of us dinosaurs. No one dared to disobey Happy D's orders, not even Zari. However, when they got out, Happy D's father told Zari to take care of Happy D's safety. If Happy D got into an accident, Zari would be severely punished too. Zari had to remind him, Captain, when I came here, I encountered a giant UFO. Your ship was seriously damaged. I think you should go back and fix it first. Shut up. I'll show you my face. What do you care about my business? I don't dare. This UFO is just a little bigger and useless. I want to show all people that their most powerful technology is not worth mentioning in my presence. Happy watched the flight video sent to him by Zari and mistakenly thought that Su Yuan's survival base was built by all of humanity to protect against disasters. Thus, he wanted to shock all of humanity by destroying Su Yuan's survival base. After that, Happy turned around and flew to the survival base of Midu. According to the dinosaur people, Midu is the most powerful place for humans. Although the large meteorites were destroyed, the meteor shower continued. Countless meteorite fragments or small meteorites fell on the blue planet. At this time, it was still midnight in Midu. The chief officer of the Midu survival base, Oken, was delighted and immediately organized a force to meet Happy. Despite the fact that all the guards were busy dealing with the aftermath of the natural disaster, Oken still forcibly moved 1,000 guards and concentrated all his efforts on holding a grand welcoming ceremony. Happy exited the flying ship. His body, over 5 meters tall, covered in protective fur, seemed like a giant in front of Oken and the others. He looked at Oken leading the welcoming party, just like a human looking at a group of monkeys performing. Ha 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 ha, you humans aren't that funny. Oken took a deep breath and, gathering his courage, walked towards Happy. Dear Mr. Happy, I am the chief officer of Midu, Oken said, and extended his hand to Happy with a smile. Go away, dirty man. You are not worthy to shake the hand of my great Happy. Happy interrupted Oken. Face froze instantly, but he quickly got his emotions under control and continued laughing. Dear Happy, what should we do for you? Ha 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 ha, stupid humans. You can't do anything for me, Happy. I, Happy, will be the savior of you humans. You must worship me as a god. Happy felt that since he was out, he needed to do something important and enjoy life at the same time. In fact, their dinosaurs in the center of the earth are not much better off than humans. The monsters they encounter are much stronger. The fifth catastrophe produced not only monsters, but also monsters left over from the previous ones. During the fourth catastrophe, the dinosaurs were forced to split into two. One part left the blue planet to find a new place to live, and the other, following the instructions of the dinosaur god they believed in, entered the center of the earth to avoid disaster. Since then, they have rarely left the center of the earth. One reason was that the environment was unsuitable for them, and another was that they were afraid that an even greater catastrophe would await them after leaving the center of the earth. Before the fifth catastrophe, more and more strange beasts appeared in the center of the earth, and disasters occurred on Earth. Their high priest was afraid that a meteor shower would destroy the blue planet, so he asked Hapedi and others to go out and crash into the meteor shower. At the same time, they were willing to use some technology to help humans. Since humans are strong, they can also help them resist disasters. And at present, there is no serious conflict between them and humans. But Hapedi wanted humans to become a vassal race of dinosaurs and obey their orders without question. Hapedi then asked Oken to summon the main officers of the main survival bases to Mida to carry out his orders, and also asked Oken to build him a palace and a temple for the dinosaurs. Oken, I'll give you 3 days. If you do it, I'll give you scientific and technical information about our dinosaur people. If you don't, I'll taste your brain to see if it's as tasty as our ancestors said. Happy D stared at Oken with his 2 large copper bell-shaped eyes. The dinosaur's ferocious head broke into a bloodthirsty smile. His bright red tongue stuck out and licked the corner of his mouth. Oken was so frightened that he turned pale and quickly said, Great Master Happy Die, I will definitely complete this task. Ha 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 ha, ignorant man, in the future you must kneel down and pay homage to the great Happy Die. Happy Die proudly kicked Oken's knee. His kneecap shattered with a loud crack, and he fell to his knees. Oken winced in pain, but didn't dare resist. He gritted his teeth and knelt down, bowing to Happy D. Really? Now I'll show you that even your most advanced flying saucer is nothing compared to the great Happy D. Happy D pressed the watch-like mechanism in his right hand, and a beam of silver light burst out, and a three-dimensional projection screen appeared in front of Oken and the others, showed the scene of Su Yuan's survival base and Zarya's flying ship crossing. Oken was surprised and was about to explain something. Happy D ignored him and turned to his flying ship. All people, look at me. I will show you, Liv, how my great Happy D destroys your highest technological crystallization. I will trample your hopes for the future. Happy D was full of confidence because his father Happy Mo had told him that even if humans evolved for another 100 years, they would not become opponents of dinosaurs. Happy Dai thought that Su Yuan's survival base, which only had a beautiful appearance, had nothing substantial inside. Otherwise, why would it be so slow? It definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of his flying ship. Su Yuan sat in front of the computer and watched the live broadcast of Oken and Happy's meeting via a multifunctional satellite. He cursed angrily. Damn it, you really think I'm a soft persimmon that can be easily pinched? Xiao Yu, can the intelligent giant laser cannon destroy Happy's flying ship? Xiao Yu propped her chin on her hand and thought, of course Master can. Happy's ship is seriously damaged. 3 shots at most, that's all. If the Master uses the giant intelligent laser cannon and the giant intelligent extreme freezing cannon to attack alternately in the extreme hot and extreme cold conditions, Happy's flying ship should not be able to withstand both shots. Master, you can also ask New Dali and the others to finish off the enemy. Okay, let's get started. Su Yuan immediately called for New Dali and the others to get ready. Suddenly, Su Yuan's base flew up, and the titanium plate below retracted, revealing 2 huge black cannon barrels. New Dali, Mouse Man, Big Cat, and 6 other intelligent combat robots also flew out and entered an attack mode. The laser cannons on their backs and the laser machine guns in their hands were ready to attack at any moment. Soon after, a beam of light flashed. It was a flying ship piloted by Happy. Due to the damage, its current speed could only reach Mach 6. If it continued to accelerate, the outer shell of the flying ship would likely be destroyed. Su Yuan walked to the cockpit and put on an electronic helmet to control it. He can clearly see Happy's ship in front of him. Damn it, blow it up. As long as the sentient giant laser cannon and sentient giant freezing cannon receive Su Yuan's permission, they can actively capture the enemy and attack. Flying ship was captured when he was only tens of thousands of meters away. The pitch-black sentient giant laser cannon flashed with a bright light, brighter than the sun. At this moment, Happy D was also broadcasting live to all of humanity through the flying ship's communication equipment and radio. Ha 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 ha. All of you people, you should thank the great Happy D for allowing you to witness this exciting moment. From now on, you humans will submit to the great Happy Dai. Everyone at Midu Survival Base was stunned. Huadu, Hongdu, Fudu, and the other survival bases also couldn't understand what was going on. Damn it, this flying saucer was built by us humans? Why can't I believe it? What a great God, come out and explain. Damn, how could this be in Huadu land? Was Huadu the one who built it? Then people heard a deafening roar on the radio, shaking the earth. The people of Huadu even noticed that 2 suns had appeared in the southwest sky. The new suns were more dazzling than the real sunlight and emitted a scorching white light. It was a giant intelligent laser cannon firing ultra-high temperature lasers that bombarded Happy's flying ship, creating an explosive effect. Happy's face changed dramatically. His flying ship was attacked before it crashed into Su Yuan's survival base. How dare you attack my great Happy? Happy's face changed abruptly. Alert! Alert! The ship has been heavily attacked. The hull has been damaged by more than 90%. Please abandon ship and abandon ship immediately. Before the alarm could sound, a super cold beam erupted from the giant polar cannon. The hull of Happy's ship was destroyed. The dinosaur superalloy that the dinosaurs were proud of shattered like shards of glass. Flying ship froze instantly. All the equipment was out of order. Even Happy, wearing protective fur, was shivering from the cold. Damn it, you have no combat ethics. My great Happy hasn't taken a single step yet. Happy hurriedly pressed the emergency escape button and ejected from the flying ship. He did not want to die. He had just landed and did not have time to receive a savior. He did not let his brothers and sisters who looked down on him see his glorious future. So, Happy bowed his noble head and begged for mercy. "Lowly man, you cannot kill me. My father is the second in command of the dinosaur tribe. If you kill me, it will bring disaster upon all of humanity." However, Happy was met by the laser cannons of New Dali and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Happy was reduced to a pile of black coal under the laser cannon fire. Happy's flying ship also fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Suddenly, everyone listening to Happy's radio broadcast was confused. They only heard the last alarm of the flying ship and then a huge explosion. No one really understood what happened. Then Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to take the wreckage of Happy's flying ship to the survival base. "Guazi, can this flying ship be repaired?" Guazi shook his head and walked around the wreckage. "Gugu, power equipment, working equipment, gravity equipment, air circulation equipment and so on can be repaired, but the body cannot." Su Yuan smiled. "If it can be repaired, he will spend survival points on the upgrade, and then this ship will become faster." "How long will it take?" "Gugu, Master, it could take 2 months. Time of the small nuclear power plant equipment is very long, and even special repair equipment will need to be purchased. How long does it take to get the storage data of this ship?" Su Yuan wanted to know a little about the dinosaur people X to understand how advanced they are. After all, in the future, they will most likely have to fight dinosaur people for a long time. "Gugu, Master, I can fix the data storage device first, but I need Mosaic to read the data. Guazi is good at maintenance and transformation, and the research and development of hacking still depends on robots like Mosaic." In the evening, Su Yuan tasted high-quality potatoes and corn. Dabai cooked a serving of stewed potatoes and chicken nuggets, a serving of corn soup with duck, as well as stewed fish and some fried vegetables. Since Su Yuan had Dabai, the food had become more and more varied. Once he ate a piece of potato, the aroma of the potato remained in his mouth. It reminded Su Yuan of the taste of small potatoes in his hometown. Small potatoes produce little, but they are delicious. Farmers grow them for themselves and rarely sell them. The potatoes you can buy in the vegetable market are large potatoes that have been improved by experts. The more you eat, the less flavor the potatoes have. And now Su Yuan feels that high-quality potatoes are better than the small potatoes in his hometown. After eating, Su Yuan did not find any changes. Perhaps he would feel it after eating a few more times. Then Su Yuan checked the harvest. From the second half of last night to now, a total of 1.63 million transactions have been made in the virtual shopping mall. Especially after Happy's death, the transaction volume has increased sharply. Since all survival bases are no longer concerned about whether they can survive tomorrow, but how to survive in the future, food storage has become a priority choice for survival bases. Like Huadu used unmanned vehicles to scavenge for supplies and meteorite fragments in exchange for food. Thus, a total of 3.07 million kilograms of food were traded, of which 21.9 million kilograms of general supplies and 5.47 million kilograms of high-quality supplies were exchanged. The number of transactions in the store was relatively small, only 1.17 million times, and 1.17 billion survival points were awarded. Su Yuan collected more than 2.7 million kilograms of food in the afternoon and during the day yesterday. Of the original remaining 920,000 kilograms, after subtracting the food from the exchange, there is still 550,000 kilograms left. If we collect 2 more waves of food tonight, that should be enough for the entire trade. After Su Yuan collected all the supplies and system rewards, his survival points accumulated to 50.58 billion. Su Yuan then went online to check the information. It was all about the dinosaur people. Damn, they really were people from the center of the earth. Why have we been kept in the dark all this time? My friend, there's so much you don't know. The big question now is Happy D dead? If he is, should we all be to blame? Hell, this has nothing to do with us, me. It was you, the Huadu people, who did it. Baka, this has nothing to do with us, Dundu. We are law-abiding citizens. The information on the internet is simply ridiculous. Many survival bases, fearing being implicated, have distanced themselves from Huadu on their own initiative, and some have even announced that they are breaking off relations with him. And some experts from Huadu even jumped out and explained that it was none of their business. Midu actually pushed Fudu, Dongdu, Kwandu, and other survival bases to put pressure on Huadu, demanding that Huadu take responsibility and not endanger all of humanity. Even more ridiculous is that Huadu is also being asked to share the technology for the flying saucer. Huadu said he would not take the blame and demanded that Midu and other survival bases provide evidence. Hongdu did not express his position and wanted to reap the benefits in secret. "Damn, people are so shameless!" Su Yuan laughed. Su Yuan didn't want to explain on the internet and directly raised the food prices for Midu and other production bases. The price of common materials exchanged for food increased from 20 to 1 to 30 to 1, and the price of high-quality materials exchanged for food increased from 10 to 1 to 15 to 1. In other words, in the future, 30 common materials or 15 high-quality materials could be exchanged for one serving of food. In any case, Su Yuan is the only one in the world who does not lack food. If you do not want to die of hunger, you can only hold your nose and accept the price set by Su Yuan. The next morning, Guazi ran to Su Yuan excitedly. "Gugu Wu, Master, the data has been read. You can check them on the multifunctional computer." Then Su Yuan checked the data in the Happy Dai flying ship. "Damn it, why don't I understand anything?" Su Yuan found that most of these data were records of flying ships, various data obtained during the flight, as well as data from intelligent control systems, etc. Even if they were translated into human language, Su Yuan was still confused. The only thing that surprised Su Yuan was that this data also contained some scientific and technological information about the dinosaur people. This piece of scientific and technological information was prepared for humans by the high priest of the dinosaur tribe. Wow, I finally came across something worthwhile. Su Yuan smiled happily. This part of the information includes information about the dinosaur superalloy, a subject of special pride, as well as high-speed quantum communication technologies, super-electromagnetic guns, magnetic energy pistols, artificial intelligence technologies, etc. However, the dinosaur superalloy is divided into 9 levels. The Happy Flying Ship uses the highest level, and the lowest is given to humans. At the same time, it introduces the history of the development of dinosaurs and the underground world, as well as the entrance to the inner world. The entrance to the inner world is hidden in Antarctica, the Arctic, and Bermuda. The inner world is divided into 3 layers. The outer layer is slightly larger than the surface area of the blue planet. The middle layer is 2/3 of the outer layer, and the inner layer is half of the outer layer. The inner world is not a natural formation, but is the legacy of a civilization that existed before the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs live in the inner layer, close to the center of the Earth, where the humid and hot environment is ideal for their survival. The outer and middle layers are full of powerful beasts, terrifying beasts that surpass Lord-level beasts, and even more powerful Emperor-level beasts. Facing the 4th catastrophe, the dinosaurs split into 2. The dinosaurs, who had moved to the center of the Earth, exhausted their technological heritage and killed almost all the alien beasts in the 3rd layer of the inner world. However, having barely survived the 4th catastrophe, they no longer wanted to evolve. Instead, they felt tired and had to enjoy life and live in the present. As a result, dinosaurs became weaker with each generation. To this day, they do not even understand many of the technologies left behind by their ancestors. The alien beasts became stronger and stronger, and once again occupied the first 2 layers of the inner world. Su Yuan took a deep breath. He didn't expect that above the Lord-level alien beasts, there would be terrifying and even Emperor-level alien beasts. If they appear on Earth in the future, won't it destroy humanity? Dinosaurs are not easy to deal with. If he kills Happy, his father will definitely come for revenge. The only way is to constantly improve and improve. Su Yuan also wants to create dinosaur superalloys. Titanium alloy armor isn't as good as dinosaur superalloys, and vibranium is too expensive and requires too many survival points. As for the other dinosaur technologies, Su Yuan plans to select those useful for research and production, and use the remaining scientific and technological information to exchange for supplies. Some advanced scientific and technological knowledge can be exchanged for Huadu, and useless and safe ones can be exchanged for survival bases like Midu. Of course, none of this comes for free. Su Yuan wants supplies, and they need scientific and technological knowledge. Each has its own needs. With a plan of action, Su Yuan immediately went to the Hexagon lab. Wow, Master, I did a good job, didn't I? Mosaic ran up to Su Yuan to ask for a reward. Su Yuan reached out and patted Mosaic on the head. Work hard, and if you succeed, I will find you a companion. Wow, Mosaic exclaimed happily. Master, I need a robot for research and development that looks like a white horse. My God, you are still picky. It all depends on your results. If you can develop and manufacture a dinosaur superalloy for me in 3 days, I will buy you one. Su Yuan felt like he was already invited to work here. Ugh, Master, I can't. Even though we have information about the dinosaur people, we still need to conduct experiments and buy production equipment. How long will it take? Ugh, Master, at least 20 days. Can't it be faster? Mosaic looked at Su Yuan with pity and shook his head. Fu, Master, unless you upgrade the lab. Damn it, it's just an upgrade. You said it yourself. Su Yuan was rich and powerful, and he shouted outright, Upgrade! Ding, the upgrade was successful. Laboratory. Level 3, 80 square meters, equipped with 2 intelligent robots for research and development, can develop ordinary intelligent-level technology projects. The first development is free, and each subsequent one requires 10 billion survival points. Upgrade to Level 4, 100 billion survival points. Suddenly, a white pony appeared in front of Su Yuan. Phew, Master, I am the number 2 researcher. Before Su Yuan could say anything, Mosaic walked up first. Phew, I am Mosaic. Phew, I am the number 2 researcher. The white pony shook its tail. Well done, I won't give in to Mosaic, right? Su Yuan said self-deprecatingly. Su Yuan appointed the second research unit, Little White Dragon, and instructed Mosaic and Little White Dragon to work overtime to create a dinosaur superalloy in 7 days, and then research the high-quality soil. Every time the lab is upgraded, the first R&D unit becomes free, and the free opportunities accumulate. Now, Su Yuan only has 1 free R&D opportunity left. Left the lab, he heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his 28th day of life in the Great Disaster Era and the 10,000 survival points prize. Yesterday, when the reminder came, Su Yuan was busy watching Happy Dai crash into the meteorite and didn't pay attention to it. Now Su Yuan remembered that there was no lottery yesterday. He opened the lottery page and pressed the golden virtual button. Then he saw lines of text flashing on the empty golden frame of the display. Antimatter collector, nanobiological robot, biochemical defense superconducting energy transfer system. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. He wanted everything. Everything in my cup. Finally, the text that stopped on the golden frame of the display was Power Country. Well done. I finally waited for you. With the help of Power Country, Su Yuan can obtain the Power Fruit, the 3 main indicators of physical constitution, strength, speed, and endurance, can achieve balance and continue to develop to the limit of the capabilities of the normal human body. Dean, congratulations to the owner on receiving the Earth of Power, which was distributed a backpack. Su Yuan looked forward to walking to the back of the survival capsule, took out the Earth of Strength from his backpack and placed it next to the Earth of Endurance. The Earth of Strength is golden yellow and feels like sand. Now, there are no corpses of alien beasts in Su Yuan's hands. During the day, he decided to hunt alien beasts, one to earn points, and another to obtain the corpses of alien beasts to use the Land of Power to extract their power and obtain the Power Fruit. In addition to the Fruit of Strength, Su Yuan also wants to accumulate the Fruit of Speed and Endurance to improve his physical fitness in an all-round way. Return to the fourth floor of the Survival Lodge dungeon. Dabai has prepared lunch. While eating, Su Yuan said, Xiao Yu, let the multifunctional satellite search for Lord-level alien beasts all over the world and find out for me the exact location of their distribution and their area of activity. Master, are you going to kill alien beasts? I can't just keep New Dali and the others around. I need to earn survival points, and I can't let the giant laser cannon and giant extreme freeze cannon rust. Although the meteor shower outside is still ongoing, the chain of natural disasters it caused has never stopped. But the impact on Su Yuan is not great. After the nuclear explosion, the temperature rose, and the alien beasts became more and more active. This is a good time to kill the alien beasts. Su Yuan doesn't want to wait for the dinosaurs to come for revenge without any preparation. He needs to buy another weapon of the level of the sentient giant extreme freezing gun. After dinner, Su Yuan received the distribution map of the Lord-level alien beasts and the detection area sent by the multifunctional satellite. Su Yuan then designed an action route according to the distribution map and set the survival base to autonomous movement mode. Su Yuan also donned a support mech and took a laser cannon, preparing to use it at a critical moment. First planned to hunt Lord-level beasts in Huadu lands, then go all the way north and hunt Lord-level beasts in Hongdu lands, and then go around Fudu and other survival bases. Rumble, the ground shook, and the survival base took off and flew towards the nearest Lord-level beast. It was a Lord-level beast that resembled a national treasure panda, the Iron Devourer. Fire-breathing Iron Devourer. 46 meters tall, with a bad temper and enormous strength. With a single claw, it could crush a mountain, and its sharp fangs could easily tear apart steel. It can spew magma with a temperature of thousands of degrees. If you want to taste the burn, you can provoke it. The Iron Devourer is also a group beast. Around it live dozens of brutal and thousands of aggressive Iron Eaters. They live in the valley, and the surrounding survival bases are either destroyed by them or evacuated on their own initiative. The number of people killed by this fire-breathing Iron Eater alone exceeds 10,000. Su Yuan was at the survival base and saw this beast through a multifunctional satellite image. Its huge body occupied almost a fifth of the entire valley. When it turned over, it shook the earth. The rocks on the mountain were shaken and hit other beasts. Master, be careful. This beast is nearly 50 meters tall and is quite strong among Lord-level beasts. Moreover, it can spit magma, and there is a tendency to further alienate to the level of terror. Su Yuan nodded. Seeing the fire-breathing, iron-eating beast, he had no intention of attacking himself. Oh my God, this guy is so huge. Don't think you look like a national treasure. I will show mercy. Su Yuan immediately gave the order and aimed 2 giant cannons at the fire-breathing, iron-eating beast. Base hovered over the valley, 1,000 meters away, like a dark cloud blocking the sun from the fire-breathing, iron-eating beast. Roar! The fire-breathing, iron-eating beast roared furiously. In the inner world, it had never enjoyed such sunlight. Although meteorite fragments blazing with fire fell from the sky from time to time, they did not cause him any harm. Instead, he enjoyed the stuffy feeling. Phew! The fire-breathing, iron-eating beast took a deep breath and released a mouthful of boiling magma towards the survival base. He didn't speak human language, but his IQ was as good as a human's. His huge survival base gave him a sense of danger, so he wanted to strike first. Roar, roar, weakling. Get out of here while I'm in a good mood. His mouthful of magma exploded hundreds of meters high, but unfortunately, it did not reach the survival base. Su Yuan could not understand what he was roaring. Damn, horse! How dare you start first? Blow it up! The giant intelligent laser cannon erupted with a super high temperature laser beam. The high temperature of over 30,000 degrees can instantly melt rocks into magma. The fire-breathing, iron-eating beast suddenly turned into a roasted panda. Its black and white fur was harder than alloy, but the laser beam incinerated it to ashes. Roar, roar, what impudence! You just snuck up and burned my fur. The iron-eating, fire-breathing beast covered its muzzle and ran away. Su Yuan ordered New Dali, Big Cat, Mouseman, Dumb Sheep, and Lightning Rabbit to chase after him. He left only Baji with him. Then the survival base landed above the valley. Su Yuan led Bajie out of the base and took the laser cannon to shoot the aggressive and violent iron-eating beasts. Baji turned into a sentient combat robot, and its attack power was no worse than that of a stupid sheep. Su Yuan did not allow Baji to use the laser cannon. He needed the corpses of the alien beasts to obtain the fruit of power, and a shot from the laser cannon would probably destroy the aggressive alien beasts. More than half an hour later, Su Yuan and Baji shot 43 beast-like alien beasts and 631 aggressive alien beasts. A total of 43.631 million survival points were obtained. Su Yuan then asked Baji to take the alien beast corpses back to the survival base. There were a total of 675 alien beast corpses. Su Yuan asked Huang to bury 300 of them in the land of strength, and the rest in the land of speed and endurance. Tomorrow we will be able to reap the fruits of strength, speed, and endurance. After Huang finished with them, New Dali and the others killed the escaped fire-breathing iron-eating beast and received 1 billion survival points as a reward. Then killed 11 Lord-level alien beasts, including the giant black widow spider, blue-armored python, giant pig rat, and others. When it came to the 12th level Lord alien beast, Su Yuan encountered the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus's brother, the iron-armored velociraptor. This was the highest level alien beast Su Yuan had encountered so far. Iron-armored raptor. Lord level, 50 meters tall, incredibly fast, runs at the speed of a mobile missile. Never get closer than 10,000 meters to it, otherwise you will turn into a snack in its mouth in the next second. Damn, a mobile missile, how can it run so fast? Does it have a nuclear generator? Su Yuan really wanted to open the iron-armored raptor's chest to see what its heart looked like. Base roared menacingly before entering the iron-armored raptor's territory. Roar, roar, roar. His ears are very sensitive and can hear very distant and very quiet sounds. In order to let him relax, Su Yuan parked the survival base outside his territory. Then let the giant, intelligent freezing cannon grab him first and attack. It seems you can still run after being frozen? Su Yuan laughed obscenely. Boom, boom. A stream of ultra-low temperature burst out from the giant intelligent freezing gun, and everything around froze. Cracking, cracking. The sound of freezing continued, and the air seemed to freeze. The armored raptor saw that the survival base had stopped. As soon as he let his guard down, he felt a cold current wash over him, and his huge body froze. The armored raptor didn't believe it and roared with difficulty. Roar, roar, rush. Was that really what a human did? He wanted to break free from the ice and escape. However, the giant intelligent laser cannon immediately fired a beam of ultra-high temperature laser, knocking its huge body to the ground. New Dali, you guys, finish it off quickly. Su Yuan roared. New Dali and the others immediately flew over and surrounded the armored raptor. The laser cannons behind them fired laser beams, silencing the armored raptor. Jack, it's too dangerous out there. I want to go back to the center of the earth, the armored raptor thought. He forgot how arrogant he was when he had just crawled out of the center of the earth. They dug a private base out of the ground and gobbled up the people inside like snacks. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. Su Yuan's 2 cannons seriously damaged him. He didn't even have the strength to get up and died in despair. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have killed a Lord-level beast and received a reward of 1 billion survival points. Su Yuan killed 12 beasts during the day and received a total of 12 billion survival points. In the evening, after dinner, Su Yuan checked today's harvest. From last night to now, a total of 3.43 million kilograms of food have been sold in the virtual shopping mall, with 1.78 million exchanges, 22.3 million kilograms of ordinary materials, and 6.12 million kilograms of high-quality materials. After subtracting the exchanged food and adding the food left over from yesterday, there are still 720,000 kilograms of food left in the virtual shopping mall. The store has made 1.53 million trades and received a system reward of 1.53 billion survival points. In addition to the rewards he received from hunting beasts during the day and the deduction of survival points for upgrading the laboratory, Su Yuan had 24.28 billion survival points left. After that, Su Yuan checked the information on the internet. Huadu and the other 3 major survival bases have confirmed that the meteor shower will last for 2 days before ending. It is estimated that the chain of disasters caused by the meteor shower will gradually dissipate in more than half a month. Compared with the gunpowder atmosphere of yesterday, the situation today is relatively better. Under the wise leadership of the Midu survival base, Huadu has gone from being in full charge to taking all the technology and sharing it with all of humanity. Damn, you Huadu people are too selfish. Now, you should learn to be grateful. If it weren't for our Midu, you'd still be living in an agrarian society. Bugger, if it weren't for our Dundu's interest-free loan, your Huadu wouldn't have been able to develop at all. Damn it, aren't you ashamed? Our development has nothing to do with you. We worked hard, okay? There are arguments all over the internet. Midu wants to influence public opinion to put pressure on Huadu. But Huadu is too lazy to pay attention to this and rushed to build an ark. Su Yuan didn't pay much attention to this information. He found that the alien beasts had become active again, and hundreds of alien beasts were attacking the survival base. Among them were Lord-level alien beasts. Many survival bases were destroyed by alien creatures. More than 100,000 people were killed and injured. At the same time, Fudu also discovered a deadly virus. It is a virus that experts have never seen before, called a zombie virus, which can turn humans, aliens, and other creatures into zombies. There is no official confirmation of this yet, and most news is blocked. The message that Su Yuan saw was quickly deleted. The person who published it was a bona fide virologist. He suggested that the virus was probably carried to the blue planet by a meteorite. If true, the zombie virus would spread across the world. Scary to think about. It is no wonder that with a level of technology that predates the dinosaurs, they would not be able to withstand the disaster. Xiao Yu, is there a way to defeat the zombie virus? Su Yuan was afraid of accidentally being infected with the zombie virus. Teacher, there are many ways to fight the virus. The easiest way is to administer antiviral drugs in advance, or you can use nanobiorobots that can penetrate the body and destroy the virus. Teacher, it is best to buy an intelligent robot for research and development that specializes in studying viruses. He develops antiviral drugs in the laboratory, but he can also create biological weapons and even a biochemist who will be completely subordinate to the master. Wow, you can play the laboratory like this? Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Hey, teacher, the experiment is also the main function of the system. Don't underestimate it. Then Su Yuan began to search the system for intelligent robots for research and development. Ordinary intelligent robots viruses for research and development, 20 billion survival points. Advanced intelligent robot virus research and development, 35 billion survival points. The best intelligent robot virus research and development, 50 billion survival points. Are you sure? This price is higher than New Dali and the others. Su Yuan suspected that the system was intentionally blackmailing him. If Master thinks it's expensive, you can upgrade Mosaic, Xiaobailin, and the others. You can choose a specific research direction for them and let them improve. Oh my God, what a cool operation! Su Yuan decided to try it tomorrow. After scrolling through a few posts and playing games for a while, Su Yuan went to bed. At dawn, Su Yuan finished breakfast and went down to the ground. Unfortunately, the fruit of strength was not yet ripe, and it seemed that it would be eaten at noon. When he came to the lab again, Mosaic and Xiaobailin had already produced samples of the primary dinosaur superalloys, which required constant improvement until the most advanced dinosaur superalloys were developed. Then planned to build a dinosaur superalloy plant. Su Yuan spent another $1 billion to purchase experimental production equipment and various experimental metals, and Mosaic and Xiaobailin continued development. Su Yuan decided to wait for Mosaic to first create dinosaur superalloys and then upgrade and develop antiviral drugs. After that, he continued hunting alien creatures as planned. In the morning, the temperature outside the survival base reached 37 degrees. Since most alien creatures like hot and humid environments, they were especially active today, and many survival bases were on alert. The Ningcheng survival base was unlucky, as it was attacked by a wave of alien creatures. Around 4 a.m., a large number of foxes, hawks, wolf spiders, and more than a dozen other alien creatures appeared, totaling over 30,000. At 6 a.m., a large number of aggressive alien creatures appeared again. Normal beasts can be killed with a shotgun or machine gun. Aggressive beasts must be killed with grenades, cannons, or tanks. The captain of the Ningcheng Guard is a heroic young woman, Ning Ruolan. She personally commanded the bombardment of a group of fox beasts with automatic artillery. More than a dozen automatic artillery guns spewing shells, one explosion, and a field of flowers. The ground spattered and shook. A large number of ordinary wolf foxes fell. The lucky ones could howl, and the unlucky ones died on the spot. Aggressive wolf foxes are smarter. When the shells fall, they quickly dodge or fall to the ground. After a round of bombardment, only a few aggressive wolf foxes are killed. Ning Ruolan quickly mobilized unmanned bombers to bomb a group of fox beasts. The effect is still not very good. Moreover, the drones would be attacked by flocks of hawks. Often, dozens of drones with bombs would fly into the air and be shot down by the hawks' claws before returning to their designated position. Ning Ruolan had to urgently ask her superior for help. At the same time, tanks, rocket launchers, and other heavy weapons were mobilized to attack the alien beasts. However, the ferocious fox wolf is extremely fast and has thick skin and flesh. It often survives even artillery shells. A large number of snake-eating creatures and wolf spiders broke into the survival base from underground, and heavy weapons were useless. They had to use mechanical exoskeletons or the latest conventional mechanical armor developed by Huadu to destroy the alien beasts. Ning Ruolan was in the command room, frowning. The situation in Ningcheng was not very good. Almost all the guards had been dispatched, and a large number of unmanned strike weapons had been used. However, the number of alien beasts had not decreased, but rather increased. Ning Ruolan was afraid of the appearance of a Lord-level alien beast. She immediately reported it to her superiors and sent out a distress signal. Although the survival base in Ningcheng is small, there are 600 to 700,000 people living there. Huadu immediately contacted the survival bases near Ningcheng to request reinforcements. However, the survival bases around Ningcheng were also attacked by alien beasts. But the situation was relatively better than Ningcheng. There are more and more fierce beasts. They are not only fast, but also strong. They can easily overturn tanks and armored vehicles. Grenades and bombs are not very effective against the fierce beasts. At this time, men, women, and children in Ningcheng joined in the resistance against the influx of beasts. Many beasts slipped into the survival base. In the dorm, a middle-aged man held a shotgun and pointed it at the door. Behind him stood two boys with kitchen knives. It was the only weapon they could find. Behind the door, several common wolf spiders slammed into the door with fury. Bang, bang, bang. The steel plate on the armored door deformed from the impact. Click, the wolf spider's claws pierced the steel plate like a sickle. "Daddy, be careful," the older boy shouted. The middle-aged man pulled the trigger and shot the wolf spider twice. Spider let out a terrible scream and continued to beat on the armored door. The other men in the dorm went out to help the guards repel the attack of the alien creatures. The middle-aged man stayed behind because he had two children. The two boys were clutching kitchen knives tightly in their hands. They were nervous, but they weren't crying. Unfortunately, their mother had been killed by the alien creatures during the last wave, and they realized how terrifying these creatures were. Bang! The armored door swung open, and several wolf spiders pounced on him. The man quickly shot the wolf spider, but the other wolf spiders extended their sickle legs and prepared to pierce his heart. "Dad!" the boys screamed in panic. Bang, bang, bang. The guards finally arrived and killed the wolf spider with a machine gun. And before the man could even say a word of gratitude, they rushed to the next location. This cruel scene played out everywhere in the Ningcheng survival base. In comparison, the middle-aged man and his children were lucky. By 11 o'clock in the morning, Ning Ruolan had no one left to send out, so all the guns, tanks, rocket launchers and other weapons were used. More than a dozen ferocious beasts were killed, and thousands of aggressive beasts died. But the beasts still advanced like a wave. Ning Ruolan was thrown into despair by the appearance of the beast lords, Wolverine and the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. The two beast lords joined forces, clearly wanting to take advantage of the situation and completely destroy the Ningcheng survival base. He Shengnan organized an evacuation. Ning Ruolan gave the order with tears in her eyes. "Captain, take the people away, and I will stay behind to fight off the beasts. At this moment, anyone who stays behind will die. This is an order. Follow the order," Ning Ruolan shouted. He Shengnan immediately turned around, walked out of the command center, and organized the evacuation of Ningcheng. This meant that the Ningcheng survival base would be abandoned and completely destroyed. Moreover, less than 1 in 1,000 residents of the Ningcheng survival base would be able to evacuate alive. After reporting the situation in Ningcheng to her superiors, Ning Ruolan donned a mechanical exoskeleton, slung a machine gun on her back, and led the men to battle the beast. This Wolverine was taller than the one Su Yuan had encountered before, standing nearly 50 meters tall, and its muscles were stronger than steel. Guards fired tanks and rocket launchers at him, but it was no use. He crushed the tanks and rocket launchers that were firing at him with one claw. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex was doing the same on the other side of Ningcheng's survival base. Many of the guards were killed by the tanks before they could even scream. Ning Ruolan ordered everyone to retreat and evacuate rather than fight the Lord-level monster. A few minutes later, 2 missiles fell from the sky and landed on the Wolverine and the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex. Suddenly the ground shook and Ningcheng's survival base shook violently. But after the explosion, the Wolverine and golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex were still alive. They have high vitality, and ordinary missiles can only harm them. Seeing that the 2 Lord-level beasts were still alive and had become even more ferocious due to their injuries, they extended their claws and dug into the ground, trying to dig up Ningcheng's survival base. Most of Ningcheng's survival base was buried deep underground. The land was small, but it only served as a normal entrance and exit. Wolverine's sharp claws cut through the hard earth like tofu, and then lifted it up, and 1% of Ningcheng's survival base was dug out from under the ground. People who did not manage to escape fell out of the ruins like ants, scared, helpless, desperate. Faced with Wolverine, they saw no hope. Ning Ruolan was furious and ordered all the guards to fire heavy weapons at Wolverine. "Roar, roar, weaklings who dare to resist, you are nothing but prey to us." Wolverine roared arrogantly, stretched out 2 fingers, and like an anteater devouring an ant, grabbed the unfortunate man from the ruins and put him into his mouth. "Damn it, you are too arrogant." Su Yuan was furious when he saw this scene on the multifunctional satellite screen. Base is not far from T Company's survival base. He had delivered cargo to Ningcheng before. He knew that the people of Ningcheng were also having a hard time. In the morning, he followed the designated route and hunted Lord-level monsters all the way, killing 17 Lord-level monsters. The next one should be the Wolverine. He didn't expect the Wolverine to hunt people in Ningcheng. Although Su Yuan was still thousands of meters away from the Wolverine, it didn't stop the giant laser cannon from aiming at the monkey. Boom, boom, boom. The black barrel of the cannon exploded with bright lasers. He fired straight at the Wolverine. The powerful, ultra-high temperature laser beam sent the Wolverine's huge body flying back hundreds of meters. Roar! 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 The Wolverine opened its huge wolf mouth and struck its chest like a gorilla. "Weakling man, if you have the courage, come down and fight." Su Yuan did not realize that the Wolverine was roaring. He then ordered the giant freezing cannon to fire at the wolverine. The ultra-low cold current, more than 250 degrees below zero, instantly froze the wolverine. The wolverine was still trying to struggle and resist, continuing to roar. "Master, he seems to be scolding you. No fighting ethics." Xiao Yu pointed at Wolverine and said, "Scolding me? Are you looking for death, New Dali? What are you worth?" Su Yuan directly ordered New Dali and the others to fly over and finish off the knife. New Dali and the others had long been accustomed to Su Yuan's manipulations. They surrounded the wolverine and began firing at it indiscriminately. After 7 or 8 minutes, all that was left was a pile of charred flesh. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex, seeing the wolverine so miserable, turned and ran away. The relationship between them was simply friendly, and there was no need to fight for food. Su Yuan, seeing that the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to escape, ordered the survival base to follow him. After the cooling time of the 2 giant cannons ended, they began to fire at the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex. As the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex ran, the other beasts also scattered and ran away. New Dali and his men did not let them go and began to destroy these fierce and aggressive beasts. The laser gun was better than a normal rocket launcher. It was fast, had high killing power, and could instantly capture the beasts and carry out effective attacks. The laser cannon on New Dali's back could kill the ferocious beast with almost every shot. Ning Ruolan cried tears of joy when she saw this scene. "I wish I had such a weapon," she thought. She quickly cast aside her emotions and ordered, "Everyone stop evacuating. Come with me to save people." On the other side, the golden-backed T-Rex panicked. No matter how fast he ran, there was a huge survival base thousands of meters above his head. 2 huge black gun barrels were always pointed in his direction. "Roar, roar, damn it. If you have the guts, come down." Tyrannosaurus swung its claws at Su Yuan's survival base. "Master, it seems to be asking you to come down." "Damn it, do you think I'm that stupid? Damn it." Time was up, and the giant intelligent laser cannon fired an ultra-high temperature laser at the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus was unable to hit Su Yuan, so it could only run desperately. The ultra-high temperature laser hit him, and suddenly the smell of barbecue wafted out. Before the smell could dissipate, the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus was hit again by a stream of ultra-low temperature cold. "Roar, roar, damn horse! Why am I so miserable? Don't I just want to eat something delicious?" The golden-backed Tyrannosaur complained. "Master, it seems he is saying that he wants to eat something delicious." "Really? Do you understand what he said?" Su Yuan looked at Xiao Yu curiously. Xiao Yu pursed her lips in embarrassment. "I guessed right." "Then consider that you are right, New Dali. Hurry up! The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus wants to eat well." Su Yuan shouted to New Dali and the others through the automatic wireless communication device. New Dali was confused. Although it was a smart attack robot, he couldn't figure out what Su Yuan meant. The mouse man was much smarter. With his experience of finishing off the knife, he guessed that Su Yuan wanted them to finish him off. New Dali and the others immediately rushed towards the golden-backed Tyrannosaur. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus was shot by 2 huge cannons and was heavily injured. It just wanted to escape. But it was injured and could not get rid of New Dali and the others. New Dali and the others followed the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus, continuing to shoot it with laser cannons. The golden-backed T-Rex turned around and wanted to take revenge on New Dali and the others. New Dali and the others, under the command of Mouseman, quickly split up and surrounded him. Whoever the golden-backed T-Rex was chasing was attacked continuously. After more than 10 minutes, the golden-backed Tyrannosaur fell unwillingly. It did not eat well and died. In the morning, Su Yuan obtained 19 Lord-level beasts and earned 19 billion survival points. Then, during the break, Su Yuan prepared to eat. Before eating, he went to the land of strength. The fruit of power was ripe and gave off the smell of roasted sweet potato. Su Yuan immediately picked it and ate it. It was fragrant and tasted like dragon fruit. However, he was hungry, So Su Yuan simply ate the fruit of power to fill his stomach. In one breath, he ate 27 fruits of power. Strength has reached 34. He can continue to eat the fruits of speed and endurance. Su Yuan asked Pao Mian to collect all the fruits and put them in the refrigerator. In the next 2 days, he had to bring all his physical indicators to 100. After Su Yuan left, Ning Rolan reported the news about Ning Cheng to his superiors. The Huadu survival base immediately mobilized satellites to pay attention to Su Yuan's survival base. And through radio signals, they expressed their gratitude to Su Yuan and hoped to cooperate with Su Yuan. At this time, the Huadu survival base still could not figure out whether Su Yuan was a blue star or an alien. Su Yuan did not respond yet. And that he didn't want to answer, it was just that he was too busy to hunt monsters. During the day, Su Yuan's luck was better. The Lord-level monsters he encountered were relatively easy to kill. He killed 23 monsters. He gained another 23 billion survival points. At night, in order to increase his strength, stamina, and speed to 50, Su Yuan ate so much that he lay down on the sofa and burped. Damn it, next time I won't eat so much. Su Yuan felt that his strength and energy were endless. Then he began to check his earnings for the day. In the virtual shopping mall, a total of 3.78 million kilograms of food were sold, 1.88 million exchanges were made, 25.3 million kilograms of ordinary materials were exchanged, and 6.52 million kilograms of high-quality materials were received. The store made 1.74 million trades, and the system awarded 1.74 billion survival points. There were still 540,000 kilograms of food left in the virtual mall. The weather improved, and the number of trades continued to increase. After Su Yuan collected all the materials and received the system reward, he had 77.89 billion survival points. The giant flying saucer became a hot topic on the internet, especially after the Midu satellite photographed the scene of Su Yuan killing a wolverine and a golden-backed Tyrannosaurus rex. People are increasingly convinced that Su Yuan's survival base is related to Huadu. Damn, in the face of real evidence, Huadu dared to openly cheat. Don't you, the human race, feel humiliated? Baga, Huadu must share his technology. For the sake of the future of humanity, we must unite. My friends, why don't I believe this? If Huadu really built this, why do we still need to build an ark? This is the trick of the Huadu. They want to openly lay the plank road, but sneak into Chenchang. Before the dinosaurs appeared, all the survival bases led by Midu asked Huadu for cooperation. Driven by selfish interests, Hongdu also joined Midu's camp. Damn it! How shameless are you? Are you forcing me to deprive you of food? Su Yuan immediately closed all transactions in the virtual shopping mall except Huadu. Trading will resume 2 hours after the closure. Su Yuan anonymously posted a warning on the internet. If you don't want to be cut off forever, stop pressuring Huadu and admit the existence of the zombie virus. Su Yuan then looked through the other posts. He actually found thousands of thank you messages from Ning Cheng. Whoever you are, you saved us from despair too. I and all the people of Ning Cheng are extremely grateful to you. Bless you. Anonymous author, Hua Mulan. After checking several messages, Su Yuan stopped checking and did not reply. I will quietly leave without taking a single cloud with me. Su Yuan whistled happily. He had no intention of replying to the message or revealing his identity. Finally, Su Yuan played the game for a while, as usual. Su Yuan spent the next 2 days hunting Lord-level monsters. He killed a total of 79 Lord-level monsters and earned 79 billion survival points. The virtual mall and stores earned a total of 24.33 billion survival points in 2 days. After 2 days of persistently eating fruits, Su Yuan's strength, stamina, and speed reached 100. After breakfast, Su Yuan checked his attributes. Host, Su Yuan, height, 180. Physique level, 1. Strength 100. Normal 10. Stamina 100. Normal 10. Speed 100. Normal 10. Description: The host's physique has reached the limit of ordinary people and is constantly evolving, equivalent to the physique of an aggressive monster. Su Yuan asked in surprise, "Xiao Yu, now I can kill an aggressive beast with my bare hands?" "Yes, master. Many aggressive beasts are not as fast and strong as you." "My God, this is amazing. When will I be able to develop and surpass the limits of ordinary people?" Xiao Yu thought, resting her chin on her small hand. 3 to 6 months. If master eats high-quality rice and various special fruits every day, he should speed up. Su Wen decided to take the fruits of strength, speed, and stamina as after-meal fruits in the future. As for the beast corpses, let New Dali and the others hunt them every day. After that, Su Yuan went to the Hexagon building to check on the progress of the Mosaic and Xiao Bailun. They have developed a level 6 dinosaur superalloy sample. Although it is only level 6, it is still much lighter than normal steel and 6,000 times harder than diamond. However, if Su Yuan wants to make it, he will do his best. He planned to apply a layer of dinosaur superalloy to the titanium armor. Then he would completely repair and upgrade Happy's flying ship and let Mouseman pilot it to hit the dinosaur man. The dinosaur would be surprised. However, the repair of Guazi was progressing rather slowly. "Guazi, I'll upgrade you. Can you fix this flying ship in 3 days?" "Goo goo goo. Master, you need to upgrade it by at least 2 levels." "Damn horse, you've even learned to haggle." Su Yuan laughed and cursed, patted Guazi's big head, and immediately spent 1.5 billion survival points on upgrading. Upgrading. Ding. Upgrading was successful. Intelligent maintenance robot. Level 2 can quickly repair any intelligent equipment. Upgrade to level 3. 1.8 billion survival points. Continue upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. Intelligent service. Robot. Level 3 can flexibly and maneuverably speed up the repair of any intelligent equipment. Upgrade to level 4, 2.5 billion survival points. "Guazi, if you can't fix it in 3 days, I'll recycle you and sell you." "Gugu, master, don't worry. I'll work overtime to fix it in 3 days." Su Yuan suddenly felt like an evil capitalist who suppresses Guazi's rest. This is also a helpless decision. The meteor shower has stopped, but the zombie virus has broken out again in several survival bases. The alien beasts that were initially killed have been buried. Now they have become zombies, alive and well, and are attacking the survival base again. They are impossible to kill, but every time a human is killed, another zombie is created. The first outbreak of voodoo helped to create herd immunity and required the use of more biological agents to strengthen the body. Biological agent developed by Jack has been upgraded to the 2nd generation. It is more effective, but the mortality rate is still high. But Jack does not care. He is becoming stronger and stronger. In addition, the zombie virus opens a new direction for Jack to research. Viability of any virus he knows, hundreds of times more than the 2nd most powerful virus. If you defeat the zombie virus, can you live forever? Jack began using his power to try to add the zombie virus to the biological agent. To do this, Jack recruited a group of girls. They were all orphans. In order to provide themselves with food, they had to participate in Jack's experiment. This experiment was also recognized by the top management of Voodoo. They realized that no one could help them. To survive, they can only rely on themselves. Biological agents are the best breakthrough. As for the development of technology, they have neither the opportunity nor the time. On the other hand, after the Ningcheng incident, Huadu ordered all private and corporate survival bases to evacuate to the nearest main survival bases. In the future, Huadu will only have 12 main survival bases. Beasts living near the main survival bases were destroyed by thousands of missiles. Su Yuan flew to the Hongdu lands along the designated route. The Hongdu lands are vast, and the number of beasts living there is hundreds of times greater than the number of beasts living there. Tanaka has already brought people and quietly found a place to take root. Hundu is now too busy to take care of himself, and he does not have time to drive Tanaka away. He does not want to be criticized for his inhumanity, so he simply pretends not to notice. However, Tanaka does not want to be alone and borrows materials from various survival bases such as Mido, Fudo, and Kwandu, intending to rebuild the Dundu survival base and calling on all the people of Dundu to come back and help him. Hundu had to give Tanaka a warning. Tanaka immediately pulled out old Mido to support him. Okun, Mido's chief officer, constantly talked about human rights and all of humanity should unite to fight the disaster. Fudu, Kwangdu, and other survival bases also expressed their support. Hongdu suddenly felt isolated and hoped that Huadu would speak a fair word. Huadu said, "You guys discuss it yourselves. I will not interfere." Su Yuan's survival base soared into the sky above the Red Capital. Following the predetermined route, Su Yuan first went to hunt a Lord-level Earth snow bear. Snow bears are huge and are born aggressive. They rarely act alone, usually in groups of 3 to 5. Around this earthen snow bear, Su Yuan suddenly felt as if he had entered the snow bear's lair. Because of the thick layer of ice and snow, the snow bear's fur is white as snow, lies motionless on the ground, and it is impossible to determine with the naked eye whether it is a snowdrift or a snow bear. The Earth snow bear is just over 50 meters tall and can emit cold currents, which further deters the enemy. Following his cherished habit, Su Yuan did not engage in a head-on fight with it, but fired an ultra-high temperature laser at it from a height of 1,000 meters. The snow bear is afraid of heat, but not cold, and the damage from the ultra-high temperature laser beam is much greater for it than from the ultra-low temperature cold stream. After the cannon shot, the sleeping snow bear let out a plaintive roar. Roar, roar, who is so evil? The ice and snow around the snow bear instantly melted and evaporated under the action of the ultra-high temperature laser, and its smooth fur turned black. Snow bear, seeing that he couldn't hit Su Yuan in the sky, immediately summoned his ally, the snow-winged giant royal eagle. Snow-winged giant royal eagle. Lord level, wingspan over 50 meters, wings can repel cold currents, there is a tendency to further alienation. Its claws easily pierce a 30-meter concrete wall. It soars and disappears like lightning, and its flight altitude exceeds 10,000 meters. Do not try to approach it. Chi, the snow-winged eagle. King let out a long roar and soon flew in front of Su Yuan's base. Damn, when did the snow-winged eagle king appear? The multifunctional satellite hadn't detected the snow-winged eagle king before. If it had, Su Yuan definitely wouldn't have come. A Lord-level flying beast would be a great threat to him. New Dali, hold him back. Su Yuan changed his strategy and decided to destroy the snow-winged eagle first. This time, all the smart combat robots flew out. Mouseman sent Lightning Rabbit to attract the attention of the snow-winged eagle. New Dali, Big Cat, Dumb Sheep and Bajier continued to fire laser cannons at snow-winged eagle. Lightning Rabbit transformed into a smart attack robot. It was small in size but moved very quickly. It grabbed a laser machine gun and shot at Snow-Winged Eagle's eyes. Snow-Winged Eagle was forced to close his eyes and flapped his wings furiously, aiming them at Snow Rabbit. The fierce cold storm threw Snow Rabbit back hundreds of meters. "Gee, you nasty guy! I'll tear you apart!" Snow-Winged Eagle pounced on Snow Rabbit. Rabbit deliberately controlled his speed, and when Snow-Winged Eagle approached, he shot Snow-Winged Eagle in the eyes with a laser machine gun. Snow Rabbit then ran away again. This is Snow-Winged Eagle's re-stimulation. And Mouseman ordered New Dali and the others to spread out, forming a half-arc, following the Snow-Winged Eagle giant and firing laser cannons at it. Once the Snow-Winged Eagle giant returned to attack them, New Dali and the others would stop attacking and scatter in all directions. On the other side, the giant freezing cannon, the intelligent giant, also aimed at the Snow-Winged Giant King, ready to help New Dali and the others at any time. Su Yuan planned to slowly drag the Snow-Winged Giant King. When the intelligent giant's laser cannon's cooling time is up, it will kill the Snow-Winged Giant King in one fell swoop. Chi-chi-chi, you vile human, come out and fight if you have the courage. The Snow-Winged Giant King cried out in despair. Su Yuan felt that the Snow-Winged Giant King was scolding him. Xiao Yu, What is this stupid bird shouting? Master, it seems you are shameless. Xiao Yu pouted and thought, Damn horse, do you dare to scold me, New Dali, bomb him to death? The snow-winged Eagle King couldn't stand this humiliating fighting style, stopped attacking New Dali and the others, turned around and rushed towards Su Yuan's base. It flapped its wings furiously, extended its claws, and tried to tear apart the titanium armor. Seeking death, damn it. Intelligent giant freezing cannon shot out a stream of ultra-low temperature. The low temperature instantly stopped the snow-winged Eagle King. The snow-winged Eagle King froze and fell, but quickly broke free of the ice and soared upward. It was not afraid of cold or heat like the Earth Snow Bear. It soared into the air and wanted to attack Su Yuan's base. At this time, the cooling time of the giant laser cannon came to an end, and it could attack again. The pitch, black trunk immediately emitted a blinding light, and the ultra-high temperature laser beam engulfed the snow-winged Eagle King that had attacked it. The powerful impact knocked the snow-winged Eagle King from the air to the ground, smashing the huge pit into pieces. Snow-winged King Eagle continued to struggle and scream, begging Earth Snow Bear to save him. However, Earth Snow Bear was so scared that he turned around and ran away. Roar, Snow-winged King Eagle! The enemy is too strong. I can only wish you good luck. Snow-winged Eagle King was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes and died. Su Yuan, seeing that Snow-winged Eagle King could not fly and would not live long, asked New Dali and the others to catch up with Earth Snow Bear. New Dali and the others also learned Su Yuan's vile tactics. He flew behind the Earth Snow Bear and constantly fired laser cannons and machine guns at it. If the Earth Snow Bear resisted and fired ice streams at New Dali and the others, New Dali and the others would soar into the sky, and the Earth Snow Bear's attack would miss. Su Yuan waited for the cooling time of the two cannons to expire before finally dealing with the Earth Snow Bear and Snow-winged King Eagle. On the ground, the Snow-winged King Eagle continued to fight and flap its wings. The more he flapped his wings, the bigger the wound on his body became, and the more blood flowed. After being continuously shot at by New Dali and the others, and by two cannons in turn, the feathers all over his body turned into coal, and his internal organs were damaged so that he could not even fly. And along with the meteor shower, the zombie virus that had entered Blue Star was also revived by his blood and entered her body. It gradually took control of her nerves and then her body. In less than 10 minutes, the snow-winged Eagle King had transformed from a strange beast into a zombie. His eyes were dim, his movements were stiff. He tried to flap his wings and fly from the ground. He did not fly to Su Yuan's survival base, but headed to the nearby Chelly survival base. What's going on? Master, the snow-winged Eagle King's movements are strange. Su Yuan also noticed the snow-winged Eagle King's anomaly through the multifunctional satellite screen. Oh my God, he won't be intercepted by the zombie virus. Since the snow-winged Eagle King turned into a zombie, Su Yuan didn't receive the system reward. Su Yuan didn't want to let him go, so he asked the survival base to follow the snow-winged giant King Eagle. The Chelly survival base was built near the original Chelly city. It is still far from the Hongdu survival base. It is the largest survival base in the area and currently has over 300,000 people living there. Since yesterday, the Chelly survival base has been hit by a zombie virus. The first person to become a zombie was the captain of the Chelly Guard, Kafki. Kafki is tall and strong as a bear, and loves to eat raw meat. He followed Hundu's orders and took the initiative to try eating the meat of alien beasts. He ate only a little, hoping to transform his body into a superpower. But he was out of luck. Some of his subordinates showed signs of alienation, but he did not. Kafki didn't want his subordinates to surpass him, so he secretly went and killed the foxwolf, took it to the survival base, and ate it alone. He didn't know that the foxwolf had just been infected with the zombie virus. When he skinned the foxwolf's body turned into a zombie and bit him on the thigh. Thus, Kafka also became a zombie. The zombies broke out of the survival base in the car, and the first to fall was the command center of the escort group. Then the top leaders of the survival base in the car were also quickly infected and turned into zombies. In the survival base without a leader in the car, ordinary people fought on their own. But zombies are not easy to kill. Often, a volley of bullets will turn the zombies into a sieve, but they can still jump and pounce on you to bite. In the end, only heavy weapons such as bombs and tanks can be used. After the shelling, although the zombies were torn into countless pieces, the survival base was also seriously damaged. People began to flee from the survival base. What greeted them outside were strange beasts. Various strange beasts, smelling the blood, rushed towards the car survival base from all directions. Soon, this place became a purgatory on Earth. When Su Yuan arrived, people scattered from the car survival base like ants. The men held the children and carried machine guns, ran and shot. The women also threw grenades at the zombies, followed the men and shot them with firearms. It must be said that the inhabitants of the land of Hundu are still very strong in battle and, before dying, dragged 2 people along with them. Unfortunately, soon after death, they become members of the zombie army. With the advent of the snow-winged royal eagle, humans have become more passive. Initially, some could operate tanks or armored vehicles to escape. However, the snow-winged royal eagle flapped its wings and a cold storm swept in, freezing all the tanks and armored vehicles. At this moment, Hundu didn't know that the survival base in the car had received a crushing blow, and there was no reinforcement. Damn it, this zombie virus is so scary. Master, bombard them with lasers. Under the influence of ultra-high temperatures, most viruses will die. The cooling time of the giant laser cannon has expired, and it can attack again. New Dali and the others have not returned yet. Life force is very strong, and it is harder to kill than the golden Tyrannosaurus. Blow it up for me. Su Yuan gave the order. The huge black trunk emitted lasers. The dazzling and hot ultra-high temperature laser swallowed the Snow King Eagle again. With a roar, the Snow King Eagle fell onto the snow, and its huge head and long neck were turned into ashes by the laser. Damn it, you're finally gone. Su Yuan sighed. However, the slightly burnt body of the Snow King Eagle trembled scarlet again. Master, he's not gone yet. God, this isn't common sense. Won't zombies die without a head? Master, the zombie virus is controlling the snow-winged Eagle King's body. Even if the head falls off, it won't affect the zombie virus. Are you saying that the snow-winged Eagle King's body should be completely destroyed? Almost. Only when the zombie virus completely died or the snow-winged Eagle King's body was abandoned. Su Yuan suddenly realized that he didn't want to kill zombies, but zombie viruses. Zombies were just tools controlled by zombie viruses. If the tools were useless, the zombie viruses would abandon them. If they are useful, they can improve the tools and become more advanced zombies. Seeing this, the snow-winged Eagle King, whose face was burnt black, flew up again. Su Yuan immediately used the giant intellectual freezing cannon to fire at him. An ultra-low temperature cold blast erupted from the huge trunk, freezing everything in its path. The snow-winged giant Eagle King turned into an ice sculpture. But the zombie virus continued to control the snow-winged giant Eagle King, forcing it to struggle. Its frozen wings flapped vigorously and shattered into pieces of ice with a roar. After several blows, the snow-winged giant Eagle King's body could not withstand the load and finally crumbled into pieces of ice. The zombie virus hidden in the body of the snow-winged giant Eagle King has lost its tools and either died or fell asleep, waiting for the next unlucky beast. Dean, congratulations to the host for killing a Lord-level beast infected with a zombie and receiving a reward of 3 billion survival points. God, it's not in vain. After that, New Dali and the others killed the Lord-level Earth Snow Bear, and then all the violent and aggressive snow bears before returning to the survival base. Su Yuan asked them to shoot the zombies in the survival base's car. Although zombies are not easy to kill, the reward for survival is high. Thanks to the participation of New Dali and others, the people in the survival base car have hope for salvation. All morning by hunting the Earth Snow Bear and the giant Snow Eagle, as well as the zombies in the survival base vehicle. At noon, the system message sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving 32 days in the Great Disaster Era and getting 10,000 survival points. Without knowing it, Su Yuan has been in this world for over a month. I don't know what will happen next, but he is very happy now. Because I can draw again. Su Yuan opened the lottery page and pressed the golden virtual button. The golden empty frame of the display showed rows of things Su Yuan wanted. Mech Manufacturing Workshop Research Robot with Powerful Intelligence Artificial Engine Starcore Fusion Power Plant. In the end, the text that stopped in the golden frame of the display was Super First Class Intelligent Virus Robot for Research and Development. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the Super First Class Intelligent Virus Robot for Research and Development, which was distributed in the backpack. Su Yuan opened the backpack and took out the robot. Suddenly, a humanoid robot appeared in front of him. Super First Class Intelligent Virus Research and Development Robot, Level 1. This is the best virus research and development robot, with emotions close to human, superhuman computing and logical thinking, and the potential to become a super robot. Su Yuan was delighted when he checked the characteristics. New Dali and the others do not yet have the potential to become super robots, and he no longer needs to spend survival points to upgrade Mosaic. Ding! It is confirmed that the owner has obtained a Super First Class Intelligent Virus Research and Development Robot and meets the laboratory upgrade conditions. Want to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrade successfully completed. Laboratory. Level 4. 2 floors, each 120 square meters. The first research and development is free, and all subsequent ones require 30 billion survival points. The first floor can develop ordinary intelligent level technology projects equipped with Mosaic and Xiaobailan research robots. The second floor can develop advanced intelligent level viral biotechnology projects, equipped with first-class intelligent virus research and development robots. Upgraded to level 5, 300 billion survival points. Oh my god, I saved 100 billion, Su Yuan exclaimed enthusiastically. Then, maybe Master will give me a beautiful self? The robot with the perfect figure standing in front of Su Yuan winked at him charmingly. Looking at her lively eyes, Su Yuan knew that if he didn't know she was a robot, he would really treat her like a human. What do you want to be called? Su Yuan knew she was bad at names, so she simply threw the ball to the robot to choose. Master, your name is Su Yuan, so I will be called Su Su. After saying this, she smiled sweetly at Su Yuan. It was very pleasing to the eye, and Su Yuan was also very happy. At least there was another living person here. Su Su, how long will it take you to develop a cure for the zombie virus? Master, 7 days maximum, and you must help me collect enough samples of the zombie virus. Only with enough samples of the zombie virus will the antiviral medicine be more effective. Collecting samples of the zombie virus is easy. Just let New Dali and the other robots take them to Su Su. Zombie viruses have no interest in robots and cannot infect them. But if you want to collect them all, it will be quite a hassle. At least you will have to travel around the entire blue planet. A meteor shower fell on the entire blue planet, and the virus got into different places. It constantly mutates, and the zombie virus is different in each place. Take advantage of this moment before leaving the survival base by car. Su Yuan asked New Dali to take Su Su to collect samples. Su Su is 1.65 meters tall, and her appearance matches the aesthetics of the Huadu people. She came down to the ground in a white shirt and jeans. New Dali caught the wolf fox that had turned into a zombie. Su Su's index finger automatically turned into a needle, and the long needle pierced the wolf fox's head to extract a sample of the zombie virus. Su Yuan was in the survival base and was shocked by the satellite image. His scalp was numb. A robot that can release a needle at any time may appear at any time. Horror! After finishing the collection, Su Su felt that it was not enough, so she asked New Dali to catch 10 more zombies. Most of the 10 zombies were aliens, and only 2 were human. Su Yuan thought that Su Su would collect them one by one. Who would have thought that her 10 fingers could turn into needles? At the same time, they pierced the heads of 10 zombies to extract virus samples. After doing all this, Su Su turned around and smiled sweetly, looking at the survival base where Su Yuan was. God, Susu is too scary. Can I have it back? Master, do you want to recycle it? You won't get survival points if you recycle lottery prizes. Forget it. I won the lottery, so I'll just use it. After Susu took a sample of the zombie virus, she and New Dali returned to the survival base. Master, I have discovered that the zombie virus is very active and can be used to create cyborgs. Are cyborgs strong? Su Yuan felt that if cyborgs were not as strong as robots, they would be unnecessary and there would be no need to develop them. Master, it all depends on who your enemy is. If you want to deal with zombies, biochemicals can easily kill zombies because they can directly destroy the zombie virus in them. It seems logical. Is it expensive to develop biochemicals? Master, it's not expensive, but you need to find cells suitable for cultivation. The best option is to take a cell sample from a human or beast infected with the zombie virus, but not completely turned into a zombie, Su said. My God, this condition is a bit high. Su Yuan does not rush to develop biochemical drugs. The main thing is that he can develop antiviral drugs and not be infected by the zombie virus. Then he can sell antiviral drugs in exchange for supplies. His current main enemy is still the dinosaur man. The most important thing is to earn points and buy upgraded weapons. After that, Susu returned to the Hexagon lab to study antiviral drugs. After finishing the lunch prepared by Dubai, Su Yuan went down to the ground. He found that Guazi had learned to be smarter. Guazi carried the wreckage of Happy's flying ship to the repair shop and repaired it along with her. Guazi fixed the difficult problems himself and sent the easy ones directly to the repair shop. It was the same as Guazi finding a direct workshop, and the efficiency increased more than tenfold. In the laboratory, Mosaic and Xiao Bailun tried to create a level 8 dinosaur superalloy. However, the samples obtained are not perfect and require constant improvement. During the day, Su Yuan was very lucky. He killed 21 beast lords and got 21 billion survival points. Susu also collected 101 virus samples. After dinner, Su Yuan checked today's harvest. In the virtual shopping mall, the number of exchanges was 1.65 million times. 3.26 million kilograms of food were exchanged. 21.3 million kilograms of ordinary materials were exchanged, and 5.52 million kilograms of high-quality materials were received. The store has made 1.67 million transactions and received 1.67 billion survival points as a system reward. There are still 1.08 million kilograms of food in the virtual shopping mall. After processing all materials and system rewards, the amount of survival points on hand was 215.69 billion. This seems like a lot, but to upgrade the intelligent giant laser cannon to level 2, it will take 150 billion. Su Wen feels that he is still very poor and needs a lot of survival points. I used to think that the fastest way was to kill Lord-level monsters. After killing a few monsters, Su Wen still felt that it was too slow. Su Wen plans to sell the information about the dinosaur people. Su Yuan asked Xiaoyu to sort the scientific and technological information about dinosaur people and divide it into 3 levels. Each level contains 10 scientific and technological materials covering different aspects. Each level is different from the others and is a one-time transaction. Su Wen clearly stated the selling price. Level 3 scientific and technical information. 20 million kilograms of high-quality materials. Level 2 scientific and technical information. 50 million kilograms of high-quality materials. Level 1 scientific and technical information. 80 million kilograms of high-quality materials. Among them, scientific and technical information about dinosaur superalloys is not for sale. By processing 20 million kilograms of high-quality materials, Su Yuan can get 20 billion survival points. 10 sets of level 3 science and technology materials can give 200 billion. Adding 10 sets of level 2 and level 1 science and technology materials together will give a total of 1.5 trillion survival points. All survival bases will have to search for meteorite fragments everywhere to get high-quality materials. Su Yuan didn't know if he could sell all the materials. He would sell as many as he could. At the same time, Su Yuan called back to the Huadu survival base and said that he could sell the scientific and technical materials of the dinosaur people. For Huadu, the price offered by Su Yuan is very favorable. Of scientific and technical materials requires only 500 million kilograms of high-quality materials. And after processing, you can get 500 billion survival points. Leadership quickly called back and said that collecting high-quality materials would take time and hoped for long-term cooperation. Su Yuan did not reveal his name, but expressed his willingness to cooperate. It was too difficult for Su Yuan to communicate with the Huadu leadership via radio. It would be great if he could communicate directly through the system. After the communication, Su Yuan came up with the idea of adding a chat function to the system. The chat function should not only be for personal communication, but also for exchanging information in a forum format. This will make it easier for him to obtain information. Su Yuan did not immediately develop the chat function. He kept thinking about it and refining it in his mind. After all, if the development failed even once, he would have to spend 10 million survival points. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan decided to relax and play online games with Zhao Yu. Ursha and Gangquamian have already started working and growing food. 4 waves of food a day, which is more than 3.6 million kilograms, is Su Yuan's current fixed income. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Su Yuan finished playing and checked the information on the internet. After Su Yuan's last warning, Midu and other survival bases no longer dared to openly attack Huadu. Change your way of thinking and move towards mutually beneficial cooperation. The hottest news on the internet right now is the zombie virus. Almost all experts agree that the zombie virus was caused by a meteor shower and is rapidly mutating. The original zombie virus will infect corpses and injured normal people. As long as zombies bite or scratch them, they become zombies. Strong superpowers will not be infected. As the zombie virus becomes stronger, the superpowers are also at risk of being infected. Locke believes that this is because the superpowers are not strong enough. All superpowers must continue to develop and not stop. If you don't evolve, time will eventually destroy you. For the sake of freedom and dreams, we must go out, kill more monsters, more zombies, take more biological agents, and become stronger. And Locke acted on his words, manipulating superpowers to help various survival bases resist the zombies. Despite surviving several deadly crises, his strength grew and grew, surpassing many beast-like alien beasts. Locke also gained a new ability. He could produce flames, although he could no longer roast corn, but his potential was limitless. Locke became a star at survival bases such as Midu, Fudu, and Quandu, and was used to promote biological agents. The price of biological agents has skyrocketed. It is ironic that only Huadu has announced its intention to develop antiviral drugs, while other survival bases have only increased their production of biological agents. And Hundu didn't want to be left behind and also released his own superpower star, Eva. Eva is not only beautiful, but also loves challenges. After Hundu offered everyone to try the meat of alien beasts, she became the first Hundu to try it and the only one to survive. Now her strength is almost the same as the alien beast. The only drawback is that she has an extra snow bear tail and her hands are like bear claws. Su Yuan also saw her photos on the internet. In them, Eva lifts weights with her bare hands and rides on a snow bear. Wow, this woman who can defeat her. Su Yuan finally saw the news about the survival base in the car. Although many ordinary people escaped from the survival base in the car because of Su Yuan. However, the surrounding survival bases did not dare to accept them, fearing that some of them were infected with the zombie virus. So Hundu simply announced that the survival base in the car had encountered a devastating zombie invasion and no one was hurt. In order to prevent further zombie attacks on the surrounding survival bases, Hongdu used missiles to conduct a bombing raid near the survival base in the car. Su Yuan could not judge whether it was good or bad, and no one could tell whether there were infected among those who escaped. After turning off the computer, Su Yuan looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, is there a way to obtain the power of flame? Su Yuan thought that it was very beautiful to release a flame, even if it was only a tiny tongue. If it meant alienation, Su Wen would reject it from the depths of his soul. Master, it is simple. Just pull out the fire country, kill the fire beast and bury it, and you'll have a chance to grow a fire fruit. Wow, if you eat the fire fruit, you'll get firepower. Yes, but it is best if your body overcomes the boundaries of a normal human body before eating the fire fruit, then you will not feel any pain. Besides the fire country, are there other lands? Master, there are many. For example, the land of frozen, the land of lightning, the land of storms, and so on. Xiao Yu froze on her toes. Wow, great! Su Yuan jumped up happily. If I can take over this land and grow the corresponding fruits, I will become invincible. The next day, Su Yuan continued hunting for beast lords. Because he needed to collect samples, Su Yuan changed the direction of his route and flew to places where there were many zombies. The zombie virus is the same as all viruses. Its main need is to continue to reproduce. Therefore, zombies gather where there are many people or animals. Base, where millions of people live, attracts zombies from all over the Hundu land. The Hundu guards set up a series of checkpoints on the road leading to the Hundu survival base to block the zombies. Now, the way to destroy zombies is fire, which burns zombies clean, leaving nothing behind. And shooting a pistol in the head is useless for zombies. Incendiary bombs, grenades, artillery shells, and other heavy weapons have become the main means. To prevent infection, all guards wear protective clothing and mechanical exoskeletons. However, Eva and other superpowers disdain protective clothing and mechanical exoskeletons. They believe that these tools hinder their evolution. Under Eva's leadership, one after another, the superpowers, armed with flamethrowers, constantly cleared out the zombies near the Hundu survival base. Human zombies are not scary, but zombie monsters are scary. Zombie monsters are fast and strong, and it is not easy to burn them alive. If you encounter a zombie that has turned from the corpse of a brutal monster, all you can do is quickly run away and let the drone drop firebombs. Eve and the others were lucky in the morning and did not encounter any difficult zombies. In the afternoon, Eve was attacked by a zombie foxwolf. Eva lifted her leg, pushed him away, grabbed the flamethrower, and unleashed flames on him. The zombie foxwolf soon burned to ashes. Well done. Her companion Ikaf gave a thumbs up. No big deal. Eva smiled confidently. The group continued searching and heard hurried footsteps. Be careful. A zombie snow bear attacked them. It was incredibly strong. In life, it was a ferocious beast. After death, it became a zombie, and its strength became even greater. Ikaf pushed Eva away and was attacked by a zombie snow bear. The snow bear bit Ikaf in the neck with one bite. If he bites, it is estimated that Ikaf's head can be bitten off. Ikaf was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and grabbed the snow bear's neck tightly with both hands. Despite his superpower, he was not as strong as Eva. Soon, he couldn't hold on anymore, and his hands continued to shake. The zombie snow bear's mouth was getting closer and closer to him. Eva ran up and threw the zombie snow bear away. As soon as Ikaf got up from the ground, he found that he and the others were surrounded by zombies. Damn, where did all these zombies come from? There were dozens of zombies, 5 or 6 of which looked like snow bears, and all of them were fierce beasts in life. And there were only 11 people in Eva's group. Most of them weren't as strong as Ikaf. Call for reinforcements. Eva yelled at Ikaf, firing a flamethrower at the zombie. Ikaf immediately used the intercom to call for help. At that moment, a zombie snow eagle fell from the sky and grabbed Ikaf. The watermelon-sharp claws easily grabbed Ikaf by the head and exploded. Ikaf. Eva screamed in pain. The rest of the comrades quickly pulled Eva away, and one of them even grabbed a flamethrower and shot Ikafu's body with fire. If Ikafu's body is not burned, Ikafu will soon become a zombie. After escaping from the zombie encirclement, Eva was left with only 3 companions, and all the rest were dead. Eva learned that 2 Lord-level beasts had attacked the Hundu survival base, breaking through the checkpoint's defense, and a large number of beasts and zombies had entered. After that, the Hundu survival base immediately used various heavy weapons to bomb the Lord-level beasts, and dropped a large number of firebombs to burn the zombies. While Hongdu was busy, Su Yuan's survival base also flew over Hongdu. In the morning, he killed 18 Lord-level beasts and collected 127 virus samples. Looking at the two Lord-level beasts below, the Tyrannosaurus rex and the Black Widow spider queen, the Tyrannosaurus rex was also infected with the zombie virus and had a tendency to become a zombie. The Black Widow spider queen also had tremendous strength, with tens of thousands of spiders attacking the Hundu survival base. They were attacked by several missiles, but they were still not killed. Su Yuan decided to take advantage of this and finish off the enemy. The ultra-high temperature laser beam struck towards the Black Widow spider queen. At the same time, the ultra-low temperature stream also engulfed the wolf tyrant. With a loud bang, the two Lord-level alien beasts fell to the ground and died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing two Lord-level alien beasts and receiving a reward of 2 billion survival points. The residents of the Hongdu survival base immediately applauded, and the Hongdu senior leadership also thanked Su Yuan over the radio. Although Hongdu could handle the two Lord-level alien beasts on his own, he wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Su Yuan. Since it was unknown when dinosaurs would appear, and Su Yuan had all the technologies he wanted, it would be useful for him to get at least some technological information. Originally wanted to wait for the wolf spider and the Black Widow spider queen to turn into zombies and then destroy the enemy to earn survival points. As a result, Hongdu dropped many firebombs to burn the bodies of the wolf spider and the Black Widow spider queen. Su Yuan ignored the high-ranking officials of Hongdu and flew to Fudu along the planned route. Fudu was the first place where the zombie virus appeared, and it was where the most zombies lived. There were many virus samples, which in turn contributed to Susu's development of antiviral drugs. On the Fudu survival base, ordinary people reliably protected themselves and made armor for themselves, made in the era of cold weapons. They thought that by wearing iron sheets, the zombies would not be able to bite them. They underestimated the sharpness of the zombies' teeth. As the zombies become more and more numerous, Fudu survival base calls on all people to resist the zombies. To combat the zombie crisis, the Fudu high-ranking officials discussed with Jack and gave ordinary people biological agents in the form of credits. If there is no death, you will have to work hard to return to Jack. Jack now hates sunlight more and more. His aloof appearance is becoming more and more like a vampire. Pale face, long teeth, sharp nails, likes to move at night. Jack once thought he was a descendant of vampires. His strength is becoming stronger and stronger, not inferior to Locke. After discovering the zombie virus, he tried to add the zombie virus to a biological agent. Today, the first batch of biological agents containing zombie viruses was produced. Jack does not intend to risk using it himself. Many people are willing to try it to fill their stomachs. Chris not only wants to eat, but also wants to become stronger. To save her, her parents became dessert in the jaws of monsters. Her only sister also got lost the day before yesterday, hiding from zombies. It was very likely that her sister became a zombie. Chris was fed up. She lived in fear all day and did not have enough food. Like everyone else, she came to Jack's secret experimental base. In the dimly lit secret experimental base, Jack prepared food for Chris and the others. After they had had their fill of food and drink, they took the initiative to introduce the biological agents. Jack observed the physical changes in Chris and the others. After more than 10 minutes, Chris and the others' nails became sharp, fangs grew in their mouths, and everyone's strength and speed increased exponentially. "Oh my God, I finally did it!" Jack exclaimed excitedly. No one died. Chris and the others also happily hugged each other, celebrating their victory. But the changes continued and did not stop. Chris and the others looked more and more like zombies. Jack noticed it too. "I know you want to gain strength, and strength comes with will. Now you must take up the challenge as a warrior and go hunting monsters and zombies." Jack has equipped Chris and the others with mechanical exoskeletons, various weapons, and devices to monitor various data. It is necessary to analyze how strong Chris and the others can become after passing the tests. Chris and the others enthusiastically grabbed the guns as if they had been reborn and walked out of the dark laboratory. On the ground, countless zombies pounced on Chris and the others. Chris enthusiastically pulled the trigger, and bullets whistled out of the barrel, turning the zombies in front of her into a sieve. Then, the young and beautiful Chris threw another grenade. With a loud explosion, one zombie was blown away. The explosion attracted even more zombies. Chris was not afraid, but threw more grenades. Soon, Chris ran out of bullets and grenades. He could only use the dagger that was stuck in his belt. The zombie foxwolf pounced on her and bit her in the neck. She pulled out her dagger and stabbed the zombie foxwolf. The zombie foxwolf was weaker than her, so she stabbed him in the head, and the disgusting liquid splashed on her. Chris became even more excited and began to desperately kill zombies and monsters along with the others, as if they had infinite power. But as the power of the biological agent gradually dissipated, the first to fall to the ground was a short woman. In an instant, she turned into a zombie, then turned and attacked Chris and the others. Due to the biological agent's effects, having exhausted their power, they turned into zombies much faster than the others. And once they became zombies, their power was also stronger than that of normal zombies. Chris soon discovered that she was the only one who had not fallen. The others turned into zombies and surrounded her. Chris had no way to retreat, so she grabbed the dagger and fought desperately until she exhausted her last strength and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the zombies that were besieging Chris pounced on her, but did not open their mouths to bite. Strange bypassed Chris and continued to attack Fudu. When Su Yuan arrived at Fudu, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Along the way, he killed 13 Lord-level monsters and earned 13 billion survival points. He stopped the survival base in the air at an altitude of over 1,000 meters and let New Dali carry Susu on his back and then land on the ground to collect virus samples. After all, many virus samples had been collected before. This time, Susu needed to select and find other virus samples. Susu walked in front, New Dali followed behind him, and the two of them made their way through the crowd of zombies. Since their bodies were robotic, the zombies did not pay attention to them. Soon, Susu's attention was drawn to a pigrat zombie. This zombie pigrat was stronger than other zombie pigrats, but in its living form it was a normal zombie pigrat. Apparently, the zombie virus on it was stronger than other zombies. Susu asked New Dali to catch the zombie pigrat, insert a needle into its head, and extract a sample of the virus. After that, Susu and New Dali were outside the Fudu survival base, constantly picking off zombies and collecting virus samples. When more than 100 virus samples were collected, Susu found Chris lying on the ground. Due to the existence of the zombie virus, there could not be a single corpse lying quietly. Susu ran excitedly towards her, feeling as if she had found a treasure, and immediately asked New Dali to take Chris back to the survival base. They returned to the base, and Su Yuan looked at Chris in New Dali's arms. This image reminded him of the heroine of a movie about a cruise ship that hit an iceberg. Very beautiful, but unfortunately, dead. Susu, do you want to study her? Master, she didn't become a zombie. There must be something in her body that makes the zombie virus hate or resist. If you find this, perhaps you can quickly create an antiviral drug. Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, not expecting any unexpected benefits, and smiled. Really? Then why don't you go and study it quickly? Master, don't worry. I still want to save her. Susu winked charmingly at Su Yuan. Save her? She should have died a long time ago. How could she still be alive? Su Yuan was surprised. She should have used some biological means earlier, and the cells in her body are very active. So far, her brain cells and nerve cells have not been damaged much. The only way to save her is to turn her into a cyborg. Master, don't worry. Once she becomes a cyborg, she will be 100% loyal to you, Susu explained. Since there was still hope for her to be saved and she would become his subordinate in the future, Su Yuan agreed to let Susu save Chris. Su Yuan then spent 10 billion survival points to buy a cyborg manufacturing facility. Room is equipped with various tools and nutrient tanks for their production. The nutrient solution must be purchased separately, but it is inexpensive. The rest is Su's concern. Perhaps with Chris, the antiviral drug could be developed in a day or two. Seeing that it was already getting dark, Su Yuan returned to the fourth floor underground. Dabai quickly prepared dinner and served it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan thought that Dabai was more reliable. Dabai could cook whatever he wanted. At night, Su Yuan's survival base was still hanging in the air. There were relatively fewer flying monsters and the air was safer than the ground. The Fudu survival base below was still fighting zombies and monsters. Because the high-ranking Fudu officials were slow to respond at first, the Fudu survival base was surrounded by zombies and monsters. Later, a large number of firebombs and various heavy weapons were dropped, and in the end, missiles had to be used. But it was still difficult to stop zombies and monsters. In fact, zombies and monsters are also enemies of each other. After the living monsters are infected with the zombie virus, if they defeat it, their bodies will become even more alienated. If the zombie virus is not defeated, you will become a zombie. To some extent, the zombie virus also accelerated the alienation rate of the alien creatures. Although the alien creatures do not eat zombies, zombies actively attack the alien creatures. Both zombies and alien creatures attack humans. This has led to extreme chaos in Fudu. Top leadership of Fudu is worried and plans to abandon Fudu and use nuclear weapons to completely reduce it to ashes. However, many gentlemen like Jack are unwilling to give up all of Fudu's resources and wealth. Organize everyone and fight desperately against zombies and alien creatures. In the end, the top brass of Fudu had no choice but to send a distress signal to the main survival bases. Midu said that it would take time to organize the guards to be sent there. Kwangdu said he would send men immediately, but the journey was long and it was assumed that Fudu would be gone by the time they arrived. Hongdu said he could provide nuclear weapons for a devastating blow. Huadu expressed his support for Fudu to unite all forces to resist the zombies and alien creatures. The top leadership of Fudu was at a loss. After much pleading, not a single survival base was willing to take practical action to help them. In desperation, the Fudu top brass was forced to ask Su Yuan for help. Su Yuan, who had just finished dinner, received a radio signal from Fudu asking for help. Su Yuan felt that his laser cannon had not been used in vain. Rescue is possible, but a corresponding reward must be paid. After a round of bidding, Su Yuan could receive 50 million kilograms of common materials for each shot, which was 5 billion survival points. Although the price was a bit high, it was much better than destroying Fudu. Therefore, the top leaders of Fudu and gentlemen like Jack agreed to Su Yuan's price. This deal was more profitable than killing Lord-level monsters. Su Yuan decided to work overtime at night. Walking to the cabin, Su Yuan put on an electronic driving helmet. He manually controlled the survival base, slowly descended and landed at an altitude of 100 meters above the ground, bombarding a group of zombies with ultra-high temperature laser beams. The normal zombies were instantly turned into ashes by the ultra-high temperature laser. One shot, and hundreds of thousands of zombies disappeared. Unless it was a zombie that had transformed from a Lord-level monster, it would not be able to withstand the ultra-high temperature laser beam. After the ultra-high temperature laser beam shot out, another ultra-low temperature cold stream appeared. With a loud bang, all the zombies and monsters that passed through the ultra-low temperature cold stream were frozen, and then, with a light touch, they turned into an ice block. 2 shots equal 10 billion survival points. After the cannon cools down, Su Yuan is ready to continue bombardment. After all, after a shot, it is worth a fortune. Su Yuan is not afraid that Fudu will not be able to repay the debt. Anyone who dares not to pay the debt will be deprived of food forever and will never be able to use the virtual shopping mall and stores. If that doesn't work, the only option is to take it for yourself. After all, Niu, Dali and the others are not vegetarians. Giant cannon, far more powerful than rockets and firebombs, gave hope to the people of Fudu. People began to counterattack and clear the base of zombies and monsters. Su Yuan fired 2 shots every 15 minutes. After 20 shots, the zombies outside Fudu were almost completely destroyed. The top brass of Fudu immediately called Su Yuan and asked him to stop the bombardment. One shot would take away 50 million kilograms of supplies, and they couldn't afford too much. Su Yuan was hooked on it, and it seemed even better than driving a machine that shot monsters. "Don't worry, the last 2 shots are yours." Su Yuan fired 2 more shots before returning to the bedroom to rest. Looking at the time, he saw that it was just after 10. Su Yuan opened the system to check the harvest. In the virtual trading center, the number of exchanges was 1.85 million. 3.69 million kilograms of food were exchanged. 26.7 million kilograms of ordinary supplies were exchanged, and 6.49 million kilograms of high-quality supplies were received in the store, and the system awarded 1.74 billion survival points. There are still 990,000 kilograms of food in the virtual shopping mall. Su Yuan was surprised when all the chickens and ducks that were on the shelves before were exchanged and 4 tanks were obtained. Maybe Shalibi bought it again? After checking the transaction details, I realized that it was indeed Shalibi from Shadu. The situation with Shadu is similar to the previous one, but rich people like Shalibi are a little greedy and want to eat meat. Su Yuan was indeed willing to sell chickens, ducks, and various kinds of meat. Unfortunately, not many people could afford it. As for the various special fruits, Su Yuan also planned to sell the ones he could not finish. After that, Su Yuan thought about it and changed the exchange price of chickens and ducks. 1 chicken, duck, or fish could be exchanged for 100,000 kilograms of common materials, and 1 special fruit for 5 million kilograms of common materials. Let's see what happens. If someone is willing to exchange, then increase the offer, otherwise forget about it. After processing all materials, plus system rewards, minus 10 billion for purchasing a room for biochemical production, the number of survival points on hand was 228.44 billion. The 20 shots made by Fudu rescuers, each of which cost 50 million kilograms of ordinary materials, have not yet been received. The scientific and technical information about dinosaurs has not yet been sold, because each survival base has not yet collected enough high-quality materials. Su Yuan went online and found out that Midu wanted to team up with Fudu, Dongdu, Quandu, and other survival bases to purchase a copy of the scientific and technical information about dinosaurs and see what it looked like. However, Fudu was facing a zombie outbreak, and Su Yuan had a hard time gathering enough supplies, let alone buying information. Dongdu was destroyed, and Tanaka was left penniless. He also donated some supplies to Midu to rebuild Dongdu's survival base. Quandu was very happy to flatter the boss and expressed his willingness to cooperate and collect supplies. Hongdu also wanted to buy supplies and extended an olive branch of cooperation to Huadu. Huadu said that he could collect enough supplies. Su Yuan no longer panicked. As long as the main survival bases are interested, he will not worry about not being able to earn survival points. Then Su Yuan prepared to develop the chat function. Open the system and click the development button. The host can develop new functions for the system. Please try to come up with new functions. Each idea will consume 20 million survival points. After the concept is approved, the system will automatically update and configure the new function. To use the new function after development, the host will need 500 million survival points. Damn, the price went up this time. Each idea originally required 10 million survival points, but now it was 20 million. After the development was successfully completed, the new feature was used, and the income increased from 200 million to 500 million. The system is also a trap. However, thinking that he could earn it back in the future, Su Yuan was not worried. He closed his eyes and began to imagine. The first time, failure. The second time, failure again. The third time, failure again for the 16th time. And it worked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for developing the chat function. To use the chat function, you need to pay 500 million survival points. Su Yuan directly enabled the chat function. Ding! The chat function is enabled, and the host can click to view and use it. Open the survival base system, and you will see that the main menu of the system has become base, shopping center, transaction, store, chat, recycle, experiment, development, lottery, backpack, etc. Click on the chat. The chat settings dialog box will pop up immediately. Su Yuan can customize the communication method: text, voice, video, stereo projection, etc. Different communication methods and communication durations require different amounts of materials. The system automatically takes into account the amount of materials used. All private chats are paid, but they are absolutely safe. Only Su Yuan, as an administrator, can view chat records and even control the course of the chat. In addition to private chats, there are forums with different sections such as life, entertainment, disasters, help, etc. Regular users can browse the forum for free, and there are 5 free posts available daily. If you exceed the limit, you will need to use resources. You can first post help messages and then replenish the necessary resources. Posting announcements, notifications, or using special features like the system speaker will require more resources. Finally, create an open crowd that is accessible to all users of the virtual center and create an account on behalf of the organization, team, or survival base. If someone has previously been blacklisted because of the virtual mall, they will not be able to use the chat function. For every correct chat or message, regardless of its length or the number of words in the message, Su Yuan will receive a reward of 1,000 survival points. When Su Yuan finished the setup, all the users of the virtual shopping mall received a system notification that the system had opened the chat function and could use it by paying for the consumables. 1 kilogram of ordinary materials, if you use language communication, can hold a conversation with a person for a whole day. For ordinary people, this is completely within their capabilities. The method of use is very simple. You can silently say the name of the interlocutor, and the interlocutor will receive a system notification. If you are ready to chat, you can silently say the answer, and then you will be able to talk as usual and hear the voice of the interlocutor. During the chat, you can also switch between modes. The more advanced the chat mode, the more materials you consume. When using the forum, while you are speaking the forum text, a projection of the forum section appears in front of you. The projection is similar to a tablet, and you can view and post information. After the chat function was developed, more than 50,000 people used it. The number of calls exceeded 30,000, and the number of messages exceeded 20,000. Su Yuan can get a reward of 50 million survival points. Moreover, the number of users and visits is constantly growing. It wouldn't be long before he would return the 820 million survival points that Su Yuan had spent on developing the chat function. After finishing all this, Su Yuan yawned, felt a little tired, and went to bed. The next day, Su Yuan woke up at 10 o'clock. Teacher, Fudu just informed you on the radio that 100 million kilograms of ordinary supplies have been prepared for you. The remaining 900 million kilograms of ordinary supplies have already been collected. The top brass of Fudu treated Su Yuan very well. They were afraid of angering Su Yuan, so they organized the collection of supplies overnight and sent them to Su Yuan first. 100 million kilograms of supplies were piled up near the Fudu survival base. Su Yuan was in no hurry. He washed and ate as usual and put on the auxiliary mech before letting the survival base land on the ground. After that, Su Yuan walked out of the survival base with New Dali and the others. Said, the head of the Fudu survival base, led a group of people and waited for a long time. Said also wanted to befriend Su Yuan and see who could kill Happy. After Happy's death, all the major survival bases were paying attention to Su Yuan via satellites. But Su Yuan was dressed as a support mech, and no one knew what he looked like. And the technology that Su Yuan has mastered does not belong to humans. Hello, dear guest. Welcome to Fudu. It is a great honor for me to welcome you. After all, there was already a case when Happy Dai kicked Senior Officer Midu Oken in the kneecap. Saida couldn't understand what kind of character Su Yuan had, who seemed stronger than Happy Dai, so he was very cautious and knelt down first. Damn, when did the people of Fudu learn to kneel down? Su Yuan thought. Su Yuan asked Saida and the others to stand up and said with a smile, Mr. Saida, you don't have to be polite. We're just making a deal. I hope you can gather supplies as soon as possible and not delay my trip. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you, but I don't know how to address you. Cider was very smart and did not make any demands, including continuing to cooperate with Su Yuan. Su Yuan knew Cider's name because he had been the head of Fudu for many years. What about me? Just call me Mr. Su. After Su Yuan collected 100 million kilograms of common materials, he obtained 10 billion survival points and returned to the survival base. Today, Su Yuan did not go out to hunt monsters anymore, but he left the survival base several times to collect Fudu materials. In addition to the 100 million kilograms of ordinary materials in the morning, Fudu later sent 600 million kilograms of ordinary materials. After the reprocessing, Su Yuan received another 60 billion survival points. Sage said that the last 300 million kilograms of normal materials would be delivered tomorrow morning. After dinner, Su informed Su Yuan that Chris had been saved and had become a cyborg. Following Su, he came to the cyborg production room. It is a red round building. The outside is dark pink and the inside is bright blood red. After entering, Su Yuan felt panic. I don't know if it is worth spending 10 billion to buy a cyborg production room. Walking to the food cabinet, Su Yuan found a transparent glass lid filled with nutrient solution, and inside was Chris with her eyes closed. Su Yuan froze for a moment. His eyes could no longer move. Master, you should prepare a set of clothes for her, preferably a protective suit. Su blinked mischievously. Why a protective suit? Chris isn't afraid of the zombie virus, but you, Master, are. Damn, it looks like that's it. For his own safety, Su Yuan immediately bought a set of protective clothing from the system store. Then, Su opened the power supply cabin and woke up Chris. Chris opened her eyes, looked around, and when she saw Su Yuan, she was not embarrassed and walked straight to him. Master, I am a Chiborg zombie virus, Chris. Then checked Chris's characteristics. Chris, cyborg zombie virus, loyalty value, 100% absolute loyalty, will not resist any order. Height 168, Bodypedia level 2, strength 500 normal human 10, endurance 800 normal human 10, speed 1050 normal human 10. Description: Chris has the physique of a brutal beast, extremely fast, can control the zombie virus, and has the potential to become the queen of viruses. Virus queen? I don't know how strong she is. Su Yuan looked at Chris for a while. It must be said that she is very pleasing to the eye, but he can't touch her. He doesn't want to be infected by the virus. Su Yuan plans to let Chris go to practice tomorrow and kill some zombies so that he can see them. After that, Su Yuan returned to the 4th floor underground and found a room for Chris. At the same time, rooms were allocated for robots like Su Yuan. This floor is 1,000 square meters. In addition to the kitchen, bathroom, living room, and Su Yuan's bedroom, there are 36 rooms. Each room is about 20 square meters, enough for Su Yuan, Chris, and others to live. It's just that New Dali and the big cat are a little hiccupy, and they need to be reduced a little. Xiao Yu still stayed on Su Yuan's bed and fought with him for the blanket. Because after the chat function was developed, Xiao Yu's body grew 80 centimeters taller and her emotions became richer, but she was still just a robot. At this time, it was not yet 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Yuan opened the system to check the harvest. In the virtual trading center, the number of exchanges was 1.92 million times. 3.85 million kilograms of food were exchanged. 28.7 million kilograms of common materials were exchanged, and 6.67 million kilograms of high-quality materials were obtained. The store made over 1.93 million transactions, and the system awarded 1.93 billion survival points. Chat calls were made over 1.12 million times, and chat forum posts were made over 230,000 times, and the system awarded 1.35 billion survival points. In the virtual shopping mall, after Su Yuan collected all the materials, subtracted the consumption, and added the survival points earned by Fudu, he had 312.36 billion survival points in his hands. Now these crumbs are enough to upgrade both guns to level 1. This is still far from Su Yuan's goal. The survival base has not acquired dinosaur technology, and Su Yuan went online to find out why. There is much less information on the internet, and many people posted in the chat. Forums are not only convenient, but also have a wide reach and can be seen by all ordinary people. And there will be no blocking or deleting of messages. If Su Yuan is not dissatisfied, other survival bases have no right to block other people's information. So Su Yuan silently opened the chat and looked through the information. Damn it, I can finally go online every day. Friends, I've missed you. My big-bellied king is still alive. Ha 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 ha. Great, the chat forum function. I'm so excited. I'll never be deaf and dumb again. 90% of the messages are published this way. Su Yuan searched for a long time and finally found news about large survival bases, such as Midu, Kwandu, Badu, and Baidu have raised enough money to buy high-quality material about the first-level scientific and technical information of the dinosaur man. However, there is a dispute about who will get this information first. Baidu didn't believe that Midu would hand it over to them safely once he received it. Midu thought that he was in charge, that he should have priority in everything and be the first to verify the information. Damn it, what's the point of arguing? You have several companies? I can just make several copies for you. Each scientific and technical information that Su Yuan exchanged was different. In any case, he just wanted to sell one for money, not to be a middleman. At that time, anyone who wanted to be a middleman became public knowledge. 13%, சதவீதம் 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, So, Su Yuan added a note on the virtual market that could provide multiple copies. In this way, there is no need to worry about them causing disputes by placing orders together. And Huadu sent a large number of elite guards to collect high-quality materials. At present, more than 200 million kilograms of high-quality materials have been collected, and it will take a few more days to collect 500 million. The top leadership of Huadu also attaches great importance to this matter. If they can obtain the technological information of the dinosaur people, their ark can be built faster and more perfectly. Su Yuan then looked at the help post. Many small survival bases like Shadu are looking for help everywhere and hiring hired guards. As long as you go there, you get enough food. According to dozens of experts, the number of zombies will exceed the number of monsters in the future. Badu and Baidu will be the next places of zombie raids after Fudu. Eyes lit up. Perhaps he could become rich again. He could help the large survival bases exterminate zombies and monsters, but he would need to be paid accordingly. Feeling slightly sleepy, Su Yuan lay down on his bed and fell asleep. The next day, Su Yuan woke up. Chris stood by his bed with a pitiful expression. "Master, I'm hungry." Chris retained the memories of her previous life, but she also bore the mark of a cyborg. Now she obeys Su Yuan's orders. Su Yuan must also take care of her food and drink. Dabai, make her breakfast. Without Su Yuan's order, Dabai would not cook for Chris. Su Yuan got up, washed her face, and bought Chris some necessary things. Su Yuan felt that he was still very humane and did not treat Chris as a tool. After dinner, Su Yuan took New Dali and Chris to the production base. Like yesterday, Saeed had been waiting for them since early morning with his men. Su Yuan simply exchanged a few words with Saeed, and then processed piles of materials. Ding, congratulations to the host for processing 350 million kilograms of common materials and getting 35 billion in survival points. Mr. said, "It looks like you gave me another 50 million kilograms of materials. This is to thank Mr. Su for the 2 free guns at the end." said in bad Huadu. It looked like he was just starting to learn. Said was clearly trying to please Su Yuan and win him over. Su Yuan didn't pay attention because free stuff was more delicious. Then Su Yuan said goodbye to Said and the others and returned to the survival base. He changed the route and led the survival base to Badu. Along the way, Su Yuan continued hunting Lord-level monsters. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the morning that Su Yuan passed by the destroyed private survival base and discovered a large number of zombies. "Chris, it's time for you to show off your skills." Su Yuan wanted to see how strong Chris was, so he asked New Dali to carry him out of the survival base so that he could hunt zombies. There were over 50,000 zombies around, including humans and zombie monsters, and many of them were powerful zombies that would turn into violent monsters after death. Chris landed and quickly went into an attack mode. Her hands grew nails that were as sharp as daggers, and she grabbed the zombies. With a crash, the zombie mole's head was crushed by Chris. The zombie mole, with only its body left, did not move and fell to the ground. Then another foxwolf pounced, and Chris crushed its head as well. Su Yuan found that any zombie that Chris crushed or even scratched the head of would fall to the ground and never rise again. "Oh my God, what's going on?" Zhao Yu scratched her head. "Master, why don't you ask Susu?" Susu was busy developing the virus drug, and Su Yuan didn't want to ask her. Continue watching Chris hunting zombies through the multifunctional satellite screen. A huge zombie hawk fell from the sky and grabbed Chris. Chris jumped up straight, and her sharp nails raked across the hawk's neck like lightning, cutting off its head. The zombie hawk fell to the ground and did not move anymore. Another zombie wolverine, over 18 meters tall, pounced on it. Its strength is close to that of a beast lord. However, Chris did not retreat, but hit him right in the head, throwing his huge body back. Then Chris rushed forward and dug her sharp nails into Wolverine's head. Suddenly, Wolverine began to tremble violently. After a few seconds, he froze. Chris snapped her fingers, and Wolverine stood up. Chris mounted him and continued hunting zombies. When she met a zombie she liked, Chris suppressed it and allowed it to hunt other zombies with her. Thus, the speed of Chris's zombie hunting became higher and higher. In less than 2 hours, all the zombies around fell to the ground. Then Chris snapped her fingers gracefully, and the zombies she had defeated began to fall to the ground one by one. "Oh my God, how cool. I like it." Chris returned to the survival base, and Su Yuan understood. Chris was able to kill zombies so easily because she could control the zombie virus. In her sharp nails is a mosquito-like straw that can quickly inject the zombie virus in her body into the zombie's body. The zombie virus in her body can infect the zombie virus in the zombie's body, so the zombie obeys her orders. At the same time, Chris can extract the zombie virus from the zombie body and store it in her body. All zombie viruses in her body will coexist with Chris. As the zombie virus continues to mutate, Chris will become stronger. Su Yuan felt that the 10 billion survival points had not been wasted. He looked at Chris's almost perfect figure and felt a little sorry. She could only please the eye, but not touch. "Master, I'm hungry." Chris looked at Su Yuan impatiently. "How could you get hungry so quickly? You ate more than me this morning." "I don't know." Looking at Chris's innocent eyes, Su Yuan had to work hard to make more food. Perhaps there were too many zombie viruses in his body. Chris's appetite was 3 times bigger than his. And Chris always looked hungry. At the Batu survival base, as at Fudu, zombies were besieging the base. The residents were forced to take up arms to fight the zombies. The romance that lived in their bones did not allow them to forget to shoot while communicating with their beloved and. Eventually, they all turned into zombies and turned to bite their comrades behind them. Chief Batu Light, seeing how poorly his men were fighting, was forced to seek help from other survival bases. However, the Batu survival base next to Batu, which had the forces to rescue, also could not take care of itself. Light and other high-ranking Batu officers, realizing that the situation was unfavorable, decided to abandon Batu and simply flee to Fuda or Mida to deal with them. They were going to split up and board a military plane to leave Batu. Momba was the squadron commander in charge of this emergency sortie. His beautiful wife and daughter were still at the Batu survival base, their lives and deaths unknown. At first, he didn't know who to send. When he saw Wright and the others, "Damn it! Are you deserting? Are you worthy of guards who desperately fight zombies?" In fact, Wright and the other high-ranking Badu officials did their best. They used all kinds of tanks, guns, and missiles, as well as all the heavy weapons they could use. Not only did they kill a huge number of zombies, but they also destroyed the Badu survival base, which occupied a fifth of the territory and killed many ordinary people and guards. If they weren't afraid of dying together, they would even consider using nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, their guards were instinctively afraid of zombies, and no matter how good the weapons were, they were useless. Imagine who wouldn't be afraid of zombies that could blow up their heads and bite you. And they are former comrades, relatives, or even your parents and children. Those who don't have the willpower will collapse on the spot. Moreover, they don't have the spirit of self-sacrifice for others like the Huadu guards. As the senior officer, Wright had carefully constructed a line of defense, but the speed with which it was collapsing exceeded the speed with which it had been prepared. "Captain Mumba, I tried my best. Do you want us to stay and make unnecessary sacrifices?" Wright patted Mumba on the shoulder and smiled bitterly. He didn't want to run, but he didn't want to die even more. "What about the millions of Badu people? We'll continue to command the fight on the plane and go to Mida for support. I hope they hold out until the end," Wright said. Mumba looked mockingly at Wright and the others. "This is a really good idea." Mumba and his men drew their weapons and smashed the plane's fuel tank, cutting off Wright and the others' escape routes. Mumba, Wright and the others angrily waved Mumba off, but they were forced to return and continue commanding the fight. All the pilots under Mumba's command supported Mumba as their families were at the Badu survival base. At around 1 p.m., Su Yuan, after having lunch, took off into the sky above the Badu survival base. It was already in chaos. Wright and other high-ranking officers of Badu found Su Yuan with lightning, satellites, and other equipment and immediately asked him for help. Su Yuan, without wasting words, directly reported the cost of Fudu. 1 billion kilograms of common materials exchanged for survival points, that is 100 billion, will help them destroy all the surrounding monsters. Wright agreed that as long as he is alive, everything will be fine. Since the zombies had already entered the Badu survival base, using the main cannon would cause random injuries and destroy it. Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to join Chris and go kill the zombies. New Dali and the others turned into intelligent combat robots, armed with laser guns and shooting at the zombies with fury. The zombies weren't just meant to be beaten into bars, they were meant to be completely turned into minced meat. As long as the zombies could move, they would try their best to bite you. If they came across a place where there were no living people, New Dali and the others could directly use laser guns to bombard. To put it simply, Chris's method of killing zombies was simple and beautiful. The sharp nails scratched the zombie's skin, and the straw hidden in the nails was deeply embedded in the zombie's body, and the zombie virus in the zombie's body was infected. The zombie was controlled by Chris and fell to the ground. Without Chris's order, it could not attack like a corpse. Chris's movements were smooth and fluid. Wherever she went, there were a lot of corpses. If she saw a zombie of another beast that she liked, she would control it and let it kill zombies with her. At first, Chris fought alone, but in less than an hour, she had a zombie army of hundreds of zombies fighting for her. The ordinary people, the vagabonds and the guards, who were hiding in the corners and trying their best to fight off the zombies, looked at Chris in amazement. They couldn't imagine how one person could control so many zombies. "Mom, is she an angel? Is she here to save us too?" The blonde nodded, tears in her eyes. The horrible nightmare was finally over. If it weren't for the child, she would have fallen long ago. But before she could rejoice, her head began to spin. She realized that the zombies had scratched her shin and it had turned black. Then the blonde used her last moment of consciousness to hand the girl over to the guard next to her. "Tell Momba to take care of Ellie." Then the blonde grabbed a few grenades and rushed towards the group of zombies. The guard covered the girl's eyes with his hands, and so on. New Dali, the others, and Chris continued killing until the evening, and finally cleared the Badu survival base of zombies. The number of zombies Chris killed significantly exceeded the number of those killed by New Dali and the others, exceeding 7 million. She was the main force in clearing out the zombie group, and the people of Badu affectionately called her an angel. She brought Su Yuan a lot of survival points. Su Yuan was very happy. In the system shopping mall, he bought Chris a bunch of clothes as a reward. But Chris seemed more interested in eating meat. "Master, I'm so hungry. I feel like I can eat more than a dozen chickens, maybe more." "My God, you're such a glutton. No one else can feed you." Su Yuan laughed. Chris is stronger than Su Yuan imagined, and she still has room to grow. She's a good helper. Su Yuan won't skimp on food. Tomorrow, he decided to raise cattle. In fact, he also wanted to change his taste preferences and eat braised pork. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Wright called Su Yuan through the system chat function on the forum. Su Yuan only accepted voice calls and chatted with Wright for a while. Wright thanked Su Yuan and said that he would collect 1 billion kilograms of common materials as soon as possible and hoped for further cooperation in the future. Su Yuan would not refuse the opportunity to earn survival points and said that he could continue to cooperate. Then Su Yuan checked today's harvest. In the virtual trading center, the number of exchanges was 1.83 million times. 3.66 million kilograms of food were exchanged. 25.4 million kilograms of common materials were exchanged, and 5.84 million kilograms of high-quality materials were obtained. In the store, and the system awarded 1.68 billion survival points. There were over 3.24 million chat calls and over 290,000 forum chat messages. And the system awarded 3.53 billion survival points. In the virtual shopping mall, after Su Yuan collected all the materials, his survival points were 362.78 billion. In addition, Su Yuan discovered that 2 materials for the first-level dinosaur technologies had been sold. Midu left Badu and Baidu and joined with Kwangdu, Shadu, and other survival bases to acquire a set of technological materials as the first group. After receiving scientific and technical information, Midu experts were very surprised. The level of scientific and technical information of the dinosaur people was at least 100 years ahead of them. Therefore, the leader of Midu, Oken, decided to independently acquire scientific and technical information on behalf of Midu. Only by acquiring more scientific and technical information can Midu ensure its leadership. After receiving the second scientific and technical information, Oken decided to join forces with other survival bases to acquire more scientific and technical information. Hundu sensed the urgency of the matter and hastened to send his brothers for supplies. However, the brothers in Hongdu were not doing well, and for some time they were unable to produce much high-quality material, so they could only wait. Huadu was in no hurry. They could buy the full version of scientific and technical information without competing with Midu. The scientific and technical information of the first-level dinosaurs is 80 million kilograms of high-quality materials, which after processing can yield 80 billion survival points. 2 specimens allowed Su Yuan to obtain 160 billion survival points. With a large income, Su Yuan whistled happily, turned on the computer, and continued playing. Only in the early morning did Su Yuan go to bed. The next day, before dawn, Su excitedly ran to Su Yuan's bedroom and woke him up. "Teacher, I have developed an anti-eviovirus drug." Su Yuan dozed off, opened his sleepy eyes, looked at the excited Su, and without hesitation, accused Su of disturbing his sweet sleep, mentally lamenting, "Damn, he's just crazy." As a top-notch expert in virology and development, Su has a natural paranoid passion for researching and developing zombie viruses. She can do research without feeling the slightest bit bored. Su does not leave the lab unless she has something to do. Su pulled Su Yuan out of the bedroom and went down to the ground. After asking Su Yuan to build a workshop to produce antiviral drugs, Su wants to try to produce them on a larger scale. Su Yuan opened a system center and looked for an antiviral drug workshop. A normal antiviral drug workshop, 10 million survival points. A multifunctional antiviral drug workshop, 50 million survival points. Fully automated antiviral drug production workshop, 100 million survival points. Su Yuan finally spent 2 billion survival points to purchase an intelligent antiviral drug production workshop. Intelligent antiviral drug production workshop. Level 1, 900 square meters, 3 floors, capacity 100,000 antiviral drugs per day. Then a spherical building was built next to the biochemical production workshop. After confirming that the mass-produced antiviral drugs were okay, Su Yuan was able to place them in the virtual shopping mall. At this point, it would definitely cause a stir. After that, Su Yuan returned to the bedroom on the 4th floor to sleep off the slumber, and woke up after 10 o'clock in the evening. After washing his face and eating some special fruits, Su Yuan left the survival base with New Dali, the other people, and Chris at the time agreed upon with Wright. Wright specially prepared a grand welcoming ceremony. The residents of the Badu survival base also spontaneously rushed over after hearing the news and enthusiastically welcomed Su Yuan and the others. This disaster cost Badu nearly 1 million people. If Su Yuan had not taken any action, the entire survival base of Badu would have been destroyed. They were grateful to Su Yuan and the others from the bottom of their hearts. There were even a few brave girls who spoke Huadu and shouted at Su Yuan, "I Lao Hu Yu." Although they were unsure of Su Yuan's identity, the information leaked from Fudu showed that Su Yuan spoke Huadu. Lake and the others also stepped forward and said in the unfamiliar Huadu, "Great Master Su, thank you for saving me." Mumba was also among them. Because Lake and other high-ranking officials in Badu were afraid that information about the escape would leak out, they reinstated Mumba. Although Mumba had lost his wife, his daughter was alive. He first knelt down on one knee and sincerely thanked Su Yuan and the others for saving his daughter. Lake and the others also knelt down on one knee. Under the influence of Midu and Fudu, the etiquette of kneeling on one knee was also inexplicably passed down from generation to generation. "Mr. Wright, you don't have to be so polite. This is just a common thing between us. If the cooperation is pleasant, we can continue trading next time." Su Yuan helped Wright up. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. We will collect supplies as soon as possible. We have already collected 400 million kilograms of supplies, and more will arrive this afternoon. At the latest, all the supplies promised to Mr. Su will arrive." After Su Yuan obtained 400 million common materials, he obtained 40 billion survival points. He then bid farewell to Wright and the others and returned to the survival base. Base was still hovering over Badu, waiting for the next batch of materials to arrive. Su Yuan then checked on Guazi and the others' progress. Guazi would be able to repair Happy's flying ship no later than tomorrow. By then, after installing the dinosaur superalloy shell, it can be upgraded and used. Mosaic is also advancing quickly and will be able to produce a Tier 9 dinosaur superalloy sample no later than the day after tomorrow. Everything is going according to plan. As long as everything goes well, Su Yuan is not afraid of the dinosaur people's revenge. Su Yuan praised Guazi, Mosaic and others with a few words and began to prepare for raising livestock. Because Chris was hungry again. Su also reminded Su Yuan that Chris is in dire need of food, and it is best to ensure sufficient food supply so as not to hinder Chris's development. Su Yuan plans to build a cattle breeding facility on the land. Open the system and find the cattle breeding facility. Standard livestock farm, 300,000 survival points. Multifunctional livestock farm, 1 million survival points. Fully automated livestock breeding facility, 2 million survival points. Su Yuan directly spent 2 billion survival points to purchase an intelligent livestock breeding facility. Intelligent livestock breeding room, level 1, 600 square meters, can contain 10 heads of cattle, equipped with intelligent breeding robot, automatically adjust the temperature and humidity, select the feed that the cattle likes so that the cattle can grow in the most comfortable conditions. And it has an automatic slaughtering function that can cut different parts according to preference. Su Yuan also built a cattle breeding room next to the warehouse for convenient addition of feed. It is a rectangular dark green building. When you enter, a snow-white alpaca jumps out of the house. "Mimi, master, I breed first-class animals." Su Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded, remembering the alpaca raised by his comrade-in-arms, who spat at him every time they met. "Can you spit?" "Me, master, I don't know how to spit. I only breed cattle." "Damn, I don't know how to spit. What kind of alpaca is this?" "Me, I'm a robot farmer." The alpaca lowered its head in resentment. Su Yuan rubbed his head and smiled. "Now they'll call you a programmer." After Su Yuan's comrade retired, he stayed at home to program, and the nickname he gave his comrade was Coda. May not be able to return to the future and never see the friend who saved his life again, so he just named the robot farmer Coda. Just to think about it. "Coda, I want to raise 5 pigs, 3 sheep, and 2 cows. Can you handle it?" "Mimi, master, don't worry. The Coda will definitely raise them white and fat." The Coda shook his head and rubbed Su Yuan's thigh. Su Yuan then bought piglets from the System shopping mall. He wanted black pigs that were only raised in Huadu. They grew slowly, but their meat was tasty and good for stewed pork. Unlike the white pigs, which grew quickly and were not tasty, he then bought lambs and calves, as well as a growth potion. Even with the growth potion, the cattle had to be slaughtered every 5 days. As for the food needed for feed, let the programmer directly tell Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu will arrange for the planting of erhuang or ershi. At this time, the instant noodles or crispy noodles will be directly delivered to the warehouse after harvesting. The programmer can just go to the warehouse and pick it up himself. After dinner, Su came to tell Su Yuan that there was no problem with the antiviral agent. It could provide 99% resistance to the zombie virus. This result was already very good. It was just that a little less than 100,000 antiviral drugs were produced per day. 10 மணி நேரம். Su Yuan planned to first look at sales and then expand production. After that, Su Yuan put 10 antiviral drugs on the shelves. In Huadu, each antiviral drug can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of supplies, and outside Huadu for 1,000 kilograms. However, Huadu residents have priority in exchanging antiviral drugs. Less than a second after they hit the shelves, all the antiviral drugs were sold out. Su Yuan opened the chat and found that some people were already looking for antiviral drugs, and the price had increased by more than 10,000 times. Whoever takes the antiviral drugs is ready to exchange 100,000 kilograms of supplies. You? 100,000 kilograms? Poor thing. I'll give you 10 million kilograms. I'll give you 20 million kilograms. Wow, I still underestimate the local tyrants on the Blue Star. Su Yuan originally wanted more people to buy antiviral drugs, but he did not expect that the local tyrants would raise the price. Su Yuan felt that it was time to harvest the leeks of the local tyrants. He immediately raised the price, and this time it was only available to the local tyrants. One antiviral drug cost 20 million kilograms of ordinary supplies. The previous 10 million kilograms were bought by Huadu, so survival bases like Midu were envious. This time, Su Yuan immediately put 100 on the shelves, depriving Huadu of the right to priority exchange. Su Yuan wanted to know how many local tyrants were hiding in Blue Star, so he used the hunger selling method. These 100 bottles were for today, and after the sale, they will no longer be displayed on the shelves. The produced antiviral drugs will be stored, and after local tyrants have bought them all up, they will be put on the shelves in large quantities and sold cheaply to ordinary people. 3 minutes later, Su Yuan sold 15 antiviral drugs, obtaining 300 million kilograms of ordinary materials and obtaining 30 billion survival points after refining. The cost of an antiviral drug is not high. After mass production, the cost of one is less than 100 production points. This profit is really scary. Moreover, more and more local tyrants are buying. Su Yuan calculated that at this rate, 100 antiviral drugs will be sold out in less than half an hour. In the end, no matter how much money you have, it's not as important as life. The horror of the zombie virus is deeply rooted in the hearts of people. The local tyrants need it not only for themselves, but for their families. Shalibi from Shadu bought 2 and was still collecting materials for several more. At such a time, there are many people at home. Not the best time. There will definitely be a fight over who will get the antiviral medicine first. Ha 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 ha, how fun it is to cut the leeks of the local tyrants. Su Yuan whistled happily. Then Su Yuan himself received the medicine. However, after the fight, he still did not dare to touch Chris. Better safe than sorry, and the zombie virus in Chris's body is still developing. If he gets infected, his well-being will be over. In the evening, after dinner, Su Yuan was counting the income. Base has collected another 450 million kilograms of ordinary materials and gained 45 billion survival points. Wright said that he would hand over the remaining 150 million kilograms of ordinary materials to Su Yuan tomorrow morning. 100 antiviral drugs were sold at a high price, and 2 billion kilograms of common materials were obtained, and after processing, 200 billion survival points were obtained. The number of transactions in the virtual mall and stores began to decrease. It wasn't because of a decrease in demand for food, but because of the aliens and the zombie virus, ordinary people had fewer supplies. For this reason, ordinary people saved money by exchanging it for food. Only the number of calls and chat messages continued to grow. Thus, Su Yuan's daily income was more than 15 billion survival points, and there were still 700,000 kilograms of food left in the virtual shopping mall. The remaining survival points were 819.06 billion. Tomorrow, Su Yuan planned to upgrade the automatic weapons room, upgrade and refit the fully automatic machine gun, and purchase a heavy assault weapon. Then Su Yuan opened the forum and began to understand the information on the internet. People talk about how they can't afford antivirals. My God, it's too expensive. Even if I sell myself, I'm not worth that much in supplies. Brother, you think too much of yourself. Nobody needs you. Shh, don't worry. Those who use this at the beginning are all guinea pigs. We don't know what the consequences will be? Damn, what antiviral drugs are you taking? We want freedom. Long live freedom. Perhaps because survival bases like Midu do not plan to produce antiviral drugs, they also intend to teach ordinary people not to buy and use antiviral drugs. Oken, the head of the Midu survival base, also released a special statement. Many people asked me why we don't develop antiviral drugs in Midu. I always ask them why Locke became different and why Locke became stronger. We must clearly understand that any medicine has side effects. Oken promoted the issue of antiviral drugs while simultaneously trying to find rich people who could sponsor their purchase. Many experts also followed his example and said that antiviral drugs should not be purchased as they hinder evolution and human freedom. Some crazy supporters even said they would form an alliance on antivirals to push out those who used them from the survival base. Only the rich who used them know how good antivirals are. They have no side effects, but they also don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies. There are even smarter rich people who plan to copy Su Yuan's antiviral drugs and make money from it. And there are even more rich people who are willing to invest and team up to monopolize the market. Only Huadu said that he would use this time to develop his own antiviral drugs. Su Yuan checked other information. The zombie invasion on Baidu's survival base was successfully stopped. Baidu employees were resilient and acted according to plan. However, there were many accidents, and eventually many heavy weapons were used, and they almost reached nuclear weapons. The number of victims in Baidu also exceeded the number of victims of Fudu and Badu. Therefore, Seth, the head of Fudu, publicly praised himself. If it weren't for the good relationship with Su Yuan, Fudu would probably have become the same as Baidu. Light, the head of Badu, also followed Seth's example and sternly praised himself, saying that if he hadn't dared to ask Su Yuan for help no matter what, Badu probably wouldn't exist. Damn, this face is really thicker than a city wall. Su Yuan felt like he had learned something new. After looking through the rest of the information and finding nothing worth paying attention to, Su Yuan left the forum. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Yuan had breakfast and left the survival base with New Dali and the others to pick up the last batch of 150 million supplies in Badu. In order to demonstrate the deep friendship between Badu and Su Yuan, Light specially prepared a friendship medal for him. Today's spectacle was even more spectacular. More than 100,000 people gathered at the scene and shouted, "Mr. Su, I love tiger oil." Su Yuan looked at the delighted Badu residents and his lips trembled. "Damn it, it's normal for a girl, but you, an old lady, are also shouting. What's the point of shouting?" Su Yuan lamented to himself. In fact, many Badu residents did not understand what these shouts meant. They simply followed them, thinking that this was some special etiquette. There were not only old ladies, but also big men who picked their feet, waved at Su Yuan, and shouted, "I love tiger oil." Wright personally walked up to Su Yuan, smiling and saying enthusiastically, "Mr. Su, thank you again for saving Badu. On behalf of the people of Badu, I present you with the Medal of Friendship, the highest award of Badu. I hope." Wright spoke a lot, but Su Yuan did not hear even a few words. Wright first greeted Su Yuan as usual, and then took the Medal of Friendship made of pure gold and put it on Su Yuan. Then he shook hands with Su Yuan and took a photo with him. Wright also specially arranged for the photo with Su Yuan to be published on the forum as soon as possible, so that everyone would know about his close friendship with Su Yuan. Su Yuan received this award for the first time since he was a child, and he did it with such a grandeur. He waved to the people of Badu with some excitement, which caused them to applaud loudly. After the award ceremony, Su Yuan collected materials, collected 15 billion survival points, and returned to the survival base. All this time, he wore a support mech, and no one knew what he looked like. Then plotted the route, and Su Yuan prepared to return to his nest. But on the way, he had to stop at the largest freshwater lake in Blue Star to fill the water tank. Because Su Yuan did not plan to continue hunting Lord-level monsters on the way back, the return speed was significantly faster, with a speed of Mach 2 throughout the entire journey. The people of Badu could only see a silver line in the sky, and Su Yuan's survival base disappeared above Badu. Su Yuan reached the first floor of the survival cabin, the room with automatic weapons. There were also a large number of cartridges and bullets stored here. Su Yuan decided to give up using gunpowder weapons in the future. Refilling the cartridges and shells was difficult, and the resulting cartridges took up a lot of space and were unsafe. He plans to use laser or higher-level weapons in the future, which are not only easy to use but also have a longer activation time. Su Yuan directly spent 10 billion survival points to upgrade the automatic weapons and equipment room to an intelligent weapons and equipment room. And the room of intelligent weapons and equipment was moved from the intelligent survival cabin and placed opposite the laboratory. Room. Level 1, 2 floors, 800 square meters per floor, can produce ordinary laser weapons and various mechanical weapons. One ordinary laser weapon can be produced in 2 days, or 100 mechanical weapons per day. Su Yuan calculated that the production cost of a laser machine gun was about 40 million survival points, while the laser machine gun sold in the system cost 80 million survival points, which was twice as much. The laser machine gun made by Su Yuan can not only be used by himself, but also sold to various survival bases. After that, Su Yuan spent another 4 billion survival points to purchase raw materials to produce 100 laser machine guns from the System Trading Center and instructed the Intelligent Weapons and Hardware Workshop to manufacture the laser machine guns. Su Yuan planned to upgrade the 201 machine guns on the titanium armor to laser machine guns and move them so that they could move freely and relocate to the survival base when not in use. Upgrading the machine gun costs about 50 million survival points, which is cheaper than buying it, but more expensive than making it yourself. However, making laser machine guns takes a long time. Su Yuan didn't want to wait, so he spent 10.05 billion survival points to upgrade all machine guns to laser guns. In addition, he spent another 500 million survival points to purchase an intelligent defense control system to control 201 laser machine guns to attack and defend against alien beasts. At the same time, he purchased rails, charging equipment, and other materials to move the 201 laser machine gun. The 201 laser machine gun can automatically load to be ready to attack at any time. And when it is not attacking, it can also be stored in the survival base via rails. This cost more than 50 million survival points. Su Yuan also wants to increase the number of laser machine guns to 1,000 in the future and upgrade the rapid-fire laser machine guns to make them more effective in defending against alien beasts. Soon it was noon, and Su Yuan heard the system message again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving 37 days in the Great Disaster Era and getting 10,000 survival points. Oh my god, I can finally play again! Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. The prize can be raffled off every 5 days, which always brings unexpected surprises. This time, Su Yuan hopes to get a flame or other special land. Open the lottery page and press the golden virtual button. After that, rows of good things will appear on the golden empty frame of the display. Stormland, Intelligent Air Defense Laser Cannon, Heavy Electromagnetic Cannon Ion Energy Cannon. Except for the Stormland, the rest are heavy assault weapons that Su Yuan wants to obtain. The last golden frame of the display contained the text, Intelligent Laser Air Defense Cannon. Dean, congratulations to the presenter on receiving the Intelligent Laser Air Defense Cannon, which was distributed throughout the backpack. Well done, not bad. That saved me another point in survival. Su Yuan opened his backpack, took out the Intelligent Air Defense Laser Cannon, installed it above the automatic solar energy dome, and hung it on the vertical vibranium keel. The Intelligent AA Laser Cannon is a combination of laser cannons with an intelligent firing control system. Intelligent AA Laser Cannon, Level 1, 1080 laser barrels, can destroy Lord-level flying monsters. 2 firing modes, single shot or multiple shots. Each barrel has a cooling time of 10 minutes. If 1080 laser gun barrels are firing lasers at the same time, they will all need to cool down for 10 minutes before they can continue firing. If they fire single shots, then shots are fired once per second, and the first barrel can fire continuously from the last one in turn. Thanks to the Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon, the titanium alloy plate located above it can be safely opened without fear of a sudden attack by flying monsters. The automatic solar power dome can also generate electricity normally without being affected. After lunch, Su Yuan continued to improve the multi-purpose tanks and drones. Before that, he had 8 multi-purpose tanks, and then he traded the chickens and ducks for 4 light conventional tanks for a total of 12. Su Yuan planned to upgrade them all to smart laser tanks, so that in the future he would not need to produce shells, but would only need to charge and regularly replace some laser consumables. To upgrade tanks, each tank requires an average of 600 million survival points, and 12 tanks are 7.2 billion survival points. Smart Laser Tank. Level 1, equipped with a laser cannon, can actively block the enemy and launch an attack. It can destroy invasion-level alien beasts, and a group of tanks can resist Lord-level alien beasts. Su Yuan let the smart laser tank enter the energy level through the elevator. In addition to the engines and nuclear power plants, the energy level has a lot of free space. It is not difficult to place it here. If necessary, it can be used again. Finally, there are drones. Has an automatic reconnaissance drone and an automatic attack drone, as well as 20 normal attack drones. The attack weapons of these drones are relatively simple and insufficient to deal with the fierce flying beasts. Su Yuan decided to upgrade all unmanned strike aircraft to intelligent laser drones, and reconnaissance drones to intelligent early warning aircraft. To upgrade drones, on average, each drone requires more than 500 million survival points, and 22 drones require more than 11 billion survival points. At the same time, Su Yuan also spent 300 million to purchase an intelligent swarm attack system. 21 intelligent laser drones can attack under the command of an intelligent early warning aircraft. Intelligent laser drone. Level 1, equipped with laser guns, can kill aggressive alien beasts, and multiple units can resist violent level alien beasts. Intelligent early warning aircraft. Level 1, can lock on and track 1,000 targets at a time and command 100 drones to attack. So Su Yuan still has 775.78 billion survival points. Su Yuan looked at the 2 automatic wind turbines on the automatic solar dome. They were no longer in use, so he decided to recycle them and get 1 billion survival points after recycling. Ding, you have a call. Do you want to answer? Su Yuan opened the chat and found that the other person was Luo Qin, Huadu's chief liaison officer. Could it be that the 500 million high-quality materials have already been collected? Su Yuan decided to reply. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Luo Qin. We have collected 500 million high-quality materials in Huadu and can trade with you at any time. Because Huadu learned from various sources that the dinosaur technology information acquired by survival bases like Midu was very important, Huadu's survival base hastily accelerated the collection of materials, added hundreds of material collection guards, and deployed a large number of unmanned aerial vehicles, technology, satellites, and other high-tech devices to search for high-quality materials. Once the collection was completed, Luo Qin contacted Su Yuan. No problem, we can trade now. Su Yuan opened a shop and, using his exclusive shop, put all the dinosaur technology information he had in his hands on the shelf and set a password for the transactions so that others could not see how the goods were sold. Luo Qin only had to enter the password and pay the required amount of materials to obtain the technology information. The transaction process took more than an hour. Since Luo Qin paid for the materials relatively slowly, he had to upload high-quality materials from various sources into the system and pay Su Yuan. The transaction was completed, and after collecting 500 million high-quality materials, Su Yuan received 500 billion survival points. That's what I earned! Su Yuan laughed excitedly. Luo Qin sent a call request again. However, he was wearing an auxiliary mech, so Su Yuan chose video communication and prepared to exchange a few polite words with Luo Qin in person. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a business suit appeared in front of him. Mr. Su, the deal is complete. I am confident that our cooperation will be closer in the future. On behalf of Huadu, I thank you for your trust in the Huadu survival base. In return, I will give Mr. Su a small token. This is a crystal found in the ruins of an ancient civilization. We have not yet figured out its purpose. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Su, Luo Qin said. A transparent diamond-shaped crystal appeared in Luo Qin's hand, shining with a dazzling light, like a huge diamond. My God, what is this? Su Yuan thought. This crystal is 30 centimeters long and has 10 facets. The size of each facet is absolutely the same. It is completely impossible to do this with human technology. Thank you for the gift. I like it very much. Su Yuan smiled. Su Yuan thought it was a good gift and decided to accept it first. Mr. Su, we originally planned to send this gift to you directly through the online market or store, but we can't list it there. If it's convenient for you, we can send someone to deliver it to you. Su Yuan was stunned. Are there things that can't be posted on the virtual market? If it weren't for the video call, Su Yuan wanted to call Xiaoyu and ask. Then Su Yuan said that Luo Qin didn't have to deliver it. He would pass by the Huadu survival base and he could pick it up himself. After saying a few more polite words, Su Yuan hung up the phone without revealing any personal information. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, come here. Xiaoyu teased Huang. Huang had already planted the crops, and the instant noodles were waiting for their turn. Xiaoyu ran over with the Huang and instant noodles. Master, I'm here, Xiaoyu said, and lightly jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulder. Xiaoyu, look at this. Why can't this be placed in a virtual mall or store? Su Yuan opened the chat history and showed Xiaoyu the video. Master, this is a spatial crystal, a unique energy crystal. It is formed only under special circumstances. Although we can see and touch it, it is not a substance and is not made of atoms. When the master created the virtual mall or store, he chose matter exchange instead of energy exchange. The master can improve the virtual mall or store and add energy exchange in the future. Spatial crystal? What can it be used for? Su Yuan was puzzled. Master, we live in a multiverse where there are countless dimensional spaces, some of which have no life but rich materials, and some spaces have very powerful life but few materials. The energy of the spatial crystal can open the spatial space and mine materials. The master can buy a spatial mine and use the spatial crystal to mine resources. With the size of this spatial crystal, a master can open a spatial well that will allow the master to continuously obtain water for at least 10,000 years. Hell, 10,000 years. And then there will be no need for water storage equipment in the future. Su Yuan didn't expect such an advanced device to exist. Wouldn't the ancient civilization be even more powerful? Was it left by dinosaurs? Su Yuan didn't think so. Huadu's gift was too big. Su Yuan thought about it and decided that when the time came, he would send back antiviral drugs. Master, all kinds of food, vegetable seeds and acceleration potions are almost gone. They need to be bought. Xiaoyu is usually in charge of planting and knows very well how to use the seeds. Food and vegetable seeds must be purchased from a system shopping center. If you use harvested food as seeds, not only will it not be resistant to cold and drought, but the yield will also decrease. Good seeds must be specially grown. Su Yuan does not plan to grow seeds now. He spent 1 billion survival points to buy seeds and acceleration potions and stored them in the warehouse. Then Su Yuan planned to buy upgraded giant cannons, because the cooling time of 2 giant cannons is too long, and when facing dinosaurs, Su Yuan must attack continuously. The cooling time can only be shortened by increasing the number of giant cannons or continuously upgrading them. A total of 10 giant cannons can be hung under the survival base, and Su Yuan can hang another 8. Su Yuan directly purchased 4 intelligent giant laser cannons and 4 intelligent extreme freezing giant cannons, spending a total of 960 billion survival points. After subtracting consumption and adding the survival points Huadu received for acquiring dinosaur technology information, Su Yuan was left with 315.78 billion survival points. Damn, survival points are used up so quickly. A huge amount of survival points were spent in an instant, and it was not enough to continue upgrading the 10 giant cannons. Su Yuan was looking forward to the survival bases like Midu quickly acquiring technological information from the dinosaurs. Suddenly, night fell. The survival base reached the land of Hongdu and flew over the largest freshwater lake on Blue Star. The water resources here were also contaminated by nuclear weapons and require multiple purifications before they can be drunk. The reservoir in Su Yuan's hands works automatically, so he doesn't have to worry about it. After buying pipes and large-scale pumping equipment, Su Yuan suspended the survival base over a freshwater lake and began to extract fresh water. New Dali and the others took turns flying out from the survival base to prevent the alien creatures from destroying the pump pipeline. After finishing all this, Su Yuan had dinner, turned on the disaster warning system, and checked the situation for the past 7 days. Disaster warning machine was in operation, and the deafening mechanical roar lasted for over a minute. The display screen flashed red, and a moment later, the situational information for the next 7 days appeared. A day later, the temperature dropped significantly, so dress warmly. 2 days later, global temperatures continued to drop, so stay indoors and watch out for colds. 3 days later, heavy snowfall hit survival bases like Midu. 4 days later, the snowfall continued and spread to the entire world. 5 days later, snowstorms swept the entire world, and in some places, there were catastrophes with ball lightning and even severe thunderstorms. 6 days later, an extreme cold current came in with a minimum local temperature of about minus 150 degrees. 7 days later, the extreme cold current spread to the entire world. The ocean froze, and some deep-sea monsters crawled out onto the land. Damn it, the zombie virus hasn't ended yet, and another global blizzard is coming. How many people will die? Su Yuan thought about it and decided to remind them. He didn't want everyone to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make money, and no one would want to trade with him. After opening the forum, Su Yuan posted another anonymous warning. The previous 2 warnings were ignored, but this time, some people actually believed it. Damn, what's there to be afraid of in a snowstorm? It's better to freeze those scary zombies to death. The person above made sense. In the worst case, we can just stay at home and save food. Don't let electricity prices skyrocket, otherwise how will people survive? It seems that people have become accustomed to disasters. The comments are all over the place, and Su Yuan is too lazy to explain. Then he looked at the online posts. The most popular product is still the antiviral drug. Many wealthy people ask why there is no exchange of antiviral drugs today. Su Yuan did this deliberately to create the illusion among wealthy people that the production of antiviral drugs was limited and they could not buy them even if they had money. Okeng, the general manager of Midu, promised all sorts of benefits to the rich people of Midu and finally received sponsorship to purchase antiviral drugs. But after waiting for a whole day, he found that there was no news about the sale of antiviral drugs. The beautiful secretary Marta knocked on the door several times, informing that there was an important meeting that Oken had to chair. Damn it, let them discuss it themselves. It was already morning in Midu, and Oken was in a bad mood because he hadn't bought any antiviral drugs. Marta quietly approached Oken and smiled charmingly at him. "My respected boss, don't worry. Mr. Philip has already started preparing a fake antiviral drug, and the results will be out soon. Don't you understand how a fake can be real? There are many like Oken. Everyone is looking at the virtual shopping mall, and as soon as there is news, they immediately buy. Su Yuan plans to sell 80 pieces today and raise the price. 25 million kilograms of raw materials, one antiviral drug. It's still reserved exclusively for local tyrants. It sold out within seconds of hitting the shelves. Many people didn't buy it because they didn't have enough raw materials." Oken swore angrily. Damn, why did the price go up? If the price continues to rise tomorrow, won't he have to attract new sponsors? Oken grew increasingly angry as he pushed the disheveled Martha away, slammed the door, and walked out. Su Yuan sold one antiviral drug and 25 million kilograms of conventional materials. After refining, he could get 2.5 billion survival points. 80 drugs could give 200 billion survival points. The harvest was the same as yesterday, but 20 fewer antiviral drugs were sold. Su Yuan felt that he was becoming more and more like an evil capitalist. Every time he cuts the leeks of the local tyrants, Su Yuan feels happy. Su Yuan did not know how many times he could cut the leeks of the local tyrants. So he looked up the information and estimated it, using iron ore as an example. In the parallel world of Blue Star, the local customs, as well as the area and number of countries, are somewhat different from Su Yuan's original world. Not only are the resources richer, but there is also an additional continent in the territory. Before the disaster, the mines could export about 1 billion tons of iron ore, or 1 trillion kilograms of iron ore. Although the production has fallen sharply due to the disaster, the mines have used a large amount of unmanned mechanical mining and can still support more than 200 billion kilograms. Moreover, the iron ore in the mine is the highest quality in Blue Star. Many of these are open-pit mines that can be mined directly using machinery, unlike the iron ore in Huadu, which is very deep. According to the 80-20 rule, the local tyrants of a mining town can get 80% of the profits from iron ore, meaning that over 160 billion kilograms of iron ore can be processed into approximately 96 billion kilograms of regular steel, which can be processed into 960 billion points. Survival. Damn, poverty limits my imagination. Although the cost was not deducted, Su Yuan's estimate was inaccurate because only iron ore was taken into account. A mining town also has other advantages. Not only iron ore, but also coal mines, copper mines, etc. The local tyrants of the mining town can make more profit. If the local tyrants in the mining town have advantages in the large survival bases of Blue Star, then Su Yuan can't imagine how rich the local tyrants are. Large survival bases such as Midu, Hongdu, and Baidu also have a lot of supplies. But these bases need to provide for the normal material needs of ordinary people, so it is difficult to provide a large amount of supplies at once. Relatively speaking, the leeks of the local tyrants are easier to collect than the leeks of the large survival bases. Su Yuan decided that selling chickens, ducks, other meats, and antiviral drugs to the local tyrants at a high price would not be difficult. He would be able to continue to make a profit. Tomorrow, he would put more antiviral drugs on the shelves. Then, Su Yuan calculated the daily income again. After refining all the materials and receiving the system rewards, he had more than 15.2 billion survival points. Thus, Su Yuan had about 530.98 billion survival points. Then Su Yuan checked the pump again. Everything was fine. He played for a while and got ready for bed. At the same time, in the innermost layer of the Earth's core, dinosaurs live there. From here to the center of the Earth, it's more than 5,400 kilometers. Since the radius of the blue planet is more than 6,300 kilometers, it is more than 900 kilometers from here to the human world on the surface of the blue planet. This place was transformed by a prehistoric civilization. It is not pitch dark here. There is also a difference between day and night, and it is not oppressive. The thickness of each layer of space in the inner world is 100 kilometers, that is 100,000 meters. From the innermost space to the middle layer, you need to pass through a layer of rocks 200 kilometers thick. By analogy, from the middle layer to the outermost layer of the inner world, and from the outermost layer to the surface of the blue planet, one must pass through a 200-kilometer layer of rock. The deepest trench on the surface of the blue planet is only more than 11,000 meters, and the deepest exploration hole dug by Hongdu is only more than 12,000 meters. Therefore, there is very little news about the inner world, the human world. Father, Happy Mo, had already learned of Happy's death. But since the dinosaur world was under attack by alien creatures led by the Emperor's creatures, he was unable to send people to take revenge in time. And now his hands were free, and he was able to take revenge. First, he called Zari to understand the situation. The dinosaurs were taller than the humans, and the room was like a giant. Happy Mo was sitting on top, looking coldly at Zari, who was kneeling. Zari, what happened? Why did Happy die? Zari shuddered. Returning to the inner world, he entered the battle and blocked the alien creatures. He had no idea what was happening outside. If it weren't for the device hidden in Happy's body that transmitted Happy's physical indicators showing that Happy was dead, Zari wouldn't have believed it. I suspect that Happy was killed by people from a mysterious UFO. Deep down, Zari knew that even if he didn't know anything, he couldn't say he didn't know. Realizing the situation, Happy threw an axe at Zari. Face turned pale. He grabbed the axe, cut off his own hand without hesitation, and, kneeling down, begged, "Great Commander Hapimo, please give me a chance to survive. I will definitely avenge Happy." Although Hapimo was the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, everyone around him knew that he liked being called Commander-in-Chief. Happy looked coldly at Zari. "If it weren't for you being with me for so many years, you would have been a corpse long ago. Can atone for your sin depends on how you do this time," Hapimo said, and then stood up and hurriedly gathered the people to go to the human world. Upon hearing this news, Hapidi's sister, Hapili, immediately stopped Hapimo. "Father, let me go. Now is the critical moment for your promotion to Commander-in-Chief. You cannot leave the inner world now." Hapimo hesitated, looking at Hapili. He has several sons and daughters, and this is his only chance for promotion. "Father, believe me. Give me a few days to prepare, and I will set out to avenge my brother Hapidi," Hapimo said with a firm gaze. Hapimo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, asking Hapili to bring a few more warships. "Father, before we set out, can you answer my question? Why didn't we return to the surface of the blue planet? Why didn't we find a planet more suitable for survival? If we had returned a long time ago, there would be no insects like people. If we go to other planets, we won't have to fight off attacks from alien creatures." Happy has longed for places outside her inner world since she was a child and always wanted to go outside. But in the dinosaur world, the hierarchy is strict, and dinosaurs are not allowed to go out without a leash. After all, Happy has a younger sister who is 2 years younger than her, who died during an invasion of alien creatures when she was very little, and recently, during an invasion of alien creatures, her mother died too. Therefore, she passionately hates alien creatures and her inner world. And topics that go beyond the inner world are taboo in the dinosaur world, and their discussion is forbidden. Seeing Hapili in this state, Hapimo helplessly explained, "You are too young and do not understand anything. You only see the surface? Do you think that the disaster is only on the blue star? No, it affects the entire multiverse and countless dimensions. We don't know if there is a planet more suitable for survival after we leave the blue star. We don't know what a disaster in the universe looks like." Happily was shocked. She really underestimated the disaster and never understood why the dinosaurs' predecessors, who had such brilliant technology, were forced to end up in the center of the Earth because of the disaster. Hapimo was very pleased with Hapili's surprise and continued. "For this reason, our ancestors divided the dinosaurs into two parts. One part remained in the center of the Earth, and the other went into the universe in search of a planet suitable for the survival of dinosaurs. We guarded the center of the Earth also because we followed the precepts of our ancestors. It is the safest place on the blue star and the last place where we dinosaurs can survive. You think that the surface of the blue star is good, but when the fifth catastrophe comes, it will become purgatory." Hapimo continued to educate Hapili, hoping that he could return to normal life. On the other hand, Zari came out. With the technology of dinosaur people, it is not difficult to attach or restore the arm, but Zari did not dare to attach it. Overcoming the pain, he climbed to the top of the building and looked at the sky. The sky of the inner world is the top layer of the rock. However, it is 100 kilometers away and it is dark, so the rock layer here is not visible. Here, and the environment is even more comfortable than the surface of the blue planet, because the environment here has been transformed. In the innermost layer of the inner world, where the dinosaur people live, there are 5 giant pillars, 10 kilometers in diameter, connecting the upper layer of the rock. The top of the pillar will emit light, like a giant fluorescent lamp. During the day, it will imitate sunlight, and at night, moonlight. Time and intensity of light will be the same as the sun and moon outside. This is the legacy of a prehistoric civilization that existed before the dinosaurs. This is light obtained by extracting heat energy from the core of the Earth. Dinosaurs still do not understand how it works. In the middle and outermost layers of the inner world, since the area is larger than that of the innermost layer, there are 7 and 9 giant pillars of this size respectively. This is equivalent to 7 or 9 small artificial suns. Zari looked at the 5 artificial moons above his head and gritted his teeth. Isn't the life of a dinosaur man a life? Zari threw his hand from the roof and smashed it to pieces. The seeds of revenge were also sown in his heart. The next day, Su Yuan woke up, washed his face, and Dabai obediently served breakfast. 2 large pieces of fried chicken steak, a bowl of porridge, some vegetables, and 3 special fruits. Su Yuan was very satisfied. Thanks to Dabai, every meal was very filling. Su Yuan enjoyed eating alone. Afraid of being infected with the zombie virus, he and Chris did not eat at the same table. Chris could also directly tell Dabai that she needed to eat. Dabai cooked. After dinner, Su Yuan came down to earth. Last night, Guazi repaired Happy's flying ship. Since Su Yuan was asleep, he did not report it. Su Yuan saw the repaired flying ship and happily patted Guazi on the head. "Good job! I'll find you a wife if I have the chance." "Goo goo!" Guazi happily shouted twice. Then Su Yuan turned around and headed for the lab. "Mosaic Xiao Bailun, have you made a level 9 dinosaur superalloy sample?" "Woo, master, it's almost done. It'll be ready soon." Mosaic, who turned into a research machine, has arrived. "Really?" "Woo, it'll be ready in half an hour at most." Before Su Yuan arrived, Mosaic and Xiao Bailun had already produced level 9 dinosaur superalloy samples, but the production speed was a little slow. After more than 20 minutes, Su Yuan saw the level 9 dinosaur superalloy. It was exactly the same as the level 9 dinosaur superalloy used in Happy's flying ship. Su Yuan then prepared to purchase an intelligent alloy workshop to produce dinosaur superalloy on a large scale. He not only wanted to restore Happy's flying ship, but also to coat the entire survival base with a layer of dinosaur superalloy. This way, his survival base would not be susceptible to attacks from the dinosaur men's flying ships. Workshop. Level 1, 2 floors, total area 700 square meters, can produce 100,000 kilograms of dinosaur superalloy materials daily. Su Wen directly spent 2.5 billion survival points to purchase an intelligent alloy production room and placed it next to the intelligent antiviral agent production room. Finally, he spent another 1.5 billion to buy various materials and began to produce level 9 dinosaur superalloy. According to the production speed, a flying ship can be produced in 1 day using the amount of dinosaur superalloy. Then, Mosaic and Xiaobailin need to continue to develop high-quality soil. Let Su Yuan spend less survival points when improving the land, and Su Su has no tasks now. Su Wen didn't want to waste the free R&D points carelessly, so he let Su Su do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't waste the survival points. On the other hand, after a day and a night of pumping, the water tank was full of fresh water. Su Yuan ordered New Dali and the others to remove the pump pipes, return to the survival base, and prepare to land at the Huadu survival base. At the Huadu survival base, after Lian and the others arrived there, they were strictly checked and assigned to the newly established Special Security Team. The members of the Special Security Team are people who have undergone physical changes for various reasons and hope to gain superpowers. Lian is fortunate enough to become the deputy captain of the Special Security Team. He received the notice and was ready to secretly guard the leader and receive Su Yuan at any time. At the same time, Zheng Feng also received the corresponding notice. They are the ones who openly protect Luo Qin, while Lian and other superpowers protect his secrets. Zheng Feng immediately gathered his people, selected weapons, and began preparations. At this time, Ning Ruolan had just arrived at the Huadu survival base. The ordinary people of Ningcheng were transferred to the nearest and largest survival base. Ning Ruolan received special praise for her outstanding achievements in Ningcheng last time and was transferred to Huadu survival base as the captain of the escort brigade. Her first task after taking office was to take charge of the outer defense during Luo Qin and Su Yuan's meeting to prevent accidents. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Su Yuan's survival base flew to Huadu. The survival base landed. Su Yuan, wearing a support mech, walked out of the survival base with New Dali and the other robots. At this time, New Dali and the others turned into intelligent attack robots to prevent the flying monsters from attacking. Luo Qin walked up to them with his men. "Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Su. It's great that you could come. Thank you for the information about dinosaur technology you provided last time. It will be very helpful for us to build the Ark. With the dinosaur superalloy, the 12 Arks built in Huadu can be upgraded by at least 1 level." Su Yuan walked up to Luo Qin, said a few polite words, and took out the gift he had prepared, 10,000 antiviral drugs. Luo Qin froze for a few seconds, then excitedly exclaimed, "Mr. Su, I thank you for your kindness. If you need Huadu in the future, just ask." With 10,000 antivirals, Su Yuan would be able to cut down many waves of leaks from local tyrants, and Huadu would also be able to use these 10,000 antivirals to form a special security team to counter the zombies and protect Huadu's safety. These 10,000 antiviral drugs can not only save 10,000 lives, but also save more Huadu residents. Luo Qin also took out a spatial crystal and handed it to Su Yuan. He also said that he would treat Su Yuan to food, hoping to continue cooperation and purchase more antiviral drugs. Su Yuan replied that he could consider this option, thinking that in a few days he would cut enough leaks from the local tyrants, and then he could put the antiviral drugs on the shelves. By then, Huadu would be able to buy them first. As for the food, looking around the entire Blue Star, the food there is not as delicious as Dubai's. Not only is Dubai a good cook, but most importantly, only Su Yuan has quality ingredients and vegetables. Su Yuan then turned around and left, returning to the survival base. Lian, who was hiding in the distance, was filled with emotion when he saw Su Yuan. He remembered the first time he asked Su Yuan for food. Su Yuan was also armed with this auxiliary mech and gave him a lot of food. Unfortunately, Hu Zi and the others who followed him at that time had already died. On the other hand, Ning Ruolan, who had also discovered Su Yuan's base, looked at it with envy and gratitude. Ning Ruolan wanted to personally thank Su Yuan through the chat, but unfortunately, she didn't dare. In the base, Su Yuan was playing with the spatial crystal. This crystal felt very nice to the touch, as if it had been played with for many years, and it felt very nice to touch. Xiao Yu, spatial crystal. Isn't it only good for developing spatial water sources? Can't it be used to develop other resources? Master, spatial crystal is a type of energy. You can develop any spatial mine, but different spatial mines consume different amounts of spatial crystal. Xiao Yu propped her chin on her hand and tilted her head to look at Su Yuan. God, this is so fun! Is it possible to create spatial crystals? Su Yuan exclaimed happily. Master, of course you can, but the machine for creating spatial crystals is expensive. Master, it is better to develop and create spatial crystals in the lab first. Su Yuan thought about it. Given the nature of Mosaic and Xiaobilan, it was unknown how long it would take to develop and create spatial crystals. He couldn't use spatial crystals now, so he would talk about it later. Then, Su Yuan planned to continue selling antiviral drugs. Since the effect of the two antiviral drug sales during the famine was very good, Su Yuan planned to continue using it today. However, he changed the sales procedure. Su Yuan checked the virtual shopping mall and compared the number of people who rushed to buy antiviral drugs twice. He found that the most local tyrants were in Meidu, Shadu, and Quandu. He decided to sell them to different regions and set a deadline for selling them. For example, in Meidu, more than 100,000 local tyrants need a large amount of antiviral drugs. Su Yuan sold only 80 tablets a day, and the price was set at 25 million kilograms of ordinary materials. In places like Haidu, where there are relatively few local tyrants, Su Yuan only sells 5 pills a day, and the price is set at 10 million kilograms of ordinary materials. The number of local tyrants that can purchase is not limited, only the area of purchase is limited. Residents could not see the prices and quantities of antiviral drugs in Haidu, let alone buy them. Then, the antiviral drugs were put on the shelves. In total, 300 were put on the shelves in the entire Blue Star store. The sales time was 15 minutes. After this time, there was no waiting. Even if the antiviral drugs were not sold, they were still taken off the shelves. Su Yuan looked at the virtual shopping mall and saw that the number of antiviral drugs was constantly decreasing, while the number of materials exchanged back was increasing. The 80 antiviral drugs in Meidu were sold out in less than 5 minutes. Oken finally bought the antiviral drugs, excitedly hugged Martha, and took a few bites. Then, Oken asked Martha to help him give the injection. "My esteemed boss, could you help me get the antiviral drug too?" Martha smiled charmingly. "Ha ha 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 ha, Martha, just follow me and try your best. I can't get you the real thing, but I'll definitely get you a fake." Martha was happy and listened to Oken even more. She and Oken had been arguing for a while in the office. Oken asked Martha to pull herself together. He was going to comfort the guards and the people of Meidu from all walks of life. He was no longer afraid of the zombie virus, and he could openly call on ordinary people not to be afraid of the zombie virus. In less than 10 minutes, all 300 antiviral drugs that Su Yuan had put on the shelf were sold out. On average, each drug was exchanged for 15 million kilograms of ordinary consumables. After processing, 1.5 billion survival points could be obtained. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan earned 450 billion survival points. Ha ha ha! Damn, this money is too good to earn! Su Yuan shouted excitedly in the living room. Su Yuan suddenly realized that the value of the product itself was not that important. The most important thing was the rules of sales. No wonder Meidu could print money shamelessly before the disaster. A sheet of white paper turned into 100 meters of gold in the blink of an eye, and he bought up supplies everywhere, and no one dared to say anything. Compared to this, Su Yuan felt that he still had a long way to go before he could become as shameless as Meidu and cut leaks. Over the next 2 days, Su Yuan used the same method to sell antiviral drugs and obtained 900 billion survival points. He spent 1.5 trillion and successfully upgraded 10 giant cannons to Level 2. Intelligent Giant Laser Cannon. Level 2. After accumulating energy, it can fire once every 10 minutes, emitting laser beams with a temperature of over 30,000 degrees, which can kill Lord-level monsters. Damn, what a hole! The attack power hasn't changed, and the cooling time has shortened. Su Yuan complained. 10 giant cannons that fire once a minute are rotating in a circle. But in an emergency, they probably won't be able to cope. Su Yuan needs other means of attack. After lunch, Su Yuan came down to the ground. The day before, the Intelligent Alloy Workshop had already produced a sufficient amount of dinosaur superalloys. Guazi installed the dinosaur superalloys on the flying ship according to Su Yuan's instructions. It can be said that Happy's flying ship has been restored to its original state. Su Yuan walked up to the flying ship, patted the hard body of the dinosaur superalloy, and heard the dull hum of metal. Yes, this thing must be really cool to operate. Su Yuan wanted to control it himself. However, before that, he needed to find someone to help him test it. Mouseman, take a ride on the flying ship and see how it behaves. The best thing would be to find a meteorite or something else to hit and try it out. Man is an intelligent combat robot. Even if the flying ship crashes, he can leave it and escape. Creek Master, there are no more meteorites and the snow is falling in buckets. Let's find a mountain to crash into. It's okay, as you wish. The Ratman immediately opened the flying ship, boarded it, and flew above the survival base. Su Yuan then watched the flying ship's flight through the multifunctional satellite screen. The speed of Mach 10 was like black lightning in the air. At this time, Su Yuan's survival base was in a mountainous, deserted area. The Ratman piloted the flying ship, made several sharp turns in the air, then continuously somersaulted and dived, and finally crashed into a mountain. With a loud bang, like a bullet hitting a foam board, the flying ship easily blew the mountain off the slope. Wow, how cool! Su Yuan was excited and wanted to experience the feeling of driving. The speed of Mach 10 is much faster than the survival base, and it is much more fun to fly. When Ratman returned to the survival base, Su Yuan asked Guazi to check the damage to the flying ship. It was almost intact. However, Su Yuan felt that it was still not good enough and was ready to upgrade. Ding! It turned out that the owner had a flying ship. The upgrade required 150 billion survival points. Want an upgrade? Upgrade! Ding! Upgrade successful. Intelligent Flying Ship. Level 1. Max Flight Speed Mach 12. Equipped with nuclear engine, Level 10 dinosaur superalloy Su Yuan felt it was worth it. Not only was the speed increased, but the dinosaur superalloy had also reached Level 10, something that dinosaurs had never achieved. At that time, one could boldly fight dinosaur flying ships head-on and smash them to pieces. Su Yuan put on the auxiliary fur and entered the flying ship. Seat and the electronic helmet used for control were modified with melon seeds and perfectly suited Su Yuan. Then, a picture of the outside of the flying ship appeared in front of Su Yuan. He could directly connect to the flying ship through the electronic helmet and control the joystick to control the flying ship. With a whoosh, the flying ship flew out like a bullet. This speed is much faster than sound. A rumbling sound thud rang out in the air. While Su Yuan was enjoying the pleasure of driving, Hapili also took a huge fleet and departed from the center of the earth, preparing to rush to the ground. Hapili planned to first go to the Midu survival base to investigate the cause of Hapili's death. Because when Hapili and Zari separated, they indicated that they were heading to Midu, and Midu was also the strongest survival base on Blue Star. Hapili hoped to learn about Su Yuan and Hapidi in Midu. Hapili was more cautious than Hapidi in her actions. Before she arrived, Hapimo specifically told her to find out the enemy's position before acting. A few hours later, Hapili came down to the ground. At this time, Midu was covered with heavy snow, and the snow cover was more than a meter thick. Despite this, Oken was still working hard to give a speech outside. Ladies and gentlemen, look at me. I have never been afraid of the zombie virus, so I am not infected. Locke has never been afraid of alien creatures, so he is alive and well. People should not be timid. They should be brave and face them boldly. Zombies are not scary, but we are the first to show timidity. Oaken called on people to be brave, defeat the zombies, work hard, and gather supplies. The cheers from the stands were like a tide, one wave after another. Oaken was very pleased and felt like the greatest senior officer in Midu. Soon, Oaken received a message that their satellite had detected a huge flying fleet. Oaken interrupted his speech and hurried back to his office to discuss this with the Midu leadership. "Gentlemen, who can tell me what's going on? Mr. Senior Officer, this must be a fleet of dinosaur men." Oaken winced. He didn't want to get kicked in the kneecap again. "Then, what should we do?" "Mr. Senior Officer, I think we should avoid conflict. First of all, we must show goodwill and welcome the dinosaur people." All the leaders of Midu thought that Midu was no match for the dinosaur people. Since they couldn't defeat them, they simply gave up. "Then who among you will prepare the greeting for the dinosaur people in?" Oaken wanted to delegate this difficult task to others. I saw the high-ranking elite in suits and ties glance at each other and finally say in unison, "Mr. Senior Officer, we believe that in order to express the sincerity of our Midu, you had better greet them in person." Then, the Midu survival base began preparing for the grand welcoming ceremony. Countless people drove out of the base with snowplows, cleared the thick snow cover, and cleared the huge field. The beautiful and energetic cheerleaders also began preparing for their passionate performances. Soon, Hapil's flying fleet appeared above the Midu survival base. "Stupid and ignorant bugs." Hapil laughed in the spaceship. Through the screen in front of her, she could clearly see the fans screaming on the ground. She was controlling a huge spaceship the size of 3 nuclear aircraft carriers. It was equipped with 108 electromagnetic heavy cannons, 36 laser cannons, 2 ion energy cannons, and other weapons. In addition, 48 flying ships ensured its safety. Zari also piloted one of the flying ships to clear the way for Hapil. Spaceship landed and Hapil led the dinosaurs out of the ship. Teams of guard dinosaurs over 5 meters tall with laser guns in their hands protected Hapil. Zari also descended from the ship and arrived in Hapili along with the other pilots. Hapili was very tall, even taller than the dinosaur guards next to her. The dinosaur's huge head looked very intimidating. Oaken gathered his courage and stepped forward with a squad of guards. Appeared before Hapili, he first dropped to one knee according to the rules established by Hapili. "Great dinosaur, I, Oaken, greet you in the name of Midu." Hapili looked at Oaken with disgust. In her eyes, humans are ignorant and filthy creatures. If it weren't for her father and the revenge for Hapili, she wouldn't have gotten involved with Oaken. Just like a person with mysophobia wouldn't go near a wild monkey. Moreover, Oaken isn't as good as a monkey in Hapili's eyes. I, Hapili, Limidu, am here to lead you, the people, to light and hope. If you are ready, you can rely on us dinosaurs in the future. Hapili hopes to conquer humans and raise Hapilimo's authority among the dinosaurs so that he can become the commander-in-chief. The number of people is huge, and if they are armed, they can help them resist the alien creatures and face greater disasters in the future. While they could make regular robots, that too would come at a cost, and the cost of using humans was certainly much lower than the cost of robots. Oaken hesitated for a moment. If he had agreed to Hapili's proposal publicly, he would probably have been called a traitor to humanity. But he did not dare to insult Hapili. So Oaken changed his words and said to Hapili with a smile, "Great Lady Hapili, we, the Midu, are very happy to cooperate with you dinosaurs." Hapili looked coldly at Oaken and slowly said, "I will show you, humans, the sincerity of us dinosaurs. This is part of our dinosaurs' technological information. Take it first." Hapili threw Oaken a hard drive with the dinosaurs' technological information and said that Oaken could contact her anytime if he needed anything. Finally, Hapili returned to the spaceship, and the entire dinosaur fleet took off and hovered over Midu's survival base. Hapili was in no hurry to take revenge on Su Yuan, but decided to take her time and deal with Midu first. After receiving the information from Hapili, Oken beamed with excitement, as if he had become a hero in the eyes of the people of Midu. Ha 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 ha! Under the leadership of the great Commander-in-Chief Oken, Midu will become more and more powerful. Oken fantasized. After that, Oken took the scientific and technical information about the dinosaur people and asked the experts to check. A few hours later, the experts told Oken that the scientific and technical information about the dinosaur people provided by Hapili matched the information they had purchased from Su Yuan. Oken was stunned. After all, Midu had previously known through special channels that Huadu had received full information about the dinosaur people. Oken and other high-ranking Midu leaders contacted major survival bases overnight and collected large quantities of common materials by buying them from local tyrants and occupying them. Just yesterday, they purchased 5 third-level scientific and technical materials, 8 second-level scientific and technical materials, and 5 first-level scientific and technical materials from Su Yuan. Hundu was also alarmed and bought up all the remaining scientific and technical information along with the other production bases. Oken suddenly felt that the information sent by Hapili was not so good. If the people of Midu knew about this, I don't know how they would laugh at his stupidity. For Su Yuan, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. He also discovered Hapili's flying fleet through the multifunctional satellite. Damn, so many people are coming. Su Yuan felt that he needed to get some intelligent flying ships to defeat Hapili. Then he calculated the income. The daily income for the past 2 days was more than 30 billion. But the survival points obtained from selling antiviral drugs were spent on upgrading 10 giant guns and flying ships. He had more than 258.4 billion survival points left. However, the high-quality materials obtained from the dinosaur technology information he sold were not recovered. After refining the high-quality materials obtained in exchange for 10 Tier 3 and 10 Tier 2 technologies, Su Yuan can obtain 700 billion survival points. Previously, 2 copies of the first-level technology information were purchased, and this time, Midu bought 5 copies, and Hongdu bought the remaining 3. Su Yuan can obtain 640 billion survival points. Therefore, Su Yuan has 159.84 billion survival points. Su Yuan planned to upgrade the power equipment, improve New Dali and other combat robots, and purchase or build flying ships. After that, Su Yuan asked New Dali and others to take turns guarding and ensuring the safety of the survival base. He didn't know when Hapili would attack him. The next day, Su Yuan was having breakfast while browsing the forum. Su Yuan found that a snowstorm had hit the blue planet just as the disaster warning plane had predicted. The forum was full of complaints. Do you want to live? Bill is so high that you want me to freeze to death? Brother, you can work overtime every day and not go home. At least the factory is warmer than the dorm, and you don't have to pay for electricity. Down below, can anyone tell me what's going on outside the survival base? I ate all the food and I want to go and look for supplies. Bro, I honestly advise you to drink some porridge at the survival base. The zombies outside didn't freeze to death. They're still alive and well. The snowstorm continued, and a strong wind blew with a buzzing sound, which was very scary. Countless wanderers in survival bases like Midu froze to death overnight. Oken and other leaders of Midu expressed their willingness to help, but the meeting dragged on. Su Yuan was surprised that Hapili said that she could help people. As long as there was a survival base that needed them, they would come to help. Damn, is that really that good? Su Yuan doubted. However, no one had asked Hapili for help so far, and Hapil didn't seem to be in a hurry either. After finishing his meal, Su Yuan went to the energy level to refine the fully automatic large ion engine. Fully automatic large ion engine, Level 1, requires 280 billion survival points to upgrade to Level 2. Damn, it's too expensive. Upgrade it for me. Dean, the upgrade was successful. Fully automatic large ion engine, Level 2, at full power, the maximum movement speed of the survival base reaches Mach 5. Upgrading to Level 3 requires 300 billion survival points. Continue upgrading. Upgrade again. Su Yuan immediately upgraded the fully automatic large ion engine to level 4, spending a total of 900 billion survival points to make the survival base's movement speed reach Mach 12. This speed exceeds the speed of a dinosaur man flying ship. For Su Yuan, saving his life is the top priority. At the same time, Su Yuan spent 650 billion to upgrade the nuclear power plant, which upgraded the automatic nuclear generator and auxiliary equipment to level 4, allowing the nuclear power plant to generate 8 million kilowatt hours of electricity per hour, which ensures the operation of the fully automatic large ion engine. Thus, Su Yuan only has 48.4 billion survival points left. Damn, these survival points are really few. Su Wen laughed and decided to sell a batch of antiviral drugs later to raise a wave of local tyrants. Next, Su Yuan plans to upgrade New Dali and others. Intelligent attack. Robot, New Dali, LV2. Upgrade to LV3 requires 2.4 billion survival points. Attack power increased by 10% upgrade. Intelligent attack. Robot, New Dali, LV3. Upgrade to LV4 requires 3 billion survival points, needs to develop a micronuclear power system, attack power increased by 15%. Oh my god, I also need a micronuclear power system. Xiaoyu, can't you just upgrade right away? Master, you can forcibly upgrade, but the price will be very high, Xiaoyu reminded. Damn, the system is cheating too. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment and did not upgrade New Dali, but instead upgraded robots such as Big Cat and Silly Sheep. Each intelligent attack robot was upgraded to level 3, spending a total of 23.4 billion survival points. After finishing all this, Su Yuan checked the production of dinosaur superalloys. Su Yuan wanted to stick dinosaur superalloys with a thickness of 15 centimeters onto the titanium armor. This thickness is significantly less than the thickness of the dinosaur superalloy used for flying ships, but the area required for a survival base is much larger than that of flying ships. Thus, according to the current production speed, it will take about 2 days to produce the dinosaur superalloy used for the survival base. After installing the dinosaur superalloy, Su Yuan can fly at Mach 12 without worrying about the dinosaur flying ships crashing into the survival base. In the evening, after dinner, Su Yuan checked the news. Su Yuan's multifunctional satellite was tracking the Hapili flying fleet. Once any abnormality occurs, Xiaoyu will immediately inform Su Yuan. However, the Hapili flying fleet is always hovering over the Midu survival base. At this time, the sky above Midu was about to dawn, and the sound of thunder was heard throughout the world. A snowstorm accompanied by thunder and lightning is a rare and strange sight. The guards were stunned by this sight, as if foreshadowing the end of the world. It took him and his comrades a long time to react and quickly inform their superiors. Shortly after, Oken, who had just brushed his teeth, received word that lightning had struck the Midu survival base, causing more than a dozen buildings to collapse and tens of thousands of people to be buried underground. Damn, how could the weather be this bad? Oken immediately ordered the guards to repair the survival base. As for the trapped people, they managed to save as many as possible. But that was only the beginning. Right after that, Oken received distress signals from various survival bases, and they were also struck by lightning. And this damn lightning will not only strike from the sky, but inside the survival base, a multitude of ball lightning will suddenly appear. It is simply impossible to protect against this. Humanity has not yet figured out the reason for the appearance of ball lightning. In such extreme weather, ball lightning reaches a huge diameter. Bill, a rich man, enjoys life in his personal survival base. The close security guard responded to Bill enthusiastically. At that moment, Bill suddenly heard the sound of electric current. He followed the sound in surprise and looked back. At some point, a blue ball lightning appeared in the bedroom, growing larger and larger. Oh my God. Bill, ignoring the guard, ran out. The guard opened her eyes in surprise and delight and hurried after Bill to save herself. But the state of the ball lightning was very unstable, and it exploded with a roar. With a loud roar, the bedroom collapsed, and Bill and the female guard were also burned. Bill's wife heard the explosion, woke up, jumped up, and ran to them in confusion. This is happening in hundreds of survival bases in Medu country, and Oken needs to send guards to rescue them. Some of them are local tyrants of the private survival base, and they are also Oken's sponsors. Oken is very concerned about the sponsors and immediately sends a special escort team to help. But in such a snowstorm, planes cannot fly, and armored vehicles and tanks are useless. The escort group cannot walk on two legs. Therefore, the escort captain, Anderson, refused to carry out Oken's order. "The life of the escort is also a life," Anderson said firmly. Oken had no choice. If the others died, they would die. If the sponsors died, who would sponsor him in the future? Just when Oken was worried, Hapili took the initiative to find Oken and expressed her willingness to help. Although Hapili's spaceship was above Midu, the advanced equipment installed on it secretly monitored the movements of the main survival bases on Blue Star and Su Yuan's situation. Without hesitation, Oken agreed to accept Hapili's help. Since he had no choice, he could not let all the sponsors die. Hapili immediately sent her team of robots on flying chariots to various survival bases to conduct a rescue operation. She was going to save not only the gods, but also ordinary people and wanderers. The dinosaur-like robots all have hundreds of human voices stored in their voice libraries. They move in groups of 3, wielding laser guns, and, standing 6 meters tall, like giants, dig up a collapsed private base. A dozen guards trapped in the ruins looked confused when they saw them. "Hey, don't be afraid. We're here to save you." One robot was bracing his hands against a concrete wall that was about to collapse, while 2 other robots were picking off the guards one by one. The guards didn't come to their senses until they got on the robot's flying chariot. "Hey man, why did you come to save us?" "Because people are our friends. You and I are intelligent life on the blue planet. We must go hand in hand and together confront disasters." Hapili had already programmed the program, and all the robots behaved very friendly. If a person was injured, they would take the initiative and help treat him. Soon, thousands of people were sent to Hapili's spaceship. When Hapili saw people, she instinctively hated them. But she still pretended to be very enthusiastic and provided everyone with hearty and delicious food. The robots prepared this food according to human tastes. When everyone was full, Hapili allowed the robot to introduce them to the inner world of the Earth. Her goal was to tell everyone that life in the civilized dinosaur world is a very happy time, and that there is a paradise. After Hapili brainwashed them over and over again, Wanderer Pete finally stood up. "Can I join the dinosaurs?" "Of course, you can be part of the dinosaurs." Then the robot brought Pete to Hapili. "Your name is Pete, right?" "Yes, the great Lady Hapili." Pete knelt before Hapili and said respectfully, "Our world is beautiful, but you have to fight for everything yourself. If you do this, you'll have everything you dream of." Hapili asked Pete to be the captain of her 3rd guard team. Pete had to recruit all the team members himself. He equipped Pete with advanced auxiliary mechs, weapons, and a flying chariot. Pete, wearing his auxiliary bellows, excitedly walked towards the crowd, loudly bragging and attracting more people to join the dinosaurs. Pete quickly picked up 2 wanderers like himself, promised them to become deputy captains, and allowed them to attract others. Soon Pete had 50 men. The task Hapili gave them was to don the auxiliary mechs and pilot the flying chariots to rescue even more people. Soon, Midu announced the arrival of night. The sun rose over Huadu, and Su Yuan gradually woke up from his deep sleep. Soon, Xiao Yu, who was standing next to the pillow, also opened her eyes. "Master, everything is fine at the survival base. Nothing unexpected happened." Xiao Yu is a robot, and being directly connected to the system, she instantly assessed the situation of the entire survival base. "Is it still snowing outside?" "Yes, Master. The temperature outside is getting lower and lower." "Has there been any ball lightning?" "Master, not yet." "God is taking care of me." Su Yuan felt lucky, got out of bed, opened the chat, and checked what was happening outside. The first post was about dinosaur people. How humans should peacefully coexist with dinosaur people and move forward hand in hand. This was written by another board expert. But there were over 100,000 comments under the post, and almost the overwhelming majority of people wanted to join the dinosaur people. Brothers, don't stop me. I want to be a dinosaur man. Instead of living in a daze all day, I can go to the world of dinosaur people and see. The brother above is right. Bring one of your brothers, and let's go as a group. Sign me up. In any case, my family and friends have turned into zombies, and I have no reason to stay in the human world anymore. Su Yuan was stunned. Damn, what is this badge Happy Lee up to? Su Yuan had always felt that Happy Lee had bad intentions, but if he told others about it, no one would believe him. After all, Happy Lee had already sent robots to save tens of thousands of Midu residents yesterday. Happy Lee's reputation in the human world is growing higher and higher. Happy Lee also announced to the public that she is a vegetarian and that people should respect nature. In this way, Happy Lee had hundreds of thousands of fans overnight. Su Yuan couldn't figure out what her goal was, but her desire to lure people to her side reminded Su Yuan that after looking around the entire base, except for Chris, they were robots. Xiao Yu, do you think I should send people to the base too? Xiao Yu raised her head and looked at Su Yuan. Master, are you bored at all? You have to take care of food, drink, defecation and urination when you bring people to the survival base and prevent them from rebelling. Isn't it annoying? In fact, robots are better. They are obedient and can work. My God, you said a reasonable explanation. Su Yuan stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Yu on the head, temporarily putting this thought aside. Then Su Yuan got out of bed, and Dabai had already prepared breakfast. After washing and having breakfast, Su Yuan came to the laboratory. Mosaic and Xiao Bailun were still working on the high-quality soil. It is estimated that they will be able to process it in a few days, and then the soil will be improved to high-quality soil. Susu started fiddling with the zombie virus again, as if he wanted Chris to quickly become the virus queen. Su Yuan turned around. He still wanted to get some flying ships, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough survival points. Damn it, I still have to continue cutting leeks. Su Yuan returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and checked the situation in the virtual market and stores. He actually found several requests for exchange of antiviral vaccines. My God, who is so brazen as to copy my antiviral drug and sell it in the store? Su Wen immediately checked the applicant's background. It turned out that the person behind this was the richest family in Mido, the Philly family. Xiao Yu, call Su here. Teacher, do you want me to do something new? Susu sat down next to Su Yuan and smiled enthusiastically. Although Susu is just an intelligent robot, her specialty is being a top-notch expert in virus research, which makes her a workaholic. When she has nothing to do, she will find something to do that she enjoys. No, I just want to ask you, can others copy our antiviral drug? Susu replied with some disappointment. It can be copied, but the efficiency is less than 30%. And there will be very serious side effects, including turning into a zombie, because our antiviral drug contains Chris's serum. Every time a batch of the drug is produced, a test tube of Chris's blood will be taken. Su Yuan swallowed his saliva and suddenly realized that he looked a little cruel. No wonder Chris doesn't gain weight despite eating so much. It would be strange if she could gain weight if Susu donated blood every day. Dabai, give Chris a chicken leg every day. Su Yuan shouted at Dabai, who was busy in the kitchen. Su Yuan was worried that Chris was not eating enough. If it falls, Susu will not be able to donate blood, and the antiviral drug will not be produced normally. Okay, Master, Dabai replied. After that, Su Yuan rejected the Philip family's application. Selling counterfeit antiviral drug in the store was just a dream. Soon Philip, who was hugging his girlfriend with a beer belly, heard the news. Shh! Do you think this will stop me, Philip, from making money? Philip took a deep drag on his cigar and blew smoke towards the girl. The blonde was still laughing, hugging Philip and chewing on him. Philippe enjoyed planning. Then Philippe contacted several local tyrants and important figures in production bases in different places. He was ready to start offline sales. He joined forces with local tyrants to produce and sell antiviral drugs directly to large survival bases. He was willing to cut leaks from ordinary people. The leaders of survival bases such as Midu, Kwandu, and Fudu were very happy that Philip was selling offline. In this way, they could also make a profit. Even though they knew that the antiviral drugs counterfeited by Philip had obvious side effects, they still spoiled Philip and announced to the public that Philip's antiviral drugs were the best in all of Blue Star. The price set by Philip was not as high as Su Yuan's, but it also brought in huge profits. The production of the antiviral drug also required 50,000 kilograms of materials, and the cost of the materials was less than 500 kilograms of ammonium. If an ordinary person wanted to buy antiviral drugs, he would either have to risk his life by going to the survival base to get the materials, or work part-time and gradually pay off the debt. Su Yuan didn't care about Philip's petty tricks. He planned to cut the leaks a few more times and sell them at a lower price. By then, Philip's factories would be built in large survival bases, and ordinary people would be able to buy Su Yuan's antiviral drugs in the virtual shopping mall. The fakes produced by Philip will not sell, and he will even lose all his money. After lunch, Su Yuan put 300 antiviral drugs on the shelves again, still following the sales rules adopted last time to make money. Rich people and people from all over the country rushed to buy them. They knew that Su Yuan's antiviral drugs were more than 10,000 times better than Philip's fakes and had no side effects. Even though they were expensive, they were willing to buy them. For them, nothing was more valuable than life. After Su Yuan processed the materials exchanged for 300 antiviral drugs, he obtained another 450 billion survival points. Then Su Yuan began to participate in the lottery. Today is the 42nd day of his life, and there is a chance to win the lottery. Su Yuan hopes to obtain a flying ship or a special land. After pressing the golden virtual button, lines of text flashed on the empty golden screen. Land of Fire Spatial Uranium Mine. Super Robot Production. Blueprint. Vibranium. Production Room. Everything looks good, and Su Yuan wants them all. Damn, can't he just give them all at once? Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the Spatial Uranium Mine, which was distributed to the backpack. With the help of uranium, Su Yuan will be able to process nuclear energy. Then not only will he not have to buy nuclear energy, but he will also not have to sell it to others. Wow, this looks good too. Su Yuan was looking forward to opening his backpack and checking. The Spatial Uranium Mine is a square building with an area of more than 20 acres. Xiaoyu, where do you think I should build the Spatial Uranium Mine? Master, you can build it on the energy level and then build a nuclear energy processing room. The purified nuclear energy can be used directly to produce electricity. Ha 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 ha, it's possible. Let's build it now. Su Yuan brought Xiaoyu to the energy level, took out a spatial uranium mine from his backpack, and built it opposite the nuclear power plant. Ding! The spatial uranium mine has been discovered, and the conditions for upgrading the survival base have been met. Do you want to improve it? Attention! After upgrading, the Master's survival protection period in the era of disaster will automatically end. Wow, what a good thing! Of course I need to upgrade. Su Yuan jumped up in delight. He was so happy that he only heard the first half of the system request. Master, wait a minute. Xiaoyu raised her head and stopped Su Yuan. Master, after the survival base is upgraded to level 3, your survival base will enter the industrial production stage, and the system will stop refining materials. Su Yuan was confused. What do you mean? Well, that means there won't be any survival points in the future. Xiaoyu bit her finger and said, Damn it, how can I buy upgrade equipment without survival points? Su Yuan felt that the system was full of routine and suddenly realized that the spatial uranium mine was not so attractive. Then, can the improvement be postponed? Su Yuan wanted to earn more points and improve the base by cutting enough leaks. The owner, of course. After that, Su Yuan did not use the spatial uranium mine. To open a uranium mine, a spatial crystal is needed. But Su Yuan only has one crystal, which is only enough for a while, so he decided that there is no need to use it now. Su Yuan felt that he needed to wait until he was fully grown before making improvements, and the system couldn't force him to do it now. Since building a flying ship factory is too expensive and takes up a lot of space, Su Yuan plans to buy several flying ships. The purchase price of an intelligent flying ship is much higher than the price of upgrading Happy's ships. One ship costs 400 billion survival points. Su Yuan directly bought one ship, and he still had more than 75 billion survival points left. In the evening, Su Yuan went to the chat to check the news. He found that Happy had already called 10,000 people who wanted to join the dinosaurs. Happy equipped each person with excellent equipment and asked them to help the main survival bases withstand the blizzard. In addition, 50 of them were chosen by lottery to visit the dinosaur world at the center of the Earth. At present, survival bases such as Midu, Fudu, and Kwandu have expressed their support for people's free choice. Survival bases such as Hongdu and Huadu have not yet expressed their opinion. However, many people have written that they are ready to join the dinosaurs. Brothers, as long as we have food and drink, we can live anywhere. Yes, I want to join too, but unfortunately, I have no choice. Beautiful Miss Happy, why don't you send someone to us? If you want to leave, leave quickly. Yes, without you, I can eat more. Su Yuan felt that there was a confrontation everywhere. Happy really went her own way. After that, Su Yuan checked the daily income and collected all the materials, earning 15.6 billion survival points. After playing for a while, Su Yuan went to bed. At 3 a.m., Su Yuan was awakened by Xiaoyu. 5-ball lightnings appeared in the survival base, destroying some energy storage equipment, air circulation equipment, etc. Damn, it's hard to prevent. Fortunately, the nuclear power plant and ion engines were not blown up. Otherwise, a large amount of survival points would have been wasted. Su Yuan asked Guazi to repair them as soon as possible and spent 300 million survival points to buy the materials needed for the repair. After breakfast, Su Yuan checked the information. He found that the snowstorm was getting stronger and stronger, and the visibility outside was less than 10 meters. The entire blue planet was raging with severe thunderstorms. It seemed as if the entire blue planet was on a countdown to destruction. The thunder continued to rumble. The sea surface also began to freeze, and sea creatures emerged one after another. The appearance of the sea creatures occurred more than 10 hours before the time of the plane that announced the disaster. This disaster was obviously more serious. Among them, many sea creatures were able to leave the seawater and live on land due to their physical changes. At the Haicheng survival base, a huge vessel was being built at a rapid pace. Because of the cold weather, all the builders were wearing thick protective clothing. This protective clothing was modified by Huadu, using suits that could withstand extremely cold currents. The downside is that it is a bit cumbersome and difficult to operate. Although Huadu has used a lot of unmanned vehicles and various robots, in many places, construction workers still have to do the work themselves. Lin Yi is the captain of the quality control team. He leads the team and, taking various tools with him, rushes to the engine room to check the welding of the external steel structure. He has to work more than 10 hours a day. To meet the deadlines and save time, he trots the entire way, because only after passing the inspection can he continue the next stage of construction, and there can be no chaos. If he does not find any problems, he will have to redo the work after completing the next stage of construction and re-inspection. If he finds any problems, he will have to redo the work. Lin Yi walked on a thick steel plate, surrounded by the sounds of construction ping-pong. Suddenly, a strange beast jumped out and pounced on him. This strange beast looked like a large octopus with 8 tentacles glowing blue and walked silently. It extended a tentacle, and at the end of the tentacle, it suddenly opened like a huge mouth with a circle of sharp teeth, like a drop of blood, trying to embrace Lin Yi's head and turn it away. Before Lin Yi could react, the guards standing behind him pounced on him. The guards themselves were caught in the strange beast's tentacles, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Blood gushed out from the guard's neck with a roar. Then the alarm sounded, and the guards rushed towards him without hesitation, seizing their weapons and opening fire. Lin Yi did not understand how he was saved. The scene of the guard's death kept flashing before his eyes. He felt sick sick, and cried. Despite his busy schedule, he still said a few words to the young guard. He knew that the guard was the only son in the family. His old father was also a guard. He died in a battle with an alien beast. Now only his old mother was left at home. Lin Yi cried, stood up, and gathered his strength to continue working. However, new alien creatures continued to arrive. Eventually, the construction of the Ark was stopped and all personnel evacuated to the Haicheng survival base. Soon learned of this and launched an emergency plan using various heavy weapons, missiles, etc. to bomb the alien creatures crawling out from the bottom of the sea. But this method was not perfect. Soon, an alien creature similar to a shark was discovered inside the Haicheng survival base. Although it looks like a shark, it has crocodile legs, is over 10 meters long, and can move freely through the mud. They gnawed through a thick layer of concrete protection from the ground, drilled a hole in the survival base, and attacked the people. A squad of guards stormed into the armored vehicle, preparing to head to the Ark construction site. The vehicle slowly began to move after catching fire. With a roar, a crocodile shark jumped out from under the ground and lifted the roof of the vehicle tens of meters. The armored vehicle turned over several times and fell to the ground. Then the crocodile shark rushed at the armored vehicle again and tore the armored vehicle's body with its sharp teeth and bit the guards. The guards opened fire with machine guns and the bullets hit the crocodile shark's body, causing sparks. The skin of the crocodile shark is actually harder than steel plates. They are naturally fierce beasts, and to be able to kill them, heavy weapons such as guns and tanks are needed. Haicheng's experience also occurs in more and more survival bases. The number of deaths increases in a straight line. More and more survival bases were unable to withstand the onslaught of beasts, and they all asked Hapili for help. Hapili sent Zari and others to rescue them with flying ships. Only Huadu held on silently, relying only on his own strength. Until noon, powerful Lord-level beasts appeared one after another. Huadu fired hundreds of shells at them, but he still couldn't save them. There were too many beasts. Even if the Lord-level beasts fell, there were still thousands of ferocious-level beasts. Huadu began to debate whether to ask Hapili or Su Yuan for help. Luo Qin thought that Hapili's purpose was unclear, and it was unknown whether she was good or bad to people. How much would it cost to ask Hapili for help? Even if it was free now, it would cost more in the future. Luo Qin didn't think that there would come a time when cakes would just fall from the sky. He felt that Su Yuan's goal was clearer, and he only needed supplies. When Su Yuan helped Fudu, Badu, and other survival bases before, he also showed great strength and could help them get out of their current predicament. After some discussion, Huadu asked Luo Qin to contact Su Yuan. By this time, Guazui had repaired all the damaged equipment. After dinner, Su Yuan checked it and thought it was not bad, and praised Guazi with a few words. "Ding, do you have a chat request? Do you want to reply?" Su Yuan saw Luo Qin and decided to reply, "Hello, Mr. Luo. Mr. Su, sorry to bother you. We urgently need your help." After understanding the situation, Su Yuan finally agreed to be saved. After all, saving Haicheng would not only not affect his current life, but would also allow him to earn supplies, and Huadu was very similar to the country where he lived. Then plotted a route and sent the survival base to Haicheng at Mark 8. Soon, Su Yuan arrived at the Haicheng survival base and found that everyone, regardless of gender, age, was involved in the battle with the alien beasts. But many of the alien creatures in the sea are highly poisonous. For example, the poison sprayed by a small green seahorse can corrode the hull of an armored vehicle. A small amount of poison can knock down dozens of cows. In strength and speed, a green seahorse is just an ordinary alien beast. Judging by the venom alone, it is, at the very least, an aggressive alien beast. Many people have unknowingly fallen into the trap of the green seahorse and fallen to the ground. The only good news is that, thanks to the stubborn resistance of the guards, the alien beast has not yet torn down the door of the Haicheng survival base. However, the bad news is that the alien beasts in the sea are appearing one after another, as if there is no end to them. The zombie virus also joined in the fun, and many of the dead alien beasts turned into zombies, attacking not only alien beasts but also humans. Su Yuan thought about this and made a plan. As for the alien beasts blocked outside the Haicheng survival base, he could use the giant cannon to bombard them. As for the alien beasts that sneaked in, Su Yuan planned to use Chris's role. Su Yuan landed at the height of the survival base and gave the order. The intelligent giant laser cannon aimed at the herd of alien beasts. The huge black barrel released an ultra-high temperature laser beam. The light flashed with a roar. Wherever he passed, the alien beasts below the Lord level melted one after another. Then another shot cleared the clearing at the entrance to Haicheng. New Dali and the others landed in the clearing, transformed into combat robots, and guarded the entrance to the Haicheng survival base. The guards who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Chris, wearing a protective suit, entered the Haicheng survival base. She did not bring any weapons, and her sharp nails were the best weapons. As soon as she entered, she saw a ferocious crocodile shark nearby, devouring corpses without paying attention to others. The guards continued to shoot at the crocodile shark with machine guns and grenades, but it was useless. Chris stood on her tiptoes, jumped a few meters, and kicked the crocodile shark. With a roar, the crocodile shark flew tens of meters away. The guards looked at this scene in amazement. A robot! Roar! The crocodile shark pounced on Chris in rage. Chris easily jumped on the crocodile shark's head and then dug her sharp nails into its eyes. Then the zombie virus entered the crocodile shark's body. The crocodile shark was in great pain and ran around, demolishing dormitories one by one. Chris had already jumped off the back of the crocodile shark and was targeting another strange beast. Soon, the crocodile shark was unable to defeat the zombie virus and became a zombie controlled by Chris, helping Chris hunt other alien beasts. Movements were graceful and very fast, and soon she had more than a dozen powerful zombies in her hands. When she saw an alien beast, she did not have to do anything. The zombies would pounce on it and tear it to pieces. Chris did this herself only when she encountered a suitable alien beast. On Su Yuan's side, it was more brutal. 10 huge cannons took turns bombarding. The herd of alien beasts was smashed to pieces before they rushed at them. In addition, Su Yuan also used 12 smart laser tanks and 22 smart laser drones for training. The smart laser tanks formed a tank formation, blocked the alien creatures, and continuously fired lasers. The lasers will continue to fire until they fall. The tanks fired in turn and connected with the drones with smart lasers, forming an integrated airspace mode. The lasers flying all over the sky were more beautiful and dazzling than fireworks. Lord-level unicorn shark couldn't stand this wolf-pack tactic and roared, holding its head in its hands. Roar, roar, why do you always hit me? Xiao Yu, what is this crocodile shark shouting? Su Yuan saw the embarrassed unicorn shark in the multifunctional satellite image of the survival base. It was nearly 50 meters long, like a ship, and could easily bite through thick steel plates. It seemed to be begging for mercy. Begging for mercy? I don't need a living beast, only a dead beast is good. Su Yuan immediately ordered the smart laser tank and smart drone to fire at him fiercely. Shark was scared of being beaten, so it just dug a hole and drilled like a mouse, trying to push the smart laser tank off the ground. But it underestimated the smart laser tank. Once the smart laser tank captured the unicorn shark, even if the unicorn shark drilled a hole, it would know its location. So the smart laser tanks scattered. Let the smart drone in the sky shoot lasers at the unicorn shark underground. Shark swam underground for a long time, but still couldn't find a way to attack the smart laser tank. Instead, it felt dizzy. Roar, roar, what are you standing there for? Come help me. The unicorn crocodile shark roared and called for its people. Hundreds of ferocious crocodile sharks pierced the ground and surrounded her. Damn, just in time, let me. Su Yuan laughed. Su Yuan ordered the giant laser cannon to attack. With a roar, a huge laser fell from the sky, exploding a thick layer of earth. A group of crocodile sharks hiding underground were instantly devoured by the ultra-high temperature laser. Hundreds of ferocious crocodile sharks instantly turned into coal. The unicorn crocodile shark was also dying and screaming in pain. "Roar, roar, you vile creatures!" Didn't understand and directly ordered the laser drone to move forward to finish off the knife. The intelligent laser drone fired a laser as thick as an arm, hitting the unicorn shark's eyes and piercing its head. The unicorn shark died without even making a sound. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, the other Lord-level beasts couldn't help but retreat. They didn't dare to move forward, but continued to incite both the aggressive and violent beasts to attack. My God, these monsters had gotten smarter. Do they want to use their numbers to absorb my power? Am I afraid of being absorbed? Su Yuan's cannon can attack at any time until the cooldown ends. Monsters that have not reached the Lord level can be killed with one shot. Shoot them. They are all cannon fodder who came here to die. That's a lot of survival points. 10 cannons fired in turn. Each time they hit the ground, the earth shook several times, as if an earthquake had occurred. In the sea, some like electric eels, others like sea wolves and sea lions, and many more that Su Yuan had never seen. After one shot, they all turned to ashes. Just when Su Yuan thought the battle would continue like this, an even larger monster appeared. A giant king octopus over 180 meters long crawled out from the stream of monsters. No matter where it flew, all the Lord-level monsters avoided it. It stretched out its long tentacles, trying to grab the smart laser drone in the sky. The smart laser drone was very fast and quickly rose to a high altitude, leaving the giant octopus's tentacles empty, and fired a laser at the giant octopus. Ultra-high temperature laser whistled as it pierced the giant octopus's tentacles. Roar! 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 The giant octopus roared furiously and immediately sprayed acrid poison at the smart laser drone. The poison was as black as ink, and the spray speed exceeded the speed of sound. The poison hit the drone and instantly corroded its outer shell. The smart laser drone instantly lost its ability to fly and fell from the sky. Su Yuan quickly fired a laser from a giant cannon at the giant octopus, covering New Dali and taking the smart drone with him. This thing can be upgraded and used by Guazi Shuchu. Damn, what level is this beast? It's so ferocious. Master, look at its size. Actually, beasts that are 50 to 200 meters long are terrifying level monsters. This giant octopus must have super fast regeneration and super strong corrosion. Su Yuan also found that the tentacle pierced by the laser recovered in the blink of an eye. My dear, how can we kill it? Master, its greatest weakness is that it cannot fly. As long as we bombard it, even if it grows faster than expected, it will die of exhaustion. Su Yuan's eyes lit up and he became interested. A Lord-level beast could be worth 1 billion survival points. This same Terra-level beast should be worth at least 100 billion. Roar! Roar! Do you want a group fight or a one-on-one fight? The giant king octopus roared. Remember the domain name of the first website, twkan.com. It raised 3 tentacles towards Su Yuan, indicating a group fight, and then raised another tentacle, indicating a one-on-one fight. Su Yuan didn't understand and thought that the giant octopus raised its tentacle, just like humans raise their middle finger to show contempt. Damn it! When did the alien creatures learn to despise humans? Bomb! Su Yuan gave a direct order to the 10 giant cannons. The giant ultra-high temperature laser instantly engulfed the giant octopus. Roar! 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 The giant octopus roared angrily. Scoundrel! How dare you sneak attack? The giant octopus gave up on fighting alone and called on the alien creatures behind it to attack together. Suddenly, the alien beasts of the Lord level, cruel and aggressive level, pounced on the entrance of the Haicheng survival base. Oh my God, these alien beasts are simply crazy. Su Yuan immediately contacted Luo Qin and asked Huadu to be ready to use heavy weapons at any time to attack the alien beasts together. The guards of Haicheng quickly received Huadu's order and prepared various missiles, bombs, and other heavy weapons. Currently, the biggest threat is the giant octopus. Other Lord-level alien beasts are easy to deal with. Therefore, 10 cannons took turns firing at the giant octopus. Although the giant octopus's defense is not that strong, it recovers very quickly. Often, after the first laser strike, the wounds on its body have already healed before the second stream of ultra-low temperature hits it. At the same time, the attack power of the giant octopus is also very strong. One tentacle is capable of turning a heavy tank into a disc. If he let out another sip of poison, he would break through a meter-long steel plate. Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to distract the Lord-level monsters, and he fired a single cannon at the giant octopus. The other level monsters had to be cleared out by the guards. Su Yuan raised the survival base to a place where the giant octopus's poison could not reach, and then hovered in front of the giant octopus, continuously firing 10 cannons at it. The giant octopus could do nothing to Su Yuan and was very upset. He stretched out his tentacles, grabbed the unfortunate seawolf, and threw it towards Su Yuan's survival base. With a loud bang, the monster crashed into the titanium armor with a dull metallic sound but did not cause any damage. Ha 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 ha, you are completely dumbfounded, huh? If you have the courage, you can fly up and bite me. Su Yuan laughed triumphantly. Roar, roar, if you have the courage, come down. The giant octopus stretched out its tentacles towards Su Yuan again. This time, it really despised Su Yuan. Master, it seems to despise you again. Xiao Yu bit her finger and said, Damn it, do you think I'm an idiot? If you have the courage, get up. Su Yuan scolded the giant octopus while firing 10 giant cannons at it, testing it with ice and fire. The giant octopus couldn't take it anymore and propped up its huge body with its 8 tentacles on the ground, trying to use the power of its tentacles to catapult itself onto Su Yuan's base. Wow, you can still act like that? Su Yuan hurriedly lifted up the survival base. But it was too late. The giant octopus dropped like a cannonball and soared above the base. Damn, you really think you can bite me like that? Smart anti-aircraft laser artillery, fire! 1,080 laser cannons fired at the same time, and a powerful laser beam shot the giant octopus straight into the sky. The giant octopus did not expect that. As a strange beast in the depths of the sea, it would one day touch the clouds in the sky and burst into an angry roar. His huge body was pierced by laser beams like a sieve and fell to the ground from the air. But he didn't die, and his incredible life force quickly brought him back to normal. It was just that his size was reduced to about 150 meters. My God, he didn't die like that, did he? The giant octopus knew that it couldn't do anything to Su Yuan, so it simply drilled into the ground and wanted to enter the Haicheng survival base from underground. Roar, roar, wait until I'm full, then I'll come and take care of you. But before the giant octopus's body could finally disappear underground, a series of bombs fell from the sky, piercing the ground, exploding and destroying it again. The giant octopus felt that it had never felt so wronged, as if it had many abilities that it could not use. The escaped giant octopus rushed straight to the entrance of the Haicheng survival base, and streams of poison gushed out from its mouth. The thick concrete exploded, and was then continuously corroded by the inky black poison. The guards hiding at the entrance suffered heavy losses. One by one, the beast lords took the opportunity and enthusiastically rushed in. However, they were met by ferocious zombies. Chris had already dealt with most of the creatures inside the base, and it would be easy to leave the remaining creatures to the guards. Chris's zombie army had surpassed the hundreds of thousands. The hapless Lord-level Black Eel King was surrounded by hundreds of zombie crocodile sharks. Soon he was devoured like sharp stripes. With the advantage in numbers and facing zombies that do not fear death, even Lord-level beasts find it difficult to deal with them. Because once a Lord-level beast is injured, it will become infected, and the zombie virus will continue to infiltrate their bodies, greatly reducing their attack power until they completely turn into zombies. Outside, Su Yuan continued to bombard the giant king octopus with a giant cannon. The giant king octopus ignored him, used its tentacles to dig a larger hole, and drilled into it. Damn horse, careless, New Dali, hurry up and stop it. New Dali and the others immediately followed the giant king octopus and fired laser cannons at it. Roar! Roar! Get out of my way when I'm full! The giant king octopus extended its tentacles and lashed out at New Dali and the others. It beat New Dali and the others while crawling towards the Haicheng survival base. It soon encountered other Lord A-level monsters and the Chris zombie army. Chris also saw a beast the size of a king octopus for the first time. She could not estimate the strength of the king octopus and continued to let the zombie army test it. The king octopus had 8 tentacles, and when pulled hard, many zombies would explode. Finally, the zombie bit the king octopus's tentacles. But the king octopus didn't seem to feel it. Normal zombie viruses can't do anything to the king octopus anymore unless the zombie virus in Chris's body mutates and becomes stronger. Roar, roar, damn! Why is it so hard to eat a full meal? The giant king octopus waved its tentacles and continued to beat up the zombies. There were so many zombies that it blocked its path. Outside, after confirming that there were no people at the entrance of the Haicheng survival base, Su Yuan and Huadu used a giant cannon to bombard the giant king octopus. Since the Haicheng survival base was built on the principle of a submarine, in case of an emergency, the area where the giant octopus was located could be isolated, and Su Yuan could safely bomb it. Su Yuan used the giant cannon to continuously shoot ultra-high temperature lasers, bombarding the thick layer of concrete outside, revealing the giant octopus trapped inside. In front of the giant octopus were hundreds of thousands of zombies. Beasts that originally came with him were also infected with the zombie virus and became part of the siege. Behind the zombie army were New Dali and the others, who continuously bombarded the giant octopus with laser cannons. Chris hid behind, dodging the giant octopus's attacks while controlling the zombie army to attack the giant octopus in an organized manner. I saw a group of thousands of zombie crocodile sharks circling behind the giant octopus, trying to bite its head. The giant octopus raised 2 tentacles and struck him. Thousands of zombie crocodile sharks were instantly smashed into the meat patties. Then the giant octopus immediately spat out a mouthful of poison, and all the meat patties were eaten away by the black liquid. The giant octopus also moved its body in disgust, afraid that it would be stained with black liquid. Roar, roar! Damn it! What a disgusting thing! The giant octopus thinks that zombies are the most disgusting creatures in the world. At this time, New Dali and the other laser cannons fired. The laser beams rained down on the giant octopus, which gave off the smell of roasted octopus. The giant octopus roared in pain, desperately pushing the zombies away with its tentacles, and pounced on New Dali and the others. God, this giant octopus is too good at fighting. Su Yuan saw this scene through a multifunctional satellite. If the giant octopus infiltrates the survival base, who can stop it? Fortunately, it can't fly. If it can fly, Su Yuan feels that he can't resist it. Bomb! 2 laser cannons fired simultaneously, and the giant octopus that was about to pounce on New Dali and the others was swept away. Roar! Roar! You are shameless and only know how to attack from behind. The giant octopus roared and cursed Su Yuan angrily. Su Yuan shot 3 of its tentacles. Xiaoyu, why is he cursing again? Xiaoyu tilted her head and thought for a moment, Master, are you a scoundrel? A scoundrel? I am openly cursing, Su Yuan exclaimed, and the 2 incredibly cold cannons released 2 more streams of ultra-low temperature, freezing the 3 tentacles of the giant king octopus into pieces. Damn it, I'll destroy your tentacles first, and then I'll see how cool you are. Right after that, boom, 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 several cannons flew out, and the remaining tentacles of the giant king octopus were also swept away. However, the giant king octopus soon grew new tentacles, but due to continuous and rapid regeneration, its body shrank again, reaching more than 120 meters. God, I can't believe I can't kill you today. Su Yuan continued to fire cannons at the giant octopus and asked New Dali and the others to stop it from escaping. The octopus was extremely annoyed and wanted to drill into the ground, failing to hit Su Yuan. Hoo, don't stop me. I want to go back to the deep sea. The food outside is too deep and tasteless. However, the giant octopus just dug a hole with its tentacles, and before it could hide in it, it was surrounded by an army of zombies. New Dali and the big cat also rushed up, each grabbing 1 tentacle of the giant octopus. When the giant octopus finally dealt with New Dali and the others, Su Yuan's giant cannon also reloaded and could fire again. After firing 10 giant cannons, the giant octopus's body shrank back to 90 meters. Zhao Yu, do you think it will die if I hit its head next time? Master, it shouldn't. He can regenerate at an incredible speed, and his life force should be his heart. But he doesn't have just one heart. Oh my God, this life force is too strong. Su Yuan was forced to abandon the idea of immediately getting rid of the giant king octopus and slowly devouring it, gradually grinding it to death. Thus, from noon to evening, he bombarded the giant king octopus, and its size finally shrank to 30 meters. His strength has also been greatly reduced, making it impossible to escape. Hundreds of thousands of Chris's zombies have also been killed by the giant king octopus. Now he can only rely on New Dali, Da Mao, and the others to hold off the giant king octopus. Time of the giant cannon has finally arrived, and Su Yuan is ready to deliver the final blow. New Dali and the others released the tentacles of the giant king octopus, and 5 laser cannons fired at the same time. A bright flash of light. Like the sun rising in the dark night, the earth hummed and vibrated. Immediately after, 5 incredibly cold cannons began bombarding at the same time. The ultra-low temperature cold flow seemed to freeze everything and time. Wherever he passed, the air crackled with cold. The smoke cleared, and there was no trace of the giant king octopus. Damn it, it's finally dead. Su Yuan excitedly swung his fist. Master, it's strange. Why didn't you get the survival reward when it died? Xiao Yu frowned. Su Yuan was also stunned. Oh my God, did the system hack my reward? Then New Dali and the others continued to clear the area of alien beasts. With the death of the giant king octopus, the flood of alien beasts attacking Haicheng gradually retreated. However, they did not return to the sea, but went to capture other survival bases. The battle between humans and alien creatures will continue. Everything that Su Yuan did in Haicheng, Hapili saw. She did not take any action, but only organized teams to go to new survival bases and rescue people. Zari did not want to stay on the ground for too long. He wanted to return to the dinosaur world in the center of the Earth to solve the problem of unfair treatment of low-level dinosaurs. He wanted to unite all low-level dinosaurs. He did not want his future children to suffer the same way he did. Zari came to Hapili's spaceship to meet him. Captain Hapili, we've been in the human world for a few days now. You should know something about the mysterious Mr. Super. I think we should avenge Hapili. Hapili looked at Zari coldly. Zari immediately knelt down. Zari, you must understand your status. You are just a low-level dinosaur. You have no right to tell me how to act. Zari gritted his teeth and lowered his head. To deal with disasters, we need not only strong individuals, but also strong civilizations. Now we need more people to support us. Let them deal with Mr. Su and help us confront the disaster. Zari did not understand Hapili's intentions. He knew he couldn't convince Hapili, so he had to find another way to return to the dinosaur world in the center of the Earth. At this time, the sky over Midu gradually brightened, and Hapili expressed her attitude towards all the survival bases. Su Yuan was her enemy. Either take her side or become her enemy. Oken quickly called a meeting of Midu's top management to discuss. Gentlemen, Happy is forcing us to make a choice. Whose side do you think Midu should be on in the future? Mr. Chief, I think we should side with the dinosaur people. They have an advanced civilization, and they are willing to help us. Besides, if you go out now and see, happiness has earned a good reputation in the hearts of people. I think so too. Mr. Su hasn't shown up yet, and we don't know if he's a Blue Star native or an alien. He didn't give us any benefits, but he cheated us out of our supplies. Midu made a decision, expressing support for happiness, but still wanted to ask for more benefits, so he quietly joined with other survival bases. Happy also knows that the main survival bases are greedy. She said dinosaurs could help humans build the perfect survival base that could prevent any disasters and is willing to provide biotechnology to help humans improve the quality of seeds so more people can eat. But to obtain this scientific and technical information and win the friendship of Hapili, It is necessary to launch a nuclear weapon at Su Yuan. The main survival bases continue to trade with Hapili. Remember the domain name of the first website, twkan.com. Su Yuan worked hard all day, ate dinner, and returned to the bedroom. Damn it, today's work was wasted, Su Yuan complained. The giant king octopus should have turned into ashes, but it didn't have any survival points, which was wrong. Xiao Yu, is the giant octopus still alive? Master, it should be alive. The system can't make a mistake. If it's not dead, where can it run to? Su Yuan asked New Dali and others to search for a long time, but they could not find the giant octopus. In fact, the giant octopus had already decided to cut off its tentacles in order to survive. It knew that it would be difficult for it to escape, so it cut off a tentacle. The tentacle dug into the ground like a python, making its way to the Haicheng survival base. After the giant octopus was torn to pieces, its tentacles regenerated at an incredible speed, and it turned into a giant octopus again, but its size was greatly reduced to 2 meters. He crawled silently across the ground and slipped quietly into the dormitory building. The dormitory was filled with normal humans, still in shock. The men were holding shotguns and the women were holding kitchen knives. They were told that most of the alien creatures in the outside world had been destroyed. Don't come out yet. The guards were still cleaning the carpets. They were talking, happy to be alive, and occasionally looking at the door and windows. Suddenly, a small boy screamed in panic, "There's a strange beast! Where is it?" All eyes were on the boy's finger, but nothing was visible in the dark crack of the door. Looking back, I saw how the tentacle of a giant octopus, like a python, drilled a passage and swallowed the man. Then several clicks were heard, and the bones of the man were broken. Then the man was swallowed alive. At this time, the people grabbed shotguns and continued shooting. The bullets pierced the tentacles of the giant octopus, but in an instant, the wounds were completely healed. The giant octopus behind the door, with 8 tentacles, attacked 4 of the dorms at once and devoured them. But he wasn't full and continued to devour. Every time he swallowed a person, his body became a little bigger. Roar! Roar! Finally, there's something to eat! The giant octopus roared excitedly. Soon, the abnormality raised alarm here, and the guards rushed here in desperation. The guards evacuated ordinary people, shooting the giant octopus with machine guns. But the giant octopus didn't care about the machine gun fire, and its 8 tentacles devoured people without a twinge of conscience. The guards used grenades and rockets, but they couldn't do anything with the giant octopus. Body grew bigger and bigger, and soon it was more than 10 meters long. The Haicheng survival base couldn't do anything about the giant octopus, so they had to notify Su Yuan. Su Yuan jumped up from the sofa after learning the whereabouts of the giant octopus. "Damn it! We can't let him escape this time." Then Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to catch the giant octopus. The giant octopus had now shrunk in size, and its strength had been greatly reduced. When it saw New Dali and the others, it immediately avoided them and attacked crowded places. Had no choice, and he couldn't use the giant cannon to blow up the Haicheng survival base. He could only ask New Dali and the others to evacuate the crowd and surround the giant octopus. But the giant octopus is very cunning. Seeing that there was no one in the area, it hid underground. Man and the lightning rabbit also hurried to catch up with the giant octopus. The giant octopus sprayed him with poison, continuing to dig holes with its remaining tentacles, trying to return to the depths of the sea. Man and lightning rabbit were not far behind, and they were shooting laser guns at the giant octopus non-stop. On the other hand, New Dali, Big Cat and others, taking advantage of Mouseman's location, were digging the ground in the path that the giant octopus would pass, waiting for it. The giant octopus changed the direction of its burrow several times, and New Dali and the others also changed places. After a long time of tossing and turning, the giant octopus was finally caught. Su Yuan instructed New Dali and the others to catch the giant octopus intact and not let it escape. So, New Dali grabbed the 4 tentacles of the giant octopus and walked in front, and the big cat followed behind, also holding 4 tentacles. Baji carried the body of the giant octopus in the middle. Man, Lightning Rabbit, and Silly Sheep stood guard to prevent the giant octopus from performing tricks to break off its arms in order to survive or escape from its shell. The giant octopus continued to struggle, but it did not have enough strength to break free from New Dali and the others. As soon as he tried to spray poison on New Dali and the others, he was shot by laser machine guns from Mouseman and the others. Before the poison was sprayed, his head was shot into a sieve by a laser. Soon, the giant octopus was carried out into the open space of Dot. Xiaoyu, how can we completely kill the giant octopus without giving it a single chance to escape? Su Yuan looked at the giant octopus lying on the ground of the survival base through the multifunctional satellite screen. Xiaoyu sat down next to him, propped his chin up with his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "Master, this terrifying giant octopus has 9 hearts, located in its 8 tentacles and body. Master, you can try shooting him with a laser gun at the same time to see if he can recover at an incredible speed. If he can still recover at an incredible speed, then all we can do is use the old method of absorbing him piece by piece. Then let's try it first." Due to the lack of manpower, Mouseman, Lightning Rabbit, and Silly Sheep can only shoot 6 hearts even if they shoot with both hands at the same time, and there are still 3 hearts missing. New Dali, Big Cat, and Bajie control the giant octopus and can't spare their hands. Su Yuan is ready to put on the auxiliary fur and do it himself. Although there are no more strange beasts around, for the sake of safety, Su Yuan still took Chris with him and spent 1.5 billion survival points to buy an intelligent attack robot. Christ, Master, I am the number. 7 fighter. A red python appeared in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan retreated in fear. God, there's a snake robot too. Christ, yes, Master, I'm a power-type attack robot too. You look like a big sharp stripe, so from now on, you'll be called Sharp Stripe. Christ, okay, Master. Then spent another 4.2 billion survival points to upgrade the sharp bar to level 3. Su Yuan put on the auxiliary mech, took the laser gun, and descended to the ground. Roar, roar, roar! The king octopus continued to roar at Su Yuan, and one of its tentacles violently rushed forward, but New Dali immediately pulled it back. Damn horse, you still despise me? Roar, roar, roar! If you have the courage, challenge me! The king octopus roared defiantly. Su Yuan understood the roar of the octopus and said disdainfully, "Shh, I'll let you fight us alone." The octopus glared at Su Yuan. Ignoring the octopus's gaze, Su Yuan ordered Mouseman and the others to get ready, take the laser guns, and shoot at the octopus together. Su Yuan used a laser gun to aim at the main heart in the giant octopus's body, while Mouseman and the others aimed at the secondary hearts in the giant octopus's 8 tentacles with their left and right hands at the same time. Chris's hands were on the side. When she shouted start, Su Yuan and the others fired at the same time. Remember the domain name of the first website twkan.com, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of several laser shots was followed by the smell of burning. Su Yuan and the others continuously used laser guns to shoot all the hearts of the giant octopus into the sieves. The giant octopus's body violently shook several times and finally froze. Damn it, it's finally over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the terrifying beast and receiving 1 trillion survival points. 1 trillion? Su Yuan couldn't believe it. It was so much. Think about how hard it was to kill. This trillion wasn't easy to earn. It was already past 3 o'clock in the night and dawn would soon break. Su Yuan yawned and led Chris, New Dali and the others back to the survival base. After washing his face, Su Yuan went to bed without thinking about anything and immediately fell asleep. It was not until 11 o'clock the next morning that Su Yuan got out of bed. After dinner, Su Yuan checked the crops. Yesterday's daily income was slightly lower at 14.7 billion survival points. The main survival bases were busy dealing with the aftermath of natural disasters, and there were fewer people exchanging supplies and food. After that, Su Yuan prepared to open the forum to check the information. Ding, do you have a call request? Would you like to answer? Luo Qin called again. Su Yuan decided to answer. Hello, Mr. Su. Thank you for saving millions of people in Haicheng. We are preparing the supplies we promised you and will deliver them soon. Su Yuan also offered a very favorable price for Huadu. It is not calculated by the number of shots of giant cannons, but directly by 200 million kilograms of supplies. As for survival points, it is also 20 billion. Mr. Luo, you are too polite. When you have enough supplies in the coming days, just let me know. Ah, Su Yuan said with a smile. Mr. Su, I have bad news too. Happily is going to attack you. She asked Mida and the other survival bases to launch nuclear weapons at you and forced us to join her. We refused her. Su Yuan was shocked. He was busy yesterday and didn't know about it. However, he was not afraid. The speed of his survival base reached Mach 12, and he also had an intelligent anti-aircraft laser artillery. Mr. Su, if you agree, you can cooperate with us. In the future, disasters will become more and more serious. To overcome disasters, we need not only strong individuals, but also strong groups. Su Yuan did not want to cooperate, but was afraid that someone would use the technology or weapons he provided and attack him. Therefore, Su Yuan always gave priority to self-development. Only if he is strong can he cooperate honestly. Otherwise, he will become prey to others. When Luo Qin mentioned cooperation, Su Yuan thought about it and found that he seemed to have everything except supplies. I don't know how Mr. Luo is going to cooperate with me. Mr. Su, although our Huadu may not have the same technology as you, we have abundant human, material, and other resources. Whatever Mr. Su needs, we, Huadu, will fully cooperate and provide him with all-round assistance. For example, this time, to deal with Hapil, we can not only provide accurate intelligence, but also send missiles to intercept various weapons of survival bases such as Midu. Luo Qin talked a lot, fervently hoping that Su Yuan would cooperate with them, because Huadu was also under great pressure. Now they were alone against Hapil, Midu, and other survival bases. Su Yuan thought for a moment and felt that Luo Qin's words were reasonable, and he couldn't push everyone around. Mr. Luo, I can cooperate with you, Huadu, but I still need to think about the specific details of the cooperation and some special requirements. Su Yuan felt that since they were cooperating, he should take the lead and become the one in the fight against natural disasters, alien creatures, and dinosaurs. If Huadu did not agree, he did not need to cooperate. Su Yuan and Luo Qin ended the conversation, and Su Yuan went into the chat to check the message. Damn it, I want to see who's so bold as to launch a nuclear weapon at me. Soon, Su Yuan found a joint announcement on the internet published by the survival bases of Midu, Quandu, Fudu, and Tanaka. In the face of disaster, everyone is equal. Only by uniting can we defeat it. We will create a union of people and cooperate with the great Lady Hapili. She is willing to provide us with advanced technology so that we can deal with the disaster together. Su Yuan quickly looked through it. Su Yuan found that although survival bases such as Midu did not make a clear statement about using nuclear weapons against Su Yuan, they had already sided with Hapili. As long as Hapili gave enough advantages, they took action. And countless people below expressed their support. Most of these people wanted to become dinosaur people, go to the dinosaur world and enjoy life. They are just a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Whoever gives you milk is your mother. Xiaoyu, blacklist all the survival bases and organizations that have joined the Human Alliance, as well as those humans who want to join the dinosaurs. These people will never be allowed to use the virtual mall, stores, and chat rooms, Su Yuan said coldly. Xiaoyu had never seen Su Yuan so angry before, and she shuddered. Okay, master. Soon discovered that the official Midu survival base account had been blacklisted, and he could no longer post information on the forum. At the same time, Oken was unable to log into the virtual shopping mall to exchange food. The store he opened was also blacklisted, and all the supplies stored in the virtual warehouse were confiscated by Su Yuan. Furthermore, if Oken wanted to contact other survival bases, he could only use satellite phones. It was 10,000 times more difficult than using the system chat, and the satellite phones often froze due to the weather. My God, what was going on? Tanaka, who was far away in Hundu, had finally collected a batch of supplies and had just exchanged them for food. But before he could take it out, he was blacklisted. Baka! Tanaka was furious, but he couldn't do anything. Without being able to enter the virtual shopping mall or open a store, they would be left without food and forced to starve. At the survival base, Fudu Side also looked dejected. He was talking to his secret girlfriend, but suddenly he couldn't hear anything. Without a system chat, how could he handle so many girls? Su Yuan immediately blacklisted almost a fifth of the accounts. Anyone who expressed a desire to become a dinosaur man was blacklisted. That was just the beginning. As things progressed, more and more accounts were blacklisted. Then Su Yuan began to put antiviral drugs on the shelves. He planned to first cut off the wave of local tyrants, put 300 antiviral drugs on the shelves, earn 450 billion survival points, and then distribute a large number of antiviral drugs throughout Huadu, limiting it to one drug per person and at a price of 100 kilograms. This was a discount given by the Huadu leadership, who were forced to side with him despite the pressure. Su Yuan then considered the matter of cooperating with Huadu. Xiaoyu, does the system have a way to control people's hearts? Teacher, the system does not have such a function. Although there is no system, the master can develop it himself. Even if it cannot control people's hearts, it can at least help the master distinguish between good and bad. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Xiaoyu was right. Instead of blindly trusting others, it is better to develop an effective system. So all day long, Su Yuan thought about how to develop such a system. In the evening, Su Yuan finally came up with a bold idea. He wanted to create and develop a grasshopper community rating system. He treated all the people who collaborated with him as grasshoppers tied to a rope like himself. Everyone had only one goal: to withstand disasters, survive, and have common values. The grasshopper rating function gave everyone a rating. The higher the rating, the higher the authority, and the more advanced technologies they will have access to in the future. At the same time, he was going to add a loyalty training function to the grasshopper rating function. It was just a startup. He turned on the multifunctional computer, recorded all the creations, and gradually improved them. Su Yuan worked until 9 o'clock in the evening before he was ready to take a break and have dinner. At the same time, at the Midu survival base, it was already morning. Hapilimo used advanced dinosaur communication technology to set up a multi-site synchronous video conference and held a meeting directly with the leaders of the main survival bases such as Oken, Side, Wright, and Tanaka. Hello everyone, I am the Great Hapilimo. I gathered you here today to show you how beautiful and thriving our dinosaur world is. Having said that, Hapilimo played a video. It tells the story of 50 people who were lucky enough to visit the dinosaur world. They boarded a flying ship and arrived in the dinosaur world in the center of the earth, where they were warmly welcomed by Hapilim. Here are the most comfortable conditions: the cleanest air, the cleanest water, as well as super-fast transport and a variety of entertainment. It is much more prosperous than the human world before the disaster. These people do not want to go back. They eat natural vegetables, fruits, and various meats there. I just want to ask you, do you want such a life? If so, cooperate with me, Hapili. I will never enslave anyone. We will cooperate with each other. If you agree, your family and children can go to our world and enjoy a happy life like in paradise. After Hapili fired the sugar bullets, she showed the dinosaurs high-tech weapons. Advanced mechs, advanced electromagnetic weapons, laser weapons, ion, energy weapons, etc. I'll give you 1 day to think about it. Whoever attacks Mr. Su first will have priority over my friendship. Happily tried her best to be friendly and kind, but she had a head like a dinosaur, and in the eyes of Okun and the others, no matter how she looked terrible. Okun did not express his position. He needed to discuss this with the leadership of Midu. Side and Right were also silent. Only Tanaka immediately declared that he was ready to declare war on Su Yuan immediately. But he had no weapons to show, and he had few subordinates. Hapili looked down on him. Then the video conference ended. Oken quickly called a meeting. Gentlemen, what do you say? Should we act immediately? Mr. Chief Officer, I think we should act first. We can't let the other survival bases take away our benefit. That's what I mean. Since you've decided to support Hapili, don't worry so much. Oken hesitated. But Mr. Su is in Huadu territory. Do we need to notify Huadu in advance? Oken didn't want to anger Huadu and start a nuclear war. Mr. Chief Officer, I think we can talk to Huadu. I think even though they don't support Hapili, they don't dare to oppose Hapili. I think Huadu just wants to wait for the price. You never know when they will come to ask Hapili. After the meeting, Oken immediately contacted Hapili and said that he would immediately launch 5 nuclear warheads at Su Yuan. Hapili smiled coldly. She didn't care how many nuclear warheads Midu's survival base would launch, she only cared about his attitude. Once you're on her ship, don't think about getting off. Huadu quickly received news from Midu. A meeting was immediately held to discuss it. In the end, it was decided to intercept Midu's nuclear weapon, not only to help Su Yuan, but also for Huadu, and no violations were allowed. Su Yuan, who had just fallen asleep, woke up again. Master, Huadu has important information for you. Su Yuan, who had fallen asleep, did not answer Luo Qin's call. Huadu decided to inform Su Yuan by radio. Su Yuan yawned and called Luo Qin via chat. Luo Qin immediately replied, "Hello, Mr. Su. We have received a message from Midu that they are going to use nuclear weapons to bombard you. Thank you, Mr. Luo. They are inviting death upon themselves, and I will make them pay a heavy price for it." Su Yuan hung up the phone and immediately began preparing to defend against Midu's nuclear weapons. First, Su Yuan assigned the multifunctional satellite to track movements around the world. When the missile was launched, it would be captured immediately, and its flight path would be sent to Su Yuan at any time. Su Yuan then ordered New Dali and the others to fly out of the survival base to be ready to intercept the missile with laser cannons at any time. At this moment, the titanium plate opened, revealing an intelligent laser air defense system. Once the missile approaches the survival base within a few thousand meters, the intelligent laser air defense system will be able to lock onto the missile and launch an attack. Finally, Su Yuan's trump card is 2 intelligent flying ships. The intelligent flying ships are linked to the production base system, set to automatic control mode, and have a pre-installed program. If all defenses fail, the 2 intelligent flying ships will actively attack with interceptor missiles. In addition, Su Yuan also launched intelligent laser drones to form a defensive circle. It may not make much of a difference, but it could be useful. Damn it, no matter how many nuclear warheads you bring, I'll bomb them all. Su Yuan fought hard. After discussing with the top leadership of Fudu, Said, the leader of Fudu, decided to launch 3 missiles and carry nuclear weapons to bombard Su Yuan. Said also made a little joke by declaring online that Su Yuan is the main enemy of Fudu. After the zombies invaded Fudu, they continued to blackmail and extort supplies from Fudu. Said also gave various examples to show that in order to pay for Su Yuan's supplies, many people in Fudu tragically died on the way to get supplies. In fact, this is all fiction. After Su Yuan left Fudu, Said simply borrowed Su Yuan's name to collect a lot of supplies. And this batch of supplies became the activity fund of the high-ranking officials of Fudu. But once this news became public, the common people in Fudu who did not know the truth hated Su Yuan. In contrast, Hapili continued to send people to help Fudu resist various disasters such as snowstorms, earning the praise of the people of Fudu. Seeing this, Wright hurriedly made a statement to take back the friendship medal given to Su Yuan, and claimed that Su Yuan had deceived Badu's feelings. Such things always happen in large survival bases. Boom! Nuclear missiles took off and headed towards Su Yuan's survival base. Su Yuan first detected the flight path of 5 missiles through a multifunctional satellite. Damn, finally! Su Yuan was equipped with power-level auxiliary equipment, ready to activate the survival base at any time to avoid the missiles. At this time, several more missiles flew out from Huadu territory. The goal was clear: to intercept Midu's missile. Huadu's missile interception system was the most advanced in human history, and it quickly captured Midu's missile and tracked it synchronously. When Okun learned of Huadu's missile launch, his face turned green. Damn, damn, where did Huadu get such courage? In the sky, 3 missiles with nuclear weapons were successfully intercepted by Huadu. The nuclear weapons exploded like 3 rising suns. Well done, Su Yuan said excitedly. Su Yuan also saw this scene through the multifunctional satellite. It's nice to have an ally. The remaining 2 missiles failed to intercept and continued to bombard Su Yuan. Soon, both missiles arrived above Su Yuan's survival base. At an altitude of thousands of meters, the missile warheads shattered into hundreds of fragments, many of which were decoys to create interference. The intelligent anti-aircraft laser artillery system quickly locked onto the missiles and fired laser beams. Regardless of whether they were true or false, all the warheads were intercepted. The nuclear explosion was repeated, and a bright light illuminated most of Huadu. The shockwave also spread in all directions, but she could no longer threaten Su Yuan, who was thousands of meters away from the epicenter of the powerful explosion. Damn, this is easier than I thought. Su Yuan laughed excitedly. His previous preparations were completely useless. He did not expect that the missiles could be intercepted by relying solely on the intelligent anti-aircraft laser artillery system. Oken and other senior officials in Midu were very depressed, feeling that the missiles they launched had no effect. They discussed launching 10 more missiles, and Oken took the initiative to contact high-ranking officials in Huadu. You are not qualified to intercept our missiles in Midu. Huadu ignored Oken and continued intercepting. 7 of the 10 missiles were intercepted. The other 3 did not pose any threat to Su Yuan and were easily intercepted by the intelligent laser artillery air defense systems. Midu continued to contact Fudu, Badu, and other survival bases to put pressure on Huadu. You, Huadu, should take care of yourselves and not act against all of humanity. Mr. Su is the common enemy of all of humanity. Huadu said that your human alliance has no right to represent all of humanity, let alone violate Huadu's airspace. Oken was furious and teamed up with Fudu, Badu, and other survival bases to launch another 30 missiles at Su Yuan. This time, Huadu's missile interception system only intercepted 18 missiles. The remaining 12 missiles flew over Su Yuan's survival base. The intelligent laser artillery air defense systems fired lasers and destroyed most of the warheads. The remaining fish that slipped through the net were also destroyed by New Dali and others using laser cannons. Then Su Yuan decided to counterattack to hold the other survival bases that were ready to surrender to Hapili. Since Midu and the other survival bases decided to launch nuclear weapons at him, he could use the same method to counterattack. Then spent 800 billion survival points to buy intelligent missile launchers, hypersonic missiles, and multiple warhead nuclear weapons. Intelligent missile launcher. Level 1. Can launch 20 missiles at a time. Su Yuan only bought 3 hypervelocity missiles to test the effect. The smart missile launcher is linked to the survival base system. When Su Yuan gives the order to attack, it will automatically activate and launch. Rumble, 3 black missiles took off, and their speed was much faster than the Midu missiles. The Midu missile interception system was even more unable to intercept them. Soon, Oken also learned that the missile was heading towards Midu and would soon land at the Midu survival base. Gentlemen, what should we do? He really has the guts to fight back. All of Midu's senior officers grimaced. Mr. Chief Officer, let's get Hapili to help as soon as possible, otherwise Midu is finished. Yeah, there's no way we can intercept such a fast missile. Oken had no choice but to ask Hapili for help. Hapili said, "Don't worry, she will take care of everything." On Hapili's spaceship, the air defense interception system was ready. Heavy electromagnetic artillery and laser cannon were ready to fire at any moment. Zari and the others were also ordered to prepare to intercept the missiles. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, 3 super-fast black missiles fell from the sky, their speed increasing more and more. Zari and the others controlled the flying ships and fired laser cannons at the black missiles. The heavy electromagnetic artillery also spewed out high-speed projectiles, forming a fire net to intercept the missiles. I saw the high-speed missiles and warheads fly away, and hundreds of nuclear warheads scattered and fell to the ground of Midu. One by one, the warheads were bombarded with heavy electromagnetic artillery flashing with bright light. Although most of the warheads were intercepted, a few fish still slipped through the net, escaping the fire net and ending up at Midu's survival base located thousands of meters above ground. Zari and the others quickly fired laser cannons at the Midu survival base to prevent the warheads from hitting it. But it was too late, and the warhead missed. Then a bright mushroom cloud rose, quickly covering a tenth of the Midu survival base. The power of this warhead was not very high, and since the Midu survival base was underground, there was a thick layer of concrete around it, so there were few casualties. However, unfortunately, the place where Okun and other high-ranking Midu officials were located was caught in the explosion. Okun was so scared that he wet himself and took a crap and crawled under the table. "Oh my God, we're done for." Okun covered his head with both hands and let out a terrifying roar. Several of his hapless colleagues were crushed to death by concrete blocks crushed by the explosion. Upon learning that Su Yuan was counterattacking, Fudu, Badu, and other survival bases rushed to ask Hapili for help, fearing that Su Yuan would also launch missiles at them. Hapili immediately agreed to their request and sent 2 groups of 24 flying ships. Said, the chief officer of Fudu, urgently called all the senior officers of Fudu to a meeting. "Gentlemen, what should we do? Haven't the happily flying ships arrived yet? With our own missile interception system, we definitely won't be able to intercept Mr. Su's super-fast missiles." Sid shook his head bitterly. "Soon. Sid, you must take full responsibility for this matter. If you hadn't insisted on siding with Hapili, we wouldn't be so passive." Sid frowned and stood up, placing his hands on the table. "Damn it! If something goes wrong, it's my responsibility. If you all disagree, how dare I give the order to attack Mr. Su alone? You all want Hapili's technology." While Said and the others were arguing, a guard pushed open the office door. "Mr. Chief Officer, a missile is flying towards us at high speed." Said was so scared that he sat down on a chair. "Faster! Faster! Intercept her! Intercept her at any cost." At the same time, Chief Officer Badu Wright gave the same order. After Su Yuan launched 3 hypervelocity missiles at Meade, he acquired 2 more hypervelocity missiles and a nuclear weapon with multiple warheads. Although he knew that the real enemy was Hapil, he still wanted to contain the greedy leaders of Fudu, Badu, and other survival bases. However, he did not want to force everyone to switch sides and allow Hapil to benefit. Therefore, he still targeted the places where the high-ranking officials of Fudu, Badu, and others were located. The 2 hyperspeed missiles quickly reached the sky above Fudu and Badu and then dispersed, forming multiple warheads that fell toward the survival bases of Fudu and Badu. Flying fleets sent by Happy, along with Fudu and Badu, tried to intercept the nuclear warheads at all costs. However, 1 or 2 warheads still fell on the ground of Fudu and Badu. A thunderous explosion was heard, and a huge mushroom cloud shone in the sky. 1/10 of the 2 main survival bases, Fudu and Badu, collapsed, and all the high-ranking people were buried, falling into a state of facelessness. Then, Hapili desperately sent robots to save them. Several hours later, the high-ranking men of the 3 main survival bases, including Oken, Seed, and Wright, were dug out of the ruins. Although they were all seriously injured, Hapili needed them and saved them at any cost. Hapili expressed her willingness to send flying ships to seek justice for the survival bases such as Midu, Fudu, and Badu, and get rid of Su Yuan for them. And she also wanted to take action against Huadu, claiming that Huadu was a traitor to all mankind. But Hapili did not announce when she wanted to take action. Instead, she continued to recruit a large number of Midu people and went to the world of the dinosaur people. Only when 100,000 people had gathered, Hapili ordered Zari to lead 12 flying ships to escort the 100,000 Midu people recruited in those days to the center of the Earth. These Midu people rode in flying vehicles on Hapili's spaceship. This type of transport is specifically used by dinosaurs to carry supplies. This time, Hapili came out and brought 2,000 flying vehicles to transport the recruited Midu people. 20 hours later, These Midu people arrived in the dinosaur world. But what greeted them was a cold robot, and they were forced to inject biological agents. The biological agent would increase their strength, speed, and endurance, but it would consume their lives. Eventually, they donned auxiliary mechs equipped with various weapons and were forced to rush to the battlefield to stop the alien beasts for the sake of the dinosaurs. Although they resisted, they soon discovered that they could not use the weapons fired by the dinosaurs to attack the dinosaurs. Since all the support mechs they carried were equipped with intelligent systems, they were unable to move when they encountered abnormal conditions, and the dinosaurs did not kill them. After the punishment, they continued to allow them to resist the alien beasts. What they eat every day is not tasty vegetables and fruits, but a hard-to-swallow nutrient solution. One stick a day can cover the energy they consume throughout the day. Thanks to their participation, the pressure on the dinosaurs to resist the alien beasts was effectively reduced. For this reason, Hapimo has gained the support of a large number of dinosaurs and is likely to become the next commander-in-chief of the dinosaurs. After teaching a lesson to the survival bases such as Midu, Fudu, and Badu, and seeing that Hapali did not take any further action, Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others, as well as the intelligent laser drones and intelligent flying ships, to return to the survival base. Then bought 10 hypersonic missiles and multiple warhead nuclear weapons in case of emergency. If they were not used in the future, they could be used to bombard alien creatures. Over the next 2 days, Su Yuan continued to develop the grasshopper scoring function and loyalty training function. Su Yuan planned that all the high-tech equipment and weapons he would provide to Huadu in the future, including the equipment and weapons that Huadu designed and manufactured using the information he provided, would have to be linked to his survival-based system. In this way, he would be able to stop any high-tech equipment at any time, deprive others of the ability to use the equipment he provided to attack him. It was only on the morning of the 3rd day that Su Yuan attempted to develop the system's scoring function. Su Yuan opened the system and clicked the Develop button. The owner can develop new functions of the system. Please suggest new ideas. Each of your ideas will cost 30 million survival points. After the idea is approved by the system will automatically update and configure the new function. The host has to spend 1 billion survival points to use the new function after development. Damn it, system, you raised the price again. Su Yuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and develop the system. After subtracting the consumption of the past few days and adding the daily income of 2 days, Su Yuan had more than 425 billion survival points left in his hand. This was enough to spend on developing the system, so Su Yuan closed his eyes and began to think. The first time, failure. The second time, again a failure. The third time, again a failure. The 30th, a success. Ding. Congratulations to the host for developing the grasshopper scoring function. To use this function, you need to pay 1 billion survival points. Su Yuan directly turned on the grasshopper scoring function. Dean, the chat function is enabled and the host can click to view and use it. When the survival-based system was opened, the main menu of the system became Base, Shopping Center, Transaction, Store, Chat, Grasshopper, Processing, Experiment, Development, Lottery, Backpack, etc. Click on the grasshopper. The grasshopper scoring function setting dialog box will immediately appear. Su Yuan can add various requirements and the system will automatically match the evaluation plan according to Su Yuan's requirements. Those who pass the evaluation will automatically receive grasshopper points. 60 points means qualified, 80 points means excellent, and 90 points and above means Su Yuan can be trusted and can continue to participate in loyalty training. Subsequently, Su Yuan spent another 8.5 billion survival points to develop the loyalty training function. Training is to make others become Su Yuan's fans and always follow his example. And this will also earn points. If the loyalty score is over 70, they will not betray Su Yuan so easily. If the loyalty value exceeds 90, you can sacrifice for Su Yuan. With the 2 new system functions, Su Yuan can be confident in cooperating with Huadu. However, in order to test the effectiveness of these two new functions, he will select a portion of the staff for testing. After finishing this and having lunch, Su Yuan checked the progress of Mosaic and the others. The amount of dinosaur superalloys produced was quite sufficient. Su Yuan asked New Dali and the others to help Guazi weld the dinosaur superalloy parts onto the titanium armor. On the other hand, Mosaic and Xiao Bailun also developed high-quality soil. Su Yuan only needs to buy various mineral elements from the system shopping mall, process and turn ordinary soil into high-quality soil. This process takes 3 days. During these 3 days, no plants can be planted. However, compared to upgrading, buying various mineral elements is much cheaper and will only cost Su Yuan 50 billion survival points. Su Yuan handed over the cultivation and transformation of the land to Xiao Yu and asked him to bring Huang and other robots to cooperate with Mosaic and Xiao Bailong. Finally, Su Yuan contacted Luo Qin to discuss the plan and details of the cooperation, and also put forward many special requirements. Luo Qin was very happy to receive Su Yuan's call. After discussing with Su Yuan, he invited Su Yuan to Huadu and presented the cooperation plan to the Huadu leadership for a meeting. Huadu was also under great pressure these 2 days. Hapili used advanced dinosaur technology to restore the communications network for the Human Alliance led by Midu. All members of the Human Alliance can use the internet and communicate as before the disaster. At the same time, Hapili founded the Dinosaur Science Academy at the Midu Survival Base. All the experts from Midu and other survival bases can attend the Dinosaur Science Academy to gain advanced scientific and technological knowledge about dinosaurs. In addition, Hapili said it would develop high-quality grain seeds to feed more people within the next 3 months. Huadu was sidelined. In contrast, Hundu couldn't sit still and rushed to express his support for Hapili. Hapili also responded immediately, inviting Hundu to join the Human Alliance and allowing the robots to establish a communications network in Hundu. So many different voices were heard in Huadu. Although they were all suppressed, they were still undercurrents. In the end, there were many people who wanted to benefit from Hapili. After that, Su Yuan made a route and sent a survival base to Huadu. After opening the chat, Su Yuan found that everyone was writing about him and Hapili. Tell me, is it right or wrong that we support Mr. Su and follow Hapili? It's hard to say. The entire dinosaur-human civilization is behind Hapil, and Mr. Su seems to be just one person. However, the virtual shopping mall, chat forum, and other features we use now are much more advanced than the communication network Hapil built for survival bases like Midu. What this man said makes sense. Bases like Midu can no longer use the store function. All material transactions must be carried out through cargo transportation, which is very troublesome. You don't understand anything. Don't the experts and think tanks working at survival bases like Midu understand this as well as you? If they dared to support Hapil, they must have seen the great dinosaur-human civilization and the technologies demonstrated by Mr. Su. After the last blacklist, the chat forum was practically full of messages from Huadu residents. Su Yuan found that many people, for the sake of profit and to continue to use the virtual shopping mall, stores, and other functions, did not oppose him in words, but in their hearts they already supported the survival bases such as Midu and Hapilia. And Hapilia is also very smart. Created is also open to ordinary Huadu residents. If you have the conditions and equipment to access the internet, you can connect to her network. But it is completely closed to the Huadu leadership, and there is no way to control how many people represent Huadu's interests. Su Yuan felt it was necessary to get rid of this group of termites, so he began to evaluate them on a grasshopper scale. In this way, all users who can still use the virtual mall, forums, and stores will receive a system message. If you want to continue using system features such as the virtual shopping mall, you will need to complete the grasshopper assessment. Only those who score over 60 points will be able to continue using these system features. Ning Ruolan had just bought clothes from the store and wanted to buy daily necessities such as toothpaste and soap, but received a system message. She hesitated for a moment and decided to take the grasshopper assessment. Suddenly, a virtual world appeared in front of Ning Ruolan. The hawk grabbed Ning Ruolan's head. "Run!" Her familiar figure desperately pushed her away. At that moment, her mother had already died from the sudden attack of the strange beast. "Mother!" The scene in front of Ning Ruolan was so real that she immediately immersed herself in it. This was just one of the points in Grasshopper's assessment. The system simulated various familiar scenes and then gave you a score based on your instinctive reaction at that moment. And this test will continue to increase. And the final score will only be released after testing the most realistic instinctive reaction. After Ning Ruolan passed more than a dozen tests in various scenes, her final score reached 90 points. Then she activated the loyalty training function. She entered a new simulation scene again. This time, Su Yuan, who was simulated by the system, became the protagonist, and Ning Ruolan was more of a bystander. The system increased all of Su Yuan's advantages tenfold and presented them to Ning Ruolan, gradually turning Ning Ruolan into Su Yuan's follower. This situation also arose in front of Lian and the others. Lian was loyal and admired people who were more capable than him. And Su Yuan, who appeared before him, was even more loyal than him, and he crushed him in every way, be it physical fitness or IQ. The loyalty training function will continue to affect Ning Ruolan, Lian, and the others. After testing several scenes, the system will evaluate the initial loyalty value, and those who reach 55 will be further improved. Ning Ruolan was grateful to Su Yuan for saving Ning Cheng, so her loyalty value reached 70. The system also opened up a daily loyalty cultivation function for Ning Ruolan. Then Ning Ruolan discovered that in addition to the functions of the virtual mall, store, and chat forum, she also had a virtual training function. Function is a daily loyalty cultivation function. She silently read the virtual training in her heart, and the picture in front of her changed again. The system prompt sound also rang in her ears. Welcome to the virtual training ground. If you want to defeat the terrible disaster, you must strengthen yourself and unite with like-minded people. This system advancement sound is also a subtle hint. Every time Ning Ruolan enters the virtual training ground in the future, he will hear this hint sound. The virtual training ground can apparently train Ning Ruolan's strength, speed, endurance, and other physical qualities, but in fact, he still cultivates loyalty. Because the instructor of the virtual training ground is Su Yuan, a simulated system. From the moment they joined the virtual training ground, Ning Ruolan and all the other trainees had been secretly following Su Yuan's orders. In the virtual training ground, Ning Ruolan and all the other trainees had been undergoing various training and testing in situations simulated by the system. Under Su Yuan's leadership, they killed various beasts and faced various disasters to get used to Su Yuan and trust him. The entire grasshopper evaluation process lasted more than 3 hours, and Su Yuan also arrived above the Huadu survival base. Luo Qin had already arranged for someone to receive Su Yuan. Su Yuan let the survival base land at the designated location and walked out with New Dali, Big Cat, and Mouse Man. The 3 smart attack robots completely ensured Su Yuan's safety. At the same time, Su Yuan spent 2 billion survival points to upgrade the auxiliary mech to a smart combat mech. When equipped with a combat mech, he can easily kill brutal-level monsters and repel Lord-level monsters. Su Yuan decided that there was no need to hide his identity now that his strength could handle any strength. So he appeared before Luo Qin. The sunny, handsome face surprised Luo Qin. Thanks to the special fruits and high-quality food, Su Yuan's appearance has undergone some changes, and he looks even more handsome and younger than before. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so young. Mr. Luo, I'm actually from Huadu. I have the support of a god-level civilization, and I am willing to help Huadu resist disasters. Not to mention Hapili, even the entire dinosaur world will not be my opponent. Su Yuan made up a white lie that not only explained his identity and the source of his advanced scientific and technological achievements, but also reassured the Huadu leadership. As for Hapili, Su Yuan is no longer afraid of her. Luo Qin was surprised. Mr. Su, Are you serious? Of course. Now I will help you build the Ark and provide you with the architectural drawings of the Supergiant Intelligent Fusion Power Plant and the Supergiant Intelligent Ion Engine. Su Yuan nodded and smiled. Also provide you with advanced weapons. Help you form a special guard unit to fight and destroy alien creatures. Create a divine-level academy of sciences and develop the most advanced technologies. The blueprints from the system mall and the special guard squad will become his strength in the future. As for the God-level science academy, it will have to deal with the Hapili Dinosaur Science Academy.